Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kiss to Conquer by Anna B. Doe, narrated by Troy Duran and Raquel Beatty. Chapter 1. Hayden. Everything fucking hurts. The sweat is dripping down my face, clouding my gaze. I blink it away, trying to focus on the defenseman looking at me across the white line. My breathing is reduced to hard pants, pulse hammering in my neck from the almost 2-hour-long practice. Nixon, the team quarterback and one of my best friends, calls out the play. The ball is snapped into his hands, and before anybody can blink, I'm already slipping through the little hole in our defensive line and running down the field. I can hear the grunts as offense and defense clash behind me, but I don't stop, and I sure as hell don't turn back until I hear the soft shift in the air. Only then do I turn around, pigskin falling into my awaiting arms. My fingers clench around the ball, holding it tightly as I continue running toward the end zone. 30 yards. 25. 20. 15. Just when I think I'll make it, strong arms wrap around me and pull me to the ground. I hold the ball close to my chest for dear life as a 200-plus-pound linebacker pushes me into the grass, effectively kicking all the air out of my lungs. Fucking hell. The whistle blows, signaling the end of the play. "It's a wrap, guys," Coach calls out. Grunting, I push against the body sprawled over me when he doesn't move fast enough. "Get your heavy ass off of me, Santiago." Emmett Santiago is a junior defense player, and they don't call him the Hulk for nothing. But currently he's cutting off my air supply, and I don't find it the least bit funny. Stumbling to his feet, he offers me his hand, which I reluctantly accept. "Don't be such a pussy, Hades," he chuckles. Pulling off his helmet, he runs his hand through his sweaty hair. Bending forward, I grip my knees and try to inhale some much-needed air into my lungs. I'm so fucking tired. The sweat is dripping off my face. My practice uniform is plastered to my body, making my skin itch. "I think you're confusing me with your sorry ass," I throw back, not one to back down easily. Emmett throws his head back, laughing hard. Not much can rattle the guy. "What are you two ladies gossiping about that's so funny?" Nixon asks as he crashes on the grass next to me. "Oh, we'll have to find a new captain if you continue slacking like you did today." "Well, excuse me, Mr. Will-Be #1 NFL draft prospect," Nix mocks. "I can't use all my strength for training camp. Gotta keep all you suckers on your toes somehow." I shake my head at his cheesy comeback. But the dude is right. It's just training camp. Getting back into the groove after the summer break usually takes a little bit of time. Between the summer break and new players on the roster, training camp is a mess most of the time. Unusually warm weather doesn't help much. Fucking climate change. With only a couple of days left before college officially starts, and with it the beginning of football season, there is no time to slack off. After all, Blairwood Ravens haven't become one of the best college football teams for nothing, and this year we're going to be the best. Every single player on the team lives and breathes football. We get on that field 6 days a week and work our asses off. "Cole, get your ass off my grass if you don't want to run another set of drills," Coach shouts at us from the sidelines. "Yes, sir." The dude actually salutes the guy. Coach glares at him, apparently not finding it amusing at all, but he refuses to comment. His narrowed eyes follow us as we drag our asses back to the locker room. "Who pissed in his Cheerios this morning?" Emmett grumbles when we're far enough away so Coach can't hear us. "No clue," I shrug. Not like Coach's grumpiness is anything new or uncommon. He's a man of few words, and most of them are for when you screw up. The guy has a scowl permanently plastered on his face, but he's one of the best in the league. He can scowl all he wants if he brings me a step closer to my goal. Thousands of guys dream of getting into the NFL, but only the best of the best actually get there, and I'm planning to be one of those lucky bastards. The locker room is buzzing with activity when we enter inside. I go straight to my locker and start pulling off my clothes, ready to be done for the day. My whole body aches, and I can already see a bruise forming on my ribs from that final tackle. There is no better feeling than stepping back onto that field after a break. But God, my whole body hurts like a bitch. So much for keeping with my workout regimen over the summer. "Yo, assholes!" Nixon's piercing whistle makes every single person in the room shut up and turn to look at him. "There is a party at Moore's this weekend, and I better see your sorry asses there." A chorus of cheers and agreement spreads through the room at the mention of the local bar, where most of the student body hangs out during the year. They have cheap beer, the best chicken wings in a 50-mile radius, and huge screens plastered on the walls that are always set on ESPN. "That your idea of team bonding?" I ask, stripping off my shoulder pads. Nixon was named the offensive captain after our last captain graduated and was drafted into the NFL. And even though Emmett was the defensive captain, with Nixon being the quarterback, we also considered him the team leader. I'm not sure whose smart idea it was to name Nix the captain, but I'm just glad it's not me. Between football and keeping up with my classes, I don't have it in me to hover over a bunch of grown-ass men and keep them on the straight and narrow. "Nothing screams bonding like a few beers and pussy hunting." Nixon's grin widens. Well, when he puts it like that, I can't argue with his logic. After taking a quick shower and packing up my shit, I get out. I still have to meet with my student advisor about some classes I'll be taking this year and grab dinner before joining the team at Moore's. I rush across the campus, scrolling through the notifications on my phone. Even though practice just ended and we were in the same room moments ago, the team group text is buzzing nonstop. Ignoring those, I continue down my list, one particular message standing out. Tamara. "Hey, Hottie. I'm back on campus. Party before the classes start? Don't be a stranger. XOXO." A smirk spreads on my lips. Tamara and I have a mutual agreement. She knows the deal and isn't needy, which is what I like the best about her. Apart from her rocking body, that is. Tapping at the screen, I start to write back when someone crashes into me, making me stumble. I curse as the phone flies through the air. Finding my footing, I catch it in the last second. Fucking hell. What the? I look for the person that almost cost me a couple of $100, money I don't have, and find a short blonde, a red ball cap plastered on her head, and a huge bright pink suitcase rolling behind her. She corrects the damn thing that's almost as big as her, probably heavier too, and gives me a quick glance. Biggest, darkest blue eyes I've ever seen land on mine. But just for a second before she dips her head, that mass of honey hair falling down and covering her flushed cheeks. "I'm so sorry," she whispers softly. So softly I can barely hear it. But I do, and it's like a jolt of lightning has hit my body. That voice. I stop in my tracks, stunned. My mind, on the other hand, is in overdrive. It can't be. I narrow my eyes on her, trying to make out if I'm seeing right or if it's all in my head. "It's okay," I start, but I don't get to finish because she's already rushing away, leaving me speechless behind her. What the hell just happened?
Chapter 2. Callie. The door closes with a resounding thud, and I can't help myself but let out a huge sigh of relief. I did it. I actually did it. My shoulders sag in relief, touching the hard wooden surface behind me. Safely between the four walls of the room that will be my home for the next year, I let myself breathe. I can still feel my heart thumping rapidly, the loud flutters echoing in my ears as the blood steadily flows through my veins. Gripping my hands into fists by my sides, I feel the sweat coating my palms. "Are you okay there?" My eyes fly open as soon as I hear the unfamiliar voice. I was so overwhelmed by the whole situation, the need to disconnect for a few minutes, to simply be, so strong, I didn't even realize I wasn't alone. What the hell? What are you doing here? The question, probably more like an accusation, flies out of my mouth before I can stop myself. Lifting my head, I look at the stranger across the room. My room. Concern that was only seconds ago visible on her face turns into a deep frown. Ask me if I give two fucks about it. When I enrolled at Blairwood University, I had one request and one request only: to have my own dorm room. They assured me it was doable, although I know for a fact that BWU doesn't have single rooms available for freshman students. With the amount of money my family gave to the university over the years, since both my parents were alumni, I would assume I could have that one little thing done for me. And now this? It has to be some kind of mistake. It has to. Instead of scaring her away, my accusing, bitchy tone makes her eyes narrow at me. She crosses her arms over her chest, her chin lifting slightly in the air. I could ask you the same question. This is my room. I lift the key I've been clenching in my palm in the air to show it to her. See? My room. Not even flinching, she does the same, raising the matching key with the same 305 number chain and a fluffy blue ball dangling off it. This is my room, too. You gotta be shitting me. We both stare at each other, fuming and waiting for the other to back down, but neither does. Finally, she rolls her eyes. The feeling's mutual, chica. The girl, my roommate, as it seems, takes me in from head to toe, and I almost cringe when her light brown eyes stop at my face. Well, one side of my face, and not the pretty one. The ball cap I'm wearing throws a shadow on my face, but can't hide it completely. Nothing can. Let her look all she wants. Maybe she'll run away. They told me I would be alone, I mutter, annoyed with the whole situation. This is not how my first day at college was supposed to go. She arches one of her brows. I didn't know there were single rooms. There aren't, I say dully. Understanding flashes in her eyes, and if she didn't like me before, I think now she likes me even less. Fine with me, chica. It's not like I'm here to make friends. Take it up with the dean's office or whomever. She shrugs and turns around, dismissing me completely. I watch her push one of the boxes closer to the bed with her foot. Her whole posture is rigid as she goes around unpacking. Now that she isn't glaring at me, I take a moment to look at her. She has at least 5 inches on my 5'2", and one of those hourglass figures guys go crazy over, and girls would kill for. Her skin is golden, like melted caramel, and her curly brown hair is pulled in a high ponytail to keep it from her makeup-free face. She's got that girl-next-door vibe going on, but there is something more to her than what meets the surface. Something a part of me recognizes all too well. You're not going there, I remind myself. But no matter what, I can't help the sting of guilt that jabs at me for acting like a total bitch toward her. Tilting my head back, I wince when it bumps against the hard surface of the door, the pain spreading through my skull. Damn, that hurt. Massaging the back of my head, I sigh. I could go to the dorm manager and try to sort it out. I should probably do exactly that, too. But I don't have it in me to deal with this shit now. Not after the day I had. Taking my suitcase, which I just dumped once I was inside, safe from the turmoil of college campus, I roll it to the other available bed. I guess I should be lucky I'm stuck with one unwanted roommate instead of 2, but right now I can't find it in me to care. I was supposed to have my own room, enjoying my lonely existence. But most importantly, not having to constantly worry about people seeing and hearing things I didn't want them to. Rationally, I knew it's not her fault. It's some administrative bullshit neither of us has control over, and a part of me feels bad for lashing out at her. You promised to do better, my guilty conscience reminds me. That little bitch has been my constant companion in the last 3 years. I hated her very existence, but she was insistent, and I knew if I didn't listen, she'll just piss me off even more until I surrendered to her wishes. I'm sorry, I say, peeking once again over my shoulder at the girl. My roommate. That is something that will definitely take some getting used to. Her side of the room is a mess with clothes, shoes, and books scattered on every available surface. I'm not even sure where she'll put all that stuff in this tiny room, but whatever. It's her problem, not mine. She's dressed casually in a tank top and a pair of cut-off jean shorts that show off her mile-long legs. Smooth and undamaged. I swallow the lump that formed in my throat as I wait for her to say something. The silence in the room feels almost deafening. It isn't actually quiet. We can still hear music and chatter from other people on our floor, thanks to ultra-thin walls separating the rooms. But the complete contrast between the two is what really intensifies it. It's okay, she murmurs finally, still concentrating on her work. It's not like I was any more welcoming. Great, she doesn't even want to look at me now. Brilliant first impression, Callie. Just brilliant. Absent-mindedly, I rub against the side of my leg. The dull ache I usually feel hurts like a bitch today. Between several hours on a long flight, a bus ride to get here, and dragging my suitcase around, I can see a very painful, sleepless night in front of me. Well, I started it. Are we really fighting over who's to blame? Sighing, I sit down, offering an explanation. When I applied here, they assured me I can have a single. I was surprised. Still, that is no reason for me to be a bitch to you, and for that, I'm sorry. She lets the shirt she's been folding fall back down into the suitcase before she turns to face me. Sorry to cramp your style, she says, but when she realizes it sounds snotty, she shakes her head. Let's start over, she suggests. Moving closer, my roommate extends her hand. Red nail polish shines on the tips of her fingers. I'm Yasmin, by the way. Callie, I say, pushing to my feet to shake her hand. You see? You can do this. Yasmin smiles. It's small, but it's something. But it really is my fault, you know. What? Now I'm confused. Didn't we just agree to move on? You getting stuck with a roommate. She goes back to her bed, plopping down between all the clothes. I'm a late transfer to BWU. Now it's my turn to raise my brows. We make a pair, don't we? A part of me wants to ask more questions, like why she transferred here late and where from. But I keep my mouth shut. If I ask her anything, I'll give her the right to do the same, and I'm not in the mood to spill my secrets. Not now, not ever. I guess we do. Another silence falls over us. It's awkward and filled with the tension of two people who don't know each other, but can't really escape the situation they got stuck in. I guess I should... I start at the same time Yasmin tips her chin in my direction. More precisely, the direction of my face. That the reason you didn't want a roommate? My mouth falls open in surprise. I wasn't used to people blatantly asking me about my scars. Oh, don't get me wrong. They talk about it behind my back when they think I won't hear it. They point their fingers at me like I'm some kind of weirdo or circus freak or something, but nobody outright confronted me about what happened to me. They either know or are afraid to ask. Because you don't have to worry. I don't care about your scars. Without thought, my fingers go to the side of my face, the tips tracing over the damaged skin that slices through my eyebrow and slides down my cheek until it reaches the jawline. And that's just the surface damage that's out in the open for everybody to see. More scars mar my body, but they're hidden from curious eyes. Although it's been 3 years, the skin is still reddish, and there's no hiding the damage. Not that I would want to. They're a reminder and a penance. And you deserve every second of it, the little voice reminds me. Because it's your fault. Not like I could ever forget. Callie? Yasmin calls, perplexed. Her questioning tone indicating this isn't the first time she's called my name. Shaking my head, I push the memories that try to come to the surface at bay. It's a part of the reason, I give in. If we were going to survive this next year living together, she'll find out eventually anyway. There is only so long you can keep secrets. Eventually, one way or another, they find their way out in the open. What's the other part? Irritated with the 20 questions and not in the mood to answer them, I shoot back. What's the reason for your late transfer? Something flashes on her face, but it's gone in a second. Yasmin nods once, her lips pressed in a tight line, and then she turns around to get back to unpacking. Message received. After a few deep breaths, I do the same. We work on unpacking in quiet. The tension between us is palpable. There isn't even music to act as a sort of a buffer between us, filling the quiet room. Just the sound of zippers opening, boxes being dragged here and there, an occasional thump when something falls on the floor. The guilt is back, but I push it away. After all, it's better this way. I didn't come to make friends. I'm not even sure I'm capable of it. I just want to get through these next few years, get my degree, and be done with it. But when I catch Yasmin's eyes looking at me warily, I can't help myself but add, the scars you can see aren't even the ugliest part of me. Better she knows what she's getting into before it's too late. Chapter 3. Callie. Get up, Yasmin declares as soon as she enters the room. The door closes behind her, suppressing, if only slightly, the excited noises of a bunch of freshman girls coming from the hallway. The last 3 years, I rarely left the house, and I was used to peace and quiet. Here, the chatter is constant. There is either a door banging somewhere, or you can hear footsteps at all times of day and night out in the hallway. But I guess I should consider myself lucky if I don't hear other types of in-the-dead-of-the-night noises. It's unnerving, really, knowing there is a whole bunch of people out there that I don't even know, but share a space with. What's up? I look at her over the rim of my sketch pad, not even attempting to move. Being around Yasmin has been interesting. We both try. It's painfully obvious that neither of us is happy with the situation, for completely different reasons. But we have a silent agreement to make it work somehow. This, however, doesn't make us friends. Not even close. Get up, she repeats, this time louder. We're going out. Looking at her closely, I notice that her curly hair is loose, falling down her back, and she's wearing a dress I don't remember seeing her change into. She probably did it when I left to get something to eat, because when I came back, she was gone. No, we're not. I give her a pointed look. She turned from a sweet girl next door into a hot chick ready to party it up with the best of them. I have to admit, she does look hot. You apparently are, which is great. Have fun. I wiggle my fingers at her, returning my attention to the sketch pad in my lap. A silhouette of a dancer mocking me from the page. Turning the page more forcefully than I probably should, my hand starts moving on its own, coal sliding over the blank sheet of paper. Try again. There is nothing to try. I'm not here to party. Not here to party, not here to make friends. She ends each statement with a finger lifted in the air. What are you even doing here, then? Slowly, I lift my eyes to glare at her. You're annoying me. And you're acting like a bitch. Yasmin crosses her arms over her chest. One perfectly shaped brow rises on her forehead, daring me to contradict her. Not that there is actually anything to contradict to begin with. She's right. I am acting like a bitch. Again. But apparently she's not one to let it just slide. And you're pushing. I think we established that if you push, I'm going to push right back. But instead of being fazed by my threat, she grins. She actually grins. You can always try. There is something taunting in that little curve of her lip. Now, get your ass off the bed because you're going too, and I'm not below making you do it. She goes to her side of the room, grabbing some lipstick out of the bag on her desk, and starts applying it to her full lips. I assess her, trying to figure out if she could actually do it. She's bigger than me, but not by that much. Even if she'd try, I'd give her a run for her money. Before I can say anything, she continues. I don't think I've seen you get out of this room except to meet with your advisor and go to eat. You didn't go to any orientation week activities or freshman mixers, although I can't blame you for the last one. It was kind of boring. But you will go with me to this party. I don't party, Yasmin, I remind her, hoping she'll give it up already. And the big fat L for loser goes to... Yep, that would be me. Not that I mind. This kind of life was my choice to begin with. She gives me a determined glare that tells me all I need to know. She's not giving up on this anytime soon. A trace of her Latina temper is brewing just under the surface, and I wasn't sure I wanted to see it blow up in my face. Today, you do. No, I don't. I let out an exasperated sigh. I'm here to get my degree and go on with my life, not to go out and drink my weight in cheap beer. Well, now, let's not exaggerate. If you're going to drink your weight in something, it should definitely be something better than beer. It's just one night. What do you have to lose? Nothing. That one word comes to my mind instantly, but I don't say it out loud. Because Yasmin, being her annoying self, will probably see the truth and start asking questions I don't want to answer. I have absolutely nothing to lose. Not anymore. Taking my non-answer as an agreement, Yasmin comes to me, her hands wrapping around my wrists and pulling me up. The sketch pad that was in my lap falls on the bed next to me. Live a little. Tomorrow you can go back to your moody self. A humorless chuckle escapes me at her choice of words. I did live. That was the problem. Only Yasmin doesn't know it. I'm not sure that's the best idea. You can't sulk, closed off in the tower all the time, Rapunzel. So get up and let's get this party going. If you don't like it, you can always leave. But for all that's holy, get out. Pursing my lips, I cross my arms over my chest. Where's this party anyway? Yasmin tries to play it cool, but I see a victorious grin spread over her lips. Moore's. One of the guys I met at the mixer said it's the hangout place here on campus. He also said we should come. Of course he did, I mutter, rolling my eyes. I wouldn't be surprised if he came to the freshman mixer just for that reason. Spread the news about the party and bring in some fresh blood. This really isn't my scene, Yasmin. I try once again, but she's not listening. At all. It'll be fun, I promise. Isn't that how disasters usually start? Moore's isn't what I expected it to be, although I'm not sure what I expected to begin with. It's not like I've been to a lot of college bars, or bars in general in my life. On the outside, the place looks average. Not something I'd peg as a bar, but then again, it's within a walking distance from the college campus. The only requirement they have to fulfill is to have cheap drinks and half-decent food, and the crowd will roll in. The inside, however, is a completely different story. It looks like an old Irish pub with dark wood interior, a long bar with different alcohol bottles hanging above it. A few booths are squeezed across from the bar, while the rest of the space is filled in matching high-top tables and chairs. And just like the guys who invited Yasmin said, this is clearly a local student hangout, because the place is already packed when we squeeze through the door inside a little after 9 in the evening. "Let's grab drinks," Chloe, our next-door neighbor that Yasmin befriended sometime this week, yells over her shoulder, and without waiting for a response, turns around and starts pushing toward the bar. Her dark chestnut locks with one rebellious pink strand that matches her tight dress bounce off her shoulders with every determined step she takes. Yasmin hurries after Chloe so we don't lose her in the crowd, because apparently when it comes to drinking, the girl is on a mission. To say I was surprised when I saw Chloe and her roommate Karen waiting for us in the hallway would be an understatement. If I knew they were coming, there would be no way Yasmin would have gotten me out of that room. I guess she knew it too, because she didn't say anything until we were already in the hallway and she was introducing me to them. After my life fell apart, I pushed everybody around me away. Well, those who even bothered staying. I can tell you the exact date when I last hung out with people my age. May 1st. Also known as the day my life fell apart. I haven't socialized with anybody in what seems like forever, and to say I'm rusty, well, it wasn't my intention to become a hermit. It just kind of happened, and it would probably stay that way if it wasn't for Yasmin who kept on pushing me. With Yasmin's fingers firmly wrapped around my wrist, I don't have any other option but to follow behind them. I'm not sure if it's so she doesn't lose me in the crowd, or maybe she's scared I'll make a run for it the first chance I get. Not that I can blame her. The thought might have crossed my mind once, or 10 times, but who's counting? "Are we sure about this?" I ask, looking around the crowded room. Although the music is blasting, you can hear the chatter all around us. Friends are probably catching up after the summer and enjoying the last moments of freedom before the classes start and real life kicks in. Loud cheering spreads through the room, making me jump in surprise. But then I see a group of guys in the corner, their eyes plastered on the screen as the recap of the play rolls on the screen. "It's just a game, Callie." I shake my head. "Chill." I'm not sure if Yasmin heard my question or she felt my body stiffening, but she turned around, giving me a curious stare. "It'll be fun," she mouths her earlier words, but they do nothing to calm my nerves. "Here." This comes from Chloe as she pushes 2 shot glasses in our hands as soon as we get to the bar. I cautiously look at the glass and then back at her. "I didn't order anything." "I know," she winks playfully. "It's from the guys over there." Surprised, I look up, following the direction in which she tilted her head, only to find Karen chatting with a group of guys. They're all tall and good-looking, probably athletes or maybe frat boys. They do have a preppy look to them. What? Just because I'm a hermit doesn't mean I don't have eyes. Karen leans in, her boobs brushing against the bicep of the closest guy as she looks at him through her overly done lashes and laughs at whatever he said. While I liked Chloe from the get-go, her roommate is a completely different story. She reminds me too much of the person I used to be. The person I'm trying my best not to become all over again. Karen gave me one long, judging glance. Trust me, I'd know, since I practically invented the look back in the day. Not bothering even to introduce herself before she deemed me unworthy and demanded that we go so we aren't late. How can you be late to the bar? I wanted to ask her, just to get a rise out of her, but I managed to stay quiet. See? Progress. Chloe gave me an apologetic look, like it's somehow her fault that her roomie is a bitch. I wanted to tell her it's just karma getting back at me, but then I would have to explain what I meant by it, and the last thing I wanted was to tell anybody about the girl I used to be. Talk about a way to make a first impression. Nibbling at my lip, I let my eyes scan the crowd around the bar, but my head jerks back when my gaze clashes with a pair of light eyes. Blue or maybe gray? I'm not sure. An easy smile plays on his lips, but is soon replaced by surprise and then disgust when the details of my face get into focus. Figures. They're all interested in a pretty girl until they see the ugliness hidden inside. Only mine is plastered all over my face. Tilting my head so that loosely tucked strands of my hair fall to cover the damaged side of my face, I look back at the glass in my hand. Clear liquid calls to me. I avoided alcohol after the accident like a plague. I couldn't trust I wouldn't become too dependent on it. The pain was too much, and it would have been so easy to get lost for a while. To dull the pain and forget. Only I couldn't forget. I didn't want to. Forgetting my pain would mean I'd forget them. And I didn't want to do it. I didn't deserve it. Not at all. So instead, I relived it, over and over again, not giving myself the right to get lost in the oblivion. But standing right here, right now, one night can't hurt, right? Yasmin elbows me, drawing my attention. She carefully connects our glasses so that the liquid doesn't spill over the rim. To new friendships. To an awesome year, Chloe chimes in. To getting lost, if only for one night, I want to say, but don't. Instead, I clink my glass with theirs and murmur, "Bottoms up."
Chapter 4. Hayden. When I finally get to Moore's, the place is packed. People stop me every few steps. Backslaps and handshakes are exchanged as we talk, mostly about the summer, training camp, and upcoming football season. While I don't mind talking ball, I don't share anything about life back home. Not that I have much to say anyway. I'm sure as hell they aren't interested in listening about how I worked in my uncle's garage over the holidays, busting my ass off to earn some extra cash for the upcoming school year while they were vacationing in the Hamptons or wherever the hell rich kids, like most of the BWU population, vacation. Being the star wide receiver for the Ravens, it was sometimes hard to remember that I don't actually belong with the rest of them. If I were a math or computer nerd like my buddy Maddox, I'd just be one of those scholarship brainiacs and nobody would even know my name. But since I can run and catch a ball like a pro, I'm one of them. "Yo, Watson!" I turn around at the sound of my name, my eyes settling on a ginger head. Alec O'Brien, better known as Brickwall O'Brien, a junior player on the Ravens, waves me over. "Get your ass over here!" "Those fuckers can't do anything without me," I say to the guy from my marketing class, patting his shoulder and moving toward my roommate. Only the moment I turn around, somebody runs into me. The force of the impact makes me stumble on my feet. I take a step back, regaining my balance. My hands shoot out, gripping the person who crashed into me and preventing them from falling on their ass. Fucking hell. I look down, 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 my eyes landing on top of a blonde head. "Are you okay?" I shout over the music. Her body tenses underneath my hands, and for a second I think she'll jump out of her skin. But no. Instead, she slowly lifts her head. The mass of long, honey hair that was shielding her face parts, and the face I remember all too well looks up at me. It's like I've been hit by a truck. All the memories I've pushed away are back in a heartbeat, front and center. There is a wheezing sound that after a while I realize is me. A sharp inhale all but chokes me. I blink and then blink some more, hoping that the picture in front of me will somehow change, that the person standing in front of me isn't who I think it is. But it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. It can't be. But it is. Callie fucking Stewart. There is no mistaking it. That long, silky, honey blonde hair that almost touches her waist. That heart-shaped face with prominent brows and sharp, dark blue, almost purple eyes surrounded with long lashes. Small nose and pouty pink lips that beg to be kissed. Her eyes turn into saucers, but she doesn't pull back. And neither do I. I want to, but I can't. Her gaze is holding me hostage, and all I can do is remember. The memories I pushed away 3 years ago are now crawling their way back into my mind, and it takes all I have to keep them at bay. Out of all the places, all the colleges in this damn country, in the world, how did she end up here? Destiny can't be that fucked up. Her mouth parts like she wants to say something, only nothing comes out. Callie wets her lips, the tip of her tongue darting out just a little bit, drawing my gaze. My hands tighten on her shoulders. 3 years and she still has power over me. "Hayden," she breathes softly. So softly I wouldn't be able to hear it if we weren't standing as close as we are. It's like a bolt of lightning buzzed through my body, and she just said one word. My name. Something I never thought I'd hear again, and fuck if my heart doesn't stop for a moment. At least she remembers your name, dumbass. I push her away, breaking the contact and putting so much needed distance between us. My arms fall down by my sides, my hands clenching into fists. It's been years, but one look at her, one touch, and I'm that stupid lovesick teenager I was when I first met her. Fuck that. "What the hell are you doing here?" I hiss, my eyes narrowing. She steps back, clearly not expecting my angry outburst. What the fuck did she expect? For me to lay a red carpet at her feet to welcome a little Miss Rich girl back into my life? Like she hasn't done enough damage as it is. Her voice trembles, but no explanation comes out. It's obvious she didn't expect to find me here either. Well, welcome to the club, babe. I drag my hands down my face, losing what little patience I had. This better be some sick joke or game of yours, Callie, or I swear to God. "Hayden, Callie?" A brunette joins us, interrupting whatever Callie wanted to say, her dark, weary eyes going between the two of us, before finally settling on her friend. "Is everything okay? We lost you for a bit." "Fine," Callie breathes out, putting a fake smile on her face. But apparently she's not fooling anybody, because her friend shoots me another curious look before concentrating on Callie. "You coming?" Callie nods, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Sure." She turns that face of an angel toward me, only it's not. Her mouth opens and I can see her lips move, saying something, but I can't decipher the words, because I'm stupefied. The skin that was once flawless is now anything but. One long, angry scar runs over the side of her face, from her brow to her chin. Pink. Ripped. Ruined. But before I can even attempt to wrap my mind around anything, the scar or the fact that Callie Stewart is here, in Blairwood of all places, her back is to me and she's walking away, swallowed by the crowd like she wasn't here in the first place. "Dude, are you coming?" Brick calls out once again, breaking me out of whatever spell she put me under. Fucking hell. I give one lingering glance to where Callie disappeared to, unsure of what I even want to do. She blindsided me completely by appearing here, but I knew I couldn't deal with it now. I needed time to think, process, and form a game plan. This better be important. Forcefully, I shoved through the people, following after Brick. "What's up?" I tilt my chin in greeting, already scanning the space. The team has taken over our usual spots at the back of the bar where the two largest booths are. Plus, we're close to the pool tables hidden in the back room. "Where you been, man? You can't be late for a team night." Brick slurs, confirming what I already know. For all his protests, they haven't missed me that much. He punches me in the arm playfully, but the force of the impact makes him sway on the balls of his feet. However, his words are suppressed by loud chants coming from the table. Pushing Callie to the back of my mind, at least for the moment, I turn my attention to the mayhem happening around me. "Go! Go! Go!" Nix yells, encouraging two of our newest teammates to drink more despite the fact their faces are beet red as it is, eyes bloodshot and watery. Just what I needed, a bunch of drunk-ass football players to babysit. At least there is booze. Shaking my head, I pat Brick on the shoulder before sliding in the empty chair next to my best friend. "Trying to kill all the rookies before the season starts?" He turns to me, grinning widely. "We're only giving them a proper christening into the team." Just as the words get out, one of the rookies, Nick, I think, finally drops the empty pitcher on the table and collapses back into his chair, burping loudly, which earns him another round of cheers. "If you say so," I shrug. Just then I see one of the waitresses pass by, so I signal her to bring another round. After the blast from the past I just had, I need a drink. Badly. Just don't get anyone to the hospital because Coach will definitely kill us. "Why aren't you the captain again?" Nixon gives me a side eye, but there isn't menace behind his words, only curiosity. "You're such a party pooper." My eyes scan the crowd. I know I shouldn't look for her, but it's easier said than done. I don't want to be blindsided again. Coach needed a pretty face to represent the team. I shrug just as the waitress drops a couple of new pitchers on the table in front of us, getting in my line of vision. I shake my head to clear my mind. Get a grip, man. Pouring each of us a glass, I'm that good of a friend. I take one long swig. Maybe I should have gone for something stronger. Or maybe he just has a thing for blondes. Guys around us erupt into laughter, and I can't help but join in. It's too easy to get a rise out of him. Fuck off, Hades. Nick scowls, but that just earns him more chuckling. Yeah, I totally dig it, Emmett adds from the booth, his girl Catherine safely in his lap. The two were high school sweethearts and are still going strong. So strong that sometimes being in their company makes me want to puke. More laughter spreads through our group, guys adding to the verbal ribbing. Yeah, laugh all you want, you assholes. Just remember, I'm the guy holding the ball, and if you piss me off, you won't see any playing time. I shake my head, trying to hold in my laughter. This is just too easy. Dude, the only balls you're holding are yours, and you have to do it so we don't mistake you for a girl. There is a choking sound, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the linebackers sitting in the other booth actually spits out his beer, before the whole group erupts into laughter once again. We're so loud that the heads begin turning. Well, more than usual anyway, to see what is so funny. Nick shoves me away, a challenge glimmering in his eyes. Oh, it's on, Hades. You're so going down for that one. I take a long drink, enjoying how the cold brew slides down my throat, and lean back into my seat. You can always try. Based on the pissed look he gives me, he eventually will. After that, we go back to talking about football. Laughing at Nix's expense helped me loosen up and get my head back on straight. I'm here to relax with my teammates, so that's exactly what I do. No more thinking of a certain blonde from my past. Dude, what's with your game? Nix laughs at Steve, another of our new additions to the team. The guy has a solid kick, but he's barely out of diapers. You're practically drooling. To prove my point, Steve's face grows beet red in embarrassment. He dips his head down, which only makes us crack up harder. Which reminds me, I pull out my phone, checking the messages. Tamara said she'll stop by later, but I hadn't seen her so far. You know her, Stevie? Nix tips his head in the direction of whatever girl caught our kicker's attention. From the corner of my eyes, I can see the kid's throat bob as he nods. Me. You coming? I could use some fun before the season starts, and Tamara is the perfect girl for the job, and exactly what I need right now. Fun, easy, and most importantly, a complete opposite to the ghost of my past. Nix apparently took it upon himself to show the poor freshman some moves. He thrusts a glass in his hand. Drink that up. Liquid courage always helps, somebody agrees loudly, and more than one head nods in agreement. I couldn't fight with that. Liquid courage helped me more than once in those first days when I became the big man on the field and girls started to pay attention to me. But I dare you. Oh, man, not that again. Drink up. Go to the bar to order another round. Get the lady a drink while you're at it. You didn't. I groan as I watch poor Steve stumble toward the bar and the girl that caught his attention. Oh, yes, I totally did. Nix wiggles his brows. It's a tradition. You don't mess with the tradition. Did you forget what happened the last time we played the dare game? Dude, that was epic. Epic shit show, I protest. Every year, the team captains gather the players for some good old team bonding, and then upperclassmen throw stupid pranks and dares at rookies. Last year, that was us. They dared us to toilet paper wrap a car in the parking lot. At first, we thought it was just some random car. Turns out it wasn't. It was Coach's car. And let's just say when he was done for the day, he wasn't too happy with what he found. And he made sure we knew that for weeks after. I've never puked so much in my life. That's just one of the incidents that were a result of the dare game. And now he was bringing it up again. I was just about to protest when a loud whistle breaks me out of my thoughts. Damn! Nix's fuck-me eyes are feasting on whatever girl caught his attention. Who the hell is that? And where the fuck has she been hiding all this time? Putting away my phone, I slowly turn around. This time, I'm not even surprised. Of course it's her. Who else would it be? Fucking Callie Stewart, I mutter to myself. Of fucking course. The fuck? Nick's smile falls, an incredulous look on his face. He squirms in her direction. What's wrong with her face? But his fascination with Callie lasts only so long because when my words register, he turns toward me almost instantly. You know her? I shrug, not wanting to talk about it. About her. Something like that. Nix and I met during the training camp last year and became fast friends. We were both rookies at the time, and our chemistry on the field was undeniable. You don't mess with shit like that. But just like with everybody else, I didn't tell him much about my life. Especially my life before moving to New England to live with Grams and Uncle Kevin. Hell, not even them, who are my family, know the full extent of what exactly happened that resulted in me moving here. His eyes narrow even further. Something like that? Ignoring him, I look back at Callie. The room is dim, and there are so many people I shouldn't be able to see her, but somehow I do. It's that damn hair. Light and shiny. It's like a beacon. If only her soul was as bright as her hair. Watson? Nixon elbows me in the gut, clearly refusing to let go of the topic. What? I bark. He gives me a knowing look. You had a thing for her. This gets my full attention. What? No. We went to high school together, but that's it. It was way more than that, but I'm not about to rehash the past. Not when I did my best to keep it buried deep, deep down. Hades had a thing for who? Emmett chips in, looking around like the girl would jump from the bushes and present herself in front of them. The guy's the biggest gossip I ever met, and that includes Grams and her knitting club ladies. Nobody. I grit at the same time Nick says, that blonde over there. He even goes so far to point a finger in the direction of Callie and her friends. The hot blonde with... Wait, Is that a scar on her face? His mouth hangs open. I'm not sure if in awe or disgust, but it closes shut when his girlfriend pinches him. Ouch! He rubs at the sore spot. What was that for? Why are you checking out hot blondes? Catherine crosses her arms over her chest, her brows raised in question. Oh, baby, I'm not looking at anybody. Nick said she's Hades' girl. Hades has a girl? Catherine looks mildly perplexed. I groan, rubbing at my temples. She's not my girl. We went to high school together for a while. Then you can introduce me to her. Nick stands up. Like right now. Fuck to the no, I jerk back. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, and I instantly know they're the wrong thing to say when I see the wide grin on his face. Fuck. Oh, you want her! He points his finger at me, a knowing glint in his eyes. You want her bad. You're insane. Dude, just admit it. Emmett looks over at Callie and her crew. She looks like a cool chick. The scar is totally badass. She's also insane. Just what I needed. My teammates getting infatuated with the only girl I can't stomach to see. I don't mind a little bit of crazy. Makes it more interesting in bed. My teeth clench at the image of Nix and Callie anywhere near a bed. You're fucked up, Nix. This is so fucking bad and getting out of control faster than expected. I didn't even get a chance to wrap my head around the fact that she's actually here. And now this? That makes it half the fun. So, what will it be, Hades? Nix's grin grows wider. You gonna introduce me, or am I doing it myself? How about we all steer clear of Callie Stewart? The last thing I want is to have the chick around me at all times. We did that once, and look how well it turned out. No, there's no way I'm getting anywhere near Callie Stewart. Not in this lifetime. Not with a 10-foot pole. Nope. She could mess with somebody else. I was done with her 3 years ago, and that ain't changing anytime soon. They all keep staring at me. Waiting. Fuck that. I'm going outside. I need some air. Not waiting for their reply. I get the hell out of there.
Chapter 5. Callie. My heart is still thumping loudly against my ribs, but I don't turn around to get one final glance at Hayden Watson as Yasmin pulls me away. I almost didn't recognize him. Almost. But those eyes... I would never forget the mix of hurt and disgust in those green irises that last time I saw him. It happened 3 years ago, but sometimes it feels like it was only yesterday. The same eyes that were looking at me only moments earlier, like no time had passed at all. Only it did. 3 years have gone by, and so much has changed. And damn, those 3 years seem to have been good to him. Funny how the tables can turn. Once a scrawny, clumsy boy was no more. Hayden Watson was all male now, towering over me almost an entire foot, and even from the glimpse of the body I saw, I knew he was fit, with broad shoulders and muscled arms. Those big hands were on my shoulders, the heat radiating off of his body and into mine. A shudder runs through my body, just remembering it. "Are you okay?" Yasmin asks, concern evident on her face. "Fine," I mutter, although I feel anything but. Seeing Hayden has messed with my mind. It was like a blast from the past. I didn't expect to see him here, and judging by his reaction, neither did he. She throws another curious glance over her shoulder. "Who was that guy?" Is he still there? Is he looking? Every cell in my body wants to turn around so I can get my answers, but I rein in the rebelling need. I'm not here to rehash the past, and based on the look he gave me, Hayden didn't want anything to do with me anyway. Who could blame him? "Someone I used to know," I murmur softly, giving her the only answer I'm willing to give. When I left California, The last thing I expected I'd find is somebody from my previous life. It's part of the reason why I moved across the country in the first place. I needed a new beginning, away from everything from my past, away from the memories haunting me of that night. But that's the thing about expectations. Whenever you think you're going in the right direction, life shows you how fucking wrong you are. I lived the illusion of an easy life before, but then the reality smacked me over the head to show me just how ugly it can be. The ache in my chest grows stronger. At this point, it's my constant companion. Even on the good days, I can feel it wrapped around my heart, caressing me like a lover's touch, until it wraps so tight around me it becomes too painful to breathe. This was a mistake, coming here, trying to act normal as if nothing has happened. It was a mistake. It's too soon. What the hell are you doing here? Hayden's words still ring in my mind, not letting go. What am I doing here, really? I should have never... Drink this. Yasmin interrupts my crazy internal freakout. A glass is pushed into my hand, and I down it in one go. The liquid burns as it slides down my throat, tears making my vision blurry. You look like you're ready to bolt. If I had Hayden Watson scowling at me like that, I'd be ready to bolt too, Chloe interjects. Her lips nibble at the edge of the glass as she looks over my shoulder. Who's Hayden Watson? Yasmin's face is completely blank, no recognition whatsoever. Should there be? Chloe, on the other hand, is bursting from excitement. What did she know about Hayden? I hadn't heard or seen him since that day at the end of my sophomore year of high school. Not like I had any way of finding out in the first place, but still. Only the most popular guy on campus. Chloe rolls her dark eyes at us, but when we give her a blank stare, she actually looks like she can't believe who she's hanging out with. Really? How don't you know shit like that? How do you know it? Yasmin shoots back instantly, her brows raised in challenge. My eyes go back and forth between the duo as they talk, not sure what to think of any of it. It's my business to know everything and everybody. This time it's Yasmin who rolls her eyes. Let me guess, political science? With a minor in communications, but that's beside the point now. Hayden Watson is the star wide receiver for Blairwood Ravens. Just FYI, that's football we're talking about. And if it's to judge by the rumors, most likely #1 pick once he decided to enter the NFL draft. He's that good. Now that makes me frown. Hayden, #1 pick? What world did I step into? The Hayden I used to know couldn't even catch the ball, much less keep it in his possession long enough to make the touchdown. He changed. And so have I. Chloe turns to me, curiosity written all over her face. So what's your deal, Callie? How do you know Blairwood's star boy, and what did you do to piss him off? Memories I didn't even know I had anymore start reappearing in my mind, one after the other. Flashes of my past I thought I buried deep inside me, slowly creeping back. I wet my suddenly dry lips, trying to find the words. We went to high school for a while, I finish, opting for the same vague explanation I gave Yasmin earlier. Interest flickers in Chloe's brown eyes. What happened? I should have known better than to think this will placate her. Instead of saying anything, I shrug. High school? Like those 2 words can sum up everything that transpired between us in that 1 year we've known each other. Chloe and even Yasmin look at me expectantly, waiting for me to elaborate on my statement. Yeah, right. Fat chances of that happening. There is no way in hell I'm going there. Not with a 10-foot pole, and surely not with people I just met. I came here to leave behind all that has happened in California, not relive it. When they realize I won't say anything more, matching pouts appear on their lips. "You're no fun, Callie Bear." Chloe shakes her head unhappily. The words hit me like a train wreck, leaving me breathless. Callie Bear. I stumble back, the glass I've been holding in my hand falling down and shattering into 100 tiny pieces. But at this moment, I don't have it in me to give a crap. I try to suck in some air, but the only thing it does is make a choked sound come out of me. Just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse. "Callie?" Yasmin's hand lands on my forearm, her amber eyes looking worriedly at me. "Are you okay?" I shake my head, trying to breathe in, but no air fills my lungs. The corners of my eyes grow fuzzy as black spots appear in my line of vision. "Air," I barely manage to squeak out as the panic spreads through my body. "Callie, are you okay?" "I need air," I repeat, this time a bit louder. Without waiting for their reaction, I turn around and bolt toward the door, not once looking back. 3 years. Nobody has called me by that nickname in 3 years, and even then only one person called me that. He called me that. Callie Bear. The tears gather in my eyes, so I close them to prevent them from spilling. The ache I was feeling grows stronger, cuts deeper. But I won't break. Not here, not now. Later, when I'm all alone, away from everybody and everything. Only then can I let the walls down. Suck it up, Callie. With my head bowed down, I rush through the crowd of people, blindly pushing through them, hoping I'm going in the right direction. Door. I need out. I need air. People complain as I shove them out of my way, but I don't stay back to listen. When the front door of Moore's finally comes into view, I want to sigh in relief. I stumble out, shoving somebody who's on their way in. Ducking to the side, I let the hot night air enter my lungs. My chest expands with every breath I inhale. It takes me a while to slow down my erratic, on the verge of panic breathing. Just after the accident, I had a lot of those. They would come out of nowhere, even the smallest of the reminders of all that has happened provoking them, and it would take me a while to regain back some semblance of control over myself. Now they still come occasionally, but not nearly as much as they used to before. Leaning against the wall of the building, I tilt my head back, still keeping my eyes closed. I will myself to stay still and just breathe. Control, Callie. Slowly, I suck in some much-needed air, pulling it into my lungs until there is no more space left, and then, even slower, I release it. In and out. I repeat the process over and over again, until I feel like I'm back in control, until it doesn't feel like my heart will give out on me and I'll faint from the lack of oxygen. It was just one word, and she didn't know. It was just one word, and it shouldn't mean anything. But to me, it meant everything. I think you owe me an answer.
Chapter 6. Hayden. Her eyes fly open instantly like she didn't even know I was there. Like she didn't just pummel through me only seconds ago as I was trying to get back inside. I shouldn't have followed her. I know I shouldn't. But when her body crashed into mine as she was running out like her ass is on fire, I couldn't stop myself from going after her. I just promised myself I'd let it go and avoid her at all costs. But seeing her again awoke something inside of me. No, not just something. A need. A need so intense to finally get some answers. So here I am, standing in front of my worst nightmare and staring into her big blue eyes. They're wide, vivid blue, So dark they almost seem purple. Pools that suck you in and hold you hostage. Eyes that can make you fall to your knees and do whatever she wants you to do. She looks innocent, like a sad angel, but looks can be deceiving. I learned that the hard way. She taught me that lesson.
What?
She whispers, her word a soft stutter. I think you owe me an answer, I repeat slowly. Moving closer, I let my height shield us from curious eyes that could wander this way and interrupt us. The last thing I want is a repeat of what happened inside. I needed my answers, and I needed them now. Maybe then I'll finally be able to move on, because I sure as hell don't have time to deal with Callie Stewart. I have too much on the line as it is.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play coy with me, Angel, I warn her, not in the mood to play games. Callie lifts her chin slightly, the attitude I remember all too well returning. She stands straighter, but it does little to compensate for her lack in height. She was always on the short side, but now she looks downright tiny next to me.
I'm not playing anything, Hades.
The nickname I earned on the field sounds more like an insult coming from those pouty pink lips. Then again, she never thought of me as much of a player. I wasn't much of one when she was nearby. What are you doing here? I ask through gritted teeth. She rolls her eyes at me.
I go to school here.
Out of all the schools? I still couldn't believe it. What were the chances, really? Shit like that shouldn't happen in real life. Yet she's here.
Out of all the schools,
Callie confirms. There is a long pause filled with tension. We stare at each other, neither of us willing to be the first to break the contact. Finally, she sighs. Running her hand through her hair, she pushes it out of her face. With her hair out of the way, the scar on the side of her face is even more prominent.
Look, I know we didn't part on...
There is a slight pause, like she's looking for the right words, until she finally settles on
best of terms, and I'm sorry for that.
Callie inhales deeply.
I know you probably won't believe when I say it, but still, I'm really sorry for how things turned out. For what I did. If I could go back and change it, I would, but since I can't, all I can do is apologize. And I'm sorry, Hayden. I know this isn't ideal, but I'm sure this campus is big enough for both of us. It's not like we'll share any of the classes, and God knows I'm not going to step a foot anywhere near the football field. We don't have to see each other again.
The anger I felt the moment I laid eyes on her returns in full force. I can't explain it. It's completely irrational. The fuck with her apology. It only came, just 3 fucking years too late. But who's counting? I shouldn't care. I know I shouldn't. But I can't help it. Her words, her dismissal, pisses me off like nothing else. She apologized, and now what? All is forgiven and we can move on with our lives like nothing has happened? Like she didn't change my whole freaking life back then? And what did you expect, jackass? That she'll come back begging for forgiveness, asking you to give her another chance? And look how well your theory worked out so far, I drawl lazily, doing everything to keep my cool while all I want is to lash out. You're on my campus how long? 24 hours? More? And we've already stumbled into each other not once, not twice, but 3 times. Destiny must have a sick sense of humor.
3 times?
There is confusion on her face. Her forehead wrinkles, making the scars on her face stand out even more. My hand reaches forward before I can stop myself, my fingers tracing the damaged side of her face. Callie sucks in sharply, the soft wheezing sound filling the silence. And it's like she sucked in all the air that's between us, because suddenly I can't breathe either. She should look ugly, ridiculous even, but not even the scars can take away from her beauty. Back then I could never take my eyes off of her. There was something about her classic beauty that drew me in, and any time she was anywhere near me, she was the only thing I could think about. 3 years. 3 fucking years, and nothing has changed. The space between us is filled with so much tension it's all but cracking with suppressed intensity. I can feel the jolt of energy go through me when my skin meets hers, but even that doesn't make me break the contact. Instead, I school my expression. No way am I giving her more of myself than I already did. Tilting my head to the side, I give myself time to observe her carefully and up close. From the distance, I could barely see anything, but up close like this, I can see every detail. The rugged, torn skin that was patched back together still looks quite disturbing, and even though she put on whatever makeup girls use to cover their faces, the angry red tone is still present. The cut slices through her eyebrow and then continues down the side of her face in an uneven line, over her cheekbone, all the way to her chin. What happened? I tilt my chin toward the left side of her face. You pissed off some bigger kitten than you and she clawed your face? That it? I taunt, letting my fingers slide over her scar. I can't help myself. I want to hurt her. Let her feel just a fraction of what she made me feel. What her being here makes me feel. Her body trembles slightly under my touch, but she doesn't take a step back.
I don't see how that's any of your business,
she says, looking me square in the eyes. Come on, Angel. Isn't this what people do when they see each other after a long time? Catch up and shit.
I thought you didn't want to see me.
Can't blame the guy for being curious. I shrug lazily, not wanting to give anything away. How did a California princess turn into a beast? And why didn't Mommy and Daddy pay for you to get all dolled up again? I'm too concentrated on observing her scars so I don't see it coming. My head jerks to the side, a loud smack ringing in the night. So loud there are some snickers and catcalls from people standing in front of Moores who heard it. My cheek burns from her attack, but I don't give her the satisfaction of knowing it. Slowly, I turn my head back to look at her, working my jaw. The haunted, broken look that flashed in her violet irises for only a second is replaced by fire, bright and intense.
You don't know shit,
she grits through clenched teeth. With a swipe of her hand, she pushes my hand off her face, breaking the contact.
So don't pretend otherwise.
Callie starts to walk around me, but I block her way. On the contrary, you're the same prissy girl you always were. That stubborn chin goes up a notch.
Then you're lucky you won't see me ever again.
With that, she shoves me out of her way and stalks off. Only when I'm sure she can't see me do I rub at my still flaming cheek. The girl has spunk to her, that's for sure, but she doesn't know who she's playing with. Whatever she might think, this campus isn't big enough for both of us. Our paths will eventually cross, and when they do, the payback is a bitch. She might have known me before, but the boy whose heart she broke in high school, he's long gone. She made sure of it. A loud clapping interrupts my thoughts. I turn around, finding Nix leaning against the wall, watching me with apt interest. I narrow my eyes at him suspiciously. How long have you been here? A knowing smirk appears on his mouth. Long enough. Nix. I run my hand through my hair. I'm not in the mood for this shit. But watching you two was so much fun. As fun as getting a root canal done. As long as you're having fun, I say dryly. He observes me for a second, quiet. It's never good when the guy's too quiet. And his next words confirm it. It's really entertaining to see you rattled like this. Of course he'd go there. Probing in a place I don't want him anywhere near. But I'm not even that surprised. Not where Callie is concerned. That girl is the best when it comes to wrapping people around her little fingers and toying with them until she gets what she wants. And they haven't even officially met. I'm not rattled. I lie through my clenched teeth. Nothing and nobody gets under my skin like Callie. Not before I met her, and sure as hell not after. He shrugs his shoulders. I beg to differ. What do you want, Nix? I ask, exasperated with his games. I have to get out of here. I want to know what it is about this Callie chick that has you all broody. I'm not broody. and I already told you to leave Callie alone. I'm not talking about her. Hell, I don't even want to think about her. So why can't you let it go? Nix pushes away from the wall, standing to his full height. Because my friend, who also happens to be my star wide receiver, is unnerved to his core, I need to know if I can rely on him. The season is about to start, and I need your head in the game. My head is in the game, I grit, pissed he would even think that. No need to worry about that. He stares at me intently for a while before nodding curtly. Fine. I hope you're right. Then he turns around and walks back toward the entrance of Moores. You're not the only one who has everything riding on this year, I call after him. Nix just lifts his hand, but it's the only acknowledgement I get. Looking down, I see my hands are clenched tight into fists, so I force them to relax. No matter if I want to admit it to Nix or not, he's right on more than one thing. Callie Stewart is already messing with my head, which is the last thing I need if I want to help my team win the championship this year. So I'm going back to what I should have done in the first place. Do my best to avoid her at all costs. My phone vibrates in my pocket, so I pull it out and check who it is. Tamara.
Where are you?
Me. Moores.
Tamara. Want company?
I think about it for a moment. My head is a mess, and I know the guys will be their noisy selves if I go back inside. Tamara, on the other hand, is simple, and that's exactly what I need. Me. You? Always.
Chapter 7. Callie. Are you sure you're okay? Chloe's big eyes turned to look at me warily. You stormed out of Moore's the other night, and I'm fine. I just wasn't feeling it the other night. So it wasn't anything I said? Callie Bear. The words come rushing back almost instantly, followed by the rapid pounding of my heart. A light sheen of sweat covers my palms, making them all sticky. My body's reaction is so familiar now, it became a part of me. Thankfully, I managed to avoid a full-on panic attack on Friday night, thanks to Hayden. Not something I would have imagined I'd ever say, but it's true. His prissy behavior made me forget the reason why I stormed out of Moore's without an explanation, and it only returned once I was back in the safety of my bedroom, where I stayed for the rest of the weekend, thank you very much. I didn't want any more awkward run-ins with a certain broody player. And I even continued with the avoiding streak 3 days into the first week of classes. It gave me hope that avoiding Hayden Watson will be easier than I thought. I swallow the lump that formed in my throat and force a smile out. Nope, I'm just not good with crowds. Chloe's still watching me carefully, trying to figure out how much of it is the truth and how much is just a bull bravado. In all honesty, I'd have preferred avoiding Chloe, Yasmin, and everybody else altogether, but when I stumbled out of bed, late, I might add, because that's just my luck, she was just exiting her room. And look at that, we were both going to the same Spanish class. I couldn't ignore her now, could I? That would be something old Callie would have done. But I'm not her. At least, I'm trying not to be. Not like it's always easy. Sighing, I run my hand over my face. Even with my trusty baseball cap shielding my eyes, they burn from the bright sunlight and lack of sleep. Between the move and all the past memories that keep popping in my mind, I was even warier of my nightmares than usual. I'm already a spectacle as it is. I don't need to add more melodrama to it. Every time I left my dorm room, I could see curious glances thrown my way. I could hear the whispers following me wherever I go. I'm not stupid. I know they talk about me. I know they're coming up with stories of what could have happened to me. I can hear their snickers and insults. I'm not deaf or stupid. Beast. Monster. Scargly. At least they could be more original. It's not like I haven't heard them before. But even the people who are nice to me, like Yasmin and Chloe, if they knew the full extent of it, if they knew the whole story, would they still stick around? So I stayed awake for as long as I could. So long my eyes burned from the lack of sleep. So long I was dead tired before I would finally let it claim me. Because maybe if I'm too tired, nightmares would stay away. Didn't sleep well? Chloe finally changes the subject when she sees me stifling another loud yawn. Not one bit, I answer truthfully. She looks down at her watch. Well, we don't have time for a coffee stop, but once the class is over, we could go and grab something. Those dark eyes peek at me. If you don't have another class right after, that is. I go over my schedule in my head. I don't, but excellent! There is this cute coffee shop on campus that has the best coffee I've ever tasted in my life. My ears perk up at that. No matter how much I hate the crowds, my body requires energy. Stat. I have 2 more classes later in the afternoon, and if I don't recharge soon, I'm going to slowly wither and die. Well, I could use some coffee. Don't we all? She shakes her head, climbing 2 steps at a time into the building. Chloe marches in front of me, and although we're around the same height, she's much faster than I am, always walking a couple of steps in front of me while I try to keep up with her. By the time we climb the language building, my leg muscles ache, my whole body sweaty. I had to skip the usual stretching I did every morning in favor of getting my ass to class on time, so I'm even slower than I would usually be. I barely had enough time to put on some clothes and a little bit of my trusty foundation to cover the worst of my scars. Then I braided my hair in a loose braid, tucked a baseball cap on my head, and called it a day. After all, I'm here to get my degree, not to win any beauty pageants. When we finally climb to the 2nd floor where Spanish 101 is held, I feel breathless. The shallow ache has grown into a full-on throbbing, and I can only hope I'd make it to the class without falling on my ass. It's right around the corner, Chloe pipes in, looking at me over her shoulder with worry. She either can read minds, or I'm that transparent. Probably the latter. Fucking finally, is what I want to say, but mumble instead a curt, "Great." If I don't sit down soon, I'm going to fall on my ass. The girl has to be a saint. She doesn't ask anything or comment on my slow walk, letting me go at my own pace. Sweat coats my forehead when I reach the door to the classroom. I grip at the doorway, leaning some of my weight against it for a few seconds to level my breathing before I enter inside. You know, I don't want to pry, but I'm fine. When I see her skeptical face, I smile, puffing out a breath. Really? With moving and all, I skipped a few gym sessions, that's all. Taking in another shaky breath, I nod. I'm good. Come on, let's find a seat. When she doesn't move quickly enough, I slip inside next to her. The auditorium is mostly filled by now, but by some miracle, we managed to arrive on time, or at least before the professor showed up. I lift my head, sweeping the space for an open seat, when my eyes collide with the familiar green gaze. Stopping in my tracks, I mutter, "You gotta be shitting me." Life can't be so cruel. Only it can. It is. Hayden fucking Watson. Those jade eyes narrow as he looks at me. I want to break the contact, but his gaze holds me hostage. He's sprawled in his seat, like he owns the place. Plain black tee stretching over his wide shoulders, revealing a sleeve of ink covering one of his muscular arms. If those few looks I caught thrown his way are any indication, he probably is. That taut jaw, covered in a few days-old stubble, ticks. full lips pressing into a tight line. He looks even bigger and scarier in the light of the day than he did a few days ago when I first saw him in the bar. I should have known avoiding him for 5 whole days was too good to be true. He warned me then that this place is too small for the 2 of us, but I didn't want to believe him. And just like he can read my mind, one of his brows quirks in a challenge. Just ignore him. He'll get over it. Pulling the bill of my cap lower, I put my good leg on the first step. Then I see it. A delicate hand curls around his bicep, drawing his attention. He breaks our staring game, giving all of his attention to the girl sitting next to him. A girl I didn't even see until now. She's pretty. Tall, with creamy skin and straight dark brown hair, tucked safely behind her ears. She's dressed in a light summer dress with thin straps. Something I used to wear all the time, but you couldn't pressure me to put on now if you held a gun against my forehead. Oh boy. Yup, I mutter. Just what I needed. Ignoring the emotions I don't even want to name, I look away and slowly start climbing. I want to take 2 steps at a time, but I know if I even attempt to do it, I'll most likely fall on my ass and embarrass myself even further. Only when I'm at a safe distance, or as safe as I can be given the fact that we're taking the same class, I slide into the first open seat and sigh in relief when my butt touches the chair, taking the pressure off my strained muscles. I seriously need to find a new physical therapist as soon as possible. Although overall I'm doing better than right after the accident, I'll never be the same. The extent of my injuries was grave. My face is just the beginning of it, and those who think it's the worst part are sorely mistaken. I'd take any face injury I could just to be able to walk normally again. My leg was broken in various places, my muscles torn and patched back together. And even after months of physical therapy, if I overdo it, the pain can grow so strong I wished I wasn't able to walk again at all. Doctors suggested plastic surgery to repair the damage done on the outside, but I refused it. I didn't want it, didn't deserve it. I still don't. So I wear my scars as a reminder of all I've been through, all I did and all I lost. I think you have to be the unluckiest person in Blairwood. What makes you think so? I ask flatly, extending my leg in front of me a few times while at the same time massaging my throbbing thigh. The fact that I'm a 19-year-old girl with the joints of an 80-year-old granny, or the fact that I have to share the class with somebody who wishes I was dead? From the corner of my eyes, I see her brown eyes blink a few times as she tries to find the right answer to my blunt question. That's a bit extreme. You think? You're grumpy when you're sleep-deprived. I'm grumpy when I'm in pain, I counter, just as I find the spot that hurts the worst and apply more pressure to it. Her mouth hangs open. Sighing, I let my leg fall back on the floor before I turn in my chair to give her my full attention. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a bitch. No, it's okay. She looks down at my leg like she sees it for the first time. My leggings cover me completely, so she can't see the damage, but she knows something isn't right because of my limp. No, it's not. Don't make excuses for me just because you feel sorry. Chloe glares at me. I don't feel sorry for you. I feel bad because you're in pain. If you weren't, I'd kick you in the ass. God, I'm so bad at this. Chloe, But like she said, I'm apparently the unluckiest person alive, because just then the professor enters the classroom. Settle down, everybody. The poor dude has to clear his throat a few times for the chatter to die down. I'm Professor Adam Perez, and I'll be... The door squeaks open once again. I can see his resigned sigh when all the heads turn to look at the tall blonde guy slipping inside. I'd most likely die of embarrassment to have all the eyes on me, but the guy flashes us all a wide grin, not bothered in the least with all the attention. "Sorry I'm late." "Just take a seat, Mr. Cole." "Mr. Cole?" I whisper, narrowing my eyes to look at the guy better. He seems familiar, although I can't quite... "Nixon Cole," Chloe murmurs quietly. "Sophomore, quarterback of Blairwood Ravens, and Hayden Watson's best friend and roommate." I turn my head so quickly, I think I pulled a muscle. Who the hell is this girl? Stats come out of her mouth with a speed I didn't think humanly possible. And how the hell does she know all this stuff anyway? "I told you, it's my job to know things like that." She shrugs, twirling a strand of her dark hair around her finger. I shake my head, not even wanting to ask what else she knows, not daring to even wonder if she knows about me. What she might know about me. Just then, I feel a slight shift on the left. Slowly, I turn around and then do a double take just to make sure I'm seeing right. He looks even taller up close than he did when he entered the room. His hair isn't blonde like it seemed at first, but light brown streaked with sun-kissed highlights. It's disheveled, and there is a spark of mischief shining in his grayish-blue eyes that are surrounded by the longest eyelashes I've ever seen on a man. That smirk of his is still playing on his lips, like he just heard a very funny joke he doesn't want to share with anybody. "This seat taken?" I swallow the lump in my throat, not knowing what to say. It's a free country, so it's not like I can prevent him from sitting down, but he doesn't wait for my answer before plopping his ass next to mine. All eyes are on us, and you can hear a pin drop. The professor uses that moment to introduce himself and talk about the class. I look down, busying myself with opening my notebook and scribbling down, I don't even know what, anything, just so I don't have to look up and see all the eyes glued to me. But, of course, it can't be that easy. Nixon Cole leans into his chair, his wide shoulders brushing against mine as he shifts. One of his hands lands behind me in an almost hug. I suck in a breath, tilting my head to the side. Is this guy for real? That wicked grin awaits me in the corner of my eyes. He extends his free hand. I look at it for a few heartbeats before reluctantly taking it for a handshake. He leans into me, so close his lips brush against my ear and make the fine hair at the nape of my neck rise. "I'm Nixon Cole." His voice is as sexy as he is, deep and with just enough rasp to make me squirm. I have to clear my throat, but either way my words come out hoarse. "So I've heard." His smirk widens. "You're not the only one, Callie Stewart."
Chapter 8. Hayden. What the hell does he think he's doing? I turned to look over my shoulder just in time to catch Nix throwing his famous smirk at Callie and making her blush. Fucking blush. "Hayden?" Tamara puts her hand on mine, drawing my attention away from my ex-best friend back to the front of the class and her. She looks hot today in that prim and proper way that's typical for her. A pale dress shows off her long, tanned legs, and with that sleek, dark hair falling down her back, she looks sexy and fuckable. I should be thinking about getting under her skirt, but all I can think about is a certain blonde sitting a few rows behind. "Yeah," I mutter, half of my attention still at the back of the auditorium, wondering what the fuck is Nix doing sitting with Callie of all people. I knew this was going to be a shit show from the moment I saw her, and I was right. Not only is she on the campus, but we're apparently also sharing a class together. Could this get any more fucked up? Where's your head at? Good question, and I'm not sure either of us would like the answer to it. I didn't expect either of them to be in this class, much less for Tamara to come and sit with me after I abruptly left on Friday. Seeing Callie and my discussion with Nix messed with my head. I met with Tamara shortly after, but wasn't in the mood for talking about shit. We fucked in her dorm, and I left soon after. She said she understands, but I'm starting to wonder.
Hayden,
Tamara whispers, nudging me with her elbow. I shake my head to clear my mind and turn to the side to give her my attention. The professor is talking animatedly, waving hands and all as he explains the syllabus that landed in our email inboxes last night, since BWU is all about saving trees and shit. Sorry, I've been out of it. That's putting it mildly. No matter how much I tried to focus on my classes and the upcoming season, my mind keeps drifting to one person I shouldn't be thinking about. She rolls her eyes at me.
The start of the season has you worried?
Hell no, I say instantly, my voice louder than I anticipated. A few of our classmates turn toward us, some of them curious as to what's going on, others pissed off at the interruption. Ask me if I care. If I'm certain about one thing, it's football. I've worked my ass off since leaving California, although I really didn't have to since I wasn't half bad to begin with. You'd be surprised what a team with normal people who treat you like a decent human and teammate can do for a guy. Still, I worked my ass off since the coach gave me a chance to try out my senior year.
You boys and your balls,
she teases playfully, and I can't help the grin that tips my lips. What can I say? We simply can't resist playing with him. Tamara laughs, the sound low and husky, shaking her head. Her long hair slips from behind her ear and brushes against her collarbones, drawing my attention to her cleavage. What can I say? The girl has a nice rack. I hope that's the end of our conversation, but something over my shoulder catches her attention. A frown appears between her brows, and she tilts her head to the side curiously. My whole body itches to turn around to see what's causing her expression, but I don't want to be obvious.
Who's the girl with Nixon?
Her hazel eyes turn to me. Shit, so much for that. What girl? I try to play dumb, but if her expression is anything to go by, I'm doing a piss-poor job of it.
The blonde one with the...
Tamara touches her neck, her fingers brushing against the side of her face, but not quite reaching it. With the scars. That's what she wants to say, but refrains from doing so. Tamara is too prim for something like that. I grit my teeth, irritated, and I don't even know why. Why am I so angry for the one person who never gave two shits about me?
You were staring at her earlier, so I figured you'd know her,
she continues. But I'm only half listening. Instead of giving her an answer, I just shrug. God knows what would come out of my mouth otherwise. But of course, Tamara doesn't let it go.
Is she Nix's girlfriend or something?
No idea. I grit through clenched teeth, the words chipped.
Then why?
She persists, and I fucking lose it. I don't know, Tamara. It's not like I give two shits about the beast, so leave it alone already. The silence that falls over the auditorium is almost deafening. I'm panting hard, the blood running through my veins, buzzing in my eardrums until it's the only thing I can hear. Thump, 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 thump. It can be a heartbeat or 1,000. I've lost count. Then people start talking, everybody's eyes on me. Thinking. Wondering. It takes everything I have not to let it show on my face how their curious glances affect me. You were saying, Mr. Watson? The professor finally asks disapprovingly. The chatter lowers, and I don't know if I should be thankful or curse him into another week for fixing the spotlight firmly on me. I might be a star athlete, but the only attention I ever craved was out on that field. Liar. Sorry, I offer a sheepish grin as I rub the back of my neck. I'm really passionate about the proper use of tenses when learning a new language. Then you should pay attention to what I'm saying, not argue with your colleague. With another shake of his head and a muttered curse, probably something about entitled athletes, he's back to whatever he's been talking about. Thank fuck. The rest of the class goes on uneventfully. Thankfully, Tamara doesn't ask any more questions, although I can feel her curious gaze fixed on my profile. As soon as Professor Stick-Up-His-Ass dismisses the class, I grab my backpack from the floor and get up. Almost instantly, my eyes connect with hers. Pale. Wide. Hurt. Fuck. I want to hate her. I should hate her. But a part of me refuses to get the memo. Before. Callie 16. Hayden 17. My gaze darts to the sidelines. Once, twice, 3 times. Every time I force myself to look away, my face grows redder with every turn of my head. But I can't help it. She's there, on the smaller field right next to ours where we're running football drills. And when she's around, my eyes always seem to find her. Callie Stewart. Just thinking of her name makes the lump form in my throat. I swallow hard, trying to force it down. Her blonde hair is pulled up in a high ponytail that's tied in a blue and gold ribbon that is our school colors. She's wearing a matching uniform, a skirt that's so short it shows off her toned legs, and a crop top that leaves her belly bare as she, along with the rest of the cheer team, practice their dance routines or whatever they're called. "Watson!" Coach yells, drawing my attention. "Where's your head, son?" I turn around to find Coach's disapproving gaze on me, along with a dozen or so of my snickering teammates. Except for Benjamin Jones. The quarterback is glaring at me, his bulging arms crossed over his chest. What the fuck is his problem? But I don't get a chance to think it through. My whole body goes on the lockdown under their attention. I know I'm not the best player on the team, but Coach still took a chance on me. Over the summer, I grew 5 inches, putting me over 6 feet, but it's like the rest of my body didn't get the memo. Still, I hate disappointing the man who gave me a chance. "Sorry, Coach." He doesn't say anything, just goes back into coach mode. "Let's do this again." We all line up on the line of scrimmage, taking our positions. Ben calls out the play we've been working on, and the ball is snapped into his hands, offense and defense clashing almost in sync. It takes me a second to find an opening, but when I do, I start running. Only I don't get far because somebody crashes into me, making me stumble and fall. And so it goes. Over and over, we repeat the same play. Once I even get to catch the ball, but I'm tackled so fast I'm not even sure it counts. By the time the whistle blows and Coach calls out the last play of the day, I'm a panting, green-stained, sweaty mess. The guys are laughing at me when I pass by to get to my position, irritating the hell out of me. This time I'm going to do it. I grit my teeth and glare at the player across from me. The play is called. I see the opening. Pigskin snapped into awaiting hands. My heartbeat rises as I run for it just as grunts and insults fly, players colliding. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. My legs eat the distance. My lungs burn with exertion, but I'm adamant to do it. I'm going to catch that ball and run it into the end zone. In the mass of bodies left behind me, it takes them a moment to realize I'm not there. I glimpse over my shoulder. Ben is still holding onto the ball, seconds ticking by. Our eyes meet for a split second, but I know he saw I'm open. He just doesn't want me to have the ball. Instead, he throws it to the other wide receiver, who is also his best friend. The defense is on his feet. I wave my hands, signaling I'm open. He looks at me, then looks around. Nobody else is there. At least nobody who is as wide open as me. I can see the moment he makes his decision. The ball flies only seconds later, landing in my hands. And then I run for all I'm worth. White lines disappear underneath my feet. Somebody's yelling behind me, but I can't hear who or what they're saying because my heart is pounding so loudly. Just when I can see the end zone, I lose my footing. Fucking hell, not again. The ball slips from my grasp, body crashing to the ground. Everything stops suddenly, and I want to die of embarrassment because I can feel their eyes on me. I know they want to laugh, but they wouldn't dare. Not with Coach standing on the sidelines. Then the whistle blows and Coach calls out the end of the practice. Slowly, I scrape to my feet. With my head hanging low, I walk back toward the sidelines. The last thing I need right now is to see my teammates' smug faces. I'm so angry I want to punch something, but I won't let them see me lose it. But when I come closer, I can hear giggling. Her giggling. The sound so unique I could recognize it even with my eyes closed. My head snaps up almost instantly, and then I see her. Callie is standing on the sidelines with some of her friends, laughing at something one of them said. Then the unthinkable happens. Those violet-like eyes turn to me and she winks at me, giving me a big smile. My heart stops for a moment and I'm breathless. Completely and utterly breathless. I just finished the shittiest practice of all time, and the prettiest girl in the school is smiling at me. Callie Stewart is the it girl. Even though we're only sophomores, she's one of the most popular girls in our school, and she just smiled at me. Me, out of all the people. Get a grip, Watson. It's just... A shoulder bumps into mine, making me stumble over my feet. I barely manage to find my balance before I faceplant on the grass. Get out of my way! A pissed-off voice grits out. I turn around only to find Ben moving past me and toward the girls standing on the sidelines. Their practice ended a while ago, but a few of them decided to stay behind to watch us. From the corner of my eyes, I see a flash of blonde. Callie. I turn around just to see her run into douchebag's arms. Rising on the tips of her toes, she plants a kiss on the corner of his mouth, but like the asshole he is, it's not enough. His arm wraps around her, pulling her closer just as his mouth lands on hers. He kisses her deeply, his body grinding into hers, claiming her. My hands clench by my sides, teeth gritting tightly. My stomach is rolling uncomfortably, but I can't seem to avert my gaze. And he can sense it. Breaking the kiss, Ben looks over his shoulder, shit-eating grin plastered on his face. What you looking at? He steps to the side, but his hand doesn't move an inch. If you paid as much attention to the field as you do to my girl, you wouldn't be eating grass all afternoon long. Everybody laughs. One of Callie's friends that stands closer leans in, whispering something. Both their eyes dart to me for a moment before they burst into giggles. Somebody throws the ball and it lands safely into Callie's hands. There are some cheers as Callie lifts the ball in victory, and then Ben's gaze is on me again. Even before the words get out of his mouth, I know I won't like what he has to say. See? Even a girl can catch better than you can. And just so she can prove him right, Callie throws the ball at me. Completely caught off guard, I react a moment too late, the damn thing slipping between my fingers. My face grows beet red as everybody erupts into laughter. This time, I don't wait around to listen. I turn around and get the hell out.
Chapter 9. Callie. It's not like I give two shits about the beast, so leave it alone already. It's not like I give two shits about the beast. The beast. The words are going through my head on repeat. The same words. If you asked me this morning, I would have told you wouldn't affect me. Now do. At this point, I'm not sure what's worse. Hearing people whisper them behind my back like my scars make me deaf, or hearing Hayden blurt that out loud in the room full of people. Yes, I accepted the fact that I'll have scars for the rest of my life. In a way, it was my choice. I had the option to try and remove them with surgery, but I chose not to. Still, it would be a lie to say the petty part of me died in that accident. It didn't. And hearing people talk shit hurts all the same. My cheeks burn with embarrassment as I walk as fast as I can out of the classroom. More like run. At least for Callie 2.0, this is considered running. Not that I would admit it out loud if anybody asked me. I'm not even sure how I managed to stay in the class after his outburst. Everybody's eyes were on me, observing, judging, trying to figure out what the real connection is between me and their golden boy. What did I do to piss him off so much he reacted like that? Callie, wait! I'm not in the mood, Chloe. I say loud enough so she can hear me without actually having to face her. I thought I survived the worst of the embarrassment, but apparently not. "Callie!" she calls yet again, and before I can realize it, she's in front of me, her arms crossed over her chest. So much for my running. I stop abruptly, going on the defense. "What? Can't a girl tuck tail between her legs and hide in peace?" "You have nothing to be embarrassed about. He's the one who's acting like a complete douche. What's his problem anyway?" "You'll have to ask him that," I mutter, walking around her. I don't want to be anywhere near that building when he comes out. Unfazed, Chloe just starts walking next to me. I mean, the guy has a nice ass, but he's a pain in my rear all the same. "Chloe?" I interrupt, not the least bit interested in listening about Hayden and his attributes. The guy's a jackass, nice ass or no ass. "Yeah?" "I really don't want to talk about him." "Sure thing." "Great. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to—" I start to pick up my speed in an attempt to get away from her, but her hand shoots out, her fingers wrapping around my wrist. "Where are you going?" I look around confused. Home? I needed to be alone so I could wash away the feeling of everybody staring at me, maybe even lick my bruised pride in peace. "Oh, no, you don't. We're going to grab that coffee. No hot, presumptuous football player will get between us and our sugar fix." "I'm so glad you have your priorities sorted out," I say dully, but when she pulls me in the other direction, I don't stop her. I could use a coffee, even better if it has a shot of whiskey thrown in.
Hayden. "Dude, what the fuck?" Nix glares at me standing next to his seat. His arms are crossed over his chest, jaw rigid. "Me?" I ask, slipping my backpack over my shoulder. Thank God most of the students already left the auditorium, so they won't be around to see this spectacle. One per day is more than enough. "What about you? What the fuck were you thinking?" Nix lifts his hands in the air. "I was just sitting next to her. What's the big deal?" I grip my teeth. "Big deal is that you know better than to mess with her. Like you didn't mess with her last weekend." His brows lift in question, challenging me. "That has nothing to do with last weekend." Doesn't it? I can see he doesn't believe me one bit, but I'm not required to explain myself to him, or anybody else for that matter. "Did you really have to be such a dick to her?" "I didn't say anything to her," I protest defensively, although my conscience eats at me. "You weren't just a dick, you were an asshole. Not like she deserves better. Not after everything." "It's not like I give two shits about the beast." He throws my words back at me, shaking his head. His voice is an irritating, high-pitched mock that irritates the hell out of me. "You all but put her on the stage, pointing a reflector at her so that people could see the big fat B written on her forehead." He grabs his backpack forcefully, swinging it over his shoulder before he climbs down the stairs until we're at the same level. "Not everything is about Callie Stewart, isn't it?" Nix tilts his head to the side, watching me carefully. "Because, contrary to everything you say, she gets under your skin. What's the deal with her anyway? Did she bruise your ego or something?" I narrow my eyes at him. "You don't know shit, so don't—" "I know what I saw, Watson," he interrupts me. "Both today and the other day. I don't really give two shits about what it is with you two, but you better do something about it before it blows up in your face." We're standing toe-to-toe, facing each other, neither of us wanting to back down. My breathing is hard, chest rising and falling rapidly with every intake of air. I'm pissed at him for going against me, at Callie for coming here and messing with my life yet again. But more than that, I'm pissed at myself for losing my cool when I knew better. I'm not sure how long we stand like that, but suddenly voices fill the space, breaking our stare-off. "Whatever, I don't have time for shit like this." With that, I turn around and storm out of the room. But no matter what I do, those violet eyes follow me everywhere.
Chapter 10. Callie. I have to admit, Chloe was right. Cup It Up is the cutest cafe I've seen in my life. And even more important, their coffee is out of this world delicious. It's a 5-minute walk from the campus, which makes it pretty accessible to everybody, including me, so it's not strange I made it my go-to spot, and I've only been here 2 weeks. Need to go somewhere between the classes? Cup It Up it is. Don't feel like staying in my room like a loser in the evenings? Look, Cup It Up is still open. If I continue this way, by the end of the semester, I'll become a part of the inventory. After all, it has my 2 favorite things in the world: coffee and solitude. The space somewhat reminds me of Starbucks, only it feels more homey. It's decorated in beige and light peach with dark wood accents. The bar takes one side of the room. There are 2 wooden shelves on the walls behind it with a whiteboard with today's specials written in the middle. The list always ends with a different quirky or inspirational quote. There is a glass window that holds a few different types of pastries and sandwiches every day, and they even make smoothies. Talk about all-in-one. Who needs to go to the school cafeteria when you have a place like this? Sure as hell not me. The little bell chimes when I step inside. Scanning the place, I see only a few people sitting around. One girl is on my left, sitting at the high-top table overlooking the street outside, headphones on her head and book in hand. A couple of older guys are sitting in lounge chairs discussing something quietly. Weird. I know I said I like this place for solitude, which I do, although usually it's packed. People come and go all day long as they go to classes and do whatever normal students do in their free time. Slowly, I make my way to the bar, finding a familiar face on the other side. What's going on today? Zombie apocalypse or something? I ask Yasmin as soon as I'm within hearing distance. I didn't even realize Yasmin's working here until Chloe brought me after that disastrous Spanish class, the one we shall not name or think about. Worse, she mutters, a deep frown appearing between her brows. First football game of the season. The words are spat out, disgust evident in her voice. I know why I'm staying away from everything football-related, but what's her issue with it? I want to ask, but I don't. Yasmin and I are still working on our relationship. When we're in the room together, we're polite, sometimes overly so. But overall, we don't see much of each other. Yasmin is taking 6 classes, atop of working here as much as possible and occasionally jogging. One evening, when I asked her why she goes running, even though I can see how tired she is, she told me it relaxes her. How can it relax you when you're falling off your feet? Seriously, to me, it seems that the girl is trying to drive herself to an early grave. Oh, I breathe weakly, not knowing what to say. I usually keep my head down and earbuds tucked in my ears, so it's not really strange I didn't notice. Thankfully, I haven't seen any of the football players, apart from our 2 Spanish classes that are on Wednesday and Friday. I was debating dropping the class altogether, but changed my mind. I needed to take basic courses while I try to work out the shit in my life, one of them being language credit. And since I knew there was no way in hell I'd pass French or German, Spanish it is, whether I like it or not. Just for the reference, I don't. Yes, he who shall not be named barely spared me a look, but other people's eyes were still on us the whole time we were in the same room, observing and waiting to see what will happen next. "What can I get you?" Yasmin asks, changing the subject. Nibbling at my lip, I look over the whiteboard, checking out what's on the menu. I have a thing about coffee. Every time I find a new coffee shop and deem it worthy enough to come back, I try a new thing on the menu until I've tried them all. "How about toasted coconut mocha? Iced, please." I don't bother pointing out I want the biggest cup she can give me. Yasmin already knows that. My lips tip in a smile when I notice today's quote written at the bottom of the list. It's a 5-letter word that starts with B. I love it strong and big. No, I don't talk about balls. I mean beans. Oh, that's a good one. Her eyes glimmer with amusement. It is, isn't it? If I may say so myself. Whose idea was it anyway, the quotes? Monica's. She's the owner. But I do like it myself. She goes around preparing my order while I look at the glass display, debating should I order a sandwich or muffin as I listen to her talk. We have this thing going on. The one who opens the shop gets to pick the day's quote, but we cannot repeat each other. The one who does gets to clean the bathroom. I lift my head, brows raised. Sounds like you guys have some serious competition going on behind that counter. The cafe is super cute, but gosh, the things people do in the bathroom can be downright disgusting. Can you believe I caught 2 people making out in there the other day? And they were going at it pretty heavily, too. His hand was so far up her skirt, I'm surprised he didn't sprain his shoulder. Oh my God, I breathe, unable to contain the giggle at the image she's portraying. That's priceless. What did you do? What do you think? After a few very loud and not at all subtle clearings of my throat, I asked them kindly to leave. They weren't even embarrassed I caught them. The nerve. Her eyes narrow. Don't you dare tease me. This is not a brothel. It's a freaking coffee shop. True, I agree, as she finally slides me my drink over the counter. Remind me never to use the bathroom ever again. Do you seriously think that our floor bathroom is any better? Ew, I frown. That is so not the image I needed in my head, like ever. Did you really have to say that? Yasmin shakes her head at me, the motion making her ponytail swing. Girl, you're delusional. I'm just trying really hard not to think of it, since the only other option I have is to be all stinky. And trust me, you don't want that. Try it, and your stinky ass will sleep in the hallway. Just then the bell rings. We both turn around to see new customers roll in. You want anything else? After another quick glance at the offered goodies, I finally say, turkey avocado sandwich. Might as well eat something healthy since I'll be picking up with my PT starting next week. She rings me up, and I leave a $20 bill on the counter, collecting my items. The smell of coffee already reaching my nostrils and entering my veins. There is nothing quite like coffee. Thanks, see you later. I throw over my shoulder and go to the back of the shop. There is a really private nook back there, hidden behind a huge plant of some sort that I love to hide behind. It gives me the privacy I want without having to be confined to the 4 walls of my bedroom. Once I'm settled in my chair, my legs propped on the chair across from me, I pull out my books. Professors here don't mess around. We already have some statistics homework, along with reading for biology and Spanish, plus a short essay for English Lit class. Might as well get to work. Oh my God, did you see that pass? And the way Hades leaped in the air to catch it. God, all those muscles. The guy's like a machine. Girl, with the V that guy has, I wouldn't be surprised he is. His body is out of this world. I think my panties melted when he pulled his jersey to wipe his face. Don't remind me. I'll have to rub one out of the way before we go out because otherwise... What? Ew. I put my earbuds back where they belong, blasting the music to the max so I don't have to hear any more of their conversation. Don't these girls know they're in public and anybody can hear them? Seriously, what is wrong with people? I mean, whatever floats your boat, girl, but not every freaking person in this world has to know about your relaxation tendencies. Taking out my phone, I checked the time, and I'm surprised to see how late it actually is. With my nose stuck in the book and earbuds in, it was easy to tune out everything else. Sighing, I start packing up my stuff. Might as well go back to the dorm. When I get to the front of the shop, Yasmin's amused gaze collides with mine. Reluctantly, I pull one earbud out. What, not in the mood to listen to the sexual escapades of these two? Girl, I drawl out, mimicking the girl's irritatingly nasal voice. Some things are just TMI. Yasmin bites at her cheek to stop herself from laughing. Apparently not. You should announce to the whole world you're getting yourself off. I almost choke on the laughter. Anyway, are you going home? I should be done in a few minutes, so we might as well go together. Sure. I give a quick glance to the two girls who were sitting close to where I was only a minute ago, still discussing... Whatever. I don't really want to know. But I'm waiting for you outside. Sounds good. I'll see you in a few. There is a little bit more activity outside than there was before. People are mingling around, most of them dressed in black and gold, which I can only suppose are the football team colors. If we don't include those 2 years in high school, I never paid much attention to football. Yes, I was a cheerleader, but I understood only the basics of the game and was more interested in dance. It was always about dance with me. I loved it. I lived it. I breathed it. Until the moment I couldn't anymore. Even after 3 years, when I hear a familiar tune, my legs itch to do their own thing, only for the harsh reality to kick in. I'm just about to pull out my phone to do some mindless scrolling on the internet while I wait, when I hear a familiar voice. Callie? Turning around, I spot Chloe with a few of her friends. She says something to them before waving goodbye and coming to join me. I thought it was you. Hey, Chloe, I say as she comes closer. She looks at the shop before her gaze returns to me. What were you up to? Studying, I shrug. Chloe shakes her head. Girl, you need to relax and have some fun. Just then the door opens and Yasmin comes to us. What fun? Both of you need to have some fun, Chloe corrects, looking between us, a slow smile curling her lips. And I know just what to do about it.
Chapter 11. Hayden. Small party. Maddox looks at me and then pointedly at the room overflowing with people. Hey, don't look at me. I lift my hands in surrender. It was all Nix's idea. Just then, like we summoned him, Nixon pops up next to us, his arms landing over our shoulders, pulling us close and thrusting 2 beer bottles in our hands. Chill. It'll all be just fine. Is that before or after somebody calls the cops on us? Maddox looks skeptical. The dude isn't really big on parties, and that's to say the least. If we don't include going to classes, he spent most of our freshman year in our dorm room under the dim lights of 6 computer monitors. It took us months to even get him to go out to eat, much less anything else. Nobody will call the cops on us, Nix counters reassuringly. Now drink your beer and socialize for a change. How will you ever get laid otherwise? Maddox pushes his black-rimmed glasses up his nose, his pale cheeks growing beet red, making us both laugh at his embarrassment. At first glance, nobody would think Maddox fits into our little group. That's what I thought the first time I met him. The dude's just so awkward. Sometimes it's painful to watch. Tall and on the skinny side, with messy hair and glasses, he's the poster child for a geek. He's a loner, definitely not somebody I'd peg as a son of a U.S. senator. He mostly keeps to himself, preferring computers and books to people. The guy's ultra smart. I don't even get what he's doing here with us. A couple of years ago, he sold some of his apps and earned a bunch of cash. Not that he needed it. And now he's working on his own video game. I watch as his eyes dart to the packed living room and catch a glimpse of Red in the crowd. A smile tugs at his lips. Alyssa here? I ask innocently. There's only one person I know with this particular shade of red hair, and she just passed by. I guess, he shrugs, schooling his expression, but he can't fool me. She said she might come. Alyssa has been Maddox's best friend his whole life. The redhead is smoking hot, and Maddox has it bad for her. But as far as I know, he never did anything about it. And she's clueless about the way the poor guy feels about her. Of course she might come, Nix rolls his eyes. That girl loves to party. Ain't that the truth? While Maddox can't run as far and fast as possible from the party, Alyssa is his complete opposite. I still have no idea how it is that they've been best friends for as long as they have been. Maddox plays with the label on his beer bottle. I think I'll go and see if she's around. You do that. Nix pats him on the shoulder. You two please make sure nobody destroys anything, he warns before leaving. Although technically we all pay for rent, this place is Maddox's. Like the guy actually went ahead and bought the house. He tried to explain it by muttering something about real estate and investments, but I couldn't wrap my mind around the fact that he bought a fucking house at just shy of 20 years old, so I really didn't listen to the specifics. And then he went ahead and offered us to move in with him. It wasn't really a tough decision to make. We were already rooming together. Well, all except my buddy Zane, who took the 4th bedroom, and the tuna can-sized dorm room our freshman year, so this was a step up. Where the hell is Zane anyway? Both Nix and I stand, watching him struggle through the crowd in search of his best friend. You think he'll ever ask her out? Nix asks, taking a sip of his beer. No idea. And that was the truth. Maddox might seem meek and antisocial, but he was actually really unpredictable, and once he decides on something, there isn't any stopping him until he gets what he set his mind to. Like last year, a few of our teammates were mocking him about never building some muscle if he kept typing away his life in front of his computer. The next morning, he was up and waiting when we woke up to go for weightlifting. Or maybe he never went to sleep in the first place. With him, you can never be certain. The point is, since then, he built some serious muscles. If he ever decided to go for Alyssa, there would be no stopping him. Come on, man. Nix taps me on the shoulder. Tonight, we're celebrating. People surrounding us hear his words, and hoots and agreement spread through the room. The victory buzz is still running high through my veins. It's just the first game of the season, but we kicked it off with some serious ass-whooping. Our opponents didn't know what hit them, and we ended the game with a score of 56-7. No sooner do we start to move through the crowd to the rest of the team, 3 girls in tight, extremely short dresses come to us. Nix slips his hands over 2 that are closest to him, and the third slowly sachets her way toward me. She licks her lips as her eyes roam my body, and I can feel myself react to her appreciative stare. I return her gaze, taking her in from head to toe. Her curly blonde hair, blood-red lips, a dress that hugs her every curve, including an impressive rack, and high heels that make her legs look a mile long. They'd look even better wrapped around my waist as I pound into her. Yep, I take a sip of my drink. She'll most definitely do. Who do we have here? I whistle softly, slipping my hand around her slim waist. What's your name, sweetheart? Hannah. Her palm lands on my chest as I pull her into my body. A heartbeat passes before she lifts her eyes to meet mine, looking at me through her thick, black lashes. Impressive game, Hades. You a fan? I ask, although I know the answer. She has groupie written all over her. Sure. She bats her eyelashes innocently, although the look in her eyes tells a completely different story. Yeah? What was your favorite part of the game? Her hand moves slowly over my pecs and down my stomach. There is nothing innocent about her touch. She knows exactly what she wants, and she'll do everything to get it. Besides winning? She leans closer. I can smell the sweet perfume on her skin. Her fingers reach the hem of my shirt and dip inside, nails grasping my skin and making me inhale sharply. My dick stirs to attention, mind already going through all the ways I can get her under me in the next 5 minutes. Her lips brush against my ear, hot breath touching my skin. I like the little show you put on. Her finger traces the dip of the V leading into my pants. I figured you might be interested in putting on a private show for me. Damn, she's good. My hand slips down, wrapping around her wrist. Fuck the party. I've been on edge for the whole week. Practice my only outlet since I decided to cool things off with Tamara. She was getting too nosy for my liking. This girl's here and she's more than willing. Might as well get a different kind of release. She looks confused when I pull it away, almost disappointed for a moment. Why don't we... I start, ready to pull her into the first available room because no matter how much my body craves the release, there's no way I'm going to put on a show in front of my friends and fuck her brains out. But stop when something in the corner of my eye catches my attention. The horny part of me tells me to fuck it, take the girl and go. But the other part, the rational part, wants to know what caught my attention. Who caught my attention? Slowly, I turn my head to the side, my eyes scanning the dim space for anything standing out. Nix is by the keg where one of the girls he was with is doing a keg stand. He and some of our teammates cheering her on. Some guys are sprawled on the couch playing video games on our 80-inch television screen, including Maddox, although by the looks of it, he's interested more in Alyssa, who's grinding on the makeshift dance floor with some frat boy than anything else. And then I see her. In the middle of all the people and chaos is no other person than Callie. And she's talking to Zane. Fucking hell.
Chapter 12. Callie. Whose house is this again? I ask as we step through the door of the large brick house. It's situated close to the campus, only a 10 or so minute drive. When I heard the word drive, I almost told them to count me out. Not that I believed Chloe would let me. I'm starting to learn that when that girl gets something in her head, there is no stopping her until she gets it. Just some guys, she shrugs nonchalantly, yelling over the music that's so loud we could hear it when the Uber left us a few houses down. I seriously hope this isn't a residential neighborhood because somebody will call the cops. Then again, if it's to be judged by the number of cars parked along the curb and across the lawn, as well as the number of people mingling around the warm early fall night, this is more of a Greek row. Is it a fraternity or something? I'm not even sure why I'm insisting so much. She's given me so many vague answers, you'd think I'd get used to it by now. But something about this whole situation keeps nagging at me. Or something. BWU isn't really into the fraternity sort of thing. Now that she mentioned it, I realize I haven't seen any mentions of it when I gave the school a look online before applying. I didn't care one way or the other if there were traditional college stuff when I was coming here. The only thing that mattered is keeping my parents' legacy alive. But this is a common area for students living off campus. We pass a group of guys leaning against the wall. They take us in as we walk inside, whistles and catcalls spreading through the night. I can see their appreciative glances thrown at Chloe and Yasmin. Before they can come to me, I lower my gaze, hair falling in my eyes. How about I get us some drinks? Not waiting for their answer, I slip through the people, going in what I hope is the general direction of the kitchen. The house is actually really nice. Whoever owns it probably has to have some serious money. I've heard some of the horror stories about people renting off campus, and I actually preferred the idea of a dorm. At least with that, I know what I'm getting. Although being able to have my own room would have been much better. I most definitely wouldn't have found myself in this situation. The kitchen isn't as packed as the rest of the house. I'm not sure who organized this party, but he or she must be quite popular. I stroll around for a bit, looking for something other than warm beer, when I hear an unfamiliar voice. It takes me a moment to realize he's talking to me. I stop and turn around to give him my attention, while at the same time looking around to make sure I'm not imagining it. Are you talking to me? I point my finger at my chest. Seriously, can I be any lamer? Yep. He grins, a set of pearly white teeth flashing at me, and I can't not notice how cute he looks when he smiles. a dimple popping in his right cheek. Seriously, what's with all the good-looking guys here? Looking for something in particular? My cheeks heat at being caught snooping around, but then I remind myself this is a party, and I'm just getting something to drink. Anything that's not beer will do, I shrug. Might as well ask somebody who knows where to look. His grin widens, green eyes that are a complete contrast with his dark skin shining brightly with mischief. You might be in luck. Give me a second. I'll go and grab the good stuff. Sounds good to me. I'm sure the girls will appreciate it. I'll be back in a second. I watch him walk away through the crowd, his tall frame towering over most of the people. Some people stop him on his way. He greets them, exchanging some of those bro handshakes with the guys, but doesn't stop to chat. I'm not sure how long I'm standing there staring after him when a hushed growl makes the hair at my nape rise. What the hell do you think you're doing in my house? I don't even have to turn around to know who is standing behind me. I already know. At this point, I'm not even surprised. I don't want to turn around to face him, since I already know what's waiting for me once I do, but he doesn't leave me much of a choice. His fingers dig into my skin, pulling me around to face him. Your house? I should have seen this one coming, with Chloe avoiding answering my questions earlier and all. Yes, he grits, clearly pissed off. My house. Damn it, Chloe. I knew this was a bad idea. Well, I say, licking my lips to gain a little bit of time. Hayden looks at me expectantly. That sucks. He blinks. Once, twice. Then he explodes. What? He's so loud that people start turning around, their curious glances settling on us. Great, just what I needed. More attention. Pulling my arm out of his grasp, I cross them over my chest as I glare at him. It's not like it was my idea. Which is true, not that Hayden seems to care one bit. You keep saying that, yet you somehow always end up in my way. Well, he isn't the only one who can get pissed, jackass. I'm so sorry that my being here is such an inconvenience for you, Mr. Popular. I disentangle my hands, letting them fall down by my side with a loud smack. What should I do? Should I move away? Or maybe if I just stop breathing, it'll be good enough for you? He takes a step closer, his tall frame looming over me. I can smell a whiff of his cologne, soap, and something that's plain Hayden. The scent reminds me of sunshine and grass, fresh and masculine, just like the guy himself. Standing so close to me, it's intoxicating, overflowing all of my senses and making my head spin. You could start by getting out of my way. His soft growl snaps me out of it, reminding me of why he's pissing me off. My lips press in a tight line. Did you ever stop to think that maybe you're the one who's in my way, Hades? I stab my finger in his chest, trying to shove him away, but he doesn't move an inch. His hand wraps around mine, holding me still. A zap of electricity runs underneath my skin at his touch, making me shiver. Hayden moves in closer, if that's even possible. His body's heat is radiating off of him in waves and slamming into me. Gulping down, I swallow my nerves and lift my chin to face him. I was never one to back down, and I'm not going to start with Hayden Watson. Don't test me, Callie, he murmurs. If there wasn't an edge to his voice, he would sound almost tender. Or what? I whisper back. What are you going to do, Hades? The nickname might be said in the sweetest of whispers, but it's an insult, and he knows it. We both do. Hayden was the boy I knew back in my past when everything was easy, although I didn't realize it, and I sure as hell didn't know how to appreciate it. Hades, on the other hand, is the person he became since leaving. Popular guy who is loved and adored by the masses because of his immense talent on the football field. He doesn't have anything to do with the sweet boy I once knew. I can see his jaw tense every time I call him by that name. The name that matches the player he's become since the last time I saw him. You don't want to know. You think you can scare me with your empty threats? I chuckle softly, but there is no humor in the sound. You can be pissed all you want. I already said I'm sorry, and I won't repeat it again. And I sure as hell won't let you bully me into leaving school. I came here to stay, so you better learn how to deal with it. With his free hand, he reaches for my face, but I jerk my head back, just enough so it's out of his reach. The kitty has claws. Something shines in his eyes. Admiration, maybe? I'm not sure, and I don't have it in me to care. And she isn't afraid to use them, so I would suggest you stay away from me. By the time the words leave my mouth, I'm panting, hard. My heart is pounding in my chest, and I can only hope he doesn't see the pulse fluttering in the base of my neck. For a moment, we just stare at each other, neither of us wanting to be the first to look away. In the end, we don't have to, because the guy from earlier returns, stopping whatever the hell just happened. Hey, this is the only... Hades? He suddenly stops, those piercing light eyes looking between the two of us before finally settling on Hayden. What's going on? Of course. I think that's my cue to go. That gets his attention. What? Why? I give a quick glance at Hayden before turning my back to the nice guy. Such a shame he's friends with this douche. Maybe you should ask your friend. My hand lands on his, giving it a soft squeeze. It was nice meeting you. Then, without looking back, I walk away.
Chapter 13. Hayden. Well, I'll be damned. Callie as in that Callie? Zane asks for the 10th time. Today, after I finally gave up on trying to sleep and decided to do something useful instead of lying in my bed, turning and overthinking everything, I found him waiting for me. If it were up to Zane, we would have talked about it yesterday as soon as Callie stormed out, but I didn't have it in me to explain to my best friend what had just happened. Instead, I stopped him as soon as he opened his mouth and left in the opposite direction of the one she took. Although, with our luck, I wouldn't have been surprised if we ended up stumbling upon each other. Again. Is there any other Callie you know? I grunt, pushing the weight up in the air. Zane's the only one who knows about my past, and that's because we lived together all through senior year of high school. When I moved with my grandma shortly after I was kicked out of high school mid-junior year, Zane was a fleeting person around our household. We were both young, stupid, and full of rage toward our parents and life in general. So on those few occasions when we were actually together, we were snapping at one another constantly. Then one day, I lost it. We got into a fight. I'm not even sure about what exactly anymore. But the fists and insults were flying, one harder than the other, until we were both bloodied and bruised, barely standing on our feet. That's when Graham showed up. Even to this day, I can still remember the words she told us as she took us in from head to toe.
Are you done already? The pie's getting cold. I figured you boys might be hungry after all this exercise. Come on, what are you staring at? Go wash up and sit at the table.
Most people would probably freak the fuck out and throw us both out on our asses. Not Graham's. She sat us down at the table, giving us each a piece of pie and a slap on our heads and warning that we better get our shit together before she has to do it for us. But that's Graham's for you. Soon after that, Zane moved in with us. If I thought I had it shitty, I knew nothing. Because at least I have Graham's and my uncle. Zane, he has no one. We didn't become friends overnight. We were both too stubborn for that, too jaded. But with time, we realized we're more similar than we're different. Grams, lost boys. If you want to be technical about it, it's you who knows Callie, not me. I don't know her, I grit, my arms trembling as I do one final push. Never did. That was the problem. I liked the person I thought she was. Only the real Callie wasn't even close to that person. His black hair hovers over me, hands ready if I lose my grip. Whatever you say, dude. What does that even mean? Refusing to look at him, I put the bar back in the rack, exhaling loudly once the weight was out of my hands, my body falling back against the bench beneath me. Sweat is dripping down my face at this point, and I haven't gone through half my session yet. She's here. So what? I force myself to get into a sitting position. Taking the towel I just dumped on the floor when we came, I wipe my face. Is she here, permanently? Callie's words from last night come back in a flash. I'm here to stay. I shrug. I guess so. What's that have to do with anything? I don't want to see her in a photo if I can help it. I have shit to worry about, like winning the championship and getting through college. I don't have time to rehash the past with a damaged princess. Walking to the mats across the room, I take 2 40-pound dumbbells in my hands and start doing lunges. Yeah, right. He lingers back, rubbing his chin and looking at my reflection in the mirror. That's why you cornered her in your own house as soon as I was out of earshot. I wanted her gone, I protest. I want to say more, but he quirks his brows at me, giving me a knowing look, so I press my lips in a tight line, shutting the fuck up. And when you were oh so successful in your intention, instead of cracking the music and partying it up with some of the ladies that were just waiting for your attention, you did what? The asshole taps his chin a few times for good measure. Oh yeah, you ran away. She pissed me off. Zane shakes his head, taking his own set of dumbbells. You're full of bullshit, man. Whatever. Think what you want. The only thing I want is Callie Stewart out of my life. I get it. He grunts as he starts doing squats next to me. I remember how angry you were when you moved here. What she did was fucked up. She apologized. I laugh humorlessly. Like one I'm sorry changes shit. Fuck that. Fuck her. Just hate seeing her mess with your head. You don't need that shit in your life. She's not messing with my head. I grit through clenched teeth, getting to a standing position and shaking my legs a bit before I start another round. Zane can see that I'm about to lose it because he shrugs, dropping the subject. If you say so.
Chapter 14. Callie. Before. Callie 16, Hayden 17. He's staring at you, Joanne says, her eyes darting over my shoulder. Again, Cindy agrees, closing her locker. It's creepy. I think we should report him. This has to be inappropriate. I roll my eyes at the two of them. Joanne and Cindy might be my best friends, but sometimes they get on my nerves. Are you done gawking at him? You're both so obvious. Do you like his attention? Cindy looks at me suspiciously, blonde brows raised so high they practically touch her forehead. Of course not, I scoff. And it's true. I get more than my fair share of attention, but the only one who interests me is Ben. He's a junior, insanely hot, and the football quarterback. Girls want him, guys want to be him, and he's all mine. But you never know when you might need a guy like him. A geek with 2 left feet? Don't forget about the hole in his hands, Joanne adds, shaking her head. What was the coach thinking, letting him be on the football team? I want to laugh. They always talk like they're experts on the subject, when in reality they know even less than me. And I know little to begin with. We're not a part of the cheer team because of our knowledge of football. We're in it because we're young, pretty, and good at dancing. Being a cheerleader comes with a certain status and perks, both of which all of us would kill for. Me included. No idea, I shrug. I've got to run. I have calculus, and Mr. Davies will be pissed if I'm late. We say our goodbyes, each of us going in our own direction. I hurry as I walk down the school corridors. Mr. Davies was giving me an especially hard time. For some reason, the old dude doesn't like me one bit, and I know if I don't get a better grade on the next exam, I'm doomed. I could lose my spot on the squad, jeopardize my relationship with Ben, and the worst part, my parents will be disappointed in me, which means no dance. Just thinking about it all makes me feel nauseous. Sliding into my seat as the first bell rings, I sigh in relief. More students are rolling in, and just when I lift my gaze, I'm met with Hayden Watson's green eyes. And they're not some pale, washed-out green. No, the guy has the most intense jade irises I've ever seen in my life. And if he comes close enough, you can even see sparkles of gold surrounding his pupils. He looks away instantly, cheeks growing pink in what I assume is embarrassment for being caught. He scans the space, looking for an empty seat. There isn't one except for the one right next to me. Huh, look at that. This is easier than I thought. Opening my notebook, I bow my head and doodle around. I don't want to be caught staring when he eventually realizes where he's going to have to sit. "Take a seat, everybody," Mr. Davies says, entering the room just as the final bell buzzes. A shadow falls over me. Bingo. My lips start to tip up, but I pull it between my teeth, stopping myself. Is this seat open?" His voice is husky and nervous. Schooling my features, I slowly lift my eyes to his face, blinking softly a few times. "Sure." He pulls out his chair, and it scrapes against the floor, making heads turn. This time, his cheeks grow beet red as he falls down into his chair quickly, his head hanging low. From the corner of my eyes, I can see his lips move, but no words come out. He pulls his books out of his backpack. I watch him as he carefully puts them on the desk, one by one, making sure no pages are bent. I should probably be paying attention to the unintelligible scribbles Mr. Davies is already writing across the board, but instead, I keep staring at Hayden. He's tall, but skinny. I notice it's a trait in guys that are my own age. His hair is overgrown and it curls at the ends. It's a rich brown color and looks silky and soft. He must feel my eyes on him because he lifts his gaze. For a moment, we stare at each other. His greens staring into my blues. Not blinking, not breathing. Then I break the silence. "I'm Callie," I say, since we've never been officially introduced. A heartbeat passes, then two. I'm afraid he'll ignore me. Is he that awkward and shy? But finally he offers, "Hayden." "Nice to meet you, Hayden." He nods, offering me a tight smile. He shifts uncomfortably in his seat. I look at the whiteboard, the equation already taking a better part of the space. "You any good at this?" I tip my chin toward the board. He turns his attention to what Mr. Davies is writing, observing it for a moment. "A little." "That makes one of us," I joke, giving him a playful smile. "It's not that hard. Look." Hayden leans in and starts explaining. I knew it. He'll be perfect. Now. I'm startled awake on a gasp. Biting into my lip, my eyes dart toward the other side of the room where Yasmin is still sleeping soundly. Thank God. I don't want her to know about my nightmares. I don't want anybody to know about them. It would raise too many questions I'm not ready to answer. Sighing quietly, I run my hand over my face. A sheer layer of sweat coats my skin, making me feel all sticky and gross. Laying back down, I take my phone off the nightstand to check for the time. It's barely past 5. Not like that's anything new. Insomnia and overall lack of sleep have been my constant companions for years, just like the nightmares. Only this one is new. A shiver runs through my body. I pull the cover tightly around me, but it doesn't help chase away the chill from my bones. The dreams that haunt me are about the accident and my guilt over what has happened. These new ones, however, are different, and they have nothing to do with what happened 3 years ago, and everything to do with the second biggest regret of my life. Knowing there is no sense in even attempting to sleep, I slowly get up. Might as well use the crack of dawn to get the bathroom all to myself. I take my time in the shower, enjoying the extra hot water and good pressure. And solitude, can't forget about that. Trust me, there is nothing like living in a dorm full of girls to put a perspective on the way one thinks. You seriously learn how to enjoy and appreciate the little things in life. When I return back to the room, Yasmin is sitting straight in the bed, rubbing at her tired eyes. "Already up?" she asks me, eyeing me curiously. "Figured I might get an early start, grab some coffee before I head out for the torture." "Torture?" "Physical therapy," I explain, figuring there isn't much sense in hiding it. Not from her. "I have my first appointment today." "Oh." She blinks, taking me in. We've been living together for a few weeks now, and she still hasn't seen me in anything that shows off my skin. Her curious gaze makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't want anybody's pity, especially not when I'm faced with that person every single day. That's why I avoid mentioning stuff like PT and the accident. People look at you differently when they know your weaknesses. Yup. I grab my backpack and put the books I'll need later along with a change of clothes. "I'm gonna head out. See you later?" "Sure." Yasmin nods, getting up to start with her day. "Good luck with the PT." "Thanks," I throw over my shoulder as I head out. It's mid-September, and there is a slight chill in the air, signaling autumn is here. Since I lived all my life in California, I wasn't really used to seeing seasons change, so it'll definitely take some getting used to. Goose flesh rises on my skin underneath my light sweater, crisp morning air making my whole body shudder. The last few weeks have been a blur. In a way, college was the same as high school, but there was a level of competitiveness I wasn't used to. Then again, maybe it was just the fact that this is Blairwood University, a college that produces the best of the best. Either way, with classes in full swing, I had to give it my best to stay atop of my schedule, because I knew if I don't, there will be no way I'll be able to catch up later on. And I only have 4 classes. I seriously didn't understand how Yasmin could juggle 6 classes and a job. I inhale deeply, the fresh air filling my lungs as I watch colorful leaves scatter around the campus. It's different, but still pretty. Slowly, I walk toward Cup It Up. Except for an occasional jogger, the campus is blissfully quiet since it's still early. Today, there is a guy standing behind the counter. He yawns loudly as he makes my order, and as soon as I have the biggest cup of steaming coffee possible, pumpkin spice latte today, I head out to get to the campus clinic. When I first decided to pick up with PT, I figured I'd be forced to go off campus to find a nearby hospital or a private clinic. But it turns out BWU has its own on-campus clinic since we have a big number of student athletes. Between moving and hot coffee, I'm not as cold as I was when I first got out, so I take my time walking across the campus. It's not like I'm in a hurry to get there. I might know that I need to exercise, but that doesn't mean I particularly want to do it. If it's to believe the map, The clinic should be somewhere between a science building and a hockey arena. I haven't really done much sightseeing around the campus, so the map is the only thing I've got. There is a little more life now. Classes should start soon, so people are probably going to grab a coffee or breakfast before they get stuck in the dusty classrooms. Just when I think I'm lost, I see the sign for the clinic a few yards away. Sighing in relief, I hurry toward it. I don't want to be late for my session, not when they squeezed me in the first place. I wrap my hand around the handle, just as the door pushes open. "Oh, no, it's my..." We look at each other, and I'm surprised to see a pair of light green eyes staring back at me. Hayden's friend from the other day. He looks equally surprised as I am to find each other here. Smile that was on his lips only a moment ago falls down, frown appearing between his brows. Great, just what I need. I'm not sure what his connection to Hayden is, or how much he knows after everything that happened at the party the other night. He knows something, that's for sure. I think about ignoring him, but it's not like I can just slip inside when he's filling the doorway. Besides, he seemed nice, so instead, I opt for a simple, "Hi." He scowls and snarls at me. "What are you doing here?" I take a step back, surprised by his hostility. I didn't expect him to react like that. What the hell? First Hayden and now this guy? "I don't see how that's any of your business," I snap back. "First the party and now here? I'm not your ticket to get to Hades, honey. Might as well give up." What the hell? I'm not sure if this is Hayden or this guy has some fucked up idea in his head, but I'm not about to wait to find out. Not everything is about Hades, honey. Get that out of your head. I try to get around him, hoping he'll move if I do, but he stays put. Tilting my head back, I glare at him. "Could you be a darling and move out of my way?" He looks me up and down, like he's trying to figure me out. His face a hard mask as he mutters something quietly. "What?" I'm so done with his annoying ass. If he has something to say, he might as well say it to my face. I said I get it. Get what? I narrow my eyes at him. How Hayden could have a thing for somebody like you. My mouth falls open. Somebody like me? What does that even mean? What's this guy's problem? I saw him once, and now he thinks he knows everything about me? Fuck that. Fuck him. I don't need shit like this in my life. You know what? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. This time I push harder against him, and he finally gets the memo and moves back, letting me pass. Presumptuous idiot. But I don't get far enough, because I can still hear his next words. If you have one bone in you that's decent, you'll leave him alone. I freeze in my spot, my hands clenching by my sides in anger. The silence stretches between us. I think he'll say something, but he doesn't. Instead, I can hear the door close as he leaves. Sighing, I force my body to relax, and I'm almost there when an older woman dressed in black sweats and shirt with a school logo walks into the lobby. Callie Stewart? That's me. I wave my hand lamely like she can't see me. Hi. She comes closer, extending her hand to me. I'm Dr. Snow. I'll be working with you today, but before we start, I'll need you to answer some questions for me. My nose crinkles at the idea of discussing my condition, but I also know the longer I stall, the longer it'll take for this to be over. Sure, let's do this. Chapter 15. Callie. What happened to you? Nix asks as soon as he sets his eyes on me. Glaring at him, I sit in the open seat next to him. A truck ran me over. His brows pop on his forehead. Well, that's about how you look, but seriously, what happened? I had a grueling session with my physical therapist. I grumble. Understanding flashes in his eyes. Ouch, Dr. Snow. How did you know? I ask, looking at him suspiciously. I mean, can't a girl have some privacy? There has to be some kind of doctor-patient confidentiality. Everyone who plays a sport around these parts eventually ends up working with Dr. Snow. He shrugs. She's that popular, huh? I ask dryly, pushing a few sweaty strands behind my ear. I had exchanged my sweaty shirt for a clean one, but there wasn't saving my hair. If by popular you mean hated, then sure. But she's that good. One of my teammates sprained his ankle last year while doing a keg stand, dumbass. But she got him back in playing shape in no time. That made me feel better, but only slightly. My muscles are still quivering from the exertion, and I think I lost a few pounds with all the sweating I did. That's probably because the woman has some serious torturing skills and her own place in hell. Nixon throws his head back and laughs at my words, the sound deep with a slight sexy rasp to it. It's not the first time I noticed how attractive he is. It's not even his golden boy looks, although you can't deny he's attractive with that light brown hair streaked with natural sun-kissed highlights and grayish-blue eyes. It's his charm and sense of humor, too. And kindness. Definitely kindness. But for all his muscled body and sexy laughter, I don't think I'll ever be able to take him seriously. Yes, he's hot. I'd have to be blind and dead not to notice it. But I'd also have to be both those things not to know he's a playboy. And my days of being interested in playboys are long gone. Besides, he doesn't give me vibes that he's even interested in me like that. No, Nixon is more of an annoying older brother. You just wait until she pulls out the real torture devices. He wiggles his brows playfully, laughing. My face curls in disgust at his innuendo. I think I just threw up in my mouth. We can't wait. That will be so much fun. Nix's arm falls over the back of my chair, giving my shoulder a squeeze. Oh, come on, Cals. I'm sure you can do it. I wasn't so sure, but I didn't say anything. Thankfully, just then the professor entered the room, and all the talking stops. Pulling out my books, I turned to the front of the auditorium, but something caught my eyes. Someone. Hayden is staring right at me, his eyes narrowed in tiny slits, lips pressed into a tight line. He looks pissed as hell. I glare right back at him. What the fuck is his problem? We both did our best to avoid each other at all costs, and I go as far as to make sure never to even look in his direction during our Spanish class. At least, most of the time. Nixon's chuckle draws my attention. What? I mouth. He shakes his head, but the amused expression doesn't leave his face for a second. How much do I really need this class? Nix rubs his chin thoughtfully as we get up and start packing our things as soon as the professor dismisses us. I turn to look at him. Like a lot if you want to graduate? The period in which we had the right to drop a class was over, and there was no going back anymore. We had to pass them all if we wanted to graduate. Plus, there was the fact that he was a football player. If he wanted to keep playing, he had to keep up his GPA to be eligible. Even I know that. Basic logic and all that. Who came up with that shit anyway? I have no idea. Why did you even take the class if you didn't think you could pass it? He shrugs. I was missing a few more Gen Ed credits to complete my degree. Couldn't you have chosen something different? Like what? Language seemed like an easy out. Incredulous, I stare at him. Language an easy out? In which universe? I don't know. Statistics, English, ethics, another language? Although with how thick his accent is, I'm not sure any language is a good choice for him. That would be a big fat no. Who the fuck even needs to learn a second language? People everywhere speak English. That makes me laugh. No, they most definitely don't. Nix, you coming? Hayden yells from a few rows down, effectively killing all the fun from the moment. Just a sec. He throws his backpack over his shoulder, turning his attention to me. But seriously, I'm so gonna fail this shit. You're not going to fail. I roll my eyes at his exaggeration. He's such a drama queen. I will, he insists, then stops to think for a second. Something flashes in his eyes. His lips spread in a smile as weariness creeps underneath my skin. Although, I don't think I want to know. Callie, he groans, pressing his hand theatrically against his chest. See what I mean? Drama queen. Don't be like that. Sighing, I pinch the bridge of my nose. Okay, what? If you helped me, I interrupt him. I knew he was going to go there. I just knew it. Nixon, that is so not a good idea. Says who? He counters. Says me. Nix, Hayden yells again. Neither of us budges from our stare-off. Hayden will pop a vessel, I point out. Hayden can suck my dick. Please, Cals, for me. Nix, I sigh. When he's looking at me with those puppy dog eyes, there is no way I can say no to him. If I fail this class, I don't get to play, he reminds me. Like his ability to play football affects me in any way, shape, or form. Do you really want that on your conscience? I'm sure there are some amazing, ultra-smart tutors you can find in the student center. But they don't go with me to class and sit next to me, now do they? He grins, batting his eyelashes. Seriously, it's criminal how long they are. Girls would kill for those. Pretty please, with a cherry on top. He knows he has me. It's in that smug smile of his. Ugh, fine. Yes! He fist pumps in victory, and then surprises me completely by wrapping his arms around me, pulling me in for a hug. You're the best. Nix! We'll see if you think that after he skins you alive. I don't even have to tell him who he I'm referring to is. Nixon knows too damn well. After all, you're fraternizing with the enemy. He'll get over it. Nix waves it off. Whatever you say, I shrug. It's your funeral. Yeah, gotta go before he really loses his mind. We'll talk later about that tutoring. And with that, he's gone.
Chapter 16. Hayden. Tamara.
Rumi's visiting some friends. Want to hang?
I reread it again. I haven't talked to Tamara since the whole Callie fiasco on the first day of classes, so I'm a little surprised to find her text after practice. Callie. Her image flashes in my mind, so clear it startles me at first. I'm not sure I'd be able to remember a person in such detail as I do her. I've been trying my best to ignore her since she crashed the party at my house, but it wasn't easy, especially not when she and Nix have become buddies. It shouldn't irritate me, but it does. I could still see him hugging her. What the fuck's with that anyway? I could barely speak 2 words with him when we were hurrying off to practice. Again, I was so pissed off. At him, at her, at the whole damn world. It's irrational. It's plain stupid. But I can't fight the feeling every time I see them together. I'm not sure what game Nix is playing, but I'm not going to give in to it. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of knowing that he gets to me. Hey, Watson! Emmett calls over the noises in the locker room. I lift my head to face him, mentally shaking my head at myself. Stop thinking about her. Like that ever helped. We're gonna grab a bite, Emmett continues, looking at me. You coming? I look back down at the message. Not yet, but soon. Nah, man, I shake my head. I've got plans. A knowing grin spreads on his lips. Our boy Hades is getting some action, huh? He hoots. I just shake my head at him before grabbing my things and typing one word as I leave. Me. Coming. 2 girls are just coming out of the dorm, so I rush to hold the door open, giving them my signature grin. They return my smile, knowing and almost wistful look in their eyes as they say, "Hi," in unison. "Ladies," I say, tilting my head in acknowledgement before I slip inside. When I saw Tamara's text, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea, but fuck that. She was willing, and I wasn't about to refuse a no-strings-attached fuck. Anything to get one tiny blonde out of my head. Opting for stairs instead of waiting for the elevator, I take 2 steps at a time. Tamara is on the 4th floor. Just when I'm turning onto the 3rd floor, something catches my attention. Golden hair. Fuck. It can't be. But it is. Of fucking course it is. This is getting ridiculous. Callie stops in her tracks, her eyes wide open and locked on me. For a second, her mouth forms a little O in surprise, but then they press in a tight line. She glares at me, crossing her arms over her chest. And then I notice what she's wearing. She must have been in a shower because her hair is still wet, face scrubbed of all the makeup. A loose pair of sweats hang low on her hips, and she's wearing one of those silky robes. It has long sleeves, but it's loose around her neckline, revealing a good amount of her creamy cleavage and some kind of lacy camisole she's wearing underneath it. My mouth goes dry as my eyes zoom in on that patch of skin. My mind is already going in the direction it most definitely shouldn't go. I grip the railing, holding back until my knuckles turn white.
Are you stalking me?
Chapter 17. Callie. I swallow hard, not knowing what to do. My mind screams at me to run, hard and fast, and hide, but my body is glued to the spot. To say seeing Hayden standing in the hallway just as I'm getting back to my room is a surprise would be an understatement. He lives off campus, so there is no reason for him to be here, except... Are you stalking me? I watch as his eyes snap up to meet mine, his jaw going rigid. At least he's not staring at my boobs anymore, so there is that. My nipples are hard peaks, and no matter how much I try to convince myself it's all because of the change in temperature or whatnot, my mind calls me on my bullshit. My traitorous body's reaction has nothing to do with leaving the steamy bathroom, and everything to do with Hayden's heated eyes glued to my body. My face is burning from his intense gaze, but I don't break the contact. Shifting slightly, I pull the edge of my robe closer, covering my exposed skin. Green eyes dart back down, tracing my every movement. His throat bobs as he swallows, and I can see his tongue peek out, wetting his lower lip. Shifting my weight from one leg to the other, I snap my fingers. My eyes are up here, lover boy. He huffs, but there isn't a trace of discomfort on his face. No shame or regret. Hayden lets go of the railing and slowly stalks closer, a mocking grin plastered on his lips. I look around, suddenly aware that there is nobody in the hallway. We're all alone. How is that even possible? It's 9 p.m. on a weeknight. There should be people everywhere. But this is just my luck. I'm not afraid of Hayden. I know he won't hurt me, at least not physically. But as he nears closer, my heart kicks up a notch, a slow tremor spreading through my body. I grip the shower caddy I'm carrying tighter, like it'll save me from the big bad wolf coming toward me. I'm all man, babe, Hayden whispers. His hushed voice touches my skin, making the tingles buzz underneath the surface. That all-too-familiar current of electricity that appears every time he's near. Every time his skin brushes against mine. Our toes are now practically touching. That's how close he's standing. His tall frame towers over me, so he has to look down to get a glimpse at my face. "What are you doing here, Hayden?" "Just passing by." "Here?" I lift my brow and throw his earlier words back at him. "Out of all the places?" "Trust me, if I knew you'd be here, I'd avoid this building like the plague. No matter how hard it is to believe it, not everything is about you, Callie." His little jab shouldn't hurt, but it does. His words burn like acid, not like I'm going to show it and give him more power over me. "Funny." I tilt my head back to look at him. "I said the same thing about you. Well, you know where the door is. Don't let it hit you in the ass on your way out." He inhales sharply, his whole body growing rigid. Good. He's not the only one with the ammunition to throw around. I expect him to move, make a scene, anything. But he doesn't. We glare at each other for a while, our gazes locked in a battle of wills. I'm not even sure how long we stay like that, just staring, just breathing. My heart is pounding from the intensity of him, from his nearness, but I won't be the first to back down. Then he surprises me even more by taking a step forward. He's leaning closer, so close his lips are brushing against my earlobe, his hot breath touching my skin. I close my eyes, a shudder running through my body. He smells nice, manly, like a fresh soap and an already familiar mix of sunshine and grass. I shouldn't notice it, but he's everywhere at once, overwhelming me, branding himself into my senses, into my skin. My fingers curl tighter around the towel and caddy, holding on to them like they're my shield. His body is practically pressed against me, a barely there gap between us, doing nothing to prevent me from feeling his body's heat, tempting me to lean closer until there's nothing between us. Traitorous, traitorous body. My lips part, tongue darting out to wet the dry surface. His eyes land on my mouth. Hayden. His name is a blessing and a curse at the same time. I'm not even sure if I called out to him out loud, but I can feel those two syllables on my lips. So maybe I did? He's so close, barely a breath away. It would be so easy to lean forward and close in on him, feel him under my palms, know the way his lips would press against mine. So easy, so close, until he isn't. Hayden? Her voice is low, questioning. There is a pang of irritation in it, like she called a few times before getting a reaction. Maybe she did. Maybe what I thought was me saying his name was actually somebody else. Her, whoever she might be. It doesn't even matter. For some reason, she already irritates the hell out of me. Hayden jumps back like I've burned him and turns around to face the girl standing next to the stairs and looking at us. Her dark eyes hold his gaze for a heartbeat, then they slowly travel over his shoulder and stop on me. With heart thumping rapidly in my chest, the beat that has nothing to do with my inane attraction to Hayden Watson and everything with the accusing look on her face. I recognize her from our Spanish class. She's the girl that's sitting next to him, always touching him and whispering something in his ear. So that's why he's here. The hurt I most definitely shouldn't be feeling spreads through me. And not just that. Jealousy. It's so easy to recognize the feeling. After all, it's not the first time I felt it. Not even close. "You're here early." Her words are for him, but her eyes stay glued to mine. Her message more than clear. He's here for me. Back the fuck off, bitch. I roll my eyes at her, just because I know it'll piss her off. And I'm right, because her eyes instantly narrow even further. With more bravado than I thought I possess, I plaster a smile on my face. My fingers touch his back, and I can feel his body react to my touch. A sharp intake of breath, hard muscles tightening, pulse in the base of his neck racing. I slowly trace the path from one side to the other. "Later, Hades," I say in a low, almost sultry voice, making sure she hears it too, because I'm petty like that. I can pretend all I want that I've changed, but the sad truth is, some things, they always stay the same. And then I do what I should have done in the first place when I saw him standing in my hallway. I run, not stopping until I'm safely in my room. Yasmin's head snaps up when the door shuts closed behind me. I lean against the hard surface, letting it hold me upright. My chest is rising in rapid succession as I try to regain control over my breathing. With wide eyes, I meet her surprised gaze. "Are you okay?" Putting the pen down, she turns around to look at me. Her homework, or whatever she's been working on, completely forgotten by my sudden outburst. My mouth is still dry, my whole body shaking from the encounter with my nemesis. Licking my lips, I try again. "I saw Hayden." "Oh." Her mouth falls open in surprise. "Where?" "Here." I tilt my head back, which earns me a kick in the head. Ouch. Her eyes grow wide. "That's not even the worst part," I say, unable to hold it back. Her perfectly shaped brow rises with interest. "Do tell." "I think I almost kissed him." And what a clusterfuck that would be. Her eyes widen at my admission. "No way." "Oh yeah, way." I'm not even sure how I feel about it. It's so messed up the way he makes me feel. Too much. It's all too much every time he's close. And I don't know what to do about it. "What are you going to do?" What could I do? What, really? I know there is something between us. Chemistry of sorts. There has been from day one. But I also know he hates me, with all the right. I ruined his life back then, and there is no way he'll ever forgive me. Not that I deserve it. Do you want him to? Isn't that the million-dollar question? Pushing away from the door, I shake my head. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Chapter 18. Hayden. Tamara's eyes follow Callie until she's closed safely in her room. Only then does she face me. I'm not sure what I was expecting. It's not like I owe her any explanation or justification for my actions. After all, we're just fuck buddies. But when those clever eyes land on me, they make me squirm. I know I did nothing wrong, but somehow it feels like I did.
"What did you say again?"
She taps her chin like she's thinking, but we both know it's all bullshit.
"Oh yes, it's not like I give two shits about the beast."
I rub my hand over my face, suddenly tired and completely done with this day.
"Tamara, don't you Tamara me,"
she whisper yells, pointing a finger at me. Just at that moment, a few girls come from down the hallway. They give us curious glances as they pass by. Lowering my voice, I continue. "What do you want me to say?"
"I want you to explain to me what the hell is really happening between you and that girl."
I look around when more girls come down the hall. Where the fuck were all of them when I was getting so up in Callie's personal space we were practically glued together? And what the fuck was with that shit? It's like every time we're in the same room, I lose the ability to think clearly. I know what would be the most logical thing to do, but do I do it? Of fucking course not. Can we go to your room? I ask, rubbing my face. The last thing I want is to have this discussion with her out in the open, although not having the discussion in the first place would be better.
Are you going to give me some answers? I don't, then no.
She stops me brusquely. Tamara, I try again, but she's already turned her back to me, her foot on the first step, her hand gripping the stair rail.
I knew what I was getting into with you. I know how you roll, Hayden, and it worked well for both of us. Yes, you were a playboy, but you were never an asshole. But since that girl came, you've changed. And not for the better either.
My hands clench into fists by my sides, but I don't say anything. Mainly because I know she's right, although I don't want to admit it.
When you figure your shit out, then we can talk.
With those last words thrown over her shoulder, she continues her ascent, not turning once. Well, fuck. Pissing off 2 different women in a matter of minutes. This has to be a new record. As soon as I open the door, I can hear loud shouting, followed by the sound of metal hitting against metal. What the fuck, man? No, no, no! Take that, you stupid shit! Deciding I can use some company, I follow the sound of my friends' voices all the way to the living room. Zane, his buddy Spencer, and Emmett are sitting on the leather couches that take up most of the room. What are you dickheads up to? I ask as I take the open seat next to Spencer. Half a six-pack and some snacks are on the coffee table in front of them. Leaning forward, I grab one of the beers and pop it open, taking a long pull. I don't make a habit of drinking during the season, but some days simply call for it more than the others. They all say their hellos, barely, if at all, moving their eyes from the game. You already back? Zane asks as he slashes through monsters on the screen. Yep. I lean down and watch them play. Without even asking, I know what game it is. The new one Maddox has been working on. Since he learned about our love of video games, he recruited half the football and hockey team to beta test it. How long have you assholes been at it? A while. Maddox did some improvements to the game and asked us to try it out. Emmett chips in. Oh, fuck, not again. He throws himself back, remote slipping out of his grasp and falling on the floor as his character's blood is splashed all over the screen. We all laugh at his dramatics. The guy can be a real drama queen sometimes. Between him and Nixon, we could form a theater club or something. Dude, it's like the 3rd time you fell into the exact same trap, Spencer chuckles. You think I don't know it? I swear to you, Maddox does that shit on purpose just to spite me. Yeah, right, I shake my head at him. Just admit it. It has nothing to do with Maddox and his superior brain. Like he doesn't have anything better to do. You suck. Plain and simple. Emmett crumples his empty beer can and throws it at me. I don't suck. He's still trying to get back at me for mocking him for having a skinny ass. Whatever makes you feel better, man. I lean over the back of the couch to get a look at the kitchen, but it's empty. Where is Maddox, anyway? You know how he gets. Zane shrugs and gives me a side eye. What happened to you? You got here fast. I glare at Emmett. Couldn't keep your mouth shut. Hey, it wasn't me. He lifts his hands in surrender. Then who was it? Seriously, sometimes these guys are worse than a knitting club. That would be Nick's. I should have known. That asshole. So, what happened? Emmett wiggles his brows, making a show out of checking the time. On his watchless wrist. Because, dude, that was some fast fucking. Did you even make her come, or was it just wham bam thank you ma'am kind of thing that you have going on? I knew you're a selfish bastard. This comes from Zane, who paused the game to give me his full attention. We didn't even get to that part, I mutter, remembering the fiasco that happened in the dorm. And no, asshole, I make sure every girl I take to bed gets off, thank you very much. Are you sure they're not faking it? They all choke on laughter at that one. Har har har, you're so funny. But seriously, what the fuck happened? Zane asks once their laughter dies down. I thought Tamara was a sure thing. She was. But then Callie fucking Stewart happened. I grit through my teeth. I can still see her standing in that hallway, drenched like a mouse. Okay, there was nothing mousy about her. Not her wet hair that turned a few shades darker from the shower. And sure as hell not that silky camisole and robe she was wearing that did nothing to hide her erect nipples. Even just thinking of her makes my body react. Fucking hell, just what I need. Getting a fucking hard-on from fantasizing about my worst nightmare's nipples. Shifting in my seat, I try to push the thoughts of her out of my mind. Oh, man, Zane groans loudly, his face turning grim. He's the only one in this room who knows about my past with Callie. What the hell happened now? Wait, is that the chick with a scar? Emmett asks, looking between the two of us for answers. Are you, like, banging her now? Yes and hell no. There's no way I'm touching her with a 10-foot pole. But apparently she lives in the same dorm as Tamara. Tam, it's like you're cursed, Emmett laughs, shaking his head. I seriously need new friends because mine are for shit. So you what, stumbled into her? Wait, don't tell me they're roommates. You and Tammy were going at it when she stumbled on... Fuck no. Even I can't have that bad of luck. I saw her in the hallway and then she accused me of stalking her. Me. How fucked up is that? And what did you do to that poor girl? Emmett asks through fits of laughter. I think I actually see him wiping at the corner of his eyes. Me? She's the one who fucked me up, not the other way around. No shit. What did happen? I wave him off, not in the mood to go down memory lane. Doesn't matter. What matters is that I try avoiding her and she just keeps popping up everywhere I go. The next thing I know, she'll be in the fucking locker room. I don't think Coach will find her a good fit for the team. On the other hand, she'd make a pretty badass mascot, so you never know. I glare at him. How can he joke like that? Who is our team mascot? Nixon asks as he enters, going straight for the fridge. Callie would make a pretty cool mascot. Emmett is all too happy to repeat. We could get her a black outfit with feathers. She'd make a cute little raven. Nix's head pops out of the fridge for a moment. Cute little raven that would bite your dick off if she heard you say shit like that. I meant it in the nicest way possible. Jeez, you assholes need to chill the fuck out. What's with you all and that girl? My best friend's eyes clash with mine, and the image of him wrapping Callie in his arms pops back up front and center, making me clench my jaw tight. He sees it too, and a knowing smirk tips his lips. Yeah, Hades? What's the deal with Callie? Tossing the rest of the beer down my throat in one big gulp, I crush the can in my hand. There is no deal with her, except that you all better stay the hell away from her. Nothing good comes from associating with her. Trust me.
Chapter 19. Callie. Hayden, I breathe as he leans in. So close his mouth is brushing against mine. So close. My lips tremble in anticipation of being kissed by him. Devoured. But he just stays there, leaning in, teasing. Kiss me, I want to beg him. But somehow I hold the words in. Even without saying them out loud, he has power over me, over my body. It craves him. I crave him. The last person I should even think about, yet I crave him no matter how much I try to convince myself to let him go. But he apparently can, because in the next heartbeat, he's sitting across from me. When did he get there? I look around, trying to figure out what's going on, but we're not in the hallway of my dorm anymore. We're in the library? And not just any library. It's our high school library. Callie? I turn back to look at him. Hayden smiles shyly at me, and I feel myself relax a little. Yeah? I nibble at the inside of my lip, observing him. He looks exactly as he did then. A dark mop of hair that's disheveled most of the time. A football team hoodie that is just a tad too big on his lanky frame. And those golden freckles illuminating his dark green irises. His gaze lingers on my mouth for a few heartbeats as the silence settles over us. His tongue peeks out, wetting his lips. Hayden, I whisper, my hand reaching out to touch his. He might be on the skinny side, but the muscles are slowly forming from all the practicing he's been doing. Hayden Watson might not be one of the best players on the team. Hell, if you ask anybody except for the coach, he most definitely shouldn't even be on the team. Yet he's one of the most dedicated people out there, going to every single practice, repeating every single play, no matter how many times he messes it up. Hayden is a lot of things, but he ain't a quitter, a value I can respect. Plus, he's smart, like wicked smart, and that's why I need him. If a little flirting will help me with that, I'm not against using it. A zap of electricity goes through my arm when our hands connect. He looks at me, his pupils dilated. Can he feel it too? It's unnerving. I need this guy to help me pass my class. I already have a boyfriend who'd be pissed as hell if he found out what I was doing, no matter how small or insignificant it really is. What about this one? Innocently batting my lashes, I turn my notebook so he can look at the equation. His face grows bright red, but he doesn't move his hand from underneath mine. Calculus, right? He shakes his head like he needs to clear his thoughts. He looks down at the notebook, going through the problems I solved, until he isn't. Fuck that. Then he's on me, his hand at the nape of my head, fingers tangled in my hair, lips pressed against mine, leaving me breathless. And then I'm falling. I'm falling. My weightless body is trying to find some semblance of the equilibrium, a foothold or base, but there is nothing. Only darkness swallowing me whole. Grabbing through the thin air, I try to scramble out of it, but I can't. My lungs are closing up as panic sets in. This can't be happening. It can't. I can't drown. Not like this. I sit upright on a sharp inhale, my hands covering my mouth so I don't wake sleeping Yasmin. Covers falling in my lap, a shiver runs through me as chilly air touches my skin. My heart is thumping hard against my rib cage. Another nightmare. At this point, I stopped counting the number of times I had them. They're just a blur, although this one was different. A tremble shakes my body as memories of what I dreamed about come rushing back. It must be this place. Coming here, seeing him, is making me feel guilty about the way I was more than usual. And Hayden just keeps reminding me of what a shitty person I was, making it difficult to move on. Exhaling slowly, I lean against my pillows, pulling the covers high to warm up. It's still dark outside. My eyes dart toward the other side of the room, where Yasmin is still sleeping. She seems unaware of my restless dreams, her chest rising and falling evenly. I concentrate on that slow, rhythmic motion until my own body adjusts to hers. I'm not sure how long I stay like that, but once my breathing and heartbeat are back to normal, I turn away. My eyes feel like somebody poured sand in them, all raw and itchy, especially when I pull my phone and the bright light of my screen shines in my face. 4:53 a.m. It's not even surprising the hallways are almost deadly quiet on the other side of the door, and the light peeking through the blinds is so low it's practically non-existent. This is that unholy hour of the morning, when it's too late even for the hardest partiers and too early for early risers. Putting my phone away, I lay down and look at the ceiling. There is no way I'll fall back asleep. I never do once the nightmare is over, because it isn't really. The only difference is I wake up and realize that it's not just a dream, it's also my reality, and it hurts all over again. Pushing the covers to the side, I go through a series of stretches before I even attempt to get out of the bed. My leg always aches from the position in which I slept in. No matter how hard I try to sleep with my legs extended, I just can't do it. My body curls in itself, my legs pulled almost all the way to my chest. Slowly, I work my legs through a series of motions, forcing myself to lean just a little bit more into every stretch until my legs feel like jelly. But my muscles are relaxed enough so I can stand on my feet and walk without seeming like a newborn lamb. Once I'm out of bed, I change as quickly and quietly as possible so that I don't wake Yasmin. Grabbing my earbuds, phone, and some cash, I slip outside of the room. The slight bite the morning air had back in September has turned into a full-blown chill. A shiver runs through me, and I'm grateful I picked my trusty hoodie because this is practically freezing for a Callie girl like me. Still, I take one long breath in, letting it fill my lungs and chase the rest of the nightmare away. Connecting my earbuds to the phone, I tuck them into my ears and turn on the music. Then I start to walk. Even though I started back with the PT 3 times a week, my therapist suggested I keep some form of physical activity even on the days I'm not coming in for our sessions. She always blabs about keeping my muscles moving and whatnot, but I'm only half listening most of the time, especially if she brings out the big guns and mentions my past as a dancer. I don't want to think about my past. I don't want to be remembered of who I was before, of everything I've lost since. So I don't think. I just walk. No direction in my mind, just an empty road and music filling my ears. My pace is slow, but I don't tire as easily as I did when I just got here. I hate to admit it, but my therapist was right. I needed to start moving again if I didn't want to lose even more mobility and increase my daily pain levels. When I was going regularly to therapy back in California, it was easier for me to move, and my muscles wouldn't get tired so easily. But ever since the summer, I've been slacking, and it was showing. Besides, no matter how much I didn't want to admit it to her, I could at least do it to myself. I wasn't used to being still. I was dancing even before I could properly walk. Movement is in my blood, so I might as well walk. Since I came, I didn't wander much around campus, leaving my room only when necessary to go to classes or grab coffee. Hey, don't look at me like that. Coffee is essential for my sanity. When you barely get to sleep a few short hours without interruption, you learn how to appreciate the black gold. And while we're on the topic of coffee, I look down at my phone. There is still half an hour left before Cup It Up opens for the day. Oh well, I guess I'll walk a little more before turning and stopping for coffee. Lifting my gaze, something catches my attention. Stopping in my tracks, I stare at the building in front of me. I shouldn't know it. I've never stepped foot anywhere near it. Yet I do, because I've seen it countless times in brochures and on the internet. I'm not sure how I ended here. A subconscious reaction, probably, even after 3 years. A lump forms in my throat, heaviness falling on my heart. Will it always be like this? Will a part of me always lead me toward my one true passion? Or will this feeling of something missing inside of me eventually fade away? Before I can ponder over it any longer, I see a woman round the building, going straight for the door. I must have moved or something because she gives me a quick glance over her shoulder. The class doesn't start for another 30 minutes. I'm not here for the class, I say, the ache inside of me growing. My fingers curl like they would if I'd hold on to the bar. She pockets her keys, but doesn't enter instantly. Instead, she turns around to get a better look at me. Her eyes narrow, as if she's trying to place from where she might know me. Finally, she reaches my face, and the recognition flashes in her eyes. Callie Stewart. Madam Ivanov. I nod in acknowledgement, slightly surprised she recognized me. The short woman standing in front of me is probably in her 50s. Her blonde hair, streaked with silver, is neatly pulled in a low bun at the back of her neck. Makeup minimal. Classic and elegant, like most of the dancers. She was one of the best ballet dancers back in the late 20th century, both in America and Russia, until she decided to stop dancing full-time and concentrate on teaching instead. Madame Ivanov was one of the reasons why I wanted to come to Blairwood in the first place. I loved watching her dance. The way she moved was stunning, almost magical, and at the time I would have given anything to be taught by her. But I never imagined she would know who I was. I mean, I was good, but that good? I don't think so. I didn't think I would see you here. She moves closer, offering me her hand for a handshake. I look at the dance studio behind her. I didn't think I would have come here either. Are you a student at Blairwood? Even though your career is ruined? She doesn't complete her question, but I can hear it nonetheless. Yes, I decided to come here. Both of my parents went to BWU. It seemed natural to follow in their footsteps. She nods in understanding. That's good to hear. You should have come here before. A laugh escapes me. Why? I'm not a dancer anymore. You can't dance anymore, she corrects me. But you're still a dancer. You'll always be a dancer. I shake my head at her words. She's wrong, so wrong. What difference does it make? A dancer who cannot dance is as useful as a bird who cannot fly. That is where you're wrong. And when you figure it out, I want you to know you'll be welcomed here. Wistfully, I give one last final glance at the studio. I don't have to step inside to know what I'll find. The shiny wood floors, the mirrors, bars placed in the middle of the room, ready for the lesson. The chatter of the students, ballet slippers sliding over my feet, fitting like a glove. The rush in my veins as I rise to the tips of my toes. All the memories of my past come rolling back with intensity. Like a tsunami, it rises high in the air and falls over me, pulling me under. I should have been here, warming up and dancing my heart out. It should have been me. But it isn't. It'll never be me. There is nothing for me here. Not anymore.
Chapter 20. Hayden. Seriously, guys? Nick says in a hushed voice as we enter the library. No slacking off. You heard Coach. We can't have players benched by the faculty because of grades. Now sit your asses down and let's get to work. Can't we do that later? Emmett protests, rubbing at his stomach. I'm starving. As if he summoned it, Emmett's stomach growls loudly just as we pass the librarian's desk. Old Mrs. Gibson gives us all a stern look, that's more of a death glare, over the rim of her thick glasses, her lips pressing in a tight, unamused line. Next time grab a protein bar or something, I say, mouthing, sorry, in her direction and throwing in an extra charming smile. That shit always works. But apparently not with good old Mrs. G. Do you seriously think a protein bar can feed all this? Emmett waves a hand in front of his body. Dude, your gut is too big as it is. You don't need more fat. This comes from Prescott, our running back. You idiots better shut the hell up, I warn, giving them both a smack over the head and warning. Mrs. G is giving us dirty looks as it is. She won't have any problem throwing us out. As a matter of fact, she'll enjoy it, and Coach will find out about it. They both look over their shoulders but quickly turn back, shuddering. Sure enough, she's throwing daggers at our backs. I could just feel her mousy eyes on me. Finally, we reach the table that's big enough to seat all of us. Do you think they're banging behind everyone's back? Emmett asks conspiratorially, leaning in. Who? Coach and Mrs. G? I ask, frowning. Just the idea makes my stomach turn. Nope, not going there. Yes, I mean, we already know he's a sadist, so maybe... But he doesn't get to finish. Thank fuck for that. Because the topic of our conversation strolls to our table.
If you boys don't zip it, I'll have to throw you out,
Mrs. Gibson whispers, her narrowed eyes meeting each one of us. I lower my gaze to the desk because there is just no way I'll be able to look her in the eyes and not imagine the picture Emmett the dickhead just painted in my mind. Sorry, Mrs. Gibson, we all murmur in unison.
Last warning.
But Emmett apparently doesn't take it seriously because as soon as she's out of earshot, he once again leans in so we can hear him. See what I'm talking about? They're like a match made in a sadist heaven or something. Only you can think there is such a thing as sadist heaven, somebody throws from down the table. Dude, please, no more, Prescott groans, and I couldn't agree more. I'll have nightmares for weeks. Emmett finally lifts his hand in surrender. Whatever, but you mark my words. Chuckles spread across the table, and finally we all start pulling our shit out to maybe get some actual work done. I'm setting up my laptop when I feel somebody watching me. I wait until I'm all set before lifting my gaze and scanning the room. It doesn't take me long to find the person staring at me. She's not even trying to hide it. She's leaning over her desk, chin propped in her hand, one finger twirling a strand of bright red hair. She's nibbling at her lips suggestively as her dark eyes bore into me across the distance. Well, somebody's got attention already, Prescott murmurs as he gives the redhead a quick glance. You planning to tap that? Maybe, I shrug. I didn't come here to find a hookup, but I sure as hell am not going to refuse one. Not all the girls are looking for a nice guy. Some just want to be thoroughly fucked. Besides, the girl is hot. I can't see much of her since she's sitting, but by the way her tits are spilling from the deep V of her shirt, she does have a nice rack. And there's something about redheads. Dude, I don't think Hades has to breathe for him to get all the attention. Winking at the girl, I turn to Emmett. You jealous, Hulk? Of that? He doesn't even grace the girl with a look. Fat chance. If I had a girl like Katie warming my bed, I wouldn't be interested in cleat chasers either, one of the rookies remarks, which earns him an elbow to the gut. Bro, if you had a girl like Katie in your bed, you wouldn't even attempt to stray because she'd bust your balls in a heartbeat. Prescott shakes his head. That does it. Guys erupt in quiet laughter. Well, as quiet as a bunch of football players can be quiet, until the loud shh stops us. As one, we turn toward the front desk where Mrs. G is glaring at us. Well, that does it, I mutter, a shiver running through my body. Suddenly serious, Nix turns to us. Work. We've got 1 hour, and then we're going to grab something to eat. We all nod our agreement, neither of us trying to open our mouth again. Opening my books, I get to work. There is some Spanish homework I have to finish and reading for one of my business classes I have to catch up on. For a while, we all work in silence, each one of us concentrating on our own homework. I'm not even sure how long we're at it when Nix elbows me. Hey. I lift my head, irritated at his interruption. Wasn't he the one who suggested these twice-a-week study sessions at the library? Does he even know what studying entails? Peace and quiet, so one can concentrate, for starters. What? I grit. Isn't that Cal's? You'd think I have better control when it comes to that chick. Well, you'd be wrong. As soon as he asks the question, my head snaps in the direction he tilted his chin. My eyes already scanning the space for her. And sure enough, hidden in the far corner is no other than Callie Stewart. Fan-fucking-tastic. Just what I need. I couldn't get her out of my head after our little interaction in the dorm. Not only does she haunt me every waking moment, my mind always looking for her to pop out somewhere. But she started appearing in my dreams, too. More like nightmares. I try to tell myself it's primal, just my body's reaction to being so close to her. She's just one more in the long line of girls, but I know better, and it's pissing me off. I want to groan, but I know it would only get me in trouble with Mrs. Gibson, so I bite my lip to hold it in. That damn red ball cap is firmly placed on top of her head, blonde ponytail swaying softly as she moves her head from one side to the other, stretching her long neck. My eyes stay glued to that soft patch of skin longer than necessary. It looks smooth, and I can't help but wonder how all that creamy skin would feel under my fingertips. You will not touch her, I remind myself. You do not want to touch her, not even with a 10-foot pole. Not even if the only thing that's been going on repeat for days is the image of her pebbled nipples, the soft skin of her cleavage covered with lace, and the way those lips feel practically grazing mine. Nope. No way. No how. I force myself to look away. It should be easy, but it's anything but. Seems like it, I mutter, returning my gaze to my laptop where I started working on the essay for my business class. There's still time to finish it, but I want to get ahead of it before the football season gets even busier than it already is. However, the words on the screen are just a blur. My foot is tapping restlessly against the floor, and I swear I can see a flash of blonde in the corner of my eyes. It's calling to me like a beacon in the night. That liar, Nixon whisper yells from beside me. What? I ask, although I'm not sure I want to know the answer to that. When I texted her about our study session, she said she's busy. You're having study sessions? With her? If she didn't lie to me, I would. What the hell for? I can feel the guys around us starting to shift in their seats, our hushed discussion dragging their attention from studying. So much for these study sessions being useful and causing positive competition between teammates to motivate us to work harder. So far, the only thing we've done is piss off Mrs. G and cause drama. Are you serious? Have you heard my Spanish? I can't say I have. Then consider yourself lucky. Nix gets up. I'm going to go talk to Stewart about her unsportsmanlike conduct. Not waiting for me to say anything, he walks toward Callie. Gritting my teeth, I let my eyes scan the room, looking anywhere but the dark corner in which she's hiding, refusing to witness whatever's happening between her and Nixon. Finally, my eyes land on the redhead once again. She's still looking at me. I'm not sure if she's been doing it this whole time or if it was just a coincidence. She tilts her head, her tongue darting out and swiping over her lips suggestively, invitingly. My dick stirs in my pants. Little movement, all the invitation he needs. I'm going to go and grab a book, I say to no one in particular as I get out of my chair. The girl that's been eye-fucking me since the moment we sat down lifts her gaze to meet mine. With a slight tilt of my head, I indicate for her to follow me. A sly smile spreads over her lips. I don't wait to see if she follows. I know she will. And right now, that's the only thing that matters. I'll do everything I have to push a certain someone out of my mind, and this redhead seems like a really good distraction.
Chapter 21. Callie. Somebody's watching me. I can feel their gaze at the nape of my neck. It's boring into me, burning my skin. The need to turn around is overwhelming, but I don't want to be too obvious. So instead, I stretch, rubbing at the nape of my neck, and look over my shoulder, just in time to see no other than Nixon walking toward me. Fuck. When he texted me earlier, I told him I was busy, and technically I am. The glare he shoots my way tells me he isn't one bit understanding. There is a loud screeching sound as the chair is pushed back. My eyes dart toward the sound, and I don't have to look too far to find the culprit. He's standing right there, just in the direction from which Nixon has come from, on the perfect line so they can see my little hiding spot. Hayden. So much for staying invisible. At this point, I'm not even surprised anymore. His tall frame lifts from the chair, towering well above everybody else, and then he starts walking toward the shelves. My gaze stays glued to his rigid back until I can't see him anymore, and as I'm about to turn back my attention to the angry blue-eyed giant coming at me, a flash of red draws my attention. A tall, curvy redhead lifts from her seat. She and her friends giggling as she goes to the bookshelves, entering the exact same row Hayden did. Coincidence much? Yeah, right. It's none of your business, Callie, I tell myself. None of your goddamn business. Busy? Nix stops in front of me, his arms crossed over his chest, biceps bulging. I lift a copy of The Great Gatsby I've been reading for my English class. As you can see, I'm deeply immersed in the fictional world of the 1920s. And that's more interesting than hanging out with me? He actually looks hurt by it, and suddenly I feel bad for brushing him off. I look around, anything not to see his puppy dog eyes. After a heartbeat, I realize where I'm looking at. That damn row where Hayden and the redhead disappeared to. Callie? I snap my attention back to Nix. No, of course not, but I do have to finish reading this one for my class tomorrow. So, rain check? Can't you read the summary on the internet or something? Incredulous, I look at him. Is he for real? Do you actually, pass your classes? He shrugs. Sure, just not Spanish. Why do you think I've been pushing it off? I really need your help, Callie. Midterms will be here in no time, and then I'm busted. Fine, but tomorrow, okay? I have to go and grab a book for an assignment, and then finish reading this damn book. Sure, but if you try to bail on me tomorrow, I'll handcuff you to a chair or something. I can't help the chuckle that escapes me. There is nobody like Nixon Cole, that's for sure. Promises, promises, I sing-song as I get to my feet. I'll see you tomorrow, kinky guy. Tomorrow, Stewart. Trying to pretend to be as nonchalant as possible, I go toward the shelves. My leg protests since I've been sitting for a while, but I don't let it slow me down. Without leaving time to doubt and second-guess myself, I turn into the first row of books. I look over my shoulder, waiting for somebody to call me out, but there isn't anybody. I know I shouldn't be doing this, at all, but the need to find out what Hayden is up to is stronger than me. He wouldn't, would he? As I pass, I let my fingers trace over the spines of the books. The farther away I walk, the chillier the air gets. There are no windows back here, and the light is dim. The smell of old books and dust permeates the air. A shiver runs through me, realization of what I'm about to do catching up to me. It's pathetic, really. He probably isn't even here. For all I know, they returned back to the studying space. Hell, they probably weren't even... I don't get to finish my thoughts because I hear a sound. A low moaning sound. A sound that's coming from way closer than I expect it to. I gasp in surprise, the sound echoing in the otherwise empty space. My hand flies to cover my mouth, muffling the noise. Is somebody coming? Somebody, a woman, asks in a hushed, sultry voice. Nobody comes here, a rough male voice says this time, reassuringly. A voice I know all too well. Hayden. I stand still, unable to move a muscle. There is a clear sound of the clothes rustling, followed by another moan. You like the idea of getting caught. My heart is thumping loudly, so loudly I'm surprised they can't hear it too. I should go, leave and pretend like I haven't seen or heard anything. But my legs don't listen. Instead of turning back and getting the hell out of here, they lead me forward, toward the sound of rustling, toward the words that are said so low I can't decipher what they're saying. I swallow hard, the lump in my throat making it hard to breathe. My mouth desert dry. One more step. Where are they? They couldn't be. Something moves on my right, and I slowly turn, hoping they can't hear me. The last thing I need is for them to catch me sneaking up on them. My hand grips the edge of the shelf as I bite into my lower lip so I don't make a sound. Hands tangled in red hair. Hayden's hands. His mouth devouring hers fervently, like his life depends on it. Her hands are digging into the waistband of his jeans, pulling them low and revealing a patch of golden skin. I swallow the bile that has risen in my throat, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. Go, the voice urges me, but I cannot move. I'm not even sure I want to. Talk about messed up. I've had sex only a few times before the accident. They were quick, messy, and uncomfortable. Every time happening in the cloak of the night in the back seat of my boyfriend's car. Are they really going to do it? Here? Where anybody could hear them or possibly even see them? There is a pang of something. Irritation, anger, jealousy. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure I want to know. So instead of looking at her, I look at him. The strong column of his throat as he throws his head back, her lips kissing the path of his neck. That mussed brown hair and full lips that part, another low groan coming from somewhere deep inside him as her teeth rake over his skin. His arms flex, bicep bulging, fingers digging. I shift my weight from one leg to the other. My brain chants, "Leave, leave, leave," but my body won't listen, and a sick part of me gets it. I have to see it, see him like this. Maybe then this foolishness will stop. Maybe then... Fuck, he mutters as his eyes fly open. The angry flames in those emerald irises are directed right at me.
Chapter 22. Hayden. I can feel her before I can see her. At first, I thought it's just my imagination. It's pathetic how much I want her. How much this one girl, the one I absolutely shouldn't even think about, much less want, can mess with my head. I'm trying to convince myself it's all just in my brain, but no matter how many times I repeat it in my mind, it's not the redhead who's in my arms. It's Callie Stewart. Her honey ponytail is wrapped around my wrist. Those pouty pink lips assaulting mine and sucking the life out of me. Softly murmuring in encouragement at the intrusion as I fuck that mouth of hers with my tongue. Redhead breaks our kiss, her mouth moving down my neck, teeth grazing the skin. Fuck, I hope she doesn't leave a hickey. Guys will bust my balls. There's a soft sound, so soft I think it's all in my head, but something inside of me doesn't want to let it go, so I force my eyes open. Maybe it's better that way. Maybe if I look at the groupie, I'll stop imagining her as someone else, somebody much different. But the contrary happens. Fuck, I hiss as my eyes land on the last person I want to see. I blink, hoping it'll go away, but of course it doesn't. Callie. She's here lurking between the books like a little peeping Tom. And she's most definitely real, not just a fruit of my imagination. My gaze meets her between the books. Those violet eyes are wide, cheeks flushed. In anger or arousal? The fuck if I know. But she doesn't blink, much less attempt to run away. No, little Miss Stewart looks straight at me as the redhead falls to her knees in front of me, licks her lips, her fingers working on my jeans with practiced ease. My hand falls over hers and she lifts her head to look at me, a confused look on her face. What? Stop.
What?
She repeats, screeching louder than I'd like. I seriously hope nobody heard that or we're really fucked. Stop, I hiss in warning. I think you were right. I heard something too. I run my free hand through my hair in frustration. I can't believe I'm actually doing this shit. Sighing, my hands fall to my sides and I push her away, working on zipping myself up. I think you should go. A shadow falls over her face, her eyes narrowing, the playfulness on her face completely gone.
Go?
Yeah, I told you, I think I heard somebody. I wave my hand in the direction of her still kneeling on the floor. You don't want people to see you like that now, do you? She gets on her feet in a hurry, dusting off her knees, those dark eyes still staring daggers at me.
You really are a jackass.
I never pretended otherwise, sweetheart. I wait for her to react, to slap me or push me away, but the only thing she does is huff before storming away. I should feel bad for her, but I don't. She knew exactly what she was getting herself into when she followed me here. Somebody's sudden appearance might have cut it short, but it's for the best. Sighing, I look up at Callie, only she's not where she was a moment ago. Fuck. I hurry down the line and then into the next one. Callie is just turning the corner in a hurry. She's walking as fast as she can to run away from me, but she's no match for me. I want to yell for her to stop, but I don't feel like being found. Not yet, and especially not by Mrs. Gibson. She's already pissed off at me from earlier. Finally, I catch up to her. My hand wraps around her wrist, pulling her back. She stumbles from a sudden movement, crashing into my chest.
Let me go,
she hisses, trying to pull her arm out of my grip. I don't think so, Angel. I lean down and whisper in her ear. We're standing so close she has to tilt her head back so she can see my face.
I swear to God, if you don't let me go right this instant...
The rim of her cap is throwing a shadow at her face, preventing me from seeing anything. But if I had to guess, I'd say her eyes are narrowed at me. I don't want to guess, though. I want to know. Going on instinct, I grab the rim and pull the damn thing off. I must somehow pull her hair tie in the process, too, because the golden locks spreads over her shoulders.
Hey,
she protests angrily.
Give that back.
She tries to reach for the cap, but I hold it above her head and out of her reach. Or you'll what? I lift my brow, a smile playing on my lips. Ugh, she protests, jumping a few more times unsuccessfully.
I hate you.
The words are lost when she loses her balance and starts falling toward me. Violet eyes grow wide, and I'm sure mine match hers too. I'm not sure who's more surprised. Letting go of her hand, I wrap my arms around her. Her chest presses into mine, the soft curve of her tits brushing against me as I fall back into the shelf. The impact knocks the air out of my lungs, leaving me breathless. Or maybe that's just from Callie's soft body pressed so close to mine. Her lips part, warm breath touching my skin and making the hair on my arms rise. My gaze darts down to that plump bottom lip that's calling my name, begging to be kissed. I'm so concentrated on her lips I almost don't notice when she pulls the damn hat out of my hand.
Don't you dare touch it again,
she warns, her fingers gripping the red material tightly. It's just a damn cap.
Well, it's mine, and I don't want you touching it.
Well, I'd prefer not to have you following me.
Following you?
She scoffs.
I was just looking for a book for my essay.
Yes, following me and watching me get it on.
If you have sex in the broad daylight in public, you don't deserve anything less,
she huffs, crossing her arms over her chest. The stance should be defiant, but the only thing it does is accentuate her cleavage. Sex? That wasn't even close to having sex. I take a step toward her. She glares at me, pulling a step back. We repeat the dance until her back is against the shelf. I lean forward, my hands braced on the shelf behind her, caging her in. Callie puffs away a strand of her hair that falls in her face.
It looked pretty damn close. I'm sure you'd have continued if it weren't for me cutting your fun short.
I shake my head, chuckling. If you think that's sex, the guys you were with obviously did something wrong. My fingers clench in a fist at the thought. It's stupid. She dated the varsity quarterback. Of course she had sex. So did I. But at least I had better sex than she did. Girls didn't leave my bed unsatisfied. Ben was always a selfish asshole. I don't think he's anything different in the sack. Still, the anger was buzzing just underneath the surface, barely tamed, so I turned it toward her. Tell me, Callie, did you like to watch? Is that what gets you off?
What?
She sputters in surprise.
Of course not.
I tilt my head, watching her carefully, her messy hair and bright red cheeks. She looks flustered and thoroughly fucked. What would it be like to sleep with her? Have my way with her? Get lost in her heat? Just at the thought, my cock stirs in my pants. No matter what I think of her, my body still wants her, craves her. Unable to resist, I reach toward Callie, tipping her chin up. My thumb slowly caresses her jaw. Then why did you stay there and watch? I lean forward, closing the distance between us. My voice drops to a mere whisper. Would you stay until the end? Watch me fuck her brains out against the shelf.
What if I did?
There's a glint in her eyes that I'm not sure how to decipher.
If it bothers you so much, you shouldn't get it on in public places,
Callie says, drawing air quotes as she throws my earlier words back at me. Then how would a little voyeur like you get her fix? This time I expect it when she lifts her hand, going in for a slap. My hand shoots between us, curling around her wrist and stopping her before she can connect it with my face. Not this time, Angel. Not this time.
Let me go.
She tries to wrestle out of my hold, but I pull her closer. She collides into my body, her breathing hard, those luscious boobs brushing against my chest with every exhale. She glares at me, defiance written all over her face. Her lips part, tongue sweeping over the curve of her lower lip, making my cock twitch. And then I finally snap, my mouth crashing over hers.
Chapter 23. Callie. Not this time, Angel. Not this time. His eyes are looking at me with such intensity, my stomach quivers in anticipation. His fingers are wrapped around my wrist, my hand stopped mid-air, frozen in place. His hold is strong, but not to the point it would hurt me. Does it mean I won't put up a fight? Let me go, I hiss, wrestling out of his touch. His fingers tighten as we struggle, and I lose my footing, falling against him, but his chest is there to catch me. My breasts brush against his hard pecs, my nipples reacting to the touch almost instantly. I lift my gaze to meet his, my chest rising and falling in rapid succession. Those dark green irises lock on me, and then they fall down to my mouth, just as my tongue swipes over my lower lip. Something in the air changes. I can feel the shift in my blood. The air is sizzling with the pent-up tension that's been building between us for weeks, maybe even longer. A low growl rips from his lungs, and then Hayden's kissing me. I gasp as his mouth connects with mine, kissing me so hard it's almost bruising. Punishing. Needing some semblance of balance, I place my hands firmly on his chest. Even through the layers of clothes between us, I can feel his burning skin. He's emanating so much heat, it's almost too much. He's too much. My fingers grab his shoulders, clenching and unclenching, only to clench again. My body and mind fighting for what to do. Pull him closer or push him away. It's a constant fight I can't seem to escape. Do I even want to? Hayden uses my moment of confusion. His hands are in my hair, and he pulls at the strands wrapped around his wrist, tilting my head back to get better control over the kiss. My eyelids flutter close. A sting of pain shoots down my spine, and I can't help a shudder that runs through my body. His tongue expertly sliding between my lips and into my mouth, deepening the kiss. There is no finesse or consideration, just pure primal need. I return his kiss, unwilling to let him take more than he already did. Letting go of his shirt, I grip his face, holding on to him. The scruff on his jaw scratches my palms, but I hold on for dear life as my tongue slides against his, fighting for dominance. It's hard, sloppy, desperate. It's like he's trying to punish me, or maybe he's punishing himself. But at the same time, he wants to leave a permanent mark. We're like two starved animals, fighting to see who'll come up on top. I nip at his lower lip. As soon as his lip pops out of my mouth, he does the same. I dig my nails into his skin. He tugs at my hair. It's like we're trying to punish one another for all the words we said, all the hurt we inflicted on each other. But I don't care one bit if he keeps kissing me like that. I'd rather battle the demons that haunt us with kisses than words. My tongue meets his, slurping, swirling. I shouldn't like it. It's sloppy and desperate. But I do. His fingers dig into my scalp, fisting my hair and pulling my head back. The kiss breaks, and almost instantly he latches on my neck. Tingles of excitement go straight to my core as his tongue slides down the column of my throat. Goosebumps rising on the sensitive flesh. When he comes to the end, he sucks the flesh between his lips. And I just know it'll leave a mark. Hayden, I breathe, fingers running through his hair and pulling him back hard. His heated gaze meets mine, tongue slipping out to swipe over his lip. So fucking sweet. And then he's kissing me again. It's like somebody snapped a leash on his control. Wild, completely, utterly wild. His lips land on mine even harder than before, if possible, and he pushes me back, my back hitting the bookshelf behind me, making something fall. Not like either of us cares. His hands roam my body, like he's feeling every curve of it. "You're driving me insane," he mutters, burying his head in my cleavage. His hands land on my ass, giving it a firm squeeze before he hoists me up. My legs wrap around his waist, his fingers digging deeper into my flesh to hold me closer, and the change in position brings his dick right where I need it, pressed against my center. He grinds his hips into me, the large swell of his cock rubbing against my very center. I can feel the heat pool between my legs, little shock waves going through me as his dick hits the right spot. His hand slides over my ribs, cupping one of my boobs, my hard nipples aching for his touch. I moan my protest when his hand continues its way down all the way between my legs. They tighten around him, but it doesn't stop Hayden from slipping it between us and cupping my sex. "So fucking hot," Hayden says, and sucks my lip into his mouth. "Is your pussy dripping for me, too?" I shake my head, refusing to give in to him. He chuckles knowingly. "I bet it is." He leans closer, his lips pressed against my earlobe, hot breath touching my sensitive skin. "I bet your panties are all soaked from my touch." "In your dreams, Hades." He presses one of his fingers into my slit, thin material of my leggings and lacy panties, the only barrier between us. "There, you're spread wide open, with my cock buried deep inside. I bet I could make you squirm if I really tried." He hums against my neck, nibbling at my collarbone. His finger keeps sliding over me, making sure to put extra pressure against my clit. "Want me to make you come, Callie?" His crude words are meant to intimidate, but the only thing they do is make me want him more. I shake my head no, while my body screams yes. "Should I bend you over and bury my hard dick in you? Or do you want me to fuck you with my tongue? Hayden applies more pressure, his fingers dipping into my entrance. My walls clench, whining in protest when there is nothing to clench around. A shudder rocks my body. What would it be like if he dropped to his knees right now, pulling my leggings as he goes down? If I close my eyes, I can see it. My back pressed against the hard wooden shelves, legs propped on his shoulders as his tongue licks every drop of my juices, fucking my sex with his mouth. I bite into my lower lip to hold in a moan. You seem to be big on words, but actions... His eyes shine at the challenge. Come on, do it. Do me, I beg him silently, because there is no way in hell I'll ever beg him out loud. I slide my hands over his back, broad shoulders tensing underneath my soft touch. His shirt rises, so I let my hand slip to his hot skin, scratching it with my nails. You're killing me. His low growl has the hair at the nape of my neck rising. Then he goes in for another kiss. Hayden's body grinds into mine, in tune with his tongue probing my mouth. I match him thrust for thrust. I grind against his cock. Hayden groans in approval, our kiss deepening. If I thought before was intense, this is a whole other level. Just when I think I have him, I realize how wrong I was. The kiss stops as suddenly as it started. We stare at each other unblinkingly. The emerald of his irises is almost completely swallowed by his pupils. Our breaths are rugged, and I can feel his heart thump rapidly underneath my palm, its tempo matching the one of my own heartbeat. My tongue darts out, swiping over my pulsing bottom lip. Hayden sets me down on the floor before taking a step back. My legs are wobbly underneath me, but something in me doesn't want to let him know that. Show him the true extent of how he affects me, how weak he can make me. Well, he says roughly, his thumb swiping over his lips. They are all puffy and swollen, his cheeks flushed. His eyes dart over my body, and I can't help but wonder what he sees. After all that pent-up tension, this was kind of anticlimactic. Wait, what? I look at him like he's gone mad. This is anticlimactic? The world is still shaking underneath my feet, every cell in my body vibrating. And he thinks our kiss sucked? Every muscle in my body hardens when I face him. His mask is firmly back in place, and he's back to his aloof and nonchalant self. My jaw tightens, and I take one deep breath. I know he wants me to say something. His eyes are all but daring me to do it. But I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of seeing the bruises his words left on me. Rising back, the all-too-familiar walls in place, I lift my hand. He flinches, the movement so small it's barely visible. He expects me to burst, slap him like I wanted to do before, only this time he would actually let me. But he doesn't know me at all. I've been through hell and back. Some petty words won't break me. Instead, I touch his cheek lightly, moving closer. You're totally right. I've never been with somebody so... I look down his body. Mediocre. And then I slip underneath his arm and walk away. This time, thankfully, he doesn't follow me. Chapter 24. Callie. Please don't tell me you're going to spend another weekend stuck in this room. Tilting my head, I look critically at the sketch pad in my lap. Rushed, rough strokes with kohl form a silhouette of a woman. Dancer forever stuck with her toes pointed, hands extended, one toward the back, one up in the sky, almost like she's trying to fly off the ground. Poise, perfection, eternal beauty. Are you even listening to me? Would it hurt less if I said I am, but I chose to ignore you? She crosses her arms over her chest, puffing out a breath of air in frustration. You're going to get holes in your ass if you don't get off of it. My ass is just fine. Maybe if I add, bed sores are not something to joke about. They hurt and stink AF. You talking from experience? I lift my brows at her, my eyes still glued to the drawing I've been working on. Nibbling on my lip, I make a few shadows with the tip of my fingers. Her hands fall down to her sides with a loud smack, exasperation rolling off of her in waves. Will I ever win against you? Not anytime soon, but you've actually got potential. I grin, and it doesn't even feel strained. When we're not mean, bitching at one another, and when she's not trying to pressure me to people, Yasmin is actually a pretty decent chick. Whatever, but seriously, you should come with me. I think even your grumpy ass will like this place. That piques my attention, if only slightly. Yasmin comes and goes as she pleases. Between her classes, work, and whatever the hell else she does, she's more out of the room than inside it, which works with my antisocial ass perfectly fine. Where are you going? A sly smile appears on her face. I guess you'll have to get your lazy ass out of bed to find out. This is it? I tilt my head to the side, observing a commercial-style building in front of us. Yep. The P pops annoyingly as Yasmin bounces on the heels of her feet. What do you think? I give her a side-eye. I think I'm not impressed, like at all. She laughs, but I don't find anything funny about it. Chill, it looks better on the inside. Come on. What is this place? I ask, reluctantly following behind her, giving the building another curious sweep. It's quiet, too quiet, almost to the point of abandoned. If I thought I did something to piss Yasmin off, I wouldn't put it past her to bring me here to get rid of my body once she's done with me. Welcome to Brighthaven. Yasmin turns around and spreads her arms wide. It's a community center of sorts. I actually didn't know there was one around here until a few days ago. We had one just like it back home. So why are we here? Yasmin pushes the door open and we enter inside. The entry space is bright, a registration desk in the middle with a woman who looks to be in her early 30s sitting behind it. I'm here to apply for a volunteer position. She shrugs and turns toward the woman and gives her a big smile she returns. Hi, I'm Yasmin, and this is my friend Callie. We both go to Blairwood. Hello, she beams at us. It's so nice to see more Blairwood students come here. I'm Susan, manager of Blairwood's Brighthaven. What can I help you girls with? I'd love to apply for a volunteer position. I was actually a part of the program and later on volunteered in one of your organizations down in New York City. Oh, that's amazing! They continue chatting about Yasmin's experience with Brighthaven. Tuning them out, I look around. The decor is minimalistic, but still cute and welcoming. The walls are painted in the palest of greens. A couch and a few chairs sit in the corner, a water and snack machine close by, a few pots with plants scattered here and there. I go toward the couch, ready to wait for Yasmin to finish. I didn't know what her idea was when she brought me here, but I wasn't sure I wanted to volunteer. Not because I didn't have the time. God knew I had more free time than sometimes I knew what to do with. But I was far from a good place. How could I help others if I didn't know how to help myself? One good thing about living on campus is that everything is within walking distance. You don't need cars to manage getting around. So when I saw Uber waiting for us in front of our dorm, my body went completely rigid, sweat coating my skin. I didn't want to get in that car. It's not like I haven't been in a car since the accident. I have, numerous times. But I got comfortable in the weeks since school started, my body reacting on instinct when pushed toward the uncomfortable and downright painful memory. Yasmin noticed my reluctance, but before she could ask too many questions, I forced myself to put one foot in front of the other until I was seated inside, a seatbelt firmly in place while I was gripping at the door handle like my life depended on it. So yeah, I was far from being fine. Sitting down, I notice different pamphlets on the coffee table in front of me. Blindly, I take one, scanning over the content, only to realize a few sentences in that it's about the founders of Brighthaven, J.D. Shelton and Sienna Roberts Shelton, ex-football player and ex-supermodel, who decided to dedicate their retirement to this non-profit that centers around building community centers which will help keep kids off the streets and out of bad homes, while at the same time helping them with anything they might need help with. And judging by the short descriptions, it really should have everything, from basic stuff like food, showers and beds, to tutors and different organized activities to give these kids purpose. Hey, I lift my gaze to see Yasmin standing in front of me. Vanessa, she tilts her head in the direction of the woman behind her, offered to show me around for a bit. Wanna come with? I must have made a face without realizing it, because she quickly adds, or you can stay here. I'm fine waiting. I offer her a small smile. Sure thing, love. If somebody new comes in, tell them I'll be right back. No problem, I reassure Vanessa and watch them walk away. The overall quiet is interrupted when the door squeaks open as they pass through, but then there is only silence once again. Sighing in relief, I decide to pull out my sketch pad, put in my earbuds, and settle in to wait. Just as I'm about to open a new page, my phone vibrates in my pocket. Pulling it out, I look at the message and groan out loud. Nix. Change of plans. My house, 3 p.m. You better not cancel. Why am I not surprised? Callie, why don't you come to my dorm instead? The last thing I want to do is face Hayden after what happened yesterday in the library. A shiver runs through my body as snippets flash before my eyes. I shake my head to clear my mind. Nope, I'm not going there. I don't need his shit in my life. Nix. No way. My place. Don't be late. Huffing in frustration, I type fine and shove my phone back. Deciding to put this aside for a moment, I turn on the music and open my sketch pad. I pull out my pencil, and after a few quick taps against my chin, I start to sketch. I never let myself think too much about what I'm actually going to draw. At the end of the day, most of them are all the same. Dancers stuck in different positions. I don't need a shrink to tell me what all of that's about. Then again, even before the accident, when I found the time to draw, it was the same. My one true love, my passion, my obsession. Every stroke I make is quick, almost harsh, the side of my hand smudging the drawing as I move my hand over the paper. If I pulled my earbuds out, I'm sure I'd be able to hear that scratching sound that comes when a pencil is pressed against the paper. I'm so lost in it, I'm startled when a hand comes into my view and touches my sketch pad that I jump in my seat. Damn it! Both pencil and sketch pad fall into my lap. I pull the earbuds out and turn to look at the culprit, a girl, probably not older than 11 or so, looking at me curiously. You scared the crap out of me. Sorry, she says, looking sheepishly at me. I didn't see you had your earbuds on. My heart is still beating rapidly against my ribcage, and I'm breathless. I want to snap at her to be more careful the next time, but I know it's partially my fault. I'm the dumbass who cracked on the music, knowing somebody could come in at any moment. Taking a few deep breaths in, I try to get my breathing under control. The girl bends down and picks up my sketch pad off the floor. Some pages are bent, and she carefully smooths them out, her eyes soaking in all the drawings. It's so pretty. There are legit stars in her hazel eyes as she looks at picture after picture. Thanks. Did you draw all of them? She sits next to me, propping the pad on her lap to look at it. There are a bunch of them, and it's not even the only one I have. Just the one I started working on shortly before I arrived at Blairwood. Sure thing. Then, because I feel like shit, I ask, "Do you draw?" She shrugs, her eyes still glued to my work. Sometimes. I'm not really good at it, especially when I have to draw people. I suck at that. It's on the tip of my tongue to scold her for cussing, but I bite my tongue. Want me to tell you a secret? She turns her head toward me. She looks so young and innocent. There is still some baby fat clinging to her round pink cheeks, but the look in her eyes tells me she knows much more than any kid her age probably should. What secret? I sucked at it too. Still didn't stop me from working on it until I got better. She thinks it through for a moment, then nods before returning her attention to the drawings. Who's this? She turns the book toward me so I can see it. Like all my drawings, this one is also done with pencil, but even through black and white, I know the exact color those eyes would be. Deep green. The intense, vivid color of the field in the summer. The rest of his face is a blur, but those eyes, they look at me with so much intensity you'd think he's real. He's a friend, I finally settle. No need to torture this girl with the overwhelming history that connects Hayden Watson and me. She turns to the book to give another curious look at the sketch. He's cute. Is he your boyfriend? God, no. The words came out in a rush. This couldn't be further from the truth if she tried. Well, you should change that. He's really pretty. And you must like him if you drew him, right? More like hate him. But who's making notes, right? Thankfully, I'm saved from replying when Yasmin and Vanessa come back. They're animatedly discussing something. You're back. Thank God. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see somebody in my life. Yep. She turns back to Vanessa. This was really fun. Thank you so much for showing me around. I'll let you know about my schedule next week, and we can set something up. Sounds good to me. Thank you so much for coming today. They shake hands. When Vanessa turns around, she notices the girl sitting next to me. Hey, Gabs, just coming in? Yep, she was drawing when I came in, so I came to look. Vanessa gives me an apologetic look, but I wave her off. Do you like her drawings? They're pretty cool. Almost looks like a picture book. She closes the sketch pad and gives it back to me. You should come back and teach us how to do it. Maybe then I'll get better too. Then, before I can say anything, she jumps to her feet and skips away. Ready to go? Yasmin asks. I look down at the book in my lap, Gabby's words still ringing in my ears. A picture book? Shaking my head to clear my mind, I get to my feet. Ready when you are.
Chapter 25. Hayden. Watson! Where the fuck is your head at? Coach's loud bark breaks me out of my thoughts. I turn to look at him. His face is beet red from all the screaming, and if it weren't directed at me, I might find it funny. Sorry, Coach. I don't want to hear your sorry excuses. I want to see you catch that damn ball. Do you remember how to do it, or do you suddenly have amnesia? He throws his clipboard and starts marching toward me. Pushing me out of my place, he takes it himself. Catch the damn ball, he repeats again, like I need an additional reminder of what a screw-up I've been today. Cole, again! In utter silence, the guys get in position. It's not strange for Coach to get into the game if he thinks we're too dumb to understand something on our own. The dude might be in his 50s, but he can take any one of us at any given chance and come out a winner. The ball is snapped into Nix's arms and he lets it fly. Coach starts to run, something I should be doing, and catches the ball. Another thing I should be doing. But apparently I've suddenly lost the ability to. Fucking Callie Stewart. She's been in my head since the library, and I can't get her out no matter how much I try. But this is just too much. It feels like high school all over again, when she had all the power and I was just a dumb, girl-obsessed kid who couldn't get his head straight. No, not just any girl-obsessed. Callie-obsessed. This shit has to stop now. In the last second, I see the ball flying toward my chest. My hands curl to catch it. The sound of the pigskin snapping against my palms echoes through an otherwise silent field. Nobody says anything for the fear of pissing Coach off even more than he already is. He's been in a mood lately. God only knows why. It's not like we're losing. Then again, it doesn't exactly mean we're at our best either. And we'll need our best if we want to win that championship this year. Endgame. Think about the endgame. Do I need to repeat myself, or do you think you'll be able to catch that ball now? My fingers grip the ball tighter. I'll catch it. I nod, pushing everything else out of my head. There isn't another option. No place for screw-ups. Again! And that's exactly what we do. Over and over again. The doorbell rings just as I get out of the bathroom. My muscles are still burning and protesting from the workout Coach put them through. Wrapping up the practice just moments before we all started to puke. I stop, listening to see if somebody will open the damn door, but nope, because that would be too much to ask. I'm debating whether I should even bother when the bell buzzes again. Sighing, I let the towel with which I was drying my hair fall over my shoulders. "I'm coming!" I yell. It better not be one of those door-to-door idiots trying to sell shit. Taking 2 steps at a time, I run down as fast as possible, pulling open the door just as another annoying ding fills the room. "What?" I bark. But there is no one there. Until I look down. Fucking Callie Stewart.
Callie. The mother of all that's holy. I shouldn't stare. I know I shouldn't. But damn. It's all there, out in the open. And he's literally getting in my face. All that glorious naked skin is right under my nose, and there is nowhere else to look but at him. A few droplets of water still cling to his tanned skin, and when one starts to slide down the ridges of his stomach, I can only stare. My throat goes dry as the wave of heat spreads through me, and suddenly the leather jacket I'm wearing seems to suffocate me. I can't help myself, but count in my head as the drop goes lower and lower and lower. 8. Damn. I nibble at my lower lip to prevent any sound from coming out of my mouth and embarrassing me in the process, but no such luck. "My eyes are up here, Stewart," Hayden says dryly. My head snaps up instantly, heat coloring my cheeks. Well, if you didn't burst out of the house as Rambo, maybe I wouldn't faceplant in your chest. "It doesn't seem like you mind it one bit." He flashes me his teeth as he grins. Pompous jackass. It's not like I had a choice now, did I? "Girl, pretend all you want, but you like what you see." Unfortunately, he's right. I think I actually swooned when I took him in. Not that I'll admit it out loud. I give him another look. Hey, you'd do it too, trust me. I mean, I knew he was fit. I saw the guy more than it was good for my sanity. I had that hard body pressed against mine. I just didn't realize how fit he actually is. There isn't even a little bit left of that skinny boy I met in high school. He's all muscles now. Strong and powerful, his body is made into a well-oiled machine. And tattoos. Don't even get me started on tattoos. They cover the better half of his torso and both his arms. Everything is etched into his skin, different images as well as text. Do they have a special kind of meaning? If so, what? I want to ask him, touch him, but I know better than to do either. At least a foot taller than my 5'2", his shoulders are wide, bicep bulging just right, and his hands. God, I noticed them before because there's just something about a man's hands that makes you feel safe. His fingers are long, skin rough from all the work he puts in. His chest is well defined, and then it narrows down into that 8-pack and V that leads into what's hidden behind that small white towel. Why can't it just fall off? I've seen better, I scoff at him. Hayden isn't offended, not one bit. Instead, his smile grows wider, smug even. I guess when you look like a Greek god, you have the ego to match. He knows my words are just empty bullshit. He leans in, surprising me. I inhale sharply, the scent of soap, water, and sandalwood overflowing my senses. It's like his nearness is sucking out all the air between us, and I can't breathe. And then he touches me, and my body goes completely rigid. Ever since the accident, I didn't let anybody touch me except doctors, and apparently Hayden. His fingertips brush against the corner of my mouth, and my pulse skyrockets. My heart beating so loudly, I'm sure he can feel it. I'm completely under his spell, and it takes me a while to register his next words. From the drool on your face, I'd think otherwise. The victorious glint in his jade irises pisses me off almost as much as his words. Gritting my teeth, I plant both my hands on his oh-so-naked chest and push him away with all I have in me. He barely moves an inch. You're an asshole. Hayden laughs. So you've said, yet you're still here. You always seem to come back. Why is that again? But I don't get to finish because a hand slips around my shoulder, startling me. I invited her over. I look at Nix, casually standing next to me, his car parked at the curb of the street. When did he get here? And how did we not hear him? My gaze fixes on the side of his face, but he ignores me in favor of a staring contest with Hayden. How much did he hear? Based on the smile on his face, I'd say enough. And why is that? Hayden asks, looking between the two of us. The smile he was sporting only seconds ago, replaced by a frown. Studying. The glare Hayden has been throwing at Nixon suddenly turns to me, like it's somehow my fault his friend invited me over. If I could have chosen, it would have been anywhere but here. But Nix insisted, so I figured it would be easier to go with it instead of resisting it. Apparently, one way or the other, fate will keep on throwing me at Hayden Watson. Might as well get used to it. To think I was foolish enough to believe this campus is big enough for the two of us to never cross paths. So if you'll excuse us, Nix urges him to move away, but Hayden stays still. His jaw is clenched so tight, I'm surprised his molars don't break. Finally, he takes a step back, leaving barely enough space for me to pass through. Nixon lets out a sound that's a lot like he's choking on laughter. Pushing Hayden back, he grins at me. Come on, Cals, I need to practice my Espanol, or I'll fail. Hearing his thick accent, I'm not sure he's mistaken. Putting one of his big hands on the small of my back, he guides me toward the stairs. Where do you think you're going? Nix looks over his shoulder, his whole body vibrating with suppressed laughter. My room. I don't turn around, but I don't have to. I can feel Hayden's death glare on my back all the way up the stairs just fine. It's the first door on the right, Nix says as soon as we reach the top. I nod, following silently. It's technically Maddox's house, so we let him keep the master. He needs the extra space for all his shit anyway. I'm not sure who Maddox is. I don't think I've ever seen the guy, so I don't comment. Nixon's room is spacious enough as it is, even though a king-sized bed takes most of the space. But if you're as big as one of the football players, I guess you need all the extra sleeping space you can get. It looks like what I would imagine a total boy room looks like, not that I've seen many in my life. The bed isn't made, and there are some clothes thrown in the corner of the room, right next to the hamper. There are a few footballs scattered around, and different sports magazines on the nightstand next to his bed. I take one ball that's in the corner of his bed, right next to his pillow. The leather is soft in my hands, and I give it a playful toss in the air. You sleep with balls, too? A smile tips my lips. Only when there isn't anybody to keep my balls warm. He wiggles his brows playfully. Poor baby, I don't know how you manage it. You can always volunteer as a tribute. He jumps on the bed, making the mattress squeak loudly in protest underneath his weight. God, I really pity your roommates. How so? Having to listen to you getting it on all the time? I'm not sure if I want to laugh or frown, so I do a little bit of both. You're not going to join me on the bed? He laughs, jumping a little to make the mattress squeak louder. Yeah, I think I'll pass. God only knows how many of his conquests he's brought to that thing, and the last time he changed the sheets. Yep, thanks but no thanks. I have enough shit on my plate without adding an STD to the mix. The door shuts loudly somewhere down the hall. I don't even have to ask who it is, because there is only one answer. Hayden. The silence falls over us. Nixon's curious gaze settled on me as we wait to hear something, but nothing else comes. Did you bring me here to taunt him? I ask, breaking the quiet. Did you accept to get a rise out of him? He challenges back. Touché. Sighing, I sit in the chair and turn toward him. I grab the books out of my backpack and settle them on my lap, propping my legs on the edge of the bed. When I finally lift my gaze, I find him still looking at me, so I stare back. I'm not sure what he really sees, and I'm not about to ask him either. Apparently, I don't have to. You get a rise out of him just by breathing. I want to know why. He doesn't want to tell me, so I'll find out on my own. And you think I'll be the one to tell you? I raise my brow in question. You don't have to tell me anything. I came here to forget, Nixon. To move on, not to remember. How is that working for you so far? My lips press in a tight line, no words coming out. That, in itself, answer enough. I figured. Getting off the bed, he grabs his books before plopping back down. Another loud squeak comes from the mattress. I glare at him, but he just smiles sheepishly. If I really wanted to piss him off, I'd be bouncing on this thing for the duration of your stay. As for forgetting, he trails off, a somber expression coming over his face. Wanting to forget and actually being able to are two different things, Callie. I open the book, going to the lesson we were working on this week. Looking over the top, I meet his gaze head-on. Are you saying that from experience? He grins, dimples showing in his cheeks. What would the quarterback of one of the best college football teams want to forget? It's light, carefree, and completely fake. Something I might have missed if I wasn't looking as carefully as I did. Something I might not have recognized if we weren't like two pieces cut from the same cloth. What, really? Let's get to work.
Chapter 26. Hayden. Looking over my shoulder at the staircase, I notice it's still empty. It's been hours, so long that it was late evening. darkness clouding the sky. What are they still doing up there? The squeaking that was coming through the thin walls of Nix's bedroom when I climbed up to change has gone quiet, but they haven't emerged. Not even once. If you keep looking over your shoulder, you sprain your neck, Zane chuckles from the kitchen. He just got home from the hockey game his kids were playing earlier today. Well, they're not his. Zane coaches the high school team, mostly during the off-season since he has his own practices to worry about. But occasionally he joins them during the season too when their schedules don't conflict. The team was actually formed by one of Zane's old coaches who wanted to help troubled kids get off the street and focus their punky attitude towards something useful instead of getting themselves into trouble. That was how Zane started playing in the first place. And even with just a few years of coaching, he was good enough to get a scholarship to BWU. Sometimes I'd tag along, but not today. There was no way in hell I'd leave the house with Callie still closed off in Nix's room. How long does it take to study? He turns to me, looking at me like I lost my goddamn mind. Maybe I have. After the chewing Coach gave me today, I should have been going over plays or looking at the film for our next week's game. Instead, I'm sitting here waiting to see Callie leave our house. I don't know, Hades. However long it takes until you memorize everything you need to know. Or however long it takes to drive me completely mad, I mutter quietly so he can't hear me. I know Nixon, and bringing Callie here had little to do with them studying, and all with driving me insane. Want a sandwich? Zane calls out once again. Maybe food will help calm your cranky ass. Not hungry, I mutter, switching the channel to another reality TV show. Isn't there something else to watch? Just a bunch of wannabe celebrities making fools out of themselves on national television. In the end, I switch back to ESPN. Suit yourself, but if you try to steal mine once I get my ass on the couch, I'll bite your hand off. Jeez, what has you all fired up? How's the team? I listen as he talks about the game and kids. He's so passionate about them. You can hear it in his every word. He knows all of their names, positions, and whatever they're struggling with. He knows their families and friends and makes a point to stop by and talk to them if they're in the rink. He's like the big brother most of them don't have. Dude, there's this new kid on the team, Darius. He's only 15, but the boy's got some spunk. That little shit thinks he's God's gift to the world. He might be one of the youngest guys on the team, but he's almost as tall as all the seniors. And he's got some serious attitude on the ice. I laugh. Sounds like somebody I know. Ha ha. You laugh all you want. The kid landed himself twice in the sin bin tonight. He's not even the enforcer. He's just looking for trouble. Zane puts the water bottle on the coffee table and sits down on the couch. A plate with 2 ginormous chicken sandwiches in his lap. My stomach perks up at the sight. Maybe I actually am hungry. I give him a look. I repeat, sounds like somebody I know. I wasn't like that, he protests. Yeah, you're right. You were 10 times worse. I reach for the sandwich, but Zane swats my hand away. Mine. I asked you nicely. You said you weren't hungry. I changed my mine, he growls in warning. You reach one more time for my sandwich? I'll make sure to spit on it before it reaches your mouth. Then he proceeds by taking a huge bite, making over-the-top noises just to piss me off. That fucker. I'm tempted to risk it and go for his second sandwich anyway when I hear footsteps coming down the stairs. Are you assholes watching porn again? Nix shouts as Zane continues with his obnoxiously loud moaning. We have company, so you better pull your pants on or you'll traumatize the poor girl with your tiny dicks. The only person with a tiny dick here is you, Nix, so I don't believe she can be any more traumatized than she already is. Zane interjects as soon as he swallows. Then he turns around and sees the girl in question. His whole body stiffens and he gives me a look. Callie. I can see surprise clearly written on his face. Not that I can blame him. He wasn't here when Callie came, so he didn't know she was the one who was closed upstairs in Nick's bedroom, and the quick glance he shoots my way confirms it. Her lips press in a tight line. Hayden's friend, she says in the same curt way Zane did. I'm not sure what the hell's going on, but something must have happened for both of them to be so on edge with each other. That fucker over there is Zane. Nix makes the introductions, and then turns to Zane with interest. Is there any more of it? He rubs his stomach, tugging aside his shirt. Callie's eyes fall down to his abs. Everybody notices it, Nixon included. A knowing smirk tugs at his lips as he pulls his shirt a bit higher. I'm hungry too. Sure, just not for food, Zane mutters, but not quietly enough so we don't hear him. Zane? Nope, I finished the last of it. You fucker. I turn to look at him. Anything just so I don't have to stare at Callie and Nixon anymore. Just watching them stand side by side, silently interacting, makes me want to punch somebody. Preferably my best friend. You said you'd make me one. I was, but that was before you said no. There's no need to waste food, so I made 2 for myself. I punch him in the arm. Ouch, what was that for? Lying about my sandwich? You never meant to make it, did you? I should have known better. Zane wasn't one known to share his food with anybody. I guess that comes when sometimes you have nothing to eat for days. If there was enough, I would have. He shrugs, not even a trace of guilt in his tone. Yeah. I cross my arms over my chest and turn to the TV. Ask me if I believe in your bullshit. So, pizza it is, Nick says to interrupt any further discussion. Hades, you up for Angelo's? Hell yes. Angelo has the best damn pizza in the whole state, and just the mention of it has my mouth watering. What? You decide to order pizza now that I ate? Zane looks actually heartbroken. What can I say? It's that good of a pizza. And payback is a bitch. Serves you right. Next time you'll think twice before messing with my food. What about you, Callie? Staying for pizza? I turn around just as the 2 of them exchange another one of their looks. I grip the back of the couch as I watch their silent exchange, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. So, pizza? Nixon urges when she doesn't reply right away. She shakes her head at him, a few strands of her hair falling out of the messy bun and curling around her face. I have to go. Come on, Cals, Nixon drawls, pouting. He looks ridiculous, but it makes her laugh anyway. That little curve of her lips is like a punch to my gut. And the fact that she directed it at my best friend leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Another swift shake of her head. My roommate is waiting for me, but you guys have fun. If you say so, Nixon sighs in resignation, but lets the matter go. Fucking finally. I wasn't sure I could sit with the 2 of them through dinner. I'll walk you out. It's fine, she protests, but he glares right back at her, effectively shushing her up. I don't remember asking. That would be too much to ask. She rolls her eyes, and for a split second turns toward us. Our gazes meet for a moment before she turns away. Later, boys. We watch them go down the hallway. What the hell was that? Zane turns around to glare at me as soon as we're out of earshot. I could ask the same, I throw back. There was no way I'm not getting to the bottom of the strange, tense vibe that filled the room when Callie and Zane saw each other. It's nothing. Didn't look like it to me. I saw her at the clinic. We exchanged some words. The end. What about you? Why didn't you tell me she's the one who was up with Nix? I turned back to the TV. It's none of your goddamn business. The silence settles over us, but Zane doesn't let it linger. Say what you want, but you've got it bad, man. Zane shakes his head. Cut that shit out before she messes with you all over again. Sure, I've got it so bad I want to strangle her, I mutter, watching a recap of a football game. Football. That's what I have to be focusing on. Football and school. Not blasts from the past that are going to blow up in my face. Been there, done that. Or something, he added noncommittedly. Or nothing. She irritates the hell out of me. I stopped believing all these chance encounters or accidents after the 3rd one. She's purposely trying to drive me insane. She and Nixon both. I still wasn't sure what his endgame was, but it couldn't be anything good. For as long as I've known him, Nixon didn't do girlfriends. He's the ultimate love 'em and leave 'em kind of guy. So what the hell does he want with Callie? Is it to prove a point? Show me he was right and she can get under my skin? Fuck that. Is it working? Zane asks, his mouth full of food. You have no idea. But of course I don't say that. Not in the least. You're a shit liar, Hades. Fuck off and eat your shitty sandwich. He points his finger at me. Whatever. But don't you for one moment think I won't eat pizza too. is too good to miss out on. I didn't doubt it for a second.
Chapter 27. Callie. How have you been doing, Callie? I shift my weight, trying to find a more comfortable spot to sit, while at the same time avoiding the weary look the dean of Blairwood University gives me, across from his big mahogany desk that dominates his office. Sighing, I give up and finally look at him. He's in his late 40s, just like my parents. You wonder how I know that? They were good friends, my parents and the dean, the visiting kind. I've seen Oliver Wilson on more than a few occasions over the years. In a way, he was an honorary uncle to me. He took the dean position only last year, but when I reached out regarding my acceptance and my difficulties, he assured me that my spot at BWU would be waiting for me whenever I was ready to get back, which I was grateful for. Since I could remember, I heard my parents talk about me going to BWU, just like they did, and I knew how much they wanted me to keep the tradition going. So here I am. After all, that was the only thing I could give them after letting them down when it comes to everything else. I open my mouth, but think better of it when I see the dean's knowing stare. His hands are folded over a neat stack of papers before him as he assesses me. It's been a rough few weeks, I end up saying truthfully. Months, years, but who's counting? Are your classes going well? As well as they can at this point, I suppose, I shrug. If things were different, if I were different, I would have a mix of general education courses and dance classes. But since I can't dance anymore, I have a full gen ed course load, in the hope to figure out what I want to do with my life. But you can find that for yourself. Why did you call me here, Oliver? I wouldn't call him by his first name if we weren't alone in his office. I didn't want my connection to the dean of the university out in the open. There were enough rumors going around about me without our relationship being public knowledge. He gives me a sheepish grin. Well, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. I sit a little straighter, unsure about where this is going. Okay, I'm listening. You know that your parents were alumni, right? That's why I'm here, I nod. What about it? Blairwood University is one of its kind. What makes it different is the fact that the number of scholarship students is almost the same, if not higher than the regular students. AKA, rich kids like me. That's how universities roll. They need the money to fund themselves and offer scholarships to kids who don't have funds of their own, but have the smarts or talent for it. Your parents were donors before. He doesn't finish, letting the words hang in the air. The wave of sadness crashes into me almost instantly. The memories of two people who I love, the most in the world, would probably bring me to my knees if I were standing. Digging my fingers into the edge of the chair, I welcome the burn and push them back. I haven't talked to anybody about them in so long, it almost feels surreal. And painful. Too painful. They say time heals all wounds, but whoever they are fucking liars. Some wounds are too deep to heal, too rugged to ever be patched together. Some people too damaged to ever be made whole again. And some people, like me, don't deserve it at all. Anyway, he nods solemnly, pulling me back to the present. Oliver grabs a folder and offers it to me. I carefully take it from his hands, open it, and skim through the papers inside as he continues explaining. They sponsored various scholarships over the years, helping kids in different fields come here and accomplish their dreams. He continues telling me about all the kids, adults now really, who got the scholarship and their accomplishments. but his voice fades into background noise as I scan the pages in front of me. Their smiling faces, stated awards and accomplishments. Until I come to the last page, and the folder slips from my shaky hands. But the photo of the student somehow ends up on the table, looking right back at me. Dean looks down at it. If he's surprised by my reaction, he doesn't say anything. He was the last one they sponsored. My heart stops for a moment, breath stuck in my lungs. How? I knew they liked Hayden back then. They always had nice words to say about him, compared to that punk Ben. But this is something completely different, something on another level. But then something else occurs to me. Did they pick the students to sponsor? Oliver shakes his head. The faculty picks out the students to sponsor based on their grades and talents. I sigh in relief, my eyes still glued to the desk. It's just a coincidence. But they did handpick him, Dean adds. My head snaps up to look at him. They did? Oh my God, they knew. My whole body shakes as the realization sinks in. They knew. They must have known. Even before that day, they must have known. Tears gather in my eyes, but I give my best to blink them away. I will not cry, not now. Callie? There is worry in Oliver's tone, so I force a smile out. If you're not ready or interested in continuing their work, I'll do it. I rush out before he can say more, ask any more questions. I'll talk to my lawyer tomorrow, but I want to do it. We can set up 2 scholarships in honor of Mom and Dad. They would love it. Dean smiles softly. Yes, they would. There is a slight pause. There is another thing I wanted to discuss. As discreetly as possible, I swipe at the tear that escaped me. What is it? There is a Christmas ball happening after all the exams are over. It's to honor the accomplishments of our students made in the past year. I invited your parents to attend to give out the prizes, but they always insisted they would come once you were a student here. We would love it if you'd do it instead. All the emotions welling inside me made it hard to speak. Oliver, He reaches across the desk, giving my hands a squeeze. Think about it, okay? I nod my head. Fine, I'll think about it. A little while later, after we discuss the logistics of it so I know what to say to my lawyer, I leave the dean's office and head out. I have a class in an hour, and I need to stop by Cup It Up to grab some coffee if I plan to survive this day. The coffee shop has become my addiction, and I don't plan on giving it up anytime soon. Just the thought of it has my blood buzzing for my next fix. As soon as I leave the building, the cool afternoon air grazes my skin, making me shiver as I realize I forgot my jacket. Damn, not again. I'll have to get used to carrying it around if I don't want to freeze to death. But when you come from California, where the sun shines practically all year long, it's hard to remember something as trivial as a jacket. Pulling my sweater a bit higher, I fumble with the bag over my shoulder when I hear a familiar voice that makes my whole body stiffen. Already in trouble with the dean? Hayden's loud whistle makes a few heads turn in our direction. I bet you only had to pull out your checkbook and the problem was solved, right? Groaning silently, I keep walking. How is it that out of all the people I could stumble upon on campus, it always has to be him? It's like I'm cursed. Or maybe that's just karma getting back at you for all the shitty things you did, a little voice reminds me. I want to think she's wrong, but even I'm not that stuck up. Sighing, I rub my forehead to chase the building headache away. Maybe if I don't comment, he'll leave me alone. But the persistent asshole he is, he continues following me. "Don't you have anything better to do, Watson?" I shoot back through my gritted teeth. Seriously, why does it always have to be him? Of course, his long legs eat the distance between us, and before I know it, Hayden is walking next to me. I refuse to acknowledge him, but from the corner of my eye, I can see him tilt his head as if in thought. "Nope, I don't think I do." "There isn't another poor soul you can torture instead of me?" His calloused hand wraps around my wrist, pulling me to a halt. "Playing victim doesn't look good on you, Callie," he taunts in a hard whisper. "You're hardly poor." I tilt my head back, forcing myself to meet his unforgiving gaze. I know I hurt him, but I paid my dues. "Is that what this is about?" I ask, confused. I already said I was sorry. What else does he want from me? I wish I could turn back the time, correct all the mistakes that I've made, but it doesn't work that way. "Money?" His jaw hardens. "It's about you little rich kids thinking you own everything and everybody, just because your parents can wave their checkbooks and get you out of shit. You better go cry to your mommy and daddy." I don't see it coming, and neither does he. But before either one of us can react, the loud smack rings in the air. My palm stings, hand shaking as I pull it back to my chest, holding onto it tightly to prevent it from trembling. But the rage that's been building inside of me for weeks is finally unleashed, and there's nothing that'll hold it back. "They're dead, asshole!" I snap. Pushing him back, I lift my tear-stained gaze to look into his eyes. I'm done. I'm just done. All my wounds have been open only moments ago in the dean's office, and now this idiot has the nerve to bring them up once again when my heart is still bleeding. Somebody else would probably look away, trying to hide their glossy eyes, their pain, but I won't give him the satisfaction. Let him look. Let him see. Maybe then he'll finally leave me in peace. So no, there is no calling my parents and having them sign a big fat check that'll give you and your dickhead friends a new locker room or whatever, because they're dead and there is no bringing them back. Hayden inhales sharply, his eyes wide as he stares at me. It's like he's seeing me for the very first time. "Nothing smart to say now?" I taunt mockingly when he opens his mouth, but no words come out. I didn't think so. Then I turn on the heels of my feet and storm away.
Chapter 28. Hayden. Shit. I run my fingers through my hair, pulling at it in frustration as I watch Callie run away in tears. Tears, for fuck's sake. The strongest, most headstrong girl I've ever met in my life is running away from me in tears, and I'm too dumbfounded to move a muscle. It's like my body is glued to this spot, and I can't breathe, can't think, can't...
"They're dead, asshole."
Her words are going on repeat in my brain, tears dulling the brightness of her violet eyes, defeat in her tone, the pain on her face as she uttered those words.
"They're dead."
"Fuck!" I yell, my clenched fist connecting to the wall. "Fuck!" I bend forward as the pain spreads through my hand, but it's nothing compared to the ache I felt the moment she looked at me as she uttered those words. Like her world is shattered and I'm the one holding the hammer that did all the damage. And then she ran away and I couldn't do anything to stop her. I was too shell-shocked to follow her, not that she wanted me to. I thought that I'm past it, that nothing Callie Stewart can say or do will make me feel anything but contempt for her. But I was wrong. So fucking wrong. Before. Callie 16, Hayden 17. "This all looks great," I say, looking up at Callie. She's sitting across from me, a smile that spreads over her lips, almost blinding.
You're really getting good at this. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you got a better final grade than I do. I don't know about that. I still start panicking every time I even think about the final. She pushed a strand of her hair that slipped from the bun on the top of her head behind her ear, her cheeks slightly flushing from the praise. I can't help my own grin from appearing. I love seeing this side of Callie. It's so much different from what she shows to other people at school. And somehow knowing that it's just for me makes it even more special. Reaching forward, I place my hand over hers, my thumb tracing the sensitive skin of her wrist. As soon as my fingers touch hers, I feel that all too familiar zap of energy and attraction shooting between us. I look down. My much larger palm envelops hers completely. The difference between the two of us is striking. Hard to soft, large to small, dark to pale. We couldn't be more different if we tried, yet I slowly lift my gaze and look at her. Her lips are slightly parted, and she's staring at our hands too. Am I the only one who's feeling like this? Am I the only one who can feel this attraction between us like it's a living, breathing thing? I don't want to think I am, but... Great, you two are done, Callie's mom says as she enters the big dining room where we've been working for the past hour. We both jump apart, pulling our hands to ourselves like we've done something wrong. Maybe we have. Maybe I had. After all, Callie has a boyfriend. And I'm sure Benjamin wouldn't like it one bit if he saw me touching Callie like that. Shaking those thoughts away, I turn to Mrs. Stewart. Her smile is big and warm, a plate of cookies in her hand. I was just finishing going over Callie's work. She's gotten really better. I'm blown away like every time I've seen her so far. The resemblance between her and Callie is striking. With the same petite build, honey blonde hair, and those dark blue eyes, they could practically be sisters. Mrs. Stewart leaves the plate on the table between us, her hand falling on my shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze. It's all thanks to you. Callie is really lucky to have a friend like you to help her out with this class. My cheeks heat from her compliment. Callie's parents are the nicest people I've ever met. Both her mom and dad have been nothing but kind and welcoming since the first time Callie brought me home for our tutoring session. Mrs. Stewart is one of those ladies that's all touchy, but not in a creepy MILF way. She's genuinely a touchy person. She does it with everybody who stops by. And she always feeds me. I tried to refuse her once, and she made a face like I just kicked her puppy, so since then I always make a point to eat when she offers something so I don't hurt her feelings. Not like it's a hardship anyway. She's a great cook. And since both my parents are acting shitty lately, always fighting, it's a good change to experience something so normal like a plate of cookies and milk after studying. It's all her. Callie's been working really hard. She just needed a push in the right direction. Still, her hands wrap around me in a hug. You were that push she needed. She's so lucky to have you. Now, as the memory fades away, guilt and sorrow land on my chest, harsh and asphyxiating. It's stupid. I shouldn't feel that way. I hadn't even known her parents that well, except for those few times we were studying at her house. Yet still. Irritated with myself, the whole situation, Callie, I shout loudly, not caring one bit who can hear me. Before I can think better of it, my hand flies and connects to the wall. The pain that shoots through my arm is barely able to dull the ache in my chest. What the fuck is your problem, man? Nix's harsh words snap me out of it. Are you planning to break the wall with your fucking hand? He pulls my hand to look at it. Shit. Is it broken? Shit sums it up pretty well. My knuckles are scraped, swollen, bloodied, and bruised. The skin on the back of my hand has already started to discolor. I spread my fingers and clench them into a fist, testing to see if it actually is broken. Damn it. The pain shoots through my hand, but I don't think I broke anything. How bad is it? He asks and gently takes my hand into his to check for himself, slowly releasing and flexing my fingers. I hiss when his fingers touch the sensitive skin.
How bad, Hades? 7. And then some. I don't think it's broken, though. Just hurts like a bitch. He glares at me, shaking his head. Coach will kill you when he finds out. Well, it's not broken, so he doesn't have to find out. It'll be fine. I'll ice it for a bit, and that'll be it. Yeah, good luck with that. He looks at the wall and then back at me. What did the poor building do to you? I don't think the dean will like the idea of renovating or relocation. I clench my fingers and another wave of pain shoots through my arm. Fuck. I really need to be more careful than that, or I'll actually end up breaking something. Nothing. I shake my head and close my mouth shut. But of course Nick sees right through my shit. His eyes narrow at me. What the hell did you do, Hayden? Making sure I use the healthy hand, my left hand. Coach will seriously rip me a new one when he sees what I did with my fist. I rub my face. It's Callie, okay? This only makes his face go even grimmer, which in turn makes me even angrier. What the hell is going on between the two of them? What did you do? Why the fuck do you care? I finally lash out, all the weeks of pent-up frustration finally coming out. Because, believe it or not, Callie is my friend. Yeah, right, I scoff. Friend. We both know Nixon has one kind of female friends, and that kind always ends in his bed. Did he already sleep with her? My hands clench into fists by my side, and another wave of pain spreads through my arm. Damn it. Nixon shakes his head at me. Believe me or don't, that's your choice. But we are just friends. Although I don't see how it's any of your business. You don't want her, didn't you say it? Well, if that's the case, it shouldn't matter. But it does. The words come out before I can stop them, and now there's no taking them back. She got in my head. Hell, maybe she never got out in the first place, and I was just fooling myself that I got over her. Sighing, I run my hand through my hair. I messed up. Nix's lips tip in a smile, but he smooths his features quickly. Smug bastard is enjoying this. Like that's something new. What the hell happened now? I look to the side, not wanting to face him as I say the words. I was still pissed off at her for the other day, you know? Yeah, I know, you can be an asshole, but that doesn't explain what you did. I said some shitty things. Brought up a bunch of shit. Shit she probably didn't deserve, and... Damn, I brought up her parents, Nix. He frowns, completely confused. Okay, so what's the big deal about it? I was taunting her with them. Said shit about them paying off whatever shitty thing she did to cover it up like they did in high school. Still, they're dead. I look at him and repeat it once again because I still can't wrap my mind around it. Dead, Nixon? Oh. His mouth forms a little O in surprise, but nothing else comes up. Yeah, oh. I shake my head, irritated with my own stupidity. She was crying when she left. I wanted to hurt her. I wanted to get back at her for all the shitty things she did, but... The look of utter devastation, sadness, and pain that crossed her face when she said those two words. They're dead. Flashes behind my closed eyelids. My throat bobs as I swallow, but there is no washing the bitterness away. Not like that. Dude, I don't even know what to say. That's some messed up shit. I knew them. They were really good people. Do you think... He stops, thinking, and I can see that whatever he wants to say won't be anything good. What? I shift my weight from one leg to another, feeling antsy. Just say it, whatever you have to say. Do you think her parents' death has anything to do with her? He waves in front of his face. The scars. The accident. Fuck. My life. I have to go. You have to go to the doctor to check your hand just in case. I shake my head no before he can even finish the sentence. I don't need a doctor. I'll ice it later. What I need is to find Callie. find her and apologize for all the insensitive bullshit I spat her way. Dude, Nix rubs his hands over his face. I can see he's exasperated with me, but I'm not about to back down, and he knows it. Just make sure you put some ice on it. You don't need to mess up your arm. What I need is to make sure she's all right. Although how could she be? I just brought back probably some of the worst memories of her life while at the same time shaming the people who mean the most to her. Ice it. I mean it, Hayden. If you don't, I'll get Coach on your ass. Fine, I grit, not in the least worried about my injuries. How could I be? Callie's parents died in an accident that she survived, but not without scars. What's some scrapes and bruises compared to that? We'll talk later, I add over my shoulder, but he stops me. Hayden? What now? I groan, already thinking of all the places Callie could be at. I meant what I said. We're just friends. Thought you should know it.
Chapter 29. Callie. Panting, I closed the door behind me. A loud thud echoed in the empty room. Thank God for small miracles. The last thing I need right now is more people seeing my humiliation. I don't know how, but somehow I managed to hold it in, keeping my head down as I raced across the campus toward the dorm. My whole body is shaking, everything that's happened finally getting the better of me, so I let my weight press against the wooden surface. My leg aches even more than usual, and I know it'll only get worse later. But I had to get away from Hayden fucking Watson, and I had to do it fast. Leg aches be damned. Fuck, I hiss, bending forward so I can massage my trembling thigh. But it's not just the leg that's bothering me. It's the memories. I tried not to think about it, think about that day, but I should have known better. My gaze clouds, tears, all the pain, sadness, and guilt gathering with ferocity as all my walls finally crash down. Dropping to the ground, I pull my knees to my chest, ignoring the stab of pain spreading through my limbs, and wrap my hands around them. Daddy. Before. Callie, 16, Hayden, 17. Daddy, I know we already talked about this, but I really think you should reconsider. I give him a side glance, throwing in an extra bat of my eyelashes, although he's looking through the window and not at me. Reconsider what? He asks absent-mindedly. About the dress. I found the most perfect dress for prom that I knew would leave my boyfriend speechless, but it was just a tad on the expensive side. Still, I love it. It's like it was made for me. When I put it on, I actually felt like a princess, so I knew I had to have it. Now, just to get my parents behind it. Looking at the rearview mirror, I see my parents exchange a look. They accompanied me to dance nationals, but both of them have been awfully quiet these past few days. I didn't pay it much attention since I've been preparing for the competition, but I couldn't ignore it any longer. What? I ask reluctantly. I know that look. Whatever they're about to say, I won't like one bit. Another quiet pause. Another silent exchange. My fingers grip around the steering wheel tighter. Callie, Dad says on a sigh. Not Callie Bear, that awful nickname he insists on using even though I begged him countless times to stop. Callie. Damn, this is worse than I originally thought. My palms grow sweaty. Daddy? We got a call from Mr. Davies last week. We didn't want to say anything with nationals and all, but now that it's all behind us... Fuck, they know. I should have known they'd find out. My eyes fall shut, fingers clenching. I start, but don't get to finish. Watch out! Mom's scream makes me turn to the side. The bright headlights blind me instantly, and a few seconds later I feel the hard impact. The sound of metal crashing against metal rings in my ears as the air is pushed out of my lungs, leaving me breathless. The car must have turned with the impact. The glass shatters all around us, just as the airbags fly out. And then there is only darkness. Now. A soft noise brings me back to the present. I blink a few times, clearing my vision. My room. I'm in my room, still sitting on the floor with my back pressed against the door. I'm not sure how much time has passed since I got here, but it's dark outside, the light of the nearby streetlight shining into the room. The sounds slowly start coming back to my consciousness. The muffled chatter from the outside, consistent tick-tock coming from somewhere inside the room. And then there it is again. The sounds that brought me back from the memories haunting me. A soft rasp just above my head. "Callie?" A voice calls from the other side. "I know you're in there. Open up." His voice. "Go away," I croak, my own voice all raspy and low from tears and unuse. How long have I been here? My whole body aches from sitting in this uncomfortable position, but I'm too tired to even attempt getting up and going to bed. "Sorry, Yaz. I think you'll be sleeping on the couch in the hallway." There is a thump, this time louder, like both his hands have connected with the wood, rattling the door from the force of impact. "I'm not going away until you open this damn door so we can talk." Like hell. There isn't anything we have to talk about. We said too much as it is. "I think we already told each other everything." He might be up for another round, but I'm done. I don't have anything in me to give. Not anymore. My parents' faces appear behind my closed eyelids. After the accident, I locked the memory of them out of my mind because it hurt. It hurt too damn hard. My body might have taken the worst of the beating, but my mind, my heart, hurt 100 times worse because I lost two people I loved the most in this world. Thinking of them, remembering them, knowing I was the one responsible for what happened, it was unbearable. If I just didn't drive that car, if I hadn't been too worried about me, if I paid more attention to the road, maybe I would have seen the car coming. Maybe I would have been able to save them. The other car might have been the one who caused the crash, but it was my recklessness that cost them their lives. The silence stretches from the other side. For so long, I don't hear anything except for my own breathing, that I think he must have listened to me for once and left. But then I hear him again. "I'm sorry," he whispers. It's so soft that at first I think I'm only imagining it. But then it comes again. "I'm so sorry, Callie. If I knew..." I squeeze my eyes shut, a new wave of tears on the brink of spilling out. There is some shifting on the other side. What the hell is he doing? And when he speaks his next words, it's like he's whispering them into my ear. "I'm a dick who carries a chip on his shoulder. And I know that nothing I say will ever make it up to you, erase the words I said earlier. But I'm not going away until I know you're okay." Okay? How am I ever supposed to be okay? The walls I was building for years around myself are now crumbling. All the broken parts of me spilling out in the open. And I know, I simply know, nothing will ever be the same again. I'll never be the same again. "I mean, you were a bitchy princess and all, but nobody deserves to lose a parent. I should know better than most what it's like not to have a family." I can see their disappointment that last time I saw them, hear their quiet voices as they tucked me in at night. The crash, secret kisses, pieces of flying glass, dancing in the kitchen as they cleaned up after dinner. Their bloody faces. A broken, painful sound rips out of my lungs. A groan, a moan, I'm not even sure. Pulling my legs closer to my chest, I wrap my arms around my knees. Callie? Callie Bear. Stop, I whisper as I shake my head, trying to push it all back. Please make it all stop. I cover my ears, trying to drown out the sounds. Their voices. How long has it been since I heard their voices, seen their faces? They're kind of blurry, but still them. You're forgetting them, my conscience accuses. God, how I hate that bitch. But she's wrong. I can see them. If I try hard enough and push back the pain, I can still see them. Mom's flawless skin and honey blonde hair, Dad's big grin that makes the dimples in his cheeks appear and the blue of his eyes brighten. Callie! Callie Bear. Callie, open the door! My heart is pounding loudly, the beat echoing in my ears. Thump, thump, thump. His raspy voice warms me from the inside out. I might have hated that nickname, but I would give anything to hear him say it, even if just one more time. But there is no time. No second chances. No redemption. They'll continue fading away until there'll be nothing left except pain. No, no, no. I can't let that happen. I can't. I won't. I'm not sure what happens next, but the door flies open. Didn't I lock it when I came in? Hitting me in the process, and then Hayden slips through the narrow crack. My gaze is blurry, but he seems worried. His chest is rising and falling rapidly, his cheeks red and hair disheveled. Thank fuck, he breathes as he falls down next to me, his arms wrapping around me. Hayden pulls me into his body, and although a part of me wants to tell him where to shove it, the other part of me, the weaker part, the one that can't resist him, welcomes his warm embrace. I was so worried, he breathes. Pulling away, he cradles my cheek, those green eyes staring into me and seeing everything. His thumb swipes under my eyes, wiping the tears away. You started shouting and Fuck. I'm sorry, Callie. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to stop, I whisper, unable to meet his eyes. What? The pain, the heartbreak, the guilt. All of it. One tear slides down my face. I need it all to go away.
Chapter 30. Hayden.
I need it all to go away.
Something inside me breaks when I hear her say those words. She looks so tiny, so breakable in my arms. I mean, she's always been tiny, but her sass has always been so big it would make up for it. Not now, though. It's like making her say those words broke her, completely and irreparably. She's nothing like the girl I've known since she came here, and much less the person she used to be before. They're dead. Callie, I call out again, my voice low, soothing. I'm not even sure what I want to say. I just know I can't look at her like this. Those violet eyes turn to me. They're red-rimmed and filled with tears, but that's not what slays me. It's the look inside of them. The pain and the heartbreak she feels are oozing from every pore of her being. Her irises are a bottomless pit that's sucking me in, making it hard for me to breathe. And then she says something I haven't expected at all. Not in any possible scenario that crossed my mind since she told me what happened.
I killed them.
She what? I pull back to get a better look at her, utterly confused and at the lack of words. Another tear slipping down her cheek, and I can't help myself but reach forward and brush it away. My mouth is so dry I can't even get the words out. Clearing my throat, I try again. What do you mean?
I was the one behind the wheel that day. I was the one driving when the accident happened. It should have been me, not them. Never them.
Damn it, Nixon was right. I didn't want to believe it, but he was right. Wrapping my arms tighter around her, I pull her in my lap. At first, she protests, but when she sees I'm not going to give up, she finally relaxes into my touch. And I can't help but remember that I'm the one who caused this. I'm the one who brought all this pain back to her. If only I knew. Yes, Callie wasn't the best person back in the day. Half the time I still wonder if that girl is still inside of her now. But from the little I can remember, she did love her parents. I had a shitty family of my own. Dad was an asshole even before shit hit the fan, and he sent me away to his mother. Around the same time, my mom finally gave up on both of us and ran without a backward glance. I haven't heard from her since. But Grams, Zane, and Nix have become my family since, and I couldn't imagine losing them. Couldn't imagine the guilt that would come if I somehow felt I was responsible for something bad happening to them. I'm so sorry, Callie, I whisper, my forehead leaning against hers. So fucking sorry I was a dickhead who couldn't keep my mouth shut.
It was supposed to be me.
Her words are murmured so quietly I have to exert myself to hear, and when I do, my whole body goes rigid. Blood in my veins turning to ice. No, I shake my head, refusing to listen to her, refusing to even accept the possibility of the world where Callie Stewart wasn't alive.
It was,
she insists stubbornly. A dazed look appears in her eyes. She's looking at me, staring even, but she's not there. Her eyes open, but unseeing.
The other car crashed into the driver's side of the car.
Her hand touches the scar on her face.
I'm not sure what happened afterward. It's all just a blur in my mind. But from what I can remember, and what the police told me, the force of the impact was so strong it made the car flip. When it did, it crashed into the tree. The first impact killed my mom instantly. She was sitting behind me, and apparently most of the impact was on the back part of the vehicle. The second left my dad with severe injuries. He survived the crash, but died on the way to the hospital.
Her voice is distant and matter-of-fact, but there is no hiding the hurt that is hiding inside her. The guilt that's eating at her even years after the accident. This isn't your fault, I repeat, not even sure for whose benefit, hers or mine. But the images her words put in my mind are scary. This was never your fault. Shit happens.
Just before the crash, they told me Mr. Davies called them.
She sniffles, rubbing her nose with the back of her hand. Then those violet eyes turn to mine, blinking, her next words slaying me to my very core.
I deserved it, didn't I?
And there it is. Finally. The truth. I waited for her to bring it out in the open, to acknowledge what she did back then, to apologize for what she has done so I can shove it back in her face because she was just, 3 years too late. But the satisfaction, the glee, it's just not there. Before. Callie, 16. Hayden, 17. I'm sitting in my seat, doing last-minute revisions when the door bursts open, Callie storming inside. The familiar tightening in my chest is back. It always is when she's near. Her hair is messy, face scrubbed of makeup, and dark circles are underneath her eyes. I open my mouth to ask what is going on when the bell rings, Mr. Davies entering the classroom. "Sit down, everybody. Put your things away. Only pens can be on your desk," Hurry up. She slides in her seat next to me, giving me a small smile before she does as Mr. Davies said. I do the same, quickly putting all of my things away, but I can't help myself and give her a side glance. Callie looks even more out of the place close up. Her leg is bouncing restlessly underneath the table, her lower lip pulled between her teeth. My hand itches to reach forward and cover hers, reassuring her that everything will be all right. But Mr. Davies finally distributes the exams and it's showtime. You have 45 minutes. The time starts now. Good luck. Papers are turned before the words leave his mouth, and then the only sound in the whole classroom is scribbling of pens as people start working through the problems. My gaze falls down, taking one deep breath to calm my nerves. I push all the other thoughts and doubts away and do the same. I'm not even sure how much time has passed. I never allow myself to look at the clock when I'm in the middle of an exam because it only makes me stress more. So it takes me a while to notice the shadow standing over me until he speaks. What do we have here? Mr. Davies asks quietly. But in the stillness of the classroom, it's as loud as if he shot a gun. I sit up straighter, the hair at the nape of my neck rising from his looming over me. Completely confused, I turn to look at him. What the hell is going on? Just then, his leg slides from underneath a chair. My chair, and he squats down next to me. When he stands back up to his full height, his hard eyes meet mine before darting quickly to Callie, and then back to me. My heart is pounding louder by the second, sweat coating my skin as if I'm on the field. Nervous, restless, antsy. Why am I antsy? He's looking at me with disappointment. I didn't do anything wrong, so why is he looking at me like I did? Then I see it. A little paper stuck between his two fingers. He lifts it in the air for us to see. Care to explain? What the fuck? Now the sweat is dripping from me. I open my mouth, but no words come out. What the hell is happening? Where did that come from? Mr. Watson? Mr. Davies asks again. I could barely hear it from the pounding in my ears. Miss Stewart? My eyes dart to Callie, seeking some kind of reassurance, but she's as cool and collected as always. She lifts her chin in the air, facing the teacher, her indifferent mask, the one she uses when she's with her friends, firmly in place. Does she know what is happening? Will she tell him this is some sort of a mistake? Because that's the only explanation for this shit show. Just the idea that Mr. Davies would even think I'm somehow behind this is out of this place stupid. If you don't speak up, you both will end up in the principal's office and fail this class, Mr. Davies warns, and I can see he's growing irritated. Whose is this? Swallowing hard, I open my mouth, ready to deny it, but Callie is faster. I've never seen this in my life. My whole world stops with those 7 words. I can't breathe. I can't think. I'm nothing but a shell. People start to whisper, but I don't hear them. They're just background noise, a buzz in the distance. Schooling my expression, I turn toward her. There is a flash of surprise, which she masks quickly. But the guilt? There is no masking the guilt. What the fuck did you do, Callie? I want to ask. Demand that she gives me an answer. But I don't. Mr. Davis clears his throat. Mr. Watson? He asks, waiting. Hoping, maybe? The fuck if I know, for me to clear this mess. But I don't. What would be the point? It would be her word against mine, and we all know how that would end. Who'd trust a lowlife that's in this school on a scholarship instead of Little Miss Perfect? Nobody, that's who. So I shut down. Mr. Davies sighs and shakes his head. Go to the principal's office, Mr. Watson. Now. I deserved it, Callie repeats softly. Her words snap me back to the present. I just wish it was me who paid the ultimate price, not them. They're dead.
I've never seen this in my life. I killed them.
No. My response is hard and instant. No overthinking, no doubt, just plain no. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise at the outburst, but the light in them dims almost instantly.
I was a shitty person, Hayden. You better than anybody should know it.
I do. I nod, not even trying to deny it. What would be the point?
You were kicked out of the school.
She shakes her head absent-mindedly, like she can't believe the words coming out of her mouth.
Because of me.
I was, but nobody. I move closer, cradling her face in my palms, forcing her to look at me, to see that what I'm telling her is the truth, and not some bullshit to make her feel better about herself. I'm not about to lie to her, not just because I know she'll see right through my bullshit, but also because she deserves better. The truth. Nobody deserves what happened to you. Nobody deserves to have their family ripped away from them the way yours was. Yes, she was a shitty person back in high school, but she was right. Callie did change. I could see it. I've seen it with my own eyes, although a part of me still refused to accept it. It was easier to hate the person she once was than try and forgive the one she's become. Once upon a time, I was in love with Callie Stewart, and she used it to her advantage until she didn't need me anymore. And now, what now? Her delicate throat works as she swallows.
I'm not so sure I believe you.
Well, I'm telling the truth.
I don't blame you for hating me. Not one bit.
Shame and guilt color her face, but she holds my gaze, not looking away.
But I meant what I said that first day. I'm so sorry. If I could go back, I would have taken the blame like I should have.
I just don't get it.
Get what?
She seems genuinely confused.
Why cheat?
You knew the stuff. I taught you. You would have aced the test without needing to cheat. So why, Callie? Why do it? Why take a risk? That's the question that's been bugging me since the moment I saw what our calculus teacher found underneath my chair. A question I couldn't find a logical explanation for, no matter how much I tried. And trust me when I say I tried. It was the only thing I could think about for a while. She takes a step back, her hand raking through her hair. Different emotions play across her face. Confusion, guilt, sadness, hurt. So I let her have the space she needs.
It was stupid. There was school to worry about, and nationals were just around the corner. Ben was putting pressure on me since I couldn't dedicate all the time he wanted me to, not with all the practicing I'd been doing. And then the rumors started. Rumors that he's cheating on me, which of course I didn't want to believe. We were in love. He asked me to junior prom, and I wanted it to be perfect.
Her eyes have that faraway look in them. The look of the person lost in her memories.
The night before, I was studying late. I told myself I'll just write it down as a part of my revisions, but then I woke up late and I was panicking, so I took it with me. I know it's not an explanation you wanted to hear, and I don't expect you to forgive me, but I need you to know how sorry I am. You didn't deserve it, not after everything you've done for me.
I inhale sharply, trying to compose myself. It's okay. I forgive you. It's like the weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Saying those words out loud, meaning them, really meaning them, it eased something inside of me. The weight I didn't even know I still carried inside of me. Would I wish for things to have been different? Yes. But in the long run, what Callie did changed my life for the better, too. God knows if my dad would have insisted I leave, if I weren't expelled from the school, what would have happened then? It was a shitty situation, but I did come out on top of it in the very end. Unlike Callie. More tears spill out of her eyes. She sniffles loudly, trying to hold them in. There is no stopping them. It's like a wall inside of her broke, and she can't hold back her emotions any longer. Shh. I come closer, tentatively wrapping my arms around her. It's okay. I forgive you. Don't cry.
I don't deserve your forgiveness.
The words are a stuttered, barely audible mess, but we're so close I can hear them. Her shoulders shake in my embrace. Well, you have it, so deal with it. My weak attempt at a joke fails.
I just miss them so much.
I can actually feel my heart break for her. She slays me to my very core. Every look, every word. It's my undoing. She is my undoing. She burrows her head into my neck, and I tighten my grip around her, throat dry. I don't know what to say, what to do to make it better. Is there even such a thing one can do to make it better? No, I don't think so, because no matter how hard I try to think of the words, they don't come to me. So instead, I just hold her stronger, pulling her in the warmth of my body. She tries to resist it, her body rigid against mine, refusing the comfort. But then she finally gives in. Shh, you love them. Of course you miss them. A heart-wrenching sob rips from her lungs and punches straight into my heart. So I keep on whispering. It's all a bunch of nonsense. Reassurance that it's not her fault. Pointless words that can't take the pain away, but not once does she try to pull away. I'm not sure how long we stay like that. Me holding her on my lap, my hand slowly going up and down her back, steady, soothing until her breathing calms and tears dry, only an occasional hiccup left. Then she pulls back, leaving just enough space between us so she can look at my face. She blinks a few times, clearing the tears from her eyes, and I can't help but stare at her. God, she is beautiful. Even with puffy, red-rimmed eyes, spiky, glued with tears eyelashes, and a snotty nose, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever met in my life. She licks her lips and my eyes are instantly drawn to them. Full and rosy, they beckon me, begging to be kissed. There's liquid in the corner of her mouth. I wipe it with my thumb. Our eyes clash, and I can see the need in her irises. The same need that's slowly but steadily burning brighter inside of me, too. Damn it, get a grip, man. The girl just cried in your arms after we brought all the dirty laundry from our past front and center. Now the first thing you think about is kissing her. I guess some things actually never change.
Hayden,
she whispers softly, her fingers digging into the soft material of my shirt, pleading. I groan, fingers clenching. I shouldn't. We shouldn't. But the way she looks at me. Tell me to stop, I beg. Her? Myself? I'm not even sure which one. This has disaster written all over it, but I can't seem to stop. The last thing I want is to take advantage of her when she's vulnerable like this, and while I myself am conflicted about what comes next. Is there even a possibility for something next for us? Or do we just move on? Actually move on, like we couldn't before. She shakes her head, her soft hair brushing against my cheeks, grip on my chest growing stronger. Her nose brushes against mine, the hot breath touching my skin as she whispers, "Kiss me." Her words are my undoing. Not like there was any chance I'd refuse her. I can lie out loud all I want, but deep inside I know the truth. I never stopped wanting her. I wanted her back then, and I still want her now. Consequences be damned. Closing the distance between us, I lock my lips on hers. It's completely different from the first time we kissed. Then it was about dominance, control, punishment. Every cell in my body was on fire, the kiss bruising as we batted to see who will end up a winner. It was a kiss to conquer. Not now. My whole body shudders at that first contact of our lips, warmth spreading slowly through my body. The need to deepen the kiss, to move faster, harder, is as present as ever, but I rein it in. This isn't about me. It's not about conquest or dominance. It's about Callie, about what she needs, what we both need. To heal. We kiss softly, our lips barely touching. I hold her head in my palms as our mouths move tenderly in tune. I can feel the saltiness on her lips. Her hands cover mine as I let my lips swipe over her face, leaving small kisses and brushing away what's left of her tears. I hate seeing you cry, I murmur as I kiss her cheek. It hurts. Her nose. So fucking much. The side of her eye. Don't cry, Angel. Over her scar. Hayden. A shaky breath parts her lips, but she doesn't move to stop me, so I continue. Kissing the path of her scar until I'm back at her mouth, nibbling softly at her bottom lip. Her fingers dig into my hair, nails scraping the back of my skull and making the goose flesh rise on my skin. I murmur in approval, urging her to continue. She tilts her head and my tongue slides inside her hot, sweet mouth. There is no holding back my groan. God, how did I survive without this for so long? It feels like ages since our last kiss. Ages since I had my hands on her. You okay? I breathe, needing to know that she's fine with this, that she wants this as much as I want it, as much as I want her. Yes, Callie whispers, going in for another kiss. Her tongue slides inside my mouth, our tongues swirling against one another. She moans softly, her hips rocking against me. My dick is painfully hard and the feel of her heated pussy isn't helping the matter. But I don't stop her. My hand slides down her back all the way to her ass and pulls her closer to me. She rubs against my cock and we both moan in unison at the sweet friction. More. I need more, she says, her hands pulling at my shirt. I help her pull it off, hissing slightly when her cool hands land on my chest. Callie breaks our kiss, her heated gaze looking over my exposed skin. She sucks her lower lip into her mouth, nibbling at the soft flesh. You look gorgeous, she whispers, the tips of her fingers tracing over my pecs and down my stomach, following the lines of my abs. I push her messy hair back, revealing her face to me. Not as much as you. Moisture fills her eyes, but she blinks it away. Leaning down, she kisses me again, harder this time, desperate and needy. My hand slides underneath her shirt, exploring her soft skin. I want to feel her, see her, every single inch of her. I start to raise her shirt over her head, but she suddenly freezes in my arms. What's wrong? I breathe, confused but not moving an inch. Callie licks her lips, looking away from me. Callie? I whisper, bringing her attention back to me. What's wrong? My face. It's not the only scar I have. There are... She swallows before forcing the words out. There are more. Many more. My grip on her hip tightens, and it's then that I notice it. The contrast between her right and left side. Soft and flawless on one side, rough and ridged on the other. I didn't even notice, I whisper, forcing myself to loosen my grip on her. Yeah, right. The look she gives me is skeptical. With the tips of my fingers, I slowly trace the scars on the left side of her body. She wasn't lying. There really are many of them. Do they hurt? Sometimes. She shrugs like it's not a big deal, but I know better than to believe it. I don't care about your scars, Callie, I say firmly. And to prove my point, I kiss the side of her face, right over her scar. Not this one, or any other you might have. You're a warrior. She looks away again. Most of the time I don't feel like one. Well, you are. Now come on, let's put you to bed. I get up, Callie in my arms and all, Her hands wrap around my neck, holding tight.
But
she protests when I put her in her bed and tuck her in. Her hand shoots out and wraps around my wrist when I try to pull back.
You're leaving?
I run my fingers through my hair. I'm not sure it's the best idea to stay.
Oh.
There is no missing the look of disappointment that crosses her face, no matter how quickly she tries to look away to hide it. Hey, I cup her cheek, making her turn to face me. I just think we both need some time to process all of this before. Callie nods.
I get it.
No, I don't think you do. I was in love with you, Callie. She blinks, clearly surprised with my honesty, but I'm done with bullshit and games. If anything happens between us, it has to be different than the first time around. It has to be real.
And I used it against you.
And this, I move the finger between the two of us, the space that's sizzling with surpassed energy. I'm not sure what to do about this.
I shouldn't have asked you to kiss me. God, Hayden, I'm so...
I press my fingers against her lips, effectively shushing her. I wanted to do it with my mouth, but I know if I kiss her again, there will be no stopping me, no going back. I wanted it. When she doesn't seem convinced, I repeat, I did. I do. But I'm not... I trail off, not even sure what I want to say.
Time to think.
Yes.
Okay.
Callie whispers, snuggling into her pillow.
Hayden?
Yes, Callie.
Could you?
She nibbles at her lip before letting it pop. The motion makes me question my sanity.
Could you stay with me? Just until I fall asleep.
There is darkness creeping behind her. The one I was used to seeing. Only now I know the reason behind it.
You don't have to get in bed with me or anything. Just be there.
I can see how hard it is for her to ask this. Sure. Popping down on the floor next to her bed, I lean my back against the frame. I hear the comforter rustle as she snuggles into it. From the corner of my eye, I can see her arm hanging off the side of the bed. Not giving myself time to overthink, I reach out, lacing our fingers together and giving her hand a soft squeeze. She returns the gesture.
Night, Hayden.
Good night, Angel. Chapter 31. Hayden. I'm startled awake by a sudden noise followed by a blinding light. What the fuck? I jump in surprise and look around, completely lost for a moment. Where am I? What's going on? My back protests the sudden movement, my whole body aching from an uncomfortable position I've fallen asleep in. I try to pull my hand back, only to realize I'm holding on to something. Someone. Callie. All the events from the day before come rushing back. Seeing Callie, fighting with her, finding out her parents died, her rushing away, punching the wall, Nix, all of it. Fuck. My head falls down on the mattress behind me, eyes zeroing in on the open doorway and the person standing in it, looking at me contemplatively. She's on the taller side, dressed casually, with her hair pulled in a bun on top of her head. She looks vaguely familiar, but it takes me a bit to place where I might have seen her. Then I remember. That first party where I saw Callie. And given the fact that she's standing in the room in the dead of the night, she has to be Callie's roommate. I'm not sure who's more surprised to find the other in the room. She tiptoes in the doorway, unsure if she should enter or go away. Giving another quick glance over my shoulder, I confirm that Callie is still sound asleep. All that blonde hair is spread behind her back and over her pillows, eyelashes casting a shadow over her cheekbones, lips slightly parted. She looks almost peaceful. Rustling from the doorway draws my attention. "Stay," I whisper, turning back to Callie's roommate. She stops and looks between me and Callie before finally settling on me.
I can come back later or...
No need. Sudden chatter from the hallway makes us both wince. Callie murmurs something behind me, but she doesn't seem to wake up. Come, I'll go in a second. This time she does as I said, slipping inside. The door falls shut behind her, clouding us in darkness. The sound of feet moving down the hall and quiet chatter is muffled once again. I hear her soft footsteps as she crosses the short distance, and then the small light flips on.
I didn't know she had company.
I wave her off. I was supposed to be gone, but I fell asleep. Reluctantly, I let go of Callie's hand. It falls with the soft thud. Standing to my feet, I lift my arms in the air to stretch my sore muscles. Her curious gaze follows me, to the point it makes me feel self-conscious. Something I haven't felt in a while. What? I ask, dropping my hands down. I should have grabbed my shit and left as soon as that door opened.
What's the deal with you and Callie? I thought you guys couldn't stand each other.
And isn't that the question of the day? I run my fingers through my hair, probably making a bigger mess out of it than it is. Look, what's her name? I'm not sure if it's something I'm supposed to know or not, and I don't want to seem like a dick for not knowing. She must see my struggle because she supplies.
Yasmin.
Nice to meet you, Yasmin. I'm
Hayden Watson, or so I've been told.
She interrupts. While most of the girls would gush over the fact to meet me, she's completely straight-faced. My eyebrows shoot up. What else have you been told?
Just basics.
She shrugs as she sits down on her bed and starts pulling stuff out of her backpack.
So, what's your deal with Callie?
You're such a chatty person, I say dryly. Yasmin rolls her eyes.
It's 2 a.m. I had to close the coffee shop where I work and study before coming here. Sorry for not meeting your social standards.
Sorry. I have to bite the inside of my cheek to prevent the smile from forming on my lips. Callie and we go way back.
So I've heard. Still doesn't explain what you're doing sitting next to her bed at 2 a.m.
I wince at her words. They're not accusatory per se, but still. I give a look around the room, making sure I didn't leave anything. There is a lock of hair falling over Callie's face. She must have moved at some point. Slowly, so not to startle her, I reach forward and brush it behind her ear. We've had a chat. She asked me to stay until she fell asleep. Yasmin nods, like that explains everything. Maybe it does. You two close? I ask, suddenly interested in what kind of relationship these two have. Callie seems like a loner, but then again, there's that black-haired girl who sits next to her in our Spanish class. Yasmin chooses to ignore me.
She has nightmares most nights. I pretend not to notice, but...
Nightmares? A chill runs through me. Does she dream about that night? Is she reliving the accident over and over again? I don't ask the questions out loud since chances are she won't be able to give me an answer. Why are you telling me this?
Because I don't want to see her get hurt.
Her words are soft, but the warning in them is clear as day.
I know the guys like you, and I saw how you looked at her that first night.
Guys like me? What's that supposed to mean? Yasmin gives me a slow once-over, those amber eyes finally reaching mine. There is an edge to them that wasn't there before, or maybe I just didn't see it.
Guys who think the world owes them shit just because they know how to throw a ball.
I'm a wide receiver, I point out, but she waves me off.
Same difference.
Not in my book.
Whatever you say. The point is, you better not hurt her.
Wasn't planning on it, I grit, suddenly irritated with the whole conversation. I gotta go. Night. Refusing to look back at the girl peacefully sleeping in the bed, I leave it like I haven't been there at all. The door bursts open like a baby elephant has stumbled over the threshold, making me jump in the bed.
The fuck, man? Why aren't you up?
Completely disoriented, I look around.
What?
What time is it? Not waiting for his answer, I snatch the phone off the nightstand, hissing when the pain shoots up my arm. Cursing, I notice the time. 6:45.
Fucking hell! Why didn't you wake me up before?
I yell at Nix, jumping out of the bed. I grab the first thing that comes under my fingers, which turns out to be a pair of sweats that I'm sure has a hole somewhere in them. And the shirt I wasn't even sure when I last washed. Whatever, it'll have to do. I put them on, slipping on my shoes as I work my way toward the door and the bathroom on the other side of the hall. I generally don't need much time to get ready, but 15 minutes to change and get all the way across the campus to the gym is pushing it. How the hell was I supposed to know you're still asleep? For all I know, you could have stayed out all night long. Whatever. I wasn't in the mood to discuss it with him. Not when I was late, sleep-deprived, and my hand hurt like a bitch. I looked down at my bruised knuckles. No chances hiding that from Coach now. 2 minutes! Nick shouts once the door of the bathroom closes behind me. I take a piss and quickly brush my teeth, spray a little deodorant, and I'm rushing down the stairs. Nick's is already waiting for me in the car, so I slip inside, throwing my bag on the back seat. Drive, I grumble, letting my head fall back against the headrest. He does exactly as I said, pressing down on the gas like he's driving a race car, not a fancy BMW his parents got him before he left for college. Rock music is on, as always, the only thing filling the silence, until he turns it down, giving me a side-eye. The hell happened? I should have known it was only a matter of time, I grumbled. Don't act like a little bitch, Hades. What happened? You were gone awfully long last night. Keeping tabs on me, Mom. Just saying it how I see it. He shrugs and takes a sharp turn right, making me slide to the side and bump my shoulder against the door. So what happened with Callie? Did you find her? Yes, I found her. I look down at my arm. Great. Not only do I have a bruised fist, but an upper arm to match, too. You two sort your shit out? We talked. That isn't the same as figuring your shit out. No shit. Sighing, I rub my good hand over my face. We talked about what happened, but it's a lot to process. Nixon looks at me like I'm the biggest fool alive. What's there to process? The girl has you all rattled since the moment she came to campus. It's pretty clear to me. It's not just that. I pinch the bridge of my nose, the exasperation growing inside me. Can't he just let it go already? Then what is it? Of course not. It's Nixon we're talking about. She took away my future, I yell. She used me, and then she threw me away. Even worse, she threw me to the wolves, and I let her. I can't have that happen all over again. The stakes are much higher now than they were before. The words tumble out in one breath, and I'm left panting. You were just stupid kids, Hayden. Shit happens. People make mistakes. Well, I don't have space to make mistakes. I don't have time for distractions. We have a championship to win and scouts to impress. Is that really the only thing that matters to you? Football? No offense, Nix, but you have something to fall back to. I don't. Football and going pro. That is my ticket out. My future. He parks the car in the first available spot and turns it off. I just hope you know what you're doing.
Chapter 32. Callie. Are you okay? You look a little pale. Fine, I murmur. Chloe's watchful eyes stay glued to me, not believing me one bit, although she doesn't voice it out loud. Seriously, I'm fine. Whatever you say. She shrugs and continues talking about the class, which I'm only half listening to. My mind is too preoccupied with the fact that in a few short moments, I'll come face to face with Hayden. My heart kicks up a notch just from thinking about it. What will he think? How will he act? What is going to happen now? So many questions, and not an answer in sight. I haven't seen him or heard from him in 3 days. 3 full days of wondering, what next? Did what happened the other day change anything? And if so, how? He said he needed time to think, and I was adamant to give him that. But that kiss... I didn't want to think too much about it. Didn't want to hope. After all, hope is the ultimate heartbreaker. Yup, it was better not to even try to go down that path. I wasn't even sure why I was obsessing that much. I said I was sorry. The only thing I really wanted to do since the moment I found out he'd been expelled from the school. Expelled. Because of me. There aren't enough words to describe how guilty I felt at that moment. how much I wished things were different. Still, I kept quiet. Maybe if I said something. I shake my head, refusing to even go down the path of maybes and what-ifs. He kissed you, the subconscious reminds me. Like I could actually forget it happened. I didn't even have to try hard to remember the feel of his lips against mine. It's been 3 years, 3 long years since I kissed anybody. But there was something different when he kissed me. The way butterflies started flying all over my belly as soon as his lips touched mine. The zap of electricity coursing my body with every swipe of his tongue. It was a sensory overload in the best possible way. Never before did I feel like that, and I didn't want it to stop. Climbing the final step, I force myself to take one deep breath in, although it sounds more like a painful wheeze than anything, before I continue down the hallway until we reach the door to the auditorium. This is it. I swallow nervously, forcing my eyes off the ground when we enter inside. I'm nervous. My palms are sweaty to the point I have to wipe them against the side of my legs. I'm not even sure why. There is nothing to be nervous about. I lived a long time carrying this guilt. He said he forgave me, something I still didn't quite believe. But he said it, so what did it matter what happens next? It shouldn't, right? Yet somehow it does. Our eyes meet almost instantly. It's like my body knows where he is, even before my mind can register it. I swallow, my body locking tight and forcing me to a halt. A group of guys is around him, Nixon included. They're talking about something, laughing. But Hayden is looking right at me. His heated gaze warms me from the inside out, a small chilling sensation buzzing just underneath my skin. It's unnerving, the way he can make me feel without even so much as trying. Somebody crashes into my back, making me stumble on my feet and kicking all the air out of my lungs. Sorry. Chloe's hands fall on my shoulders to steady me. Why did you stop so suddenly? Not daring to look again at Hayden and his friends, I pull the strap of my backpack tighter against me, turning my attention to Chloe. Just dozed off for a bit. I offer her an apologetic smile. Let's go grab our seats? She looks at me, then her gaze slides somewhere over my shoulder. There is a prickle of awareness at the nape of my neck. It's hard to resist it, but I do. Sure.
Hayden. That went well. Nix deadpans as we both watch Callie walk out of the auditorium as soon as the class is dismissed. Except for that brief moment our eyes crashed when she just came for our class, I didn't see her. She's always sitting in the back, as far from everybody else as possible, that damn ball cap pulled low to shield her face. I don't remember ever meeting somebody who wanted to hide as much as Callie does. You should have gone and said something to her. Like what? I grumble, my eyes still locked at the door, although Callie has left my sight long ago. The fuck if I know? Whatever the hell will stop you from being a grumpy asshole all the damn time? I'm not grumpy, I protest, but we both know it's bullshit. Hades. His hands fall on my shoulders and he gives me a hard shake. In the last few days, you had more mood swings than a teenage girl during her period. I shove him away. That's just gross, Nix. He shrugs, completely unfazed. Try living with it. Oh, right. Perks of having a baby sister, I guess. I know he has one, but he doesn't mention her a lot. Thanks, but no thanks. I have enough girl problems as it is. No sense in adding more to the mix. Come on, Mr. Grumpy. Let's grab some coffee before our next class.
Chapter 33. Callie. So? Yasmin drags as she slides in the seat opposite to me, a tray with 2 cups of coffee and a turkey sandwich in her hands. The scent of hot coffee reaches my nostrils immediately, making my blood hum in appreciation. You'd think I'd get used to it, but nope. I still get excited at that first whiff of freshly brewed black gold. I eye her curiously, unsure of what she's doing. So, I say in the same drawn-out tone, trying to figure out where she's going with this. Those chocolate eyes stare at me expectantly. What's going on with you and Mr. I Hate Your Guts football player? The question catches me off guard so much that if I had something in my mouth, I would have spit it all over her face. Thankfully for both of us, I don't, so instead I just stare at her and blink. What? The other night? What about it? I try to play aloof to see how much Yasmin even knows. I didn't even realize she was there. Well, she wasn't there when I rushed in crying, but apparently she did come at some point and saw something. How much exactly? Her bed was messy, and she was nowhere in sight when I woke up the next day, but that didn't mean much. Yasmin is usually living on just a handful of hours of sleep, working or studying until the wee hours of the night, and then getting up early to rinse and repeat. Living with her was almost like living with a ghost. Yasmin rolls her eyes at me. I found him sleeping next to your bed at like 2 a.m. Oh. My mouth falls open in surprise. I mean, I asked him to stay, but he wasn't there when I woke up, so I just assumed... I don't even know what. I just know I woke up alone, the feeling of unease crackling underneath the surface. Yeah, oh. She takes a sip of her coffee. You two seemed awfully cozy. I observe her as she puts the cup down and picks up the sandwich, taking a bite. The whole time she's watching me and waiting. My cheeks heat in embarrassment under her scrutinizing stare. He was... Am I really going to make excuses for having Hayden in my room? Yep, I guess I am. We had an argument. Her eyebrow shoots up, not so much in surprise as in wonder. But we worked through it. Well, I think. What's your deal anyway? There is genuine curiosity on her face. Even when we talk, neither of us tries to dig into the other one's past. It's a part of the silent agreement we have going on. It's a long story. She checks her watch. I've got some time. I nibble at my lip, weighing my options. Should I tell her? I've never told anybody what happened back in high school. Never thought I'd need to. I haven't seen Hayden since that day when Mr. Davies sent him to the principal, but maybe... Not this much, trust me. I turn around and look at the front of the coffee shop, where a row of people is waiting for their next fix. Shouldn't you be working anyway? Lunch break, Yasmin mumbles between bites. I'm just about to turn back when a soft chime rings and 2 tall figures come strolling in, shaking their heads like a pair of dogs. This little corner doesn't have windows, but the day has been gloomy, so I'm not really surprised to see it started raining since I've been here. A chill runs down my spine, unnerving yet familiar. I wrap my arms around myself, rubbing my upper arms when they look up. And suddenly it's hard to breathe. Is he stalking you? I shake my head no, unable to break our connection. Just my luck. Nick smiles and waves at me, but I'm too stunned to return the gesture. 3 days with nothing, and now we see each other 2 times in a matter of hours? What are the odds? He elbows Hayden, his mouth moving a mile a minute. I wonder what he's saying, but whatever it is, Hayden doesn't want to hear it if it's to judge by the way he shakes his head. Are you sure? I shouldn't feel hurt, but it's hard not to. Oh, yes. You really have shitty luck. Tell me about it. Nixon gives him another push, which makes Hayden turn around and get into his face. Our connection broken once again. Sighing, I turn back to Yasmin, who is looking at me. What? I push back my hair. Nothing. She shakes her head, but keeps staring at me with that all-knowing look. I find you too interesting, that's all. I'm about to ask her to elaborate on that when a shadow falls over us. Ladies? Slowly, I lift my gaze, only to find Nixon standing next to us. Alone. A pang of disappointment shoots through my chest. My heart squeezes painfully, no matter how many times I try to convince myself it's okay. He needs time. I can give him that. Hell, I can even leave him alone if that's what he wants. Hayden deserves that much from me, after all I've done. Nixon's hand lands on my shoulder. He'll come around. He's just acting like a grumpy asshole. I nod, my eyes still glued to the row of people waiting for their order where he's standing. All his attention glued to the whiteboard with the specials, like he's trying to figure out a complex equation. I hope so, I whisper, just as the chair scrapes, drawing my attention to Yasmin. She offers me a smile as she gets up. I've got to get back to work, and then I have a class, but I'm off this evening. We can talk more then. My brows shoot up. Like, completely off? If we don't count that very first week, I don't remember the last time Yasmin put all the work aside to have some fun. A frown appears on her face, but she masks it quickly. Yep, all free. I'll even bring tequila and we can get wasted. A party? Why am I not invited, Cals? Nixon crosses his hands over his chest theatrically. You wound me. Yasmin rolls her eyes at him. Sorry to disappoint, but it's a girls' night only, love. Dicks are not allowed. Nixon turns to her, giving her a thoughtful look. Love, if you saw my dick, you'd be playing a different tune. One of her brows pops up. She gives him a once-over and scoffs. Yeah, in your dreams. Interest flares in Nixon's eyes, and although I'd love to see a girl put Nixon in his place, I don't want two people who I consider friends fight each other. Nixon, this is my roommate Yasmin. Yaz, this is Nixon. We have Spanish together. He's Hayden's friend and teammate. If the scowl on her face could become deeper, it would have in this very moment. What's her deal with football players? I'll definitely have to figure it out, and soon. Nice to meet you. Her voice is so icy, there is no mistaking the contempt hidden behind it. Likewise. He offers her his hand, but she turns to me, effectively ignoring him. Later? Later. We watch her walk back to work in silence, and only when she's out of earshot does Nix ask, What's her problem? I turn around to face him. Don't take it personally. She's just not the biggest fan of football players. He doesn't say anything, but the line between his brows deepens. He looks at the counter where Hayden is just picking up their coffee order. Yasmin comes to the counter, a smile plastered on her face as she faces the next customer. Nix narrows his eyes, his look stony. Shaking his head, he forces it away. I just wanted to say hi. I guess I'll see you around? Sure thing, Nix. He squeezes my shoulder as he goes back to the front, both he and Hayden leaving without a backward glance. Come again? Both Chloe and Yasmin are looking at me with bulging eyes. I wasn't sure if the surprise was passing and would soon be replaced by disgust or not. The jury was still out. I used the fact that Hayden liked me so he would help me study to pass my calculus class, only to mess it up and resort to cheating.
As the story pauses, let your thoughts do the same. Enjoy this quiet space accompanied by music. This audiobook is our gift to you.
and I couldn't even do that right, so when the cheat sheet fell under Hayden's chair and our teacher found it, I pretended I didn't know shit about it, and he was later on expelled from the school. I rushed the words out, and as soon as the last syllable falls from my lips, I tip the shot and down it. Tequila burns as it slides down my throat, making my eyes water. If they didn't hate me before, they sure as hell are going to now. What the hell was I thinking, telling them all of it? I wasn't. A few shots of tequila and some mindless chatter about the guy Chloe went out with the other day loosened me up just enough, so when Yasmin finally brought it up, the words fell off my tongue like they were waiting to be unleashed. Maybe they were. God knows I've been holding them in long enough. That's... Yasmin starts, but no more words come out. Fuck the hell up, Chloe suggests. There is no malice in her words, just plain facts. Yasmin thinks about it for a moment, then nods. That works. I know. I bury my face in my hands. I don't even blame him for hating me. Hell, sometimes I still hate myself. But I can't change what happened. I wish I could, but I can't. I apologized, he said he forgives me, but... A soft hand lands on my shoulders, giving them a squeeze. We all do stupid shit when we're young, Chloe says in a reassuring voice. It's just a part of growing up. Yeah? What crazy thing did you do? I tilt my head in challenge. I give her a few moments to think it through, but when nothing comes, I chuckle bitterly. Right. Yasmin refills our shot glasses. What Chloe is trying to say is that we all make mistakes. It's not like you did it just for fun. That grade has been worrying you since the beginning of the school year, and you had nationals to worry about. It's normal that you were scared to come forward with the truth. I swirl the clear liquid around the cup. It's not good enough. He lost everything. But so did you, Yasmin says forcefully, making me look at her. There is the familiar burning in my eyes. I didn't just tell them about what happened with Hayden, but about the accident too. It's like when the words started to come out, they all needed to be unleashed, and there was nothing that could stop them from coming out. And when you saw him, you did the right thing and apologized. The rest is on him. The only thing you can do is move on. I look away. I'm not sure I can. What? Yasmin doesn't get to finish because there is a loud knock on the door. We exchange a glance before turning our attention to the door. Who do you think it is? Yasmin whispers. I look down to check the time on my phone. I ordered tacos half an hour ago. Probably delivery. Chloe frowns. Shouldn't they call you to come and pick it up downstairs? It's still early, I shrug. Maybe they let him in? I get off my bed, and the room sways a little. I grip the nightstand to keep my balance, my tummy rolling uncomfortably. Why didn't I think to eat before we started drinking? At this point, I wasn't even sure I'll be able to eat, much less actually keep the food down. I haven't drunk in so long, I forgot the power a few shots of tequila have. She's ordering so much delivery, it's unreal. I think they have her number saved in their contacts. I hear Yasmin explain to Chloe, and they both seem to find it extremely funny because they start laughing once again. Slowly, I cross the short distance toward the door, just as there's another knock. I pull open the door and come face to face with a hard chest. My hands shoot forward to steady myself. How did it get so close? The shirt is soft underneath my fingers, and there are long fingers wrapped around my wrist. Thumb caresses the inside of my wrist, the small movement sending a jolt of electricity through my arm. I look up, blink, and blink once again, because it can't be true. But it is. Hayden?
Chapter 34. Hayden. What the hell am I doing? I shouldn't have come here, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I just couldn't. No amount of working out or trying to busy my mind with homework could push Callie Stewart out of my mind. The way she looked at me when I saw her today. Not once, but twice. The way those pink lips parted, that I'm sure if I stood closer I could hear her soft gasp. You said no more, the voice of reason reminds me. But do I listen? Do I turn and walk away like the devil's at my feet? Of course not. Instead, I raise my hand and knock again. I can hear more whispering from the other side, which means Callie or her roommate have to be inside. Why are they not opening? Just then, the door abruptly swings open. I barely get a glimpse of her blonde head before she faceplants in my chest. My hands shoot forward, landing on Callie's shoulders to steady her. Her palms brace against my chest, nails digging into my pecs, and then her whole body turns rigid, like she just realized what is happening. Slowly, she lifts her head, peeking at me through her lashes. Callie blinks. Once. Twice. And then,
Hayden?
It's clear she's surprised to see me. I was equally as surprised when I found myself parked in front of her dorm. This is the last place I expected I'd go when I left for a drive earlier. I'd probably opt for a run, but it was still raining. Callie.
You're not the delivery guy.
A confused frown appears between her brows, and I have to fight the smile that tugs at my lips. She looks too cute, all flushed and confused like that. Stop it, man. Sorry to disappoint.
What are you doing here?
I came to... What for, really? This was the last place I should be at, but apparently the one my subconscious led me to. I came to see you.
You already saw me today.
Callie points out blankly and takes a step back. She sways a little on her feet, her hand holding on to the doorframe in the last second before she loses her balance completely. Are you okay? I observe her carefully. Something doesn't seem right. She waves her hand like it's nothing and almost punches me in the process.
Fine.
You don't look fine, I protest, paying attention to small details. Like the fact that her cheeks aren't just dusted in pink, but bright red, and her pupils are dilated, swallowing the dark blue of her irises. Were you drinking? Callie looks at me for a second and then bursts into giggles.
A little.
My eyes narrow. What is a little? She shrugs and sways again, losing the grip she has on the frame. Her shoulder crashes into it before I get a chance to wrap my arms around her and get her on her feet.
Yasmin was pouring them. If you want to blame somebody, blame her.
I look up and sure enough, Yasmin and another chick, the one from our Spanish class, are both sitting on Yasmin's bed staring at us, a half-finished bottle of tequila between them. Jesus Christ.
Hey!
Yasmin protests.
You didn't complain when you were downing the shots. I wanted to forget,
she murmurs softly. So softly I'm not sure if they heard her. But I did. I just want it to stop. I need it all to go away. That pang I felt in my chest the first time she said those words to me returns in full swing. Come on, you need to go to bed. I push her inside.
But the delivery...
Callie tries to turn around like the delivery guy will appear out of nowhere. You don't want to eat anything right now. Trust me. You'll be thanking me later. She opens her mouth to protest, but Yasmin stops her.
I'll go down and see what's going on. Fine.
Reluctantly, she agrees. Yasmin grabs the other girl's hand and tugs her behind. Soon enough, the two of them are gone, leaving me alone with Callie. Are you feeling okay?
Fine.
There it is again. That word. Fine. I still remember the times when my mom would say she was fine when she was anything but. Suddenly she turns around, moving out of my reach. My arms fall down to my sides.
Why are you here, Hayden?
I wanted to talk to you.
You didn't want to talk before,
she points out. Callie, I run my fingers through my hair, not knowing what to say. I hadn't planned on coming here, but at the same time I couldn't stay away. It's like there is an invisible pull between us that's bringing us back together. Over and over again, it makes our paths cross.
You can go.
What?
I get it, okay? You don't want to talk to me. Not that I can blame you. I wouldn't want to talk to me either. I'll stay out of your way as much as possible, and we don't, Callie. Seriously, it's fine.
I move closer, my hands cupping her cheeks and forcing her to look at me. Go out with me. She gasps audibly, and I'm not sure who's more surprised by my words, she or I.
What?
Go out with me, I repeat, this time more determined than before.
Why?
Why? Isn't that $1 million question? Because I want you to. Fuck, Callie. I lick my lips, my throat dry. I tried. I really did. I tried getting you out of my mind. I hoped that everything that happened the other day would help me move past what happened back then. The saying I forgive you would help me move on, but it doesn't.
Doesn't?
She blinks, confused. I shake my head no. I still want you. I know I shouldn't, but I do. I let my thumb brush over the arch of her lip. So soft, just like I remember. God, how I want to kiss her. Callie shudders in my arms.
Hayden.
I do want you. So go out with me.
Now?
Not now, I chuckle. Another day. Preferably when you're not drunk.
I'm not drunk,
she protests, pursing her lips. The need to kiss her grows even stronger, but I won't do it. Sure thing. Let's put you to bed. Taking a deep breath in, I move back, putting so much needed distance between us. This time she doesn't try to resist me when I lead her to bed. She's already wearing a pair of leggings, a sweater, and some fuzzy socks, so I just open the comforters and help her lay down. Callie sighs happily when her head falls on the pillow, her eyelids already heavy. Pulling the covers over her, I tuck her in. I'm about to leave when her soft whisper stops me.
Did you really mean it?
What?
Date.
I wouldn't ask if I didn't mean it.
You liked me back then.
A lump forms in my throat. No matter what happens between us starting today, thinking about high school will never be easy. Still, I forced the admission out. I did.
And I broke your heart.
I simply nod, not sure where she's going with this, not knowing what to say. She's drunk. Tomorrow she probably won't even remember half of this conversation.
I liked you too, only I was too big of a coward to even think it, much less admit it,
Callie whispers, not even realizing what her words have done to me. This time, when her eyelids fall, she doesn't open them.
Chapter 35. Callie. Wake up, sunshine. Somebody shakes me, making my stomach roll and pounding in my head intensify. I try to open my mouth to tell whoever's doing that to fuck off, but they're so dry, just an unintelligible, groggly sound comes out. Your phone's been going off for a while. I guess you have a class to get to? Yasmin. She's the one who's trying to wake me up by making bed, rock. Or maybe she's just shaking me. Don't wanna, I finally managed to rasp, pulling the covers over my head. Sweet darkness envelops me completely, and I finally manage to breathe. Now if only the pounding would stop. I don't think college works that way. Don't care. My head is about to explode, and my mouth feels like I ate sand. Tequila has a way of doing that to a person. The bed squeaks when she sits down next to me. Did you take some ibuprofen last night? Tequila? Ibuprofen? What the? Callie. I push the covers down, wincing when the brightness of the day blinds me temporarily. What time is it anyway? What happened last night? Those chocolate eyes grow the size of saucepans. You don't remember? A chill runs down my spine. What? At all? What happened, Yasmin? Now I'm sitting in the bed, covers pooling in my lap, and bile rising in my throat. Damn, I'm never drinking tequila ever again. We were drinking yesterday, Chloe, you and I. You told us about what happened with Hayden, and then he came. What? Hayden was here? Why? And what the hell happened? I tried to recall last night, but the only thing that comes from it is more headache. You thought it was the delivery guy? But nope. She laughs at my stupefied face. Hayden was standing on the other side of the door. What did he say? Yasmin makes a face. He said he came to see you, at which point you pointed out he already saw you. It was really confusing. Mortified, I bury my face in my hands. How much can one person embarrass herself? If that person is me, way too fucking much. There is more. Yasmin scrapes over her lip, looking anywhere but at me. This can't be good. What more? I barely dare to peek through my fingers. What more could there be? We might have left you guys alone for a bit. When I came back, you were already asleep and he was gone. Great. Just what I needed. God only knows what I told him while we were alone. Might as well jump out the window now. The alarm buzzes again. Sighing, I grab the phone off the nightstand. It says 8:13 a.m. Shit, physical therapy. I jump out of my bed so suddenly I almost faceplant with the floor. I have to go because if I'm late, I'm pretty sure my PT will murder me. Good luck with that. I look down at my clothes, the same ones I wore yesterday. It'll have to be good enough. Grabbing my trusty ball cap, I shove it on my head, grab my backpack, and run. Do you always hide, or does it just come naturally? I turn around abruptly, pressing my hand to my wildly beating heart. God, you scared the shit out of me. Hayden chuckles, pulling the chair next to mine out and taking a seat. Sorry. My eyes narrow as I look at him. You don't sound sorry. Maybe not. He shrugs, slides his backpack to his lap, and starts going through the stuff inside. My gaze is glued to him as he goes on about his business like he hasn't witnessed my drunk ass less than 24 hours ago. I shift in my seat, brushing the sweaty palms against the sides of my legs. What are you doing here? I ask through the lump in my throat. I'm still not sure what exactly happened or what was said, but something must have, because yesterday he ignored me, and now we were, what, study buddies? What do you mean? He lifts his head, deep green eyes looking at me. I'm here to study? It sounds more like a question than a fact. I take him in. His hair is darker, ends slightly curling like he just took a shower. His clean scent reaches my nose, and I can't resist inhaling more of it, more of him. My heart is beating in a steady, although slightly accelerated rhythm that has all to do with the person sitting next to me. What are you doing here? I point at the chair he's sitting at. I told you I'm studying, he repeats, making sure to pronounce every syllable. Are you stalking me, Hayden? Pulling the last item from the bag, he leans his elbows on the desk and looks at me. I might have stopped at the coffee shop after practice, and Yasmin might have told me where to find you when you weren't there. Does that count as stalking? What were you doing in the coffee shop? I shot back instantly. a frown between my brows deepening. "Looking for you?" "Why? You could have texted." "I don't have your phone number." "You could have asked Nixon to give it to you." Hayden makes a face at that, like he ate something sour. "I'm not going to ask Nixon for your number to remind you of a date you promised me." A pen I was holding falls out of my hand. Did I hear him right? Date? My heart kicks up a notch, palms turning sweaty. What the hell is he talking about? He chuckles, completely oblivious to the turmoil his words caused inside of me. "Figured you won't remember." "Date?" I ask once again, just to make sure I understood him correctly. "Don't sound so surprised." "We don't like each other," I protest weakly, which only makes him chuckle harder, although he tries to rein it in, as not to disturb other students around us. Hayden shakes his head. "That isn't what you said last night." "What did I say last night?" God, how much did I have to drink? I'm going to kill Yasmin, and whatever's left of that tequila is going down the drain as soon as I get back to the room. I don't even want to hear the T word from now on. "You really don't remember?" That makes him laugh, like a full-on belly laugh in the middle of the library. A few loud shh and glares are shot our way, but only when the librarian looks at us like she'll pull out some torturing devices does he stop. "Hayden," I hiss, leaning closer. "Tell me." His eyes shot down to my lips before they returned to mine, only now they're a shade darker, his voice huskier. "Nope." "Why not?" "Because it's more fun that way." "What did I say?" I demand. If I don't find out soon, I'll turn nuts from all the possibilities my mind will conject. "That's for me to know, and you to find out." "But—" His finger presses against my lips, stopping any protest that I wanted to throw his way. "Mrs. G will throw us out if we don't stop talking." Grabbing his wrist, I move his finger off my lips. "You're just trying to get out of answering my question." "How about we make a deal?" He gets his hand out of my hold and interlocks our fingers, holding tightly. My gaze locks on our joined hands on the desk between us, throat turning dry. "You go out with me on Friday, and I'll tell you afterward." I thought I already said yes to the date, I challenge, hoping that maybe if I push, he'll give me more. "That was drunk, Callie. I want you to say it sober, too." I lift my gaze to look at him. The intensity with which he stares at me leaves me breathless. "And you'll tell me what happened?" I ask softly. "Sure." I narrow my eyes at him. It seems almost too easy. "Where are we going?" "You'll have to wait and see." He winks. Actually winks. Who's this guy and what did he do with Hayden Watson? You know, the grumpy one? Still, I can't fight the rush of excitement that overflows me with that little motion. I'm not sure what is happening between us. All I know is that I'm not ready for it to end. "Fine. I'll go out with you."
Chapter 36. Hayden. Finishing with a final reread of the essay for my marketing class, I save it and close the file. An unhappy groan from next to me draws my attention. Not like I've forgotten about her. There's no way that anybody could just forget about Callie Stewart. After she agreed to the date, we each got down to our business. It was almost too easy to fall back into the silent companionship that we shared during our studying sessions back in high school. But that's exactly what happened. She's tapping the end of the pen against her lip, deep in thought, her eyes moving between the notebook where she was scribbling something into and the book that I guess is her guideline. Turning off my computer, I peek over her shoulder. "What's making you frown so hard?" Frustrated, she starts erasing the problem she's been working on with such ferocity, I'm surprised she doesn't rip out the page.
This stupid statistics homework. I should have known better than to take statistics out of all the subjects.
Math still gives you a hard time.
Giving a hard time is putting it mildly.
She sighs, puts down her pen, and rubs her temples.
I'm giving up. Not like there is any chance I'll figure it out tonight anyway.
Callie turns around, her eyes growing wide. A soft gasp parts her lips, realizing how close we are. So close I can see a few pale freckles dusted over the bridge of her nose and feel her warm breath touch my skin. So close I can see the flutter of her rushed heartbeat and the curve of her neck that matches my own. So close that if I leaned just a bit more, I could kiss her. Again. Callie must think the same because her eyes fall down to my lips. You done? My raspy question breaks her out of the haze.
Yes.
She pushed one wavy strand behind her ear.
I think I'm going home.
Just then her stomach rumbles loudly, making her cheeks heat in embarrassment. I chuckle at her discomfort. Dinner first? Callie starts to pack her things.
I'll just grab something on the way.
I should let her go. I know I should. But I can't help but tease. Or order in. I hear you have a good relationship with Blairwood delivery guys. Her head shoots up, a look of surprise and annoyance passing over her face until she finally sets for the second.
I hate you.
I bite my lower lip to stop myself from laughing. You only wish you do. But seriously, let's grab dinner. The cafeteria is like a 10-minute walk from here, and the delivery will take forever.
Hayden,
She starts to protest, but a loud throat-clearing stops her. We turn around in unison to find Mrs. G putting away books not far from us. She isn't even looking at us. Still, a shiver runs through me. Talk about witch powers. Pack your bag, and let's go.
This was such a bad idea.
Callie's hand tugs on mine, pulling me back. She's rooted in place, those violet eyes staring at the cafeteria like it'll come and bite her if she dares to come any closer. How can dinner be a bad idea? To confirm my statement, my stomach growls loudly in agreement. If she doesn't move soon, I might be tempted to bite her. And now that puts a whole new set of ideas into my head that I absolutely don't need right now. Food. I need real food.
It's not dinner, it's just...
She waves her hand in the direction of the building. Just what?
There are people inside.
She whispers just as a group of students walks past us, all of them giving us a curious look. People are a bad idea? I ask, trying to connect this girl right here to the queen bee she once was. It's impossible.
Me, plus people, plus you are a bad idea.
Callie corrects me, like that makes more sense.
The worst, actually.
I tilt my head to the side. How so? She gives a glare to the group staring back at us.
They're staring.
They're probably wondering why we're freezing our asses off. The look she gives me tells me she doesn't share my opinion.
Nah, can't we go somewhere else? Cup It Up has some pretty cool sandwiches.
I need something more than a sandwich. Have you ever been to the cafeteria? I try to remember if I ever saw her in one of them. But for all the places we've seen each other, this doesn't come up as one of them.
I grabbed something on the way.
Cafeteria's on the way, I say yet again.
Too many people...
I wave her off, giving up on trying to figure her out. Forget I even asked. Tightening my hold on her, I pull her closer. Callie crashes into my chest, her fingers digging into my shirt as she looks up at me.
Hayden,
she protests but doesn't pull away. Food, I say decisively, not leaving her room to argue. Puffing away a strand of hair that got in her face, she finally concedes.
Fine, but just so you know, I'm only going because I'm afraid you're going to try and eat me if I don't give in.
It might have crossed my mind. I grin extra wide because I know it'll piss her off. Tugging at her hand, we finally enter inside, the warm air surrounding us instantly. The heat sends shivers through my numb limbs. It hasn't snowed just yet, but it was a matter of days. I could feel it in the crisp air. I should probably let go of Callie's hand, but I'm still not 100% sure that she won't run for the hills if I do. And as strange as it seems, a part of me actually likes it. I don't remember the last time I held somebody's hand like this, if ever. Callie sweeps the huge dining room as soon as we're inside. Her big, like a deer caught in the headlights eyes taking everything in, before ducking her head and moving a step closer to me. Come on, let's grab some food. I steer her toward the food section where I start filling out my tray instantly. I haven't had anything decent to eat since lunch, and I'm starving. Callie looks skeptically at the tower of food on my tray and then at me.
You'll eat all that?
You'll eat just that? I throw back, looking at her almost empty plate. A lone chicken breast with some steamed veggies. She rolls her eyes at me.
I don't have a hole in my stomach like some people apparently do.
Well, after the practice coach put us through, you're lucky I didn't eat you while waiting to come here. Heat floods her cheeks.
Based on how much you're planning to eat, I'm not sure there would be enough of me for an appetizer.
Callie blinks at me, her words finally registering in her mind. I flash her a grin that makes her whole face turn red. She bows her head, hair falling on either side of her face and blocking my view. Chuckling, I lean down, unable to resist teasing her more, and whisper in her ear, "What a tasty appetizer you'd be."
Don't tease me,
she protests, but there is no real heat behind her words. I just like to see you flustered. You look different. She shakes her head at me and I steer her down the lane. We pay for our food, and before I can even lift my head to see where to sit, I hear my name called. "Over here!" Nix waves his hand in the air. He's so loud people start turning their heads to look at him and what caught his attention. Not like we actually need more attention than we already have. Where ravens go, heads turn. Shaking my head, I push Callie toward him. A few more football players and Maddox all huddled up on one table. "Look at what the cat dragged in. Hey, Cals." Nixon looks at Callie before his knowing smirk turns to me. "Hades?"
Hey, Nix.
She shifts uncomfortably under his stare, her cheeks growing pink in embarrassment. "Fancy seeing you here. Together?" He wiggles his eyebrows, his eyes darting between the two of us. "I figured somebody would have to bring you in kicking and screaming." "Don't be an ass," I mutter in greeting. Callie nervously shifts her weight from one leg to another, but makes no attempt to sit, so I pull her chair and wait until she's in her seat before taking the one next to her. Of course, the dumbass across from me follows my every move, his smirk growing wider, but at least he doesn't comment on anything.
Apparently nobody taught him how to take no for an answer.
"No is for losers," I mutter, digging in the food. "The better question is, what you had to do to get him out of the house." I tip my chin at Maddox, who's barely paying any attention to people around him, way more interested in whatever's happening on his iPad. He murmurs a greeting, but that's as much attention as I'll get from him. "You and Maddox would be besties. Neither one of you cares much for the human race and instead opts to stay closed in your rooms," I say to Callie, taking a huge bite of my burger. She watches me eat for a second before finally shaking her head.
If you don't slow down, you're going to choke.
"Are you worried about me, Angel?" I feign mock horror.
Just that it would be expected of me to try and save you.
And how is that a bad thing? Her eyes dart to the side, avoiding me.
Because I'd die when all of your fangirls rush here like a stampede trying to rescue you.
I frown, confused with a sudden change in her voice. It almost seems guarded. I don't have fangirls.
Yeah, right.
She rolls her eyes at me and returns to cutting her meat. Once again, her hair falls over her face and shields her from me. And suddenly I realize why she let her hair loose before we even left the library. I look around, and sure enough, a group of girls sitting a few tables away from ours is looking here. They whisper something to each other and then start laughing. "Callie." I put my hand over hers, wanting for her to look at me, but she doesn't.
"I warned you,"
she whispers so only I can hear. Fed up with her hiding from me, I gather all her hair in my fist, pulling it behind her shoulders. She tries to protest, but I don't let her. No more hiding.
"Hayden, let it go."
"Either you tie it back or I'll do it," I warn, and she must see I'm serious, because she tugs the band from around her wrist and quickly works on twisting her hair in some kind of braid.
Happy?
Yes. I push one strand that slipped the confines behind her ear. I don't give a crap, and neither should you, because they don't matter. Sadness clouds those big dark eyes. Haunted and weary, they pierce my soul.
I was just like them, so how can they not?
Callie, I'm not sure what to say to make it better. Should I do it? Do I even want to? A part of me was still pissed at her, but the other part, it wants her. I want her. It's undeniable, the attraction I feel for this girl, but I'm not sure where we stand, where I want us to stand. Where does she?
Can we let it go, please?
I don't want to, but I don't want to cause her any more hurt. Instead, I nod, giving her hand a squeeze, and turn my attention to Nix, changing the subject. How did you get Maddox to leave the house? I ask Nix, because really there is no way I'll get an answer from Maddox himself. I didn't. It was... Just then a familiar redhead pulls the chair next to Maddox and plops down.
This better be coffee,
she mutters, and without waiting for a response, takes a sip from the to-go cup in front of Maddox. Alyssa! Maddox's head snaps up instantly, his eyes fixed on his best friend. She frowns at the first taste of coffee.
How can you drink that?
It's coffee. His eyes are fixed on the cup like he's trying to figure out what she's talking about. Creating video games and apps? No biggie. Trying to understand some of the basic human needs? Houston, we've got a problem.
It's mud, Maddox. You should try putting cream or sugar in it.
This is how it's supposed to be drunk.
Besides, you know I'm lactose intolerant, and excessive amounts of sugar lead to diabetes.
She shakes her head, already used to dealing with Maddox.
Almond milk and a little bit of sugar never killed anybody.
Alyssa steals the fry off his plate, dips it into ketchup, and throws it into her mouth, moaning softly.
At least there are fries.
That explains it, I mutter. Turning my attention from the two of them, I shove the last bite of spaghetti meatballs into my mouth.
Explains what?
Callie whispers, her brows furrowed as she looks at their interaction.
Who's that?
That's Alyssa. Nix fills her in. He already finished his dinner and is now happily leaning in his chair, staring at us. Maddox's best friend, I add when her confused expression doesn't change. That pink mouth of hers forms a little O. My finger slides underneath her chin and pushes it up. More like forever crush / unrequited love of his life. Nix coughs the words into hand to cover them up. Not like Maddox and Alyssa are paying us any attention. They're too busy bickering like an old married couple. Still, I shoot him a glare over the desk.
She doesn't look his type.
I watch the two of them. Alyssa with all that wild red hair, perfectly put makeup and top so tight it looks like a second skin, and Maddox with his overgrown hair, pale complexion, and frames that hide half his face. No, I guess she doesn't, but it's not like you can choose who you fall in love with. Her head snaps up, those big round eyes staring at me. They're dark and clear, surrounded by thick, long caramel eyelashes. My heart picks up, the drum hard and steady. Silence stretches between us, filled with all the things we have yet to say. So many things. There is so much I have yet to find out about the person she was before and the person she is now before we can clear the air between us to what, really? I'm not sure. Her lips part, that little pink tongue darting out to swipe over her lower lip, drawing my attention. It's not done on purpose. I know, because her cheeks turn pink as soon as my eyes land on her lips. Her throat bobs as she swallows the nerves. And now I'm thinking about kissing her again. About the way her mouth felt pressed against mine, all soft and warm. How her breath hitched when we deepened the kiss. The way her slick tongue... A loud muttering in Spanish stops my thoughts from moving further down the path of getting a major boner in the middle of the dining hall.
I'll be damned.
In unison, we both turn around to find Yasmin standing right next to us, her mouth gaping.
What?
Callie looks between the two of us, completely confused.
He got you to come here?
She rolls her eyes like it's obvious.
It's not like I never come here.
Callie starts to push her hair back, only to realize it's already tied up.
Lies,
Nick shouts even before she can finish the sentence.
Every time I asked you, you said no.
Yasmin nods in agreement.
Callie, I asked you like 100 times to come, and every single time you said no.
The two of them exchange a glance, surprise evident on their faces. Yasmin's eyes narrow as she takes in Nixon's stretched-out form, assessing every detail.
Nixon?
She mutters in greeting, her demeanor icy.
Yasmin?
Nixon gives her one of his panty-dropping smirks, the one he uses on all the ladies, but she huffs and looks away. I watch as the smile falls off my friend's face, eyes narrowing.
That's not true.
Yasmin turns her attention back to Callie and just lifts her brows, making her sigh in defeat.
Okay, maybe I don't go to the dining hall, but why should I when Cup It Up has way better coffee and there's food? Those are sandwiches, her roommate protests. You've been living off sandwiches since you got here. Don't forget the takeout,
Callie reminds her, which earns her another eye roll.
What? That's real food, and not even you can protest that. Besides, I can order things you won't find here in the next 100 years. Yeah.
Yasmin rolls her eyes.
Whatever you need to tell yourself to sleep at night. You want to stay with us?
Callie asks, changing the subject. Yasmin looks over our already full table, her face turning grim before she promptly masks it away.
Nah, I'm good. My friends are waiting for me. We just came to grab a quick dinner before meeting for our study session. See you later? Sure.
After an awkward wave goodbye, Yasmin turns and walks away to meet her friends. She seems like a cool chick, I comment as we turn back to our table, only to find Nixon staring after her. He shakes his head like he's trying to span out of whatever the hell he was thinking. She doesn't seem like your biggest fan. I can't help myself but grill him a little bit, give him a taste of his own medicine, so to speak. Fuck off, Hades. Oh, so there is something there.
They met the other day when we were in Cup It Up,
Callie explains.
Nix brought up his charm, but athletes aren't really Yasmin's type.
Nixon crosses his arms over his chest and huffs. I'm everyone's type. My God, Nixon, a little humility wouldn't kill you. Humility is for idiots who don't know what they want.
I can see how the two of you are friends,
Callie says to me before returning her attention to Nix.
I don't think it has anything to do with your looks. She's just not into athletes.
What's there not to like about athletes? Now he looks positively offended. We have great bodies and excellent stamina.
And you're also modest to a fault.
The sarcasm is dripping from her every word. Just then, Callie's phone chimes. She picks it off the table and, without as much as looking at it, says,
Gotta go.
Confused by the sudden change, but deciding not to say anything, I start to stand up. I'll walk you. Her hand covers mine, stopping me even before I finish the sentence. Those lean, chilly fingers touching my heated skin. Our gazes meet at the same time, a current, strong and unyielding, spreading between us.
Finish your dinner,
she says softly. She starts to pull her hand away, but I stop her. Friday. I'll pick you up at 6. Silence settles over us for a moment as she looks at me. I start to get weary, but then she simply nods and whispers,
Friday.
Disentangling our fingers, she stands up. A shiver runs through me at the lack of contact. Picking up her tray, she gives us one final look.
I guess I'll see you later.
Late, I try, but she's already walking away. Sir.
Chapter 37. Callie. I'm not sure about this. Giving my reflection in the mirror a critical look, I tug at the hem of my red tunic. Well, Yasmin's tunic. After a thoughtful inspection of my closet, whose contents were scattered all around the room like a Category 5 hurricane just went through it, she concluded I didn't have any date-worthy clothes, so she forced me to put one of her own. The tunic isn't something I would usually pick for myself. It's thigh-fitted and comes to my mid-thigh. Thank goodness for the height difference between the two of us. So it looks more like a dress than a shirt on me. I, however, drew the line when it came to putting on skinny jeans. I thought I got rid of them all, but somehow Yasmin managed to find a pair in the mess that was my clothes. Instead, I opted for black leggings and matched the whole look with a pair of flat boots. "You look fine." Yasmin covers my hands to stop me from fidgeting. "More than fine, actually. You look hot." "How can you know that? I don't even know where we're going," I protest. I know I'm acting bitchy after she took the time to help me get ready, but I was going out of my mind. Why did I agree to this? It was such a bad idea. "Are you going to meet the Queen?" "The Queen?" I frown at her. "Not that I know of." "Then you'll be fine." She grabs my hands in hers, stopping me from fidgeting any more. "Stop stressing about it. Go out and have fun." I wish it were that easy. It is. We have too messy of a past for this to be easy. You know that. I still half expected her to run for the hills, telling me what an awful person I was. Though for now, she seems like she actually doesn't care. "Do you like him?" The question catches me off guard. I'm physically attracted to him, but that's different. Do I like him? Back then, I needed him, but the more time we spent together, the more I grew to like him. Now, I don't know him anymore. With our past, she waves her hand to stop me. Put the past in the past where it belongs, if only for a moment. Does your heart skip a beat when he's around? I close my eyes, forcing myself to take a deep breath in to steady my racing heart. I try to think back to any of the moments I saw Hayden, disentangling the complex web of feelings that comes hand in hand with being near him. Does my heart skip a beat? I think so, I confess softly. It's so difficult to dissect one emotion from the other, because when he's nearby, it's like an overabundance of feelings I don't know what to do about. But seeing him makes my heart race. I brush my palms against each other. Palms sweaty and... The words trail off as I remember how close we were sitting in the library. The way his lips called onto mine, begging me to kiss them, to lose myself in the feel of him, his warmth. A shudder runs through me. You do like him. There is a teasing tone to her voice. Opening my eyes, I stare at my reflection, a soft smile playing on my lips. Yep, I like him all right. There is no escaping it. I think a part of me always did. It's something I haven't told anybody, not a soul. I haven't even said it out loud just to myself. Thinking it, saying it, it would give the words too much power. And back then, I wasn't ready to face it. I'm not even sure I'm ready to do it now. I always knew he was one of the good guys, one of those people who makes you want to be better, too. Yasmin sets her chin on top of my head, both of us staring at our reflection in the mirror. Mistakes, remember? We all make them. Will you ever tell me what the mistake was you made that led you here? I still remember that first day we met. 2 different girls, same chip on our shoulders. But somehow, we made it this far. I guess it's safe to assume a soul recognizes her sister when she sees it. The familiar darkness clouds her face. I know because I've seen it reflected in the mirror too many times to count. Yasmin looks away, closing off. When you're ready, okay? One blink of an eye, and she pushes it at bay, but it's not gone. Always lingering. Once you know the darkness, I'm not sure there is anything that can forever chase it away. Not completely, anyway. You can tame the storm inside you, but every once in a while it'll come out raging. One day, she promises, taking a step back. I look around the mess that's our room. I guess I should, but I don't get to finish because there is a knock on the door. The sound echoes in the room. I glance at Yasmin and then back at the door. Her lips tip in a smile, and she gives me a push. Go. But I can't leave her to deal with all this mess, can I? Go. Apparently I can. Okay. Grabbing my coat and bag off the chair, I cross the short distance to the door. Taking one more deep breath in, my fingers close around the doorknob, and I pull it open. My breath comes rushing back when I see Hayden. He looks handsome in dark jeans and white button-down shirt, with a black jacket thrown over and left unbuttoned. A day's worth of stubble covers his cheeks and gives him a certain edge, but I like it. It suits him. Hey, Callie. Hi, I squeak back. It's high-pitched and so unlike me, I want to go back inside and crawl under the mountain of clothes that's on my bed. Hayden just grins, those bright green eyes shining with mischief, taking everything in. Ready to go? I start to nod, but Yasmin beats me to it. She's ready. You guys have fun, and I'll see you later. Or maybe I won't. She pushes me out and winks at me. Even better. Then she closes the door in our face. She seems awfully cheery. I turn around and come face to chest with Hayden, catching a whiff of him. Soap, just a little bit of cologne, and the familiar scent that's plain Hayden. My eyes fall shut for a moment as a shiver works its way down my spine. I allow myself a moment to indulge in his intoxicating smell before forcing my eyes open. She does, doesn't she? I turn back to the closed door when reggaeton blasts from the other side. I think she's just happy to get the room for herself for a while. I pull on the coat and we slowly start our way outside. You really don't go out that much? The question isn't intended as a jab, just plain curiosity. Define that much, I laugh, but the sound lacks amusement. After everything happened, I just didn't have it in me. People don't say without a reason that you start to appreciate what you have once you lose it. It's the truth, plain and simple. Losing my parents made me realize I was selfish. I loved them, I still do, but the only person who mattered was Callie. It was all about me and my future, until I lost it. The cold night air hits me in the face as soon as we leave the building. It's crispy, biting at my skin and getting all the way to my bones. Hayden tips my chin up, those intense green irises boring into my blues. Who's Callie now? It's unnerving, the way that guy can read me like I'm an open book. A small smile tugs at my lips, nostalgia setting in my soul. I'm not sure yet, but I'm trying to find out. Hayden observes me for a long moment, not saying a word. His face is stoic, unreadable, and a part of me is glad, because I'm not sure I'm strong enough to take in everything he might throw at me. But he says nothing, only gives me a slight nod in acknowledgement. He reaches forward, pushing one runaway strand of hair behind my ear. His touch is like a zap of electricity, sudden and intense, making my heart kick up a notch until the only thing I can hear is the sound of it beating in my eardrums. You ready for tonight? Glad that he's letting the subject go, my smile widens. Are you finally going to tell me where we're going? Hayden shakes his head. It's a surprise. Come on. He laces his fingers through mine and pulls me toward the parking lot. The feeling of unease comes rushing back instantly. He must sense it because he stops and turns to look at me. Are you okay? He watches me, a tingle of worry, Something so unlike Hayden that I've gotten used to, marrying his forehead as he looks between me and the truck.
"Shit, it's the driving, isn't it?"
he asks, as if he only now remembered the accident. "It's fine," I try to reassure him.
"You don't look fine."
"Fuck, Callie, I figured—" He runs his hand over his face in frustration. Tugging at his hand that's still holding onto mine, I make him stop and look at me. "It's fine. It happens every time. It's a knee-jerk reaction, I guess. To freeze every time I have to sit in the car. I have driven in the car since the accident."
"You have?"
He looks skeptical. "How do you think I move around, silly?" I put more pep into my words for his benefit. I don't want him to feel bad about something neither of us has control over. I can't help the way I react, just as I can't escape driving in the cars every so often.
"On foot?"
I look down at my feet skeptically, remembering all the things I used to do, but now couldn't, even if I tried. And then back at him. There is only so far these two can take me. Hayden follows my line of sight. He pulls his lower lip between his teeth, nibbling at it in thought.
"Why?"
He starts, but stops. I can see the uncertainty on his face, the wonder. "Why?" I urge him to continue, ask whatever's been on his mind.
"Why haven't you done anything about your injuries?"
Every word is spoken slowly, his tone carefully measured.
"You had the means, obviously, so why—"
Instinctively, my hand reaches for the side of my face, only to remember his hand is already there, touching the damaged skin. Swallowing hard, I start to pull back, but something in Hayden's eyes makes me stop. Instead, I let my fingers wrap around the strong line of his wrist. Doctors suggested it. Plastic surgery, I mean. They already did all they could for my leg. They saved it, broken and bruised as it was. It will never be the same, and I'll never be able to dance professionally again. But it's more than some people get. It was the first thing they told me after I woke up. It was something on the lines of, "Hey, you woke up, great. You've been in an accident and suffered great injuries, but no worries, you'll get better. We fixed your legs, the pieces were so tiny we had to screw them back together. Your face is a mess, but there is plastic surgery. Oh, your parents didn't make it. Now about that surgery." I repeat in a mocking voice. The doctors weren't so insensitive, but they weren't much better. Like I cared about myself. They were dead because of me, and all I wanted to do was die. Strong arms wrap around me, pulling me in the crook of his chest. Solid and warm, he wraps around me until he's the only thing I can feel. The sound of his steady heart, the only thing I can hear.
"You never considered it after?"
I shake my head. What would be the point? The old Callie is dead. She died alongside my parents in that crash. And this is my reminder and my penance.
"Losing the dream."
Another shake of my head. A lifetime without them. Without two people I loved the most. The two people I disappointed the most. Having to live this life knowing they'll never realize how sorry I am.
"They know."
He squeezes me tighter.
"They know."
I sniffle, running my fingers underneath my eyes. Not really the best date conversation starter. I try to joke as I pull back, but it falls flat.
"Maybe not, but it's real."
Hayden looks back at the car.
"You sure you'll be fine?"
As long as I don't have to be the one driving, we're good.
Hayden.
"What is this place?"
Callie asks as she looks around. The parking lot is almost deserted, but the lights are on and the ground floor and the address matches, so I guess this is it. Surprise! Come on, she moans loudly in protest, stomping her feet. I chuckle, killing the engine. It's a surprise, I repeat, not budging. Callie purses her pink lips at me. The bottom one sticks out a little more, begging to be kissed. We're here. She gives another unimpressed sweep to the empty lot. I just hope you didn't bring me here to kill me off and get rid of the body. Nope, but you might think that's the better option once you enter inside. I seriously didn't know what she'd think about the surprise. Not after our conversation back in the parking lot. Old Callie would love it. But the new one? The jury is still out. For a moment, I even entertained the idea of ditching this place altogether and taking her to the movies or something. But in the end, I decided against it. Suddenly, feeling the nerves, I turned toward her in my seat. If you don't like it, we can leave. That doesn't sound promising. Taking her hand in mine, I give it a quick squeeze. Promise me, if you don't like it, you'll tell me and we'll leave. She gives me a long look. Fine. Promise. Can we go in now? Sure. I chuckle and exit the car. I walk around the hood and take her hand in mine. So what did you say this place was? She asks again, eyeing the building curiously. There is nothing special about it. Just a regular 2-story building in a residential part of the town. You really are relentless. Laughing, I push the door open and wait for Callie to enter. The hallway is lit, although empty, but there are voices coming from the double door that's left wide open at the end of the hall. This way, I urge her with more conviction than I feel. I guess I should have come earlier to check it out, but when I saw the flyer in the library the other day, I figured this would be perfect. Now I'm not so sure. This better be good, or else. Hayden? Callie's uncertain voice breaks me out of my thoughts. I almost didn't realize she stopped in the doorway and power through her, but end up stopping just in time. Still, my hand goes around her, wrapping around Callie's waist to hold her still against my chest. What is this? Callie's trying to hold in the laughter, but she's doing a poor job of it. It looks good on her, though. Her pink lips spread wide, little white teeth that should be on a toothpaste commercial blinding me. A lone dimple appears in her cheek, and her blue eyes sparkle with happiness so pure it leaves me breathless. I'm so mesmerized with her at this moment that it takes a while for her words to register. What? With my free hand, I rub the nape of my neck. Is this your usual Friday night crowd? She giggles. My usual Friday night crowd. My head shoots up only to find a room full of people, all of them probably 80 or more years old, gawking at us with interest. What in the ever-loving, I say, looking around. But nope, the picture in front of me doesn't change. It's like we traveled at least 50 or so years in the past. Apparently, my stupefied face is funny because Callie keeps on laughing. Just then, a cheerful woman, probably in her late 20s or so, comes to us. Hey guys, are you here for the dance class? Yeah. I give the room another swipe. This can't be it, can it? Are we in the right place? If she notices my skepticism, she doesn't show it. Sure thing, hon. And you're just in time. Come in, come in. She ushers us inside, closing the door behind me. Callie and I exchange a glance. There isn't a way out now. Callie nibbles at her lip, but I know she's nowhere near done teasing me. This was so not what I had in mind, I whisper in her ear apologetically. You brought me dancing. There is a tenderness in her voice that wasn't there before. With a bunch of 80-year-olds, I whisper shout. Shouldn't it be past their bedtime? I glance around the room. A few people are still giving us curious looks, but I don't think anybody heard me. You brought me dancing, she repeats, her blue eyes shining. And now I'm positive it's not just the way the light illuminates her face. I haven't danced since... She doesn't finish, but she doesn't have to. Based on our earlier conversation, I already know the answer. It's not ballet, and I'll probably make a fool of myself. Callie's fingers touch my lips, stopping me from saying anything more. She rises on the tip of her toes and plants a kiss on my cheek. Thank you. They're warm and soft, grazing my skin in an almost feather-like manner. And if we were alone, I wouldn't let her pull back just yet. You're welcome. You kids should take off your coats. Time's wasting. A rough, grumpy voice from nearby breaks our little bubble, making us jump apart like two kids caught with their hands in a cookie jar. The grandpa, who looks like he's close to 100, shows with his cane, yes, cane, in the direction where the rest of them left their things. He looks just like he walked out from the last century with those old-school pants held by suspenders, dress shoes, crisp white button-down, and a bow tie. Who wears bow ties when they're not going to a wedding? You don't want to keep your girl waiting now, do you? Callie and I exchange a look. I can see she's nibbling at the inside of her cheek. It's probably the only thing that's keeping her from bursting into laughter. No, sir. Helping Callie out of her jacket, I give her a warning glare before going to leave our things on the racks in the corner of the room. It doesn't take me even a minute to do it, but when I return, I find Callie laughing at something the old guy said. Shaking my head, I let my hand slide over Callie's shoulder. Trying to steal my girl, old man? Ha! He stomps his cane against the floor. Like that would be a problem. You boys know shit about how to win a woman over. I got her here. I'm tempted to puff out my chest, but that would be immature. He gives me an unimpressed once-over. Getting the woman is the easy part. It's keeping her happy by your side that's a challenge. I'm about to ask him where his woman is. Mature, I know. When the woman who greeted us comes to our little group. If it's based on her smile, she must have heard at least part of our exchange.
Oh, if I were you, I'd listen to this old stud.
Old stud?
He's a real charmer with the ladies around these parts.
She winks at me and starts to clap her hands.
Time to hustle, people. Today we're going to waltz, so pair up.
People around us start pairing up. Callie turns toward me, placing her hands in mine. That glimmer of amusement is still there, brighter than ever. What? I ask, fighting my own grin. This whole situation is ridiculous, and it doesn't get any better when Callie voices it out loud.
Did you just fight with this poor old man about who's got better moves?
Soft classical music starts playing in the background. The melody's so tender it almost seems like a lullaby. Neither of us makes an attempt to move. Hey, I protest, although it's hard to keep a straight face. He questioned my ability to get the girl. Of course I fought him. Nobody dares question my moves.
Priceless,
she shakes her head, wiping away the tears.
Nix will have a field day when I tell him.
My mouth falls open in mock horror.
You wouldn't. Oh, I most definitely would. This is too good not to share.
I move closer, our joined hands squeezing between our bodies. I'm going to make you pay if you do, I whisper so only she can hear me. Callie looks up at me. Her long lashes somehow make her eyes look even bigger, wider. She grazes at her lower lip, making it redder than before.
Oh, yeah? How?
Test me and you might find out, I promise, eyeing her lips. I want to kiss her so badly it almost hurts. Right here, right now. Fuck everything and everybody else.
I might have to do it.
Is it just me, or is her voice huskier than it was before? I'm sure she's closer. I can feel her tits brushing against my pecs. Barely any space left between us. Her sweet, flowery scent is intoxicating. But before I can do anything about it, the instructor comes to us, breaking us out of our little bubble.
You guys ever waltzed?
She asks, and when I look around, I see most of the people have already started dancing. Nope, I answer, but don't attempt to move. I'm sure if I do, she'll be able to see the semi I'm spotting, and I wouldn't want to scandalize any of the ladies. Although, if it's to be judged by my Grams and her friends, they'd hardly be scandalized. Sometimes they're worse than a frat house full of eager freshmen.
No problem. Let me help you with that.
She moves closer, rearranging our stance.
Your hand goes at the small of her back.
I do as she says, sprawling my fingers over Callie's back, my hand almost swallowing her whole waist as I pull her closer to me. She inhales sharply, her eyes growing wide, cheeks turning rosy when she realizes my not-so-little problem.
Yep, just like that. And your hand
She puts Callie's hand to rest on my shoulder. I take her free hand, interlacing our fingers and extending it.
Perfect,
She beams.
you guys look amazing together. Okay, now.
She shows us the first move, something she calls a box step. It's relatively simple, but since we're both naturally dominant people, me on the field and Callie on the floor, it takes us a while to get a grip of it. I don't have the natural grace Callie does. I've never seen her dance before, not like this, and now I wish I had the chance, because Callie on the dance floor is something else. She stands just a tad taller than she usually does, like her body knows it's at home here. This is the place it belongs. And the smile she gives me is so big. I'd feel this awkward as many times as needed just to see it again reflected at me.
Chapter 38. Callie. Are you having fun? Hayden asks as he leads us across the room. After showing us the box step, the instructor continued on until we're dancing across the room. It feels surreal. Dancing with Hayden. Dancing at all. I haven't even realized how much I missed it. I mean, I knew. Dancing was such an essential part of me, of course I was missing it. But being here, with my body pressed against Hayden's and swirling around the room to the music, it's like a gaping hole inside of me is finally being patched back up. Not even the dull throbbing in my left leg can prevent me from enjoying this moment. You have no idea, I tell him honestly. I haven't danced once in 3 years. It feels so good to be able to do it once again. You never even tried? To see if the doctors were wrong? I knew they were right, so why test it? But also, I didn't think I deserved to be happy, not with my parents being gone. So what changed? You, me, us, everything, nothing. So many possibilities, but I'm not sure one of these is the right answer. I'm not sure, really. Everything seems different, yet all the same. I know it doesn't make much sense. It makes perfect sense. The music dies, and we come to a stop, but neither of us tries to take a step back. Hayden's hands slide down the side of my arms, leaving goosebumps in their wake. It shouldn't be this way. What way? This. I lift our joined hands and point to the space between the two of us, the one that's filled with so much tension, I'm afraid it'll explode any time now. I rest our joined hands against my chest, wanting him to feel the way my heart is galloping just underneath the surface. Being with you, it makes me feel alive. Like for the first time in so long, I can finally breathe. I never thought I would get to feel like that, and especially not with him. And there is nothing wrong with that. Letting go of my hand, Hayden cups my cheek. Shakily breathing in, I try to get some sense of composure. Only there is none. There never is when Hayden is around. The way I see it, we got a second chance. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to mess it up. You were my first love, Callie, and I want to see if maybe there is something left between us that's salvageable. The intensity with which he's staring at me makes me shiver. What about everything that happened? I can't help but ask. I want to believe that everything will be all right, that we can figure this shit out, and this time, things will actually work out. But a part of me doesn't believe it's possible. Are we going to pretend it didn't happen? Just forgive and forget? Darkness creeps behind his eyes. I'm not going to lie to you. There is no forgetting about the past. What happened, what you did, was a shitty thing to do. But I'm not about to hold it over your head. Not anymore. Because of my parents? It pains me to ask, but I have to know. I don't want Hayden's pity. I don't want anybody's pity, but his least of all. Because while what happened was something awful, it brought me here and gave me family and stability, 2 things I desperately needed. It hurts to swallow, but I do it nonetheless. So, what's it going to be, Callie? Are we going to see where this will lead us? Or do you want me to take you back home and call it quits? Hayden's staring at me intently, waiting for an answer. I should say no. Say no and let him drive me back home, and then do my hardest to avoid him at all costs. It would be the right thing to do. An easy way out. I heard what he said, but it's hard to wrap my head around it. How could he want to give this a try? With me, of all people. First love or not, some things are just unforgettable. But for all my trying, I'm not a selfless person. I don't think I'll ever be. It's not in my DNA. So instead of doing the right thing, I do what my selfish heart wants. I'm not ready to let go. The ride back to campus is quiet. I'm sitting right next to Hayden, his big hand covering my thigh between working the gear shift. His eyes trained on the road ahead, not even acknowledging how he's driving me completely insane. While his hand is on me, his thumb is softly caressing the inside of my knee, making me squirm in my seat. The touch is tender, but I can feel it all the way to my bones. Slowly coming to a stop at the red light, he finally looks at me, his face an unreadable mask. Do you want to go back to the dorm, or... Hayden licks his lips, and if I'm not mistaken, his eyes grow just a bit darker. Do you want to go to my place? His words, and the way he looks at me, like he's about to jump me right here, right now, sends a shot of heat streaming right to my belly. My mouth is dry, and suddenly it feels like it's 100 degrees inside. The loud honk startles me, making me jump in my seat. The light has turned green, but Hayden still hasn't attempted to move. It's your call. Your place, I say, before I can change my mind. If it weren't for his hand holding on to me, I'm positive the grin he shot my way would make me melt. For Friday night, it doesn't take us long to get to Hayden's place. Then again, most students prefer to walk to the party and then get an Uber back home when they're so out of it they can barely stand on their feet. Hayden parks on the curb just in front of his house and kills the engine. Are you just lucky, or do you always get the prime spot? I try to joke to ease some of this sexual tension that's filling the small cubicle. I guess it comes with the territory, Hayden chuckles. Maddox and Nix put their cars in the garage, since I figured nobody will even look twice at this piece of junk. If you think this is a piece of junk, I really wonder what you'd say if you saw Yasmin's car. I look out the front windshield. The house is clouded in darkness. The only light that's on is the one on the front porch. Guys are out? I ask, feeling my palms grow sweaty. The anticipation is killing me slowly, and I fear that if something doesn't happen soon, if he doesn't touch me, I'm going to burst. Hayden follows my line of sight. I guess so. Listen, Callie. He sighs and turns around. If you changed, I don't let him finish. Whatever he wanted to say is swallowed by my mouth. The only thing left is an incoherent mumble against my lips. The last thing I see are his wide, surprised eyes, and then I let my eyelids shut and my fingers dig into his hair, pulling him closer. Hayden relaxes against me and returns my kiss. His lips are full, soft, yet firm, and when they're pressed against mine, I feel like he'll swallow me whole. One of his arms wraps around me, making me stumble and fall forward. The hand that's been resting on my thigh inches upward, fingers sliding over my leggings effortlessly. "Hayden," I breathe, breaking our kiss to inhale, but then his lips are on mine once again. That talented tongue slides past my lips and inside my mouth. I return each playful stroke with one of my own, making him groan, the vibration coming from somewhere deep in his throat. The hand that's on my back moves to the nape of my neck, tilting my head just so he can deepen our kiss. We're both breathing hard, and I'm practically sprawled over the upper part of his body. The gear shift and bench are in our way, but neither of us minds. "So good," Hayden pants, his lips kissing the path down my chin and on the side of my neck. The few days old stubble scratches my neck, sending delicious tingles all the way down my body to my very core. He presses his lips to the hollow, just between my neck and shoulder, his teeth grazing at the flesh, tasting my skin. "So sweet." Just there. I arch my neck, exposing more of it to his lips. My legs, hell, my whole body is restless. The need to feel him, feel those taut muscles underneath me winning over any sanity I might have left. I try to straddle him, but instead I bump my leg in the gear shift, slipping forward. "Fuck!" I yelp as the pain spreads through my leg. Hayden chuckles, pushing hair away from my face. "Let's go inside, before I have to drive you to the hospital." I nod my agreement, and before I know it, he unbuckles his seatbelt and slips out of the car. Then, in no time, he's on the other side, pulling the passenger door open and helping me get out and on my feet. My legs feel like jelly, so I'm thankful when Hayden takes my hand as we cross the short distance toward the quiet house. Hayden doesn't even bother with turning on the lights. As soon as we're inside, he closes the door and pushes me against it, his lips latching onto mine, continuing where we left off. We devour each other with kisses. I'm squeezed between him and the door, our bodies rubbing together. It's too much, yet still not enough. Hayden pushes my coat down my shoulders, his palms tracing every inch of my body. I arch into his touch, looking for more friction, more of him, anything to dull this ache I feel deep inside. "Hayden," I call to him, needing him to kiss me again. And he gives me just that. Our mouths crash hard, his tongue sweeping deeper than before like he can't get enough of me. His hands go down, caressing my back all the way to my ass, leaving small tingles in their wake. He gives it a squeeze, making us both groan as his fingers dig into my flesh. Gripping my hips, he lifts me in the air, pressing my back against the door. I wrap my legs around him, pulling him in the crook of my heat. "God, Callie," Hayden breathes, his lower half rubbing against mine in all the right places. My head falls back, breath ripping out of my lungs as my fingers dig deeper into his shoulders. His dick is hard and long, pressed just where I need it. My clit is pulsing, pussy clenching with need to feel him inside me. I'm so wet, it'd be embarrassing if I had it in me to care. But at this point, I just want him. Now. "Bed," he growls. Like, actually growls. Hayden hoists me closer, his grip on me so strong it'll probably leave bruises. My grip on him tightens, pulling us flush together, our foreheads touching, breaths mingling. "Coat," I breathe, trying to find some sense of clarity, but he doesn't listen. "Bed," he repeats decisively. But what if somebody comes home? The fuck if I care. I need you. His heated gaze bores into me. Now. Well, when he puts it like that, who am I to disagree? Pulling his head back, I press my lips against his in a sloppy, desperate kiss. I'm not sure how we get upstairs, and I don't really care. There is a faint sound of the door closing, and then I'm lying on the bed with Hayden looming over me. The window is open, leaving just enough light so we're not clouded in the pitch darkness. Hayden cups my cheeks as he takes every inch of my face. He's touched me before, looked at the scars on my face, but somehow it feels different now. It's unnerving the way he looks at me, like he can see the smallest of details, like he can see me. Every single part of me, no matter how small or ugly. Do you realize how beautiful you are? His words rattle me. I know I shouldn't care about my looks, but that vain part of me is still there, still caring about what people think and say, no matter how much I try to pretend otherwise. Uncomfortable with his admission, I concentrate on his full mouth, tracing his lower lips with my thumb. Two can play this game, and I'd rather watch him than see him watch me. His lips red and swollen from our kisses. Light stubble covers his jaw, tickling my fingers. You're the only one who thinks that. Because it's the truth. I open my mouth to protest, but Hayden doesn't let me. His fingers slide on the nape of my neck, tangling in my strands as he captures my mouth in a searing kiss. All the thoughts and doubts disappear from my mind as we continue making out, teeth clashing, tongues coiling. My back arches off the mattress, his hand sliding down my rib cage. A shiver runs through my body. Our chests brush against one another, making me hate every layer of clothing that's standing between us. I want to feel his naked skin pressed against mine, feel the warmth of his skin and the weight of his body. I run my hands up his back, pulling at his shirt. My nipples are turned into two tiny buds that are screaming for attention, wanting to feel his heated skin. His heart is beating in tandem with mine, frantic thump, thump, thump that's echoing in the base of my neck. Hayden, I pant. It's not enough. I want more, and I need him to stop teasing me. The soft murmur is the only answer as he licks and nibbles, making me squirm. Take off your shirt. My fingers dig into the soft material of his shirt and tug as he finds an exceptionally sensitive spot just below my ear. Hayden chuckles at my impatience, but does what I asked. Stopping with his torture, he pulls back and rips his shirt off his body, and then does the same with mine. I lean back on my elbows, my boobs spilling from the cups of the lacy bra I'm wearing with every sharp breath I take. He's magnificent. I've seen him before, but seeing him like this, in the dim light of his bedroom, with those heated green eyes gazing directly at me, is somehow different. Hayden's body is rock solid, a perfectly well-oiled machine. He's tall and lean, every muscle hard and well-defined. Vivid black ink is etched into the skin of his arms, and even part of his pecs. They beg for me to move closer, inspect every image up close, trace it with my lips. Callie, he rasps, snapping me out of my perusal. The tips of his fingers graze my side, my left side, all the way from my collarbone, over the side of my breast, and down my stomach. The sensation is so light, the goosebumps rise on my skin, my insides tightening. A lump forms in my throat, preventing me from speaking. What is there even to say? I've seen my body more times than I can count. I can sketch it with my eyes closed, painting every scar in its vivid glory. What will he think? He said he doesn't care, but how can he not? Hayden? I ask, voice quivering with insecurity when the silence stretches between us, making me uncomfortable. Hayden takes in all the scars covering my body, not shying away from the damaged flesh. The upper part of my body and my leg have taken most of the damage. Some scars were so deep that there are still pink lines raised on my skin. So beautiful, he says, as he finally returns his gaze to my face. The heat that's been there is still present, burning as brightly as ever, not wavering once from the damage my body went through. So damn beautiful. Tears gather in my eyes, making me feel even more vulnerable. Kiss me, I plead, needing him to touch me, needing to feel something other than this helplessness that's suffocating me, needing to feel normal and whole, if only for a moment. And kiss me he does, claiming my mouth with a kiss so deep it's etched into my soul. And this time, he doesn't stop at my mouth. His lips mark the path down my body, softly tracing every single scar marring my body, healing me in a way I didn't think was possible. And I let him. Hayden undresses me as he goes, until there isn't anything hiding me from him. His lips press against my hip bone, making me shiver. More. It feels like nothing is enough. The more he gives me, the more I crave him. More of his touches, more of his kisses, more of him. I run my fingers through his tousled hair, enjoying the feel of his soft strands on my skin. Like this? He asks, moving lower. My legs clench, making him chuckle. He pushes them apart, settling between my open thighs, and kisses the inside from my knee all the way up to... God, Hayden, I gasp when he kisses my pussy. He groans loudly at the first touch, his tongue parting my lower lips and tasting me. Yes. My fingers, still tangled in his hair, clench, pulling him closer. He slides his tongue over my clit, sending little shock waves through my body. And then he sucks it into his mouth, making my back arch off the mattress, his teeth grazing the sensitive bud as my pussy pulses with need. My legs clench around his head, but he doesn't seem to mind. Instead, his hands trace the back of my tights and go straight for my ass, pulling me closer, just as he licks the path from my clit all the way to my opening. More, I cry out. I'm so close, so fucking close, and it feels too good. I need... Hayden groans something into my sex, his hot breath and vibrations of his voice bringing me closer to the edge. And then his hot tongue slides inside of me, making me gasp. The world shatters around me. Wave after wave of pleasure coursing through my limbs. My pussy clenches, pulling him deeper as I cry out his name, my body going limp in his arms. I'm not sure how long it takes for the quivers to subside, but Hayden doesn't stop until I'm completely off the high. Only then does he pull back. His lips are red and puffy, my juices glistening on his mouth. I watch as his tongue darts out, licking every last drop. Another shiver runs through my body as I watch him, chest heaving, cock bulging against his unbuckled pants. Good? He asks, his eyes glued to my body. It can be better. I get up and kiss him, tasting myself on his lips, but if he doesn't care, I don't either. My palms run over his chest, feeling every hard muscle. His stomach quivers when I trace the ridge of his abs with my finger all the way to his opening and push down his jeans and underwear. Help me, I whisper against his mouth, impatient to feel all of him. Nodding, he jumps off the bed, and in one swift movement pulls both down, leaving him completely naked. His cock springs out proudly, long and hard. Pre-cum is glistening on his tip. I beckon him closer, and he complies, crawling back to the mattress. Wanting to feel him, I push him on his back and settle on his lap. We both groan as his hot length settles between my legs. Nibbling on his neck, I trace my hands over him once again. You're magnificent. Yeah, you like? I lick one of his nipples, watching it turn into a firm bud as I go down. More than like, I hum, kissing his abs one at a time. Just when I get to his belly button, he grips my hair, pulling me back. Not today, he grits through his clenched teeth. Surprised and confused by his demand, I look at him. What? Why? Doesn't he want this? I loved it when Hayden went down on me. Ben tried it only once, and he was so sloppy we both got frustrated really quickly and gave up on continuing. He, however, loved when I went down on him. I let my fingers curl around his cock, giving it a firm squeeze. Fuck. Hayden's head falls back, eyes rolling to the back of his head. My lips curl into a smile, watching him lose his cool from my touch alone. I start working his hot, hard length, but after a few pumps, his hand covers mine, stopping me from moving further. No. This time his voice is firmer. In a heartbeat, he rolls us over, and now I'm the one on my back. I don't want to come over your pretty little hands. Not tonight. I nod in understanding. Hayden grabs the condom from his nightstand and quickly rolls it on before returning between my open thighs. His hands slide over the side of my legs as he settles in position. Are you sure? I hook my leg over his, pulling him closer. He rocks against me, his hard dick rubbing my pulsing clit. My eyes fall shut in ecstasy at having him so close. My walls tighten, but come up empty, and a moan of irritation rips out of my lungs. Oh, I'm sure, I whisper, and press a kiss at the hollow of his neck, sucking his salty skin. That's all the invitation he needs. Hayden lines up with me, his hands pulling my legs further apart as he slides into my heat. We both moan in unison as inch after delicious inch of him slides inside, leaving me breathless. He's so big it burns at first as my muscles start to adjust to him, but once they do, there is nothing but pure bliss. So fucking good, Hayden hisses in my ear once he's filling me to the hilt. I nod eagerly. He kisses me, and I lift my hips to meet his. Hayden gets the hint and starts moving, slowly pulling out, only to slide back inside, hitting an even deeper spot than before. You're so tight. Harder, I urge. I have already come, but my body is far from sated. I'm so close I can feel it. My whole body is vibrating with the need to come. Tilting on edge and just waiting to be pushed on the other side. Grip the headboard, he grits. His whole body is tense as he holds back. I do as he says, and he starts to pound in me in earnest. Our sweaty bodies slide together as I meet him thrust for thrust. One of his hands finds a way between us and goes straight to my pulsing clit, rubbing over it. I'm going to... I don't even get to finish. He plunges inside me so hard, I don't just tip over the edge. I fall, calling out to him. My pussy clenches around his dick, holding onto him tight like it's not going to let him go. He plunged inside me once, twice, each time going deeper and deeper, until a loud groan rips from his throat. His dick jerks, emptying his release inside of me. The weight of his body crashing over me as we both fall into the sweet oblivion.
Chapter 39. Hayden. A loud knock wakes me up from my slumber. Mumbling a protest, I nuzzle my head more into my pillow. Only it's not the pillow. Inhaling deeply, I recognize the sweet, flowery scent that surrounds me. Callie. All the memories of last night come crashing back, taking Callie to dance, kissing her, feeling her shatter in my arms when I was buried so deep inside her we were practically one. A smile tugs at my lips. My hands tighten around her small body, pulling her closer. I usually have the tendency to sneak out as soon as the deed is done, but I might get used to this. "Hades!" Nix yells from the other side of the door, but doesn't try to barge in. "Get your ass out of bed! We're leaving in 10! Groaning, I turn my back. We never got to closing the shutters last night, and the gray, early morning light is peeking inside. Callie stirs next to me, a frown appearing between her brows.
"What's going on?"
she asks, her voice still rough from the sleep, a frown between her brows. "Shh." I push the hair out of her face. "It's Nix. We have a standing Saturday morning workout." More incoherent mumbling comes as she burrows her head deeper into the pillow. She looks cute, all half asleep and grumpy like that, and I can't help myself but lean in to kiss her neck. She blinks her eyes open, a small smile playing on her lips.
"Morning."
"Morning. How did you sleep?" She thinks it through for a moment.
"Good. Although if I remember correctly, I didn't get that much sleep."
And she was right. After the first round, we stayed cuddling until we both drifted to sleep. But she woke me up sometime later, that sweet mouth wrapped around my dick. There wasn't a way in hell I'd ever say no to that kind of wake-up call. "And whose fault is that?" She rolls her eyes at me and stretches her arms above her head, the sheet that's been covering her falling a little lower and revealing those perky little tits. Callie isn't overly big in the rack department, barely a handful, but the way she reacted to my touch more than makes up for it. "I'll get out of your hair," she says, stifling a yawn. It takes a while for her words to register. "What? No, stay."
"But you're..."
Not wanting to hear her excuses, I lunged at her, sealing my mouth over hers in a kiss. Callie tries to protest, but I slide my tongue inside her mouth, effectively shushing her. Only when she's putty in my hands I give her one final nibble and pull back. "Stay," I repeat. "It's Saturday. Doze off for a bit longer, and when we get back, we can go out and grab something to eat." She blinks a few times, startled with the change.
"Dancing last night and breakfast today? If you continue this way, soon you won't be able to get rid of me, mister."
"That's the idea." I lean in for another quick kiss, just as there is another loud bang at the door. "Hayden!" I break the kiss to find Callie giggling. "Coming!" I yell back at him, jumping off the bed and pulling my boxer briefs on. Callie's heated eyes follow me as I put on my clothes. Her tongue peeks out and slides over her lower lip as she takes in my morning wood.
"You're not, but I might be soon."
The image of Callie spread on my bed, her fingers playing with that hot, tight pussy makes my dick painfully hard in an instant. "You're one evil woman."
"But you like it."
"I do." maybe even a little too much.
"Somebody got laid last night," Nixon says as soon as I open the car door, his eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. His voice is awfully cheery for somebody who spent half the night partying, but that's Nixon for you. The guy's like an overgrown puppy. Sliding inside, I let it fall shut and rest my head against the seat. "Don't even go there," I warn, but the smile doesn't fall off my face. I'm still riding a Callie high, and I don't want to get off of it just yet. "Oh, no, you don't. I almost tripped and fell on my ass because you didn't have the decency to pick up your shit. What the hell, man?" I shrug, not even bothering to make an excuse. "Next time you should watch where you walk. Couldn't you have left her panties behind? No way I'd trip over that. You're like a baby elephant, Nix. You'd get all tangled and tied up in a piece of lace. Now that would be a story." Nix turns around, his hand landing on my knee and shoving me away. "You're an asshole." I laugh loudly. "It's not my problem you're noisier than an old lady on crutches. Besides, I don't kiss and tell. Since when? Since always? You never minded talking about Tamara or any other chick you decided to hook up with at the time." He gives me a knowing smirk. Is he right? I try to think back. Talking about chicks is a given, both inside and outside of the locker room. And some guys are cruder than the others. Was I one of those assholes? Possibly. Actually, more than likely. But there is no way I'm sharing any details about Callie with the dickheads of my teammates, good friends or not. Callie is different. I can feel the eyes bore into me from the side, so I turn to look at Zane. He's been quietly listening all this time, an unreadable mask on his face. "What?" I know he's not Callie's biggest fan, not that I can blame him, since I was the same not that long ago. "Nothing," he says curtly, but I know he's lying, not that he'll admit it out loud. "If you have something to say, say it," I glare at him. I don't have time for bullshit like this. Things have finally started to calm down. I have all my classes under control. The season is going great so far, and Callie and I are finally working through our shit. Life is good. Zane sighs. "I just hope you know what you're doing, man." "I know. Callie," I rub my jaw, trying to find the right words to explain it to him. "She changed. She isn't the same girl from before." "Hey, why does he get to know what happened between you two and I don't?" Nixon's head pops again between the seats. "Because you're one noisy fucker?" I try, but he only keeps staring at me, waiting for an answer. Sighing, I give in. "I had a thing for Callie back in high school, but she was unavailable. She was also the reason why Hayden got kicked out of said school," Zane adds, always helpful. "Seriously?" Nixon looks genuinely surprised. "That's fucked up." I wonder if knowing this will change the way he looks at Callie or not. For her sake, I hope it's the latter. Callie needs all the friends she can get. "It is, but we worked through it. She apologized, and at the end of the day, everything that happened led me here. God knows what would have happened if I stayed back in California. I most likely wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have come this far in football, that's for sure. Not with the asshole teammates I had there." I give Zane a pointed look, and by the way his face softens, he gets the meaning behind my words. Thankfully, just then the car stops. "Now, ladies, if you're done with dissecting your feelings, we've got some sweating to do."
Callie. I must have dozed off again at some point, because the next time I wake up, the house is completely silent. Rolling to my stomach, I bury my head into the pillow, which, as it turns out, is Hayden's. The pillow itself is cold, but I can still smell him on the sheet. That familiar scent of grass and open air that is all Hayden surrounds me completely, making me wish he was here so I could nuzzle his neck and feel the real deal. But this'll have to do. Taking a few minutes to linger, I recap the events of last night. My body aches in all the right places, and my lips still feel tender from his kisses. Absent-mindedly, I trace the outline of my mouth. They're tipped up in a smile, and for the first time in what feels like forever, I feel content. Happy even. Not even the ever-present guilt can take it away. Deciding to enjoy it while I can, I turn to my back and stretch my hands over my head. The sheet slips down my still very naked body, but since I'm alone, I don't bother covering up. Instead, I sit up, letting it fall down completely as I go in search of something to wear. I feel better rested than I had in a long time, but my body is still craving some caffeine. For a moment, I stand there in the middle of Hayden's room, thinking on what to do next. Should I put on my clothes and leave? Stay. The determined, almost stubborn way Hayden looked at me when he said that word rings in my mind. A shiver runs through my body. He's not here, yet he can rattle me to my core. Looking around his room, I take everything in. The king-sized bed is messy, the sheet covering the mattress pulled out on one side. All our clothes are scattered on the floor and then some. Laptop and books take up most of the desk, his backpack peeking from underneath it. One big duffel bag is pushed in the corner, and I'm sure I saw at least 3 pairs of sneakers lying around. Shaking my head in silent laughter, I bend down to pick our clothes and lay them on the bed. Instead of putting on my own clothes, I slip his dress shirt from last night on. It's so big it covers me completely, falling all the way down to my knees. Only when I'm sure I'm completely covered do I peek outside the room. The house is deadly quiet, but that doesn't mean anything. I heard something about a workout, but I'm not sure who all left and who might still be sleeping. Didn't Hayden say his quiet friend doesn't leave the house much? Deeming the coast clear, I tiptoe outside. The floor is cold underneath my feet as I go to the kitchen. I feel like a thief sneaking around like that. Seriously, how do people do this regularly? I'll never know. Like the rest of the house, the kitchen is also empty, so I enter inside and look around to start the coffee. It takes me a bit, but I finally find everything. Going on a whim, I pour more water and turn on the coffee machine. As I wait for my coffee to brew, I notice the clock on the microwave. 10:13 a.m. I don't remember when the last time was I slept so late. Feeling awkward, I turn around the room to find something to do. There are dishes covered in something green I don't even want to think about in the sink, so while I wait, I rinse them out and put them in the dishwasher. How can they live in a mess like that? I'm just about done when the coffee machine beeps. The smell of hot coffee perks me up a little. Just as I grab a mug from the counter above the sink, the front door opens and loud voices come inside. I shift my weight from one leg to the other, nerves getting the better of me. The need to hide is so strong, I almost run for cover. But before I can, Zane enters the kitchen. Of course it had to be him. We both stop, frozen in time. The mug that's clasped in my palms the only barrier between us as we stare at each other in silence. His face is hard as he takes me in, and although I'm covered, the way he looks at me makes me feel exposed. Feeling homey already? His snarl makes me twitch, but before I can react, he's pushed aside as the rest of the guys enter. Callie, Nix grins at me. Fancy seeing you here. I can feel my skin flush as they all look at me, and I'm seriously questioning what was on my mind when I came down dressed like this, no less. I should have stayed in the room, or left. Morning. I try to sound casual, but it comes out more like a squeak. The only one who doesn't seem the least bit interested is the guy with glasses too big that cover his face. Maddox, was it? Is this coffee? Without waiting for an answer, he strides to the machine and pours himself a huge cup. At least I made somebody happy. Hades! Callie is here! Nix shouts so loudly, I'm sure the neighbors can hear him. He went straight upstairs, he explains. Just then there is loud stomping down the stairs, and soon after Hayden appears in the doorway. Hey, I thought you're... Hayden stops suddenly when he sees me. His eyes rake over my body, taking me in. The look in those green irises so intense, it's making my skin burn with lust. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows, tongue peeking out to wet his lips. I shift my weight, my legs brushing one against the other, but doing nothing to alleviate the need between my thighs that's growing by the second. Are you for real? Nix moans, but neither I nor Hayden break our staring game. Find a room! My teeth graze against my lower lip, sucking it in my mouth. That does it. Gladly. Hayden's lips tip upward, and in a few long strides he's in front of me. Taking my hand in his, he pulls me toward the door. I think a shower's in order. Chapter 40. Callie. What are you up to for Thanksgiving, Cals? Nix asks, throwing a cookie in his mouth and chewing loudly. Oh, I push a strand of my hair behind my ear, then think better of it. Looking down at my notebook, I play with the worn pages so I can avoid his stare. I'll just be around, I guess. The statistics problem I've been trying to solve is staring back at me, mocking me. God, what was I thinking when I registered for this class? It's a nightmare. I need to figure this college shit out before I fail miserably. I'm so concentrated on the task at hand, I almost miss the silence that fell over the room. Almost, but not quite. It's never that quiet in the room full of guys. Lifting my gaze, I find them all staring at me. What? I ask, nibbling at the end of my pen. You'll stay here? Nix asks, like it's the most incredulous thing he's ever heard. Yeah, sure. I turn to Maddox, who's just descending the stairs. Hey, Maddox, do you mind giving this a look? I'm not sure if I have it right or not. The last couple of weeks have been interesting, to say the least. Hayden and I hang out every chance we get, which isn't much since his schedule is crazy intense on most days. Still, he makes a point to invite me over. It was weird at first, me being the only girl with the guys, but we got used to it. Even Zane isn't giving me as hard of a time as he did before. Maddox joins us in the living room and peeks at my notebook. I still don't know him that well since he mostly keeps to himself, but he's one of the smartest and sweetest guys I know, although a bit shy and sometimes awkward. Before he can say anything, Nix interrupts again. Wait a minute, you're staying in town? Like right here on campus? I should have known better than to think he'll let it be. The guy can be relentless when he sets his mind on it. I blink at him for a moment, then look at all their confused faces. Yeah, here. As in here, Blairwood, for holidays. I squirm in my seat, feeling uncomfortable with their attention, but refusing to comment any further on the matter. As far as I know, Hayden and Zane are the only ones who know about what happened to my family, and I want it to stay like that. Can we drop the subject? I really need to figure out this statistics class if I don't want to fail my midterm. I turn toward Hayden, silently pleading with him to make his friends let this subject go. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't have to. The corners of his eyes soften, and he gives me a single nod. Inhaling deep, I look at Maddox sitting next to me on the floor and force out a smile. So, is any of it salvageable?
Hayden. As soon as we're back in my room, the door closed. I pull Callie into my arms, my lips crashing over hers. She moans in approval, her arms locking around my neck as she returns my kiss, her tongue sneaking past my lips to play. God, woman, I murmur against her mouth, my fingers running through her silky hair. Callie giggles against my lips, the soft sound going straight to my cock and making me even harder than I already was. See what you do to me. Our bodies clash, hips brushing as I pull her closer. There is no way she can miss the bulge in my pants, and the wicked glint in her eyes confirms it.
Oh, I know exactly what I do to you, all right?
Callie takes a step back, pulling off her shirt and tossing it aside. My mouth waters when I see a lacy bra, this one pink, covering her tits. God, she's beautiful, and no matter how many times I have her, I can't get enough of her. My eyes follow her as she takes a few more steps back. Her legs hit the edge of the bed and she falls down, bouncing off the mattress. Anything special in mind on how to help my little problem? Callie leans on her elbows. Those violet eyes give me a long, hot look. Her tongue peeks out, sliding over her puffy, kiss-swollen lips.
I don't see what little problem you might need help with,
she says, her eyes settling pointedly at my crotch.
But there is one big problem I see that might need my attention.
Hell yes. There, you're right. Pulling my shirt over my head, I stalk after her. Pressing my knee into the mattress, I loom over her. She reaches out almost instantly, her chilly fingers glazing over my heated skin. The contrast makes me hiss softly.
Not like you need a boost to your ego or anything.
A guy always needs a boost to his ego, Angel, I counter, cupping one of her tits, my finger brushing over the perky tip. That one little move makes her moan softly. She arches her back toward me, silently asking for more. It's hard to keep my attention on the conversation when she's looking at me like that, like I'm her favorite snack and she can't wait to get the first bite. And I'm all too happy to oblige. When her hands are on my body and she's grazing her lips, wishing it was my lips she was sucking into her mouth.
Well, I hope this does it then.
Sliding her hand on the nape of my neck, she pulls me down, her mouth sealing over mine in another kiss. I'm not sure how long we're at it, our mouth fused together in fervent kisses. Kissing Callie is like a form of art, and I can't get enough of it. Enough of her. At some point, I stop resisting her and sprawl my body over hers, enjoying the feel of her soft, slender frame beneath me. She's so small, sometimes I worry I'll crush her, but Callie doesn't have those reservations. Still, no matter how much I enjoy making out with her, something's still nagging at my subconsciousness. No, not something. I know exactly what's been bothering me for most of the afternoon while we were all down studying in the living room. You should come with me, I murmur between the kisses, hoping that if I continue kissing her, she'll give in to what I'm about to ask her. It's worth a try, right? Callie arches her back off the bed, pushing her boobs more firmly into my touch. And since I'm a guy, I can't resist it. Kissing the path down the side of her neck and over her collarbone, I finally get to my prize. My mouth wraps around her lace-covered nipple and sucks it in my mouth. Callie moans, her fingers digging into my hair and pulling me closer.
I'm all about coming.
She nods in agreement. Her eyelids flutter open, those deep, dark eyes staring right at me. Her cheeks are flushed, hair messy, and it takes everything in me not to do just what she's asking of me. Not that, you nympho, I laugh, giving her nipple another playful lick before letting go. Not yet, anyway. I'm planning to make her come all night long, after she agrees to what I have in mind.
Then what?
She pouts, clearly unhappy with the turn of events. I lean down and kiss her again, short and hard, because I know if I linger for more than a second, I'll never say what's on my mind. Thanksgiving, I whisper against her lips. The smile disappears from her face almost instantly, all playfulness gone.
What about it?
I know she didn't like bringing it up earlier, but I can't let it go. The idea of her staying here for the holidays all alone just doesn't seem right to me. Giving one final caress to her boob, I pull back, giving her some space she obviously needs, but at the same time refusing to let her go completely. Rolling to the side, I take her hand in mine. Her skin is pale, fingers slender with neatly cut nails painted in pink. You should come, I repeat, looking at our joined hands. With me for Thanksgiving. Only then do I look at her face. Those violet eyes all but fall out of her eye sockets. She looks completely stunned by the idea, like it didn't even cross her mind I would ask her. It probably hasn't. Why would it?
Hayden.
My name is a breathy whisper.
I'm not sure.
Don't say it. Just listen. I press my finger to her lips to shush her. You should come with Zane and me. Grams won't mind. God knows she cooks enough to feed the army. Callie shakes her head.
I don't mind staying here.
My gut squeezes once again at the idea. What must it have been like for her? Being all alone like she has for years. Not having anybody to spend the holiday with. She mentioned her aunt took her in, but she barely spoke about her time with her. And I never heard her say a word about any of her friends from back in California. What happened to them? There are still so many questions with no answers. Don't get me wrong, I want to ask her, but I worry if I do, she'll go back to the closed-off person she was, and that's the last thing I want. She might not mind staying all on her own, but I do. I know you don't, but I want you there. The words are out before I can stop them, but I realize I don't mind it as much as I thought because they're true. I really do want her to come with me, more than I would have dared imagine. It scares the shit out of me, how much I want her. I shouldn't care as much as I do. It's too soon, too much. But at the same time, it feels like it's been a long time coming. Silence falls between us as I wait for her to say something, anything really. I just want to know I'm not all alone in this. Callie? Tears fill her eyes and it's like a punch to my gut. She sniffles, blinking them away before they get a chance to fall down. Hey, I whisper, my hand cupping her cheek, feeling like a total dick for making her cry. If that's too much or you don't want to, it's okay. You don't have...
No, it's not that.
She turns her head to the side, her lips pressing against my palm.
Holidays always make it harder. Make me miss them more.
I know, Angel. That's why I don't want you to be alone. I press a soft kiss against her temple. Come with me. I promise to make it fun. A silence stretches between us for a while, but I don't press. I know it won't gain me anything, and honestly, I just want to hold her. Finally, she tips her head back to look at me.
Fine,
she agrees.
I'll come with you.
Chapter 41. Callie. You okay with this? Hayden asks as we get out of the dorm, his red pickup truck parked right in front of it. Most of the people already left home for the holidays, so it wasn't like it was in anyone's way. We had to stay until the very last minute, because both the football and hockey team had one last practice to attend before wrapping up before the holidays. Not that I minded one bit. Technically, I was supposed to stay in the town, alone, so this was definitely a better option. Or so I hoped. At least this way, I won't be bored out of my mind all weekend long. Trust me, there is only so much Netflix a girl can watch and still stay sane. On the other hand, I wasn't sure how I felt about meeting Hayden's family. He assured me his grandmother wouldn't mind the extra company, but I was still skittish about the whole idea. Does she know about me? Does she know about our past? I couldn't believe she'd be happy to see me if the answer to either of those questions were positive. Just look at Zane. The guy still glares at me most of the time, and I didn't even know him back in high school. I must have stopped for a moment. It happens every time when I'm coming near a car, no matter how many times I've driven in it. I think it's just my natural body's reaction. Callie? Hayden turns around, a look of worry plastered all over his face. Are you okay? Inhaling deeply, I will my nerves to calm the fuck down. It's just a drive. I've done that before. I'm good, I assure him, giving his hand a squeeze. You sure? Hayden cups my face, his thumb brushing against my cheek. It's like an hour drive tops. Yeah, I'm sure. It just takes a while for my mind to adjust, that's all. He nods his head in understanding. You need a moment? No. I shake my head. I'll be fine. Let's go. Still holding onto his hand, I pull him toward the car. The door slides open, and Zane hops out of the car. What's up, Callie? He tips his chin in greeting. It's not much, but it's better than the silent brooding he's been doing, so I'll take it. Just got my ass handed to me by Melissa. Yikes. Zane visibly winces, which makes me chuckle. Melissa, aka Dr. Snow, is one of the physical therapists that work in the on-campus clinic, and a total hard-ass when it comes to working out. I swear I sweat twice as much every time she gets her hands on me. And since Zane is studying kinesiology, something I realized from the conversation he had with the guys at one point, he knows all about Melissa. That about sums it up pretty well, I agree. Hayden lets go of my hand to put my bag in the car. My gaze locks on the open door. Getting inside a car is always the hardest thing. I can feel the panic buzzing inside me, a sheer coat of sweat covering my skin and making my palms all sticky. The loud pounding of my heart and shallow pants. You can do this, Callie, I tell myself as I take one shaky breath in. Hands wrap around me from behind, lips pressing against the side of my face. You sure about this? Hayden whispers, so only I can hear it, and I appreciate him all the more for it. As much as I'll ever be, I whisper, and then I take a step and get into the car before I change my mind. The drive takes a little over an hour. Not because we get stuck in the traffic, but because Hayden drives slowly. So slowly that more than once Zane gives him a side-eye as to say, "What the fuck are you doing, bro?" Followed by a "Granny" that he tried to unsuccessfully cover with a cough. I can't help but laugh at their bickering, although deep down, I'm glad Hayden cares enough to make me feel safe, even if that earns him some good-natured teasing from his friend. Hayden acts so different when he's with Zane and the rest of the guys. Unbidden and free. It makes me happy to know that he found friends who appreciate him. It doesn't absolve me from the guilt I'm still harboring, but it gives me a sense of peace, if only a little bit. Somehow I survived the drive, although I can't say the same for Hayden's thigh. For the whole hour, my hand has been gripping it tightly, holding on for dear life. I'd probably grab his hand, but he needed it to shift, so I had to make do. When Hayden finally pulls into a driveway, the sense of unease returns, and this time it's concentrated around the unforeseeable meeting of Hayden's family. I didn't know what to expect of the place Hayden spent his teens, so when we pull in, I give myself a moment to take everything in. Hayden's grandmother lives in a small town, much like Blairwood. The house is a decent-sized cottage-style home, colored in butter yellow, with bright red door and window shutters. It actually looks pretty cute, something I can imagine seeing in a picture book, and completely clashes with the two guys sitting next to me. "Home sweet home," Zane murmurs, rubbing his hands. His excitement is almost palpable, and I can't hold in the smile that appears on my own face. He looks like a cute little boy instead of the broody giant he is when I'm around. I don't know details about Zane's past, just bits and pieces Hayden shared with me. Apparently, somewhere during his high school years, Hayden's grandmother took Zane under her wing, and he's practically like a brother to Hayden. "It's good to be back," Hayden agrees. He doesn't get to turn off the car before the front door opens, and a small, plump lady with cotton pink hair comes out on the front porch. I blink once, twice, but the image doesn't change. You didn't expect that, now did you? I turn toward Zane, surprised that he's the one who talked to me first. There is even a smile playing on his lips. When he isn't scowling, he's actually quite a good-looking guy. Not a chance. I shake my head, laughing quietly. The two of them share a look I can't quite pinpoint before opening the car door and getting out. Come on, Cals. Hayden offers me his hand. It would be easier to get out on the other side. Still, I slide over the bench and squeeze past the gear shift. Once safely in the driver's seat, Hayden picks me up and plants me on the ground. Let's introduce you to Grams. I nod, and his hand slides around me, urging me forward. Well, look who finally decided to show up, Mrs. Watson shouts before we can even reach her, her arms propped on her hips. She's trying to look all strict, but I can see her fighting a smile. Just then, Zane reaches her and pulls her in a tight bear hug that has her swept off her feet, planting a kiss on her weathered cheek. Put me down, you goof, she protests, but the happiness is oozing from her so much it's almost blinding. Hi, Grams, Hayden says as we step on the porch. He lets go of me and wraps his arms around her, repeating the whole swept-off-her-feet process that Zane just did. My heart squeezes at the sight of these two huge guys handling their grandmother with so much affection and love. Something I'll never get back. I mean, I know that. After all, it's an ever-present constant in my life. Still, every time I see a family interact like Hayden and Zane do with their grandmother, reality chips at another small bit of my heart as the longing assaults me like a wave, reminding me of all I've lost. That's all you have to say for yourself? I thought the whole point of going to school close to home was so you could actually come to visit every once in a while, she chastises, but returns their hugs and kisses all the same. It was a busy beginning of the semester. Zane tries to placate her, but she sees right through him. You always make time for your family, boy. Didn't I teach you that? Her sharp eyes go from one guy to the other, while at the same time they try to look anywhere but at her. Then they land on me, the full force of those piercing jade greens staring right at me. And who do we have here? She pushed between them to stand right in front of me. Oof. I puff out a breath of air. Here comes nothing. Wiping my hands on the side of my legs, I extend my hand. But before I can say anything else, Hayden stops me. His arm wraps around me as he pulls me into his side. Grams, this is Callie. Callie, this is Grams. He makes the introduction, all too happy not to be the center of attention anymore. She gives me a quizzical look that makes me want to squirm in my own skin. That your girl, Hayden? More than see, I can feel Hayden's eyes on me. Unable to resist him, I tip my head to the side just as he whispers, That's my girl. A wave of heat runs through me at his words. We've never talked about it, never defined it, and I was okay with that. We simply were, and that was enough. We were still trying to figure out ourselves, each other, and where we were going together. But hearing his words right now rocks me to my core. My girl. Yes, I still have family, what little there is left anyway. But overall, I'm all alone in the world. It was a lonely existence, although to be completely honest, partly it was my fault. My aunt didn't know what to do with me, but I never put in any real effort myself. To hear Hayden call me his has butterflies jumping all over my stomach. It gives me a sense of belonging and peace I didn't realize I was missing until those words left his mouth. Zane says something. I'm not sure what, because his words are just a background noise to my raging thoughts, but also a painful reminder that we're not alone, and that I should get a grip before embarrassing myself. So instead of doing what I'd want, kiss the hell out of Hayden until we faint from the lack of air, I step forward, offering, once again, Mrs. Watson my hand. "It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Oh, none of that Mrs. bullshit, my dear. Call me Grams." I'm sure my eyes bulge out at her words because everybody starts laughing. Can you blame me, though? I don't think I've ever heard an older lady like her cuss so easily. The words falling off her lips so sweetly, you'd think she's given me a recipe for a pie. Completely unfazed by my reaction, Grams pushes Hayden to the side and wraps her arms around me. At first, my body stiffens, unused to another person's closeness. But after a few tense heartbeats, I manage to relax and even return her hug. For such a small thing, she has a tight grip, and I can see where the boys got their hugging gene from. Ending the hug, she pulls back a step to get a better look at me. "Look at how pretty you are. Isn't she pretty, boys?" My cheeks flush, partly from her intense gaze and attention, partly from the chorus of agreement coming somewhere from behind me. "The prettiest. Hayden always steals the good ones." "Oh, please," Hayden groans. "Like you have a problem finding a pretty girl." "I didn't say that." "Boys," Mrs. Watson, Grams, warns. I can see the amusement on her face. And love. So much love. "If you don't find your manners, I'll suddenly lose all the cookies I baked this afternoon." This earns more protests from the guys, but thankfully they let the subject of girls go. Laughing, she loops her hand through mine and pulls me toward the door. "Come inside, Callie. I'll show you around while these two bring your bags inside."
Chapter 42. Hayden.
Your grandma is amazing,
Callie says, snuggling more into my side. We're sitting in the living room, watching some movie neither of us really cares about. Grams decided to retire for the evening once we helped her clean after dinner. Zane made himself scarce too, so it was just the two of us, curled on the couch together. "She really is, isn't she?" I ask, absent-mindedly running my fingers through her hair. She left it loose, silky strands falling down her back. They're shining in the dark, calling on to me.
"Mm-hmm. It's so clear how much she loves you."
The longing in her voice is hard to miss, and without her telling me anything, I know she's thinking about her parents. "She's the only real family I've ever had." Those words couldn't be more truthful even if I tried. Some days it was hard to believe she kept me after all the shit I pulled shortly after moving to her house. I was just an angry punk with a chip on my shoulder the size of Texas. But she didn't give up on me. Not once. Callie looks over her shoulder at me.
"Your parents..."
"They rarely gave two damns about me. Mom was more interested in spending money we didn't have, while Dad immersed himself in work and gambling, which finally led him to his ruin. Our ruin. After he was caught stealing from the company he worked for, everything fell apart. He screwed up big time, and they wouldn't let it slide. Mom up and left, refusing to stand by his side while he was dragged through the trial. Me being kicked out of the school was just the cherry on top of the shit pile that was our life. Going away was the only option, not that I liked it. At the time, I didn't like anything or anyone, including myself.
"I'm so sorry, Hayden."
I managed to pull an awkward shrug. It is what it is. I can't change who they are. They'd have to be around to do that, and they're not. But I don't say that, not knowing how hard talking about parents is for her. Callie yawns and tries to hide it, but I see it nonetheless. "Tired?" I ask, changing the subject. She turns around and brings us chest to chest. The space is so small she almost falls down, but I wrap my hand around her as she shifts into position. I groan as her body brushes against mine, rubbing in all the right places. Or maybe wrong, depending on how you look at it.
A little.
Her palms land on my chest, a jolt of awareness spreading through my body.
Why? You inviting me to your bed?
I wish. Grams would skin me alive if she found us in the same bed. Callie actually giggles at that. Not funny. I give her a little poke in her ribs, which only makes her giggle harder. And because I love the sound of her laughter, so light and carefree, I do it a little longer until she's squirming so much she almost falls off the couch. She'd actually do it. And she'd steal my pie. No way am I choosing you over Graham's pie. Callie gasps and tries to stand up, but I don't let her go. Where do you think you're going?
Well, since you'd rather have pie than all of this...
She gestures at her body, moving it even closer to mine, and I can't help but groan. My dick is painfully straining against my jeans, and although all I can think about is flipping her to her back and getting between those sexy legs of hers, losing myself in her soft body, I dig my fingers into her hips instead, preventing her from moving. Leaning in, I nip at her earlobe before whispering, I'd rather eat you, but it is what it is. At least you get to sleep in my bed, while I'll have to bunk with Zane and listen to him snore all weekend long.
Well, I guess I'll somehow have to find my own release since you'll be so busy eating pie.
Callie wiggles her brows and I have to bite into my lip. Hard, to prevent a groan from coming out of my mouth. But even the pain doesn't help stop the images that pop in my mind. Callie, completely naked and propped on my bed, legs spread wide, that sweet pussy of hers open and glistening from her juices as she pleasures herself. Her back arching off the bed, tits bouncing as she reaches her climax. Christ. Now I'm at full mast and there is no way I can do anything about it. Her knowing eyes grazing over my body, stopping at my lap for just a second longer than any other place, tells me she knows just that, and the wicked glint in her eyes confirms what I've already known. She doesn't care one bit. You little minx. The words fall off my lips slowly.
Me?
She bats her eyelashes innocently, pointing at her chest, just where the V-neck of her sweater dips down, clinging to her breasts, a peak of lace greeting me.
I'm no such thing.
Oh, you're that, and so much more. And one of these days, I'll have you do just that. Before she can react, I lunge forward, wrapping my arms around her and pulling her with me on the couch. Her playful shriek echoes through the room, followed by giggling.
Let me go!
No chance in hell. Although my words are meant for right this moment, I can feel them echo in my mind. My arms tighten around her, nose burrowing in the side of her neck. Her sweet scent surrounds me, and I can't help myself but inhale deeper. No chance in hell am I letting her go. Not when I finally got her.
Chapter 43. Callie. Oh, I think I'm dying, I moan once again, unable to move a muscle. Now I know why you chose pie over sex. After trying your grandma's, I'd choose it too. Hayden's chest rumbles underneath me, the little tremors shaking me and upsetting my already queasy stomach. I groan loudly, my hands covering my belly. I shouldn't have let her feed me so much, but when Grams sets her mind on something, in this case, that something being feeding my frail, her words, not mine, body and putting some meat on me, there was no stopping her. Not like anybody dared to try. When I looked toward the guys for help, they conveniently pretended they suddenly lost their hearing. I'll so get back at them for that. Once I find some strength to get to my feet without losing my stomach all over my feet, that is. Hey now, I don't think I like that idea. Well, that's your problem, not mine. You'll seriously have to up your skills in the bedroom department to top that. I'll give you... He leans in, his hands going for my sides as if he's going to tickle me. I lift my finger in warning. If you even try to do what I think you're about to do, I won't be responsible when the contents of my stomach come crawling back. Fair warning. His eyes narrow, as if contemplating, but he doesn't try it again. Instead, his hands cover mine as he leans down to whisper in my ear, his warm breath tickling my skin. "You'll pay for that later." The promise in his words is unmistakable. A shiver in anticipation runs through my body, heat pooling in my belly. "You guys seriously need to find a room," Zane groans from the other couch, where he crashed after lunch watching football. I thought he dozed off for a moment, but I guess I was wrong, and now my cheeks are burning brightly in embarrassment. I start to sit straight, make some space between me and Hayden, but he doesn't let me. "Don't listen to him. He's just being a sore loser 'cause his team is playing for shit." If to confirm his statement, there is shouting coming from the TV, signaling somebody has scored a touchdown. By the sore look on Zane's face, not the team he's rooting for. "Maybe they can get back in the game?" I offer weakly. In reality, I don't know if they're any good. I'm not sure even who's playing. "You really don't follow football." Hayden's chest rumbles with his laughter. "Not one bit," I admit. "I haven't been or watched a game since high school." "Not one?" He gives me an incredulous look. "Are you for real?" "Afraid not." He observes me a while longer, his face serious. "You should come." "What?" I turn over my shoulder so I can get a better look at him. "Come to the game. We'll be playing Eastwood after Thanksgiving. You should come." His hand slides over my back all the way to my ass. "You're already stealing my jerseys, so—" "I was cold," I protest. "You said I could use it." "Same thing." Propping up on my hand, I look at him, trying to figure him out. "You really want me to go?" I finally say, surprised. He never even hinted at the fact that he'd like me to go and watch him play, and I haven't asked, well, because I don't really care about the game itself. "Only if you want to come." We stare at each other for what feels like forever. Do I want to go? In the past, I attended because I was cheering the team from the sidelines. It was what I did. Ben never had to ask me to come. It was expected I'd be there, his number painted on my cheek. But this is different. It feels different. He wants me to come. "Okay," I whisper with a nod. Then I lay my head back on his chest and turn toward the screen. "Okay?" His grip on me tightens, his body stiff underneath mine. "That's it?" "I'll come, but only if I get to keep this." "Fine," he grumbles his agreement, but from the way his body relaxes underneath mine, his hands gliding over my back, I know he likes it. We stay like that for a little while longer, just laying down and watching the game play out on the screen until my leg starts cramping. Patting Hayden's hand, I start to stand again. I wouldn't mind stretching my legs. Reluctantly, he lets me scramble to my feet. I lift my arms in the air, extending them above me. My whole body tightens before it slowly starts to relax. We've been cocooned on the couch for hours, the sun long set behind the horizon. After Grams fed us lunch, we shooed her out of the kitchen. She did all the cooking, refusing any attempt at help from me or the guys. But we were adamant on not letting her move a finger once the lunch, which was more like a feast, was done. Hayden's uncle joined us for a little bit. He was a quiet guy, barely said a few words, and he was in and out of the house before you could even register he was there at all. I walk toward the window that's overlooking the backyard, peeking outside. "Oh my God," I whisper on an exhale, my eyes glued to the darkness. "What?" Hayden looks at me over his shoulder. It's snowing! I bounce on the balls of my feet excitedly, moving a bit closer. So close, my nose is touching the cool glass, and my warm breath fogging it slightly.
It's New England. It snows all the time.
Zane shrugs, not even bothering to turn my way. Rolling my eyes at their nonchalance, I get back to observing the outside. The white fluff starts to stick to the ground, just barely, but enough to be noticeable, and big white snowflakes keep sliding off the sky. So pretty. My smile falls a little when the image of the snow globe with a dancer spinning in the middle of the square pops up in my mind. A birthday present from my dad when I was 9. I close my eyes for a second, reminding myself to breathe deep. It's a happy memory, and with all the bad ones that keep coming back over and over, I should enjoy the good ones any chance I get. I wonder what happened to it. It's still probably somewhere in the house. My aunt wanted to sell it after they died, but there was no way in hell I'd ever let her do it. It was my house, our home, and I wasn't getting rid of it any time soon, even though I couldn't bring myself to go there. One day, maybe. A finger runs over my forehead, smoothing the lines between my brows. My eyes pop open to find Hayden staring at me.
Why that face?
A shrug is my only answer. I don't want to taint this moment of happiness, so I turn around to look out the window. I don't remember the last time I've seen the snow, I whisper, leaning against his chest. I can feel more than hear his rumble in acknowledgement. It's been years. I forgot how pretty it looks, how peaceful.
You won't think that tomorrow, when we have to pack and drive back to campus.
He's probably right, but right now, I didn't want to think about it. Instead, I wrap my finger around his forearms, enjoying the warmth of Hayden's body pressed against mine, and watch the snow fall. Do you think there'll be enough snow by the morning to make a snowman? I ask absent-mindedly.
You want to build a snowman?
Hayden asks, a note of laughter in his voice. What? I look over my shoulder at him. I told you I haven't seen snow in forever. He shakes his head, laughing softly.
Trust me, you'll get sick of it by the end of winter.
I don't know about that. I glance through the window, the serenity of the scenery calming something inside of me. I could do this all day, just stand next to the window and watch it fall.
Let's go,
Hayden says suddenly, turning me around in his arms. I frown. Go where?
Out.
He gives me one of those boyish smiles I can't seem to be able to resist. It's probably freezing.
That's usually what it takes for snow to fall.
Rolling my eyes at him, I give in. Together we go to the foyer to grab our coats and boots. Hayden even helps me wrap my scarf tightly around my neck to keep me warm. Still, as soon as we get outside, the crisp late November air bites at my cheeks. The houses here are further apart, so only the faint porch light illuminates the space. I stop just when I reach the railing surrounding the porch and inhale deeply. The fresh air and smell of evergreen trees entering my lungs. And just like before, the sense of calm washes over me. At some point, Hayden moves closer, wrapping his arms around me. Together we stand like that and watch the snow fall. It's so beautiful here, I whisper, breaking the silence. Makes me wish we could stay here forever.
We can always come back.
My heart skips a beat at his statement. We can always come back. How can something so simple hold so much meaning? I stopped dreaming about the future 3 years ago. At first, it was hard to even think about waking up in the morning, when all I wanted to do was sleep and never wake up at all. But over time, I accepted my destiny, accepted the life I was forced to live without people I loved the most in it. But I never started to dream again. Until now. Hayden, he makes me want to dream again. He makes me want to have a different future, believe I can actually have it, that I deserve it. I look over my shoulder, our gazes meeting. I lift my chin a little, and he kisses me, slow and sensual. My heart beats rapidly as he claims my mouth over and over again. His warm breath tickles my skin, tongue expertly swiping inside in an erotic dance I can't resist. Hayden, I breathe as we break the kiss. His forehead touches mine, our hard breaths mingling in the small space between us. Yes, Angel. He tucks a runaway strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers grazing the side of my face. Dance with me? Without hesitation, he puts his hand in mine. I lead him down the steps on the snow-peppered grass. Snowflakes dance around us, sticking to our hair and clothes, but neither of us cares. Hayden wraps his arms around me, just like we were shown in the dance class, and then it's just him and I, dancing to our own music. And for a moment, everything is perfect. There is no past or future, no grief, guilt, or demons haunting us. There is only us, only now, and my heart. It feels whole again. Callie, Hayden asks after a while. I lift my gaze to find him looking at me. There is an intensity in his green irises that haven't been there before. Something I'm not sure how to interpret. Not sure if I even want to. Yeah? He stops moving, letting me go out of his arms. The only connection left are our intertwined fingers. White puff of air appears as he breathes out nervously. After the exams are done, there will be a Christmas ball. I want you to go with me. With everything that's been happening, I completely forgot about that. Like a date? Like a date. He grins widely. I might even put on my dance moves if you want to. I shake my head, chuckling as I watch him shake his hips. When you put it like that, how can a girl resist? Closing the distance between us, he leans down, his lips nuzzling mine. So you'll go with me? My whole body trembles in anticipation. Yes, I breathe. I'll go with you. Only then does he kiss me. Chapter 44. Callie. Want to go with me to Brighthaven? Yasmin asks, throwing the last of her things in the backpack and pulling the zipper. I swear she could kill somebody with that thing if the need arose. Sorry, can't do. Yasmin's smile falls a little. Maybe another time? I offer, and this time I actually mean it. I'm not sure what I'd do there, but they could find something for me to help with, right? That perks her up a little. Sure thing. She gives me a curious glance. Where are you off to, anyway? A date with Mr. Hottie? I roll my eyes at her. No. What then? I wet my suddenly dry lips before speaking. I'm going to see a therapist. She looks confused for a bit, so I add, to talk about the accident. Oh, that's amazing, Callie. Her smile is so big it's almost blinding, her excitement palpable. My fingers itch to fidget with my hair, but I fist them to stop myself from doing it. Yeah, figured it's time. Something inside of me clicked that day at Hayden's house, making me realize I need to deal with my past if I want to be able to give Hayden 100% of me like he deserves it. I hoped this was the step in the right direction. Yasmin grabs my hand in hers, giving it a squeeze. It is. You deserve to be happy, Callie. Your parents would want that for you. A part of me knows it. They loved me, and they always wanted what's best for me. Accepting it and moving past the guilt that was eating at me. That was the hard part. But maybe, just maybe, I could do it.
Hayden. Our Thanksgiving was cut short because Coach wanted us on campus early so we can watch film and prepare a game plan for the rivalry game that's just around the corner. We were facing our biggest opponent, Eastwood College, and everything was at stake. So far, we were on a winning streak, and only a few games were between us and playoffs, which would ultimately lead us to the national championship. The pressure was intense, but for the first time ever, I felt like everything is just right as it's supposed to be. "What do you see?" Coach asks, pausing the video for what seems like the 100th time today. We were reviewing the video of the last few games Eastwood played to get ready for our game. Then we were suiting up to get on the field for a 2-hour-long practice, if not more. I'll be happy if I manage to drag my ass home on my own 2 feet. The only light at the end of a day full of classes, gym, and practice is that Callie will be coming later tonight. I managed to get her to stay the weekend after we returned on Friday, so she's not all alone in the dorm. And although she went back there, I somehow convinced her to come and stay the nights at my place even after. "What do you see?" Coach repeats, clearly exasperated with our lack of response. Pushing the thoughts of Callie out of my mind, I concentrate on the paused play on the wall. "Rewind it," I say, leaning forward, my eyes still glued to the screen. Coach pushes the button and the video starts again. Both teams are standing on the kickoff line, but it's only the guys in blue and gold colors that interest me at this moment. I watch as the ball is snapped. The quarterback goes into the pocket, looking for an opening. "There," I point at the screen. Coach pauses the video, all eyes looking at the screen. "It's small," Coach says, looking at the opening. Something he must have noticed from the very beginning, but still wanted to see if we'd catch it. "It's enough to get that motherfucker down," I shrug, and a few grunts in agreement spread through the room. "It'll have to be. They got a new quarterback, and he's known to throw some nasty spirals. Not if he's eating the grass," Emmett chuckles, cracking his knuckles. "Who's the new guy?" This comes from Nix. Coach looks down at the clipboard in his hand, although I'm sure he knows the guy's name by heart. He makes it his point to know that shit. "Benjamin Jones." My whole body goes still, totally unprepared to hear that name. That fucking name. I haven't seen or heard about him in years. We've played in different divisions, so our paths never crossed. And now this? My past and present are intertwining once again, and I'm not sure if I like it one bit. First Callie coming here, and now Ben. What next? Nixon elbows me in the gut and gives me a chin lift as if to ask what the fuck's on my mind. I simply shake my head, not wanting to talk about it. "Now, what I want you to do," Coach uncaps the marker and goes to the whiteboard where he draws out the play. For the next 15 minutes, that's what I concentrate on. And when he tells us to go and suit up, I do just that, leaving all my frustrations out on the field. If I have to face my worst enemy, I'm going to make damn sure my team leaves that field as the winners.
Chapter 45. Callie. A soft purring sound awakes me. It takes a moment for my brain to start functioning properly, but even before that, I already know where I am. The car. I'm back inside the car, and not just any car. That car. Although it's the last thing I want to do, I blink the blurriness away and look around me, the fear of what's coming settling deep in my soul. I try to focus, but it's so hard. My heartbeat kicks up a notch as the panic sets in. I'm sitting straight, the familiar pressure digging between my breasts. Seatbelt. I can't drive. I haven't driven since... No, I can't. My grip tightens around something. I look down at the steering wheel I'm holding onto for dear life, my knuckles white. Gulping the lump that formed in my throat, I return my gaze to the road. Why am I back here? I don't want to be back here. It all feels familiar, too familiar, but at the same time, it's not. I look at the road in front of me. The setting sun is coloring the sky in different shades of oranges, pinks, and reds, still strong enough to blind me. The AC is blasting, the cool breeze from the vents hitting my face, but it does nothing to help with the cold sweat drenching my skin and plastering my clothes to my body. The panic wants to overtake, but I push it back. Maybe this time it'll be different. Maybe this time I'll manage to change something, save them. My parents. They are the only good thing about these nightmares. I know they're dead. I know there is no getting them back. And although I hate the nightmares, a part of me can't help but crave them too. Because, for a moment, I get to go back. For a moment, I get to see my parents. I'd take their anger and disappointment in me any day of the week, just to have them for a little bit longer before reality kicks in. And then everything will be ripped to shreds all over again. Callie? I jerk at the sound of my name. The hair at the nape of my neck rises, a shiver running through my body. No, 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 no. I look at the passenger seat, my heart sinking even further when I see the person sitting next to me. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. Not like this. Not him. Anybody but him. What are you doing here? I demand, my gaze darting between the road and Hayden sitting in the passenger seat. He shouldn't be here. He can't be here. I look at the rearview mirror, but it's empty. Where are my parents? They should be here, not Hayden. The prickling feeling returns, the unease burning inside of me. Something has changed, all right, and I don't like it, not one bit. Another quick glance at him. What are you doing here? I demand, louder, emphasizing every single word, the panic rising. Hayden smiles, but it does nothing to put me at ease. What are you talking about? You shouldn't be here. I return my gaze back to the road, refusing to look at the clock. It'll happen. I know it will. And soon. This isn't right. This is not how it's supposed to happen, I repeat, this time louder. My hand curls into a fist, and I pound at the steering wheel. Not you! Hey. His hand lands on my thigh, giving it a firm squeeze. I look at him. I can't not look. He's smiling, a few lines appearing in the corner of his eyes as the dimple pops in the side of his mouth. It's okay, Callie. You can do this. Nothing will. Hayden tries to reassure me, but he doesn't get to finish. The headlights blind me. It's sudden and expected at the same time. Right and wrong. A car crashes into us. The metal scrapes loudly as we're shoved away with such force that leaves me breathless. Hayden! A tear slides down my cheek as the rain of shattered glass falls over us. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It wasn't supposed to be him. But it is. And once again, it's all my fault.
Hayden. Callie? I wrap my arms around her thrashing body, holding her closer to my chest. Angel, wake up. I cup her cheek, my thumb sliding over her silky skin and pushing away the hair that got in her face from all the thrashing. I figured she's just restless. It happens occasionally. But this time it's different. Not only is she more restless than usual, but she also started murmuring something. Quietly at first. So quietly I couldn't decipher her words until they became louder. Pleads for something or somebody to stop. And then she called out to me.
Hayden!
My gut clenches at the desperation and fear so obvious in her voice. It wrecks me. I remember Yasmin mentioning her nightmares, but this is the first time I'm witnessing them. I always thought they were about the accident, but there is apparently more to it than just that. Shh, I murmur, pressing my lips against her ear. I'm here. It's okay. You're just dreaming. Her nails dig into the skin of my forearms, making me wince, but I don't lose my hold on her. I'm not sure how long we stay like that, laying down in the darkness of the night with Callie lost to her nightmares and me lost in her. But eventually her body relaxes against mine, her fingers letting go of my skin.
Hayden?
Her voice is low and husky, but I know she's coming awake. I'm here, I murmur, my fingers still sliding through her silky hair. It smells like roses, long strands tickling my bare chest. I can feel her exhale slowly, and only then does she try to turn around. I don't fight her, giving her just enough space to face me. There's barely enough light peeking through the window to help me see the tension on her face. Bad dream? I ask, sliding my thumb over her lip. Callie nods, the movement slow.
Sorry if I woke you. I'm sure you need to.
I press my fingers against her lips firmly to shush her. The only thing I need is you in my arms. And to show her I'm serious, I turn on my back, pulling her over my chest. She goes willingly, throwing one of her legs over mine and nuzzling her head in the crook of my neck, her arms tightening around my waist. Do you want to talk about it? I ask, kissing the top of her head. I've never been a cuddly guy, but with Callie, everything is different. She is different. She's the one who makes me want the things I never wanted before. She always did, only then I never thought it would be possible for me to actually have them. Callie's quiet for a while, and I don't push her, although I want to know what happened to cause her to call out to me. If and when she wants to talk about it, I know she'll come to me. I don't want to be the one to bring back more painful memories. She has a lot of those all on her own. Her trembling voice breaks. It pains me to see her struggle like that. I want to wrap her in my arms and tell her she doesn't have to say anything and that everything will be all right. But there is this selfish part of me that wants to know everything there is to know about this girl I'm falling for. Because fuck it. I'm falling for her all over again, and there is no stopping it.
I dream about them. Sometimes. About the accident.
Fuck. I knew it. Callie. My eyes close for a moment, but I keep moving my hand up and down her back in a soothing manner. Baby, I'm so... She shakes her head.
It's okay. It just happens sometimes. But if it bothers you, I can...
No, it doesn't bother me. I stop her before she can even think about finishing that sentence. I just don't want to see you hurt.
You can't take it away. Even if I wanted to forget, I can't. That day, it repeats in my mind over and over again. I'm stuck in that car, reliving the worst minutes of my life.
Callie sucks at her lower lip, torturing tender flesh. When did it happen?
What?
The accident. When did it happen? You never told me. Maybe if we talk about it, it'll help her move on. Maybe.
Oh, that. It was just before the school wrapped up my sophomore year. I got my permit, so my parents let me drive back home from the nationals we were at when the other car crashed into us.
Chills creep underneath my skin, making the hair on my arms stand. I'm not even sure why. But something about what she said has my mind spinning. Something I'm not sure how to pinpoint, but I know it's there. What am I missing? So, like April? I ask, trying to figure out why my mind is working in overdrive, searching for something.
Early May. It was actually a few weeks after you moved away.
A few weeks. But that's when the realization hits me all at once. My whole body goes rigid as the memories of those weeks just after I moved to Graham's house come rushing back to me. Dad. I don't want to believe it. It would be too fucked up. And if Callie ever found out, she'd never forgive me. How could she? It can't be.
Hayden?
Callie lifts her head, those violet eyes of hers looking at me with concern.
Are you okay? Yeah.
I breathe, forcing my muscles to relax. I'm fine. Come on, you should try to sleep. I pull her to my chest, anything so she can't see my face, and ask again what's wrong.
I can't fall asleep after the nightmare. Alone, and it's just too much.
You're not alone tonight. I have you. I smooth my hand over her back, my touch reassuring, although I'm anything but. The fear of what might happen if this turns out to be true, haunting me for the rest of the night as I listen to Callie's breathing even out as she drifts into a dreamless slumber. I, on the other hand, don't even close my eyes.
Chapter 46. Callie. How are you doing, Callie? Dr. Miller asks, a kind smile on her face. Was she born like that, or do they teach that in shrink school? How to put the kindest, most plastic smile on your face. Sometimes I wonder what I would have to say to ruffle her a bit. She's all calm and collected, composed to the point it's irritating when your own life is a mess. But I instantly feel bad about it. This woman is trying to help me deal with my shit, and I want to unnerve her? What is wrong with me? Fine, I guess. She nods, but doesn't say anything. Instead, she raises her brows, waiting. So I continue. I had a nightmare again. Goosebumps rise on my skin, and they're not the kind that makes me all warm and fuzzy. I haven't had nightmares in a while, and this new dream has rattled me more than I would care to admit to anyone, even Dr. Miller. She knows the whole story. This might have only been our second session, but coming here was my choice, so there was no point in stalling. Plus, there was something about her, no matter how irritating at times, that also put me at ease. So I told her everything that happened that led me here. About the accident? Yes, no. I tug at the tip of my braid, twisting it this way and that. Anything to distract me so I don't have to face her. It was the accident, but it was different. Different how? I lift my gaze to find her patiently looking at me. It wasn't my parents in the car with me. It was Hayden. If I expected a reaction, I was sorely mistaken, because I don't get one. She hums softly, tapping with the pen against the notebook she sometimes jots notes in. I frown, suddenly feeling irritated. What does it mean? She ignores me, something I noticed already she likes to do a lot, and instead of answering my question, she asks one of her own. How are you and Hayden doing? Good? Where is she going with this? More eyebrow raising. Is that a question or an answer? Both? I don't know what you want me to say. Things have been good since we came back. Hayden is extremely busy with all the preparations for the game this weekend, but we spend most of the evenings together. But? Taking a minute to mull it over, I finally say, it feels surreal, you know? Being with him, being happy. Like I'm just waiting for something to happen, for the other shoe to drop. It's unsettling. You still haven't forgiven yourself. I look away, quiet. That's as close to admitting it as I'll get. Do you ever think about finding out about the other driver? Anger shoots through me. I turn toward her. What good would that be? It might help give you closure. You need to forgive yourself to be able to fully move on. You're not the one responsible for that accident. Even the authorities said so. If you were, you'd have been sent to a trial and ultimately jail. And you weren't. I shake my head, refusing her words, refusing absolution. You know what happened in the car that day. You can't change that. Nothing you do will bring them back. You can't have a do-over on that last night or change the fight you had with your parents. But you did make a difference when you saw Hayden. You apologized for your actions, and he forgave you for what happened. Don't you believe that your parents would be happy with that? They really liked Hayden. The memories of Hayden and me studying came rushing back. The easy way he interacted with both my parents, how much they loved him. I have no idea how they did it, but they gave him the scholarship to come to Blairwood. We all knew that if he wanted to go to college, he'd need all the financial help, and they did it. Her eyes soften. Did you tell him that? No. My answer is instant. And I don't plan to. He doesn't need to know. He wasn't the only kid they helped, but he is the only one they picked. They found out what I did, set everything up even before facing me. I wasn't sure what that said about their opinion of me. Did they do it because they knew I was guilty? Or simply because they loved Hayden and felt bad for what had happened? I guess I'll never know. I actually already talked to my lawyers to set up a fund in both their names to sponsor more kids like Hayden. I think they would like that. Me too, I whisper, sniffling softly. Dr. Miller's weathered hand covers mine. You need to learn how to forgive yourself, Callie. I know it's not an easy task, but you deserve it. You deserve to be free and happy, and the only way you'll be able to do that is if you let go of the past. Trust me when I tell you, as parents, the only thing we want is for our children to be happy. Your parents aren't different. They might have been disappointed, angry even, but eventually they would have forgiven you. Now it's time for you to forgive yourself.
Hayden.
Yo, man!
Fingers snap right in front of my nose, bringing me to the present. Are you even listening? No, I'm too busy trying to figure out if my father killed my girlfriend's parents to care about anything else. Sorry, I rub my face. I'm all over the place. Where were we at? Nixon's eyes narrowed at me. We can't have you all over the place, Hades. The game against Eastwood is just a couple of days away. We need you with your head in the game. So what gives? I look around, noticing that everybody in our small group is listening. Nixon, Emmett, Prescott, and I, along with a few more starters, decided to meet in Moore's after practice for dinner and to discuss strategy, but I couldn't for the life of me concentrate on anything except Callie and her admission. From the way she always talked about it, I thought she was the one who crashed into something, a tree or a lamp or something. Not that somebody crashed into her. And just around the same time my dad died, also in a car crash. It could be a coincidence, couldn't it? The bile that rises in my throat tells me all I need to know. Nothing has been a coincidence. Why would this be any different? I could probably Google it and find out, but I need to go home for a bit. I jump to my feet. There is one person who has all the answers, and I'm planning to get them firsthand. What, now? Man, is everything okay? I look at my friends' worried faces. Is something wrong with your grandmother? Nixon asks, now also worried. He met my grandmother once, but I could see he liked her a lot. They both have the same sense of humor. No, she's fine. I just need to talk to her about something. He gives me a skeptical look, but ends up shrugging. Whatever will get your head back in the game. Right, I nod and grab my phone and keys from the table. I'll see you guys later. They grunt their goodbyes, and in less than a minute I'm outside, phone in my hand. Me. I won't be home tonight. Have to visit Graham's. Callie answers almost immediately. Callie.
Is everything okay?
Me. Yes, I just need to see her. Callie.
Oh, okay. Say hi to her from me.
Me. Will do. TTYL. Heart. It takes me a little over 30 minutes until I pull in the driveway of the house that's been my home for the last few years. And if I'm being honest, this is the only home I've ever felt like I belong. I've pushed the car as much as I could without getting myself into trouble, slowing down in all the places I knew cops were known to be hiding. The last thing I needed was to get pulled over. Between Coach and my teammates, I wasn't sure who'd have wanted to kill me first if I landed my ass in jail. Killing the engine, I run my fingers through my hair. The lights are still on downstairs, so she has to be awake. Am I really doing this? But what other choice do I have? Before I can change my mind, I get out of the car just when the front door opens and Graham's pink head pops out. A frown on her face falls down when she realizes that it's me.
Hayden?
She looks at the car, probably trying to figure out if Zane's with me or not, before her eyes return to me.
Is everything okay?
We have to talk. I'm not sure if it's my tone or expression on my face, but whatever it is, she nods.
Let's go inside.
Without waiting for an answer, she turns and goes inside.
What is this all about?
Grams asks as soon as we're in the living room. She sits down in a ratted old armchair, the same one that's been here forever, but she refuses to throw it away because it's her favorite. You said his death was an accident, I say, going straight to the point. There is no sense in walking around it. I'm here to get answers, and I'm not leaving without them.
What?
She looks confused, like she really doesn't know what I'm talking about. Dad. It pains me even to say his name. You said his death was an accident. A car accident, I say slowly, making sure to enunciate every word carefully. All day I've been trying to remember the exact words she told me that day the cops showed on our doorsteps. Words I didn't want to listen to, didn't care to know. You said that he drank too much and died in a car accident, crashes into a tree. She tries to hide it, but I can see her flinch.
Because he did.
But did he crash into somebody else first? The silence that fills the room is almost deafening. The only thing interrupting it is my ragged breathing. Her face softens, eyes turning misty. My heart squeezes painfully, hating the fact that I'm hurting the person I love most in the world. But right now I don't have that luxury. I have to know what happened. I have to know the truth. How can I look at Callie otherwise? Did he crash into somebody? I punctuate every single word. My body is shaking with barely suppressed rage. On the best of days, I didn't want to have anything to do with my father. So once he sent me away, I was just glad not to be around him. I cut every connection I had to him. I didn't talk to him. Didn't answer his calls or text. Didn't want to hear about him. Nothing. And then a short while later, he was gone, and I didn't have to. Her trembling hand reaches for me.
I wanted to tell you, but you were already hurting so much.
I pull my hand out of her reach. Who was it?
Hayden.
Who was it? I repeat, this time louder. She shakes her head, a strand of silver hair falling from behind her ear.
A family. Parents died, but the girl, she survived.
What's their name? I insist, although I know. Fuck. Of course I know. Deep down, I've known for a while. Since Callie told me about the accident, something's been nagging at me from the back of my mind. I didn't know what. I couldn't pinpoint it. Couldn't name it. But there was something And after what she told me yesterday, she inhales sharply.
Stewart. It was Stewart.
My world, everything that I've known, shatters around me. God damn it! Angrily, I run my fingers over my face and through my hair, pulling short strands in frustration. Fuck! Just fuck! I turn around, the need to punch something, anything so strong, but I hold it in. I can't risk messing up my hand right now, so instead I clench my fingers so hard I'm surprised they don't snap.
I'm so sorry, Hayden. You didn't want to know, and I figured it's for the best. You didn't need more of your father's sins to rub on you.
I shake my head, unwilling to listen to her explanations. It's not that simple. All this time, Callie has been carrying that guilt, when it was my father who caused it. My father who robbed her of her life, her family, her future.
It's not your fault. He was the one driving. He was...
The girl is Callie, Grams, I yell at her. Her eyes go wide, her frail complexion turning ghost white. My Callie. She won't be mine after she finds out. How the fuck am I going to tell her? I can't keep it a secret. It would kill me. But telling her the truth would kill us. Knowing what he, my father, did, she would never forgive me. Not that I can really blame her. I hated her, condemned her for all she's done, but this...
She doesn't know?
Her voice trembles as she asks.
I wondered why they never pressed charges, but I never thought...
I shake my head. No. Callie didn't want the details after she found out she's the only one who survived the crash. Instead, she internalized it all, blaming herself because she was the one driving that day. Guess we were more alike than either of us thought.
That poor girl.
Her hand lands on mine, and this time I let her give me a firm squeeze.
What are you going to do?
What, really? Is there even anything I can do? I don't think there is a way to tell your girlfriend that your father was the one who took everything from her. Her family, her dreams, her future. No way to ease that blow or make it right. I have no idea. But I'll have to figure it out before somehow she figures it out herself. I didn't stay long after that. I needed some time to think, so I sat back in my car and drove back to campus, this time much slower because the snow had started to fall and the road was slippery. But more than that, I just wanted to be alone. I needed to think. I knew I couldn't keep this from Callie. She didn't try to find out what exactly happened with the other driver or who it was, but that didn't mean she wouldn't want to do it at some point. I couldn't live with that secret hanging over my head, just waiting for the axe to drop. But how do you do it? How do you tell somebody you love that your flesh and blood took away hers? Because I do love her. Out of all the uncertainties in my life, I know this for sure. I'm in love with Callie Stewart. Hell, for all I know, I never stopped loving her, just pushed my feelings to the back, hoping they would go away. But they didn't. I'm not sure if they ever would. A loud knock on the window startles me. I turn around to see Yasmin staring at me, arms crossed over her chest, scarf wrapped around her neck and half her face. I roll down the window, and a blast of cold air enters the cabin, making me shiver. I should have gone home, but I couldn't deal with Nix or anybody else asking me questions I wasn't ready to answer. So instead, I drove to Callie's dorm. Although I couldn't bring myself to call her to let me in, just knowing she was close gave me some semblance of peace.
Are you sure you're not a stalker?
Hey, yourself, yes, I say dully, ignoring her question.
I'm fine. How are you doing? I would be doing much better if we didn't have a stalker lurking around.
I'm not lurking around. I was out of town and just got back to campus. I wasn't sure if Callie was still up.
There's this thing called phones.
I'm well aware. Yasmin gives me a look followed by a sigh.
Do you want to come in?
I should turn around and go back to my own place. It would be for the best. Stay away from Callie until I figure out how to tell her. But I didn't want to. I needed to hold her because maybe soon I wouldn't get the chance. Closing the window, I get out of the car and lock it. Without another word, we go toward the dorm and climb inside. The room is dark when we enter. All I can see is Callie's sleeping form in the bed. Quietly, we enter inside. I tow off my shoes, take off my jacket and shirt before laying down next to her. She stirs in her sleep, mumbling something. "Shh," I whisper. Pushing golden strands out of her face, I press my lips against her forehead. "Hayden, I'm here. Now sleep." She murmurs her agreement and turns around in my arms. Sighing constantly, she falls back asleep, and I hold her tight, hoping it's not the last time. Chapter 47. Hayden. Nixon elbows me, demanding my attention. Sighing, I pull the headphones off my head. "What?" He gives me a thoughtful glance like he's trying to figure me out but can't. With all the last-minute preparations and revisions for the rivalry game, we didn't get much chance to talk after I ditched the team night to go see Grams, and I preferred it that way. When I tell somebody what happened, it'll be Callie. Not that I know how. But now's not the time to think about that. Later. When all this is done, then I'll find a way to deal with the shit show that's our life. "You ready to win this shit?" "As I'll ever be," I grunt, working on my shoulder pads. Figuring out how to tell Callie we'll have to wait for a little bit. We have a game to win, and I can't risk being distracted. Not right now. Too much is on the line. Both playoffs and my pride. The only positive thing about this is that both Ben and I play on the offense, which means we won't get a chance to butt heads on the field. Doesn't mean, however, that a win will be any less sweet. "Listen up, boys." Coach claps loudly until we all settle down. His serious eyes sweep the room, making sure to take in every one of us. "This is the moment we've been waiting for. You have all it takes to win. Just keep your heads cool and eyes open. When you see an opening, take it. Their quarterback is good, but the defense has a lot to be desired. Let's get out there and show them who the winners are." Everybody hollers in agreement. We're so loud the whole room is shaking. "You've got 5 minutes, and then it's game time." Grabbing my jersey, I pull it over my head. "You heard Coach, guys," Emmett yells over the last-minute commotion. "Suit up, and then let's kick some asses." Everybody hurries going through their final prep. I shove my stuff back into the locker and pick up my helmet. The locker room looks even more crowded when everybody is dressed for the game. Somebody turned on the music now that the coach's speech was done, so I let the hard bass pump me up for the kickoff. Shortly after, Coach taps on the doorway, signaling it's time to go. Nixon and I share a silent look and grab our helmets. Black grease smeared underneath his eyes accentuates the determined look on his face. The same look all of us have. "Who are we?" Nick's voice echoes through the room. "Ravens!" "Damn right we are. So let's get out there and show them how we're playing football over here." More chants. Nix looks at me, our fists meeting halfway for a bump. "Showtime, baby."
Callie. All of the stadium jumps to their feet when the announcer calls the Ravens out on the field. It's pandemonium out there. The crowd is buzzing with so much energy, it's unreal, and definitely unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. "Here they are!" Chloe shouts loudly in my ear, extending her hand in the direction of the tunnel, from which a bunch of players in black jerseys streaked with gold run out, accompanied by cheerleaders, waving their pom-poms and flags, with the team mascot on them. There is a quick stab of pain as I watch them, but I push it away when my eyes land on Hayden. He's leading the team alongside Nix and another player. His eyes take in the crowd until they finally land on the student section where we're sitting. He got me 2 tickets, so he must know where to look, even though I'm not sure if he can actually see me between all the people surrounding us. Chloe squeals loudly, throwing her arms around me. "He's looking at you! Wave!" Deeming me apparently too slow, she lifts my hand in the air and waves. "You're crazy, you know that?" Still, I laugh and wave. He tips his chin, a flash of a smile crossing his face before he turns abruptly and jogs to join the rest of his teammates on the sidelines. "See, I told you so." I shake my head at her. I haven't been to an actual football game since my sophomore year in high school, and then I was on the sidelines. Sitting in the stands feels different, but I know this is an important game for Hayden. We didn't talk much about football, but from bits and pieces I've heard, they were facing their biggest rival. And since Hayden asked me to come, I couldn't find it in me to tell him no. The anthem is played, and 3 players on each team gather for a coin toss. Words are exchanged before they all go to their respective teams, Nixon and Hayden staying on the sidelines. Chloe claps her hands excitedly. "Showtime!"
Hayden. Damn it. I fist my fingers tightly by my side, although I'd rather shove them into somebody's face. Probably that fucker from Eastwood who just scored the touchdown and is now doing a celebratory dance in the end zone as the scoreboard switches to 24-24 with just minutes left on the clock. Coach is yelling, frantically waving his hands. Well, shit just got complicated. Nix lifts his hands in the air, stretching his muscles as much as all the equipment allows him. Cole! Hayden! Get your asses over here! I toss the last of the water in my mouth, throw the empty bottle, and we both go to him, other players on the offense team joining us. There are only 2 minutes left, Coach grumbles unhappily and starts drawing out the play on the board. We can do this, Coach, I assure him. There is no way we are leaving this field, our field, with tails tucked between our legs. This needs to be quick. No messing around. He turns the board, showing us the game plan. I nod, my eyes finding Nix's gaze, mutual understanding passing between us. Let's do this shit. On 3. We all huddle up as Nixon counts down. Ravens! Offense team runs on the field, everybody taking the position. I listen to Nix call out the play, my eyes glued to the Saint player, watching his every move. As soon as the ball is snapped, I go straight at him as Nix fakes the throw, just like we agreed, and instead hands the ball to our running back. Change in our play confuses them for a moment, giving Prescott a chance to gain us 25 yards before he's tackled to the ground. Whistle blows, players disentangling as we move down the field, setting into position. People are cheering loudly, but I can barely hear them from the sound of blood pumping through my veins. My eyes dart to the clock. 1 minute, 32 seconds. Just a little bit more, we can do this. Squatting in the position, I wait for the second play to be called. This one I know by heart. Nixon and I have practiced it so many times that his words as he calls out the play are in tune with my heartbeat. Pigskin snaps against the hands and I'm running, slipping past one Saint and jumping over the other. I push my legs, my muscles burning, but I don't let it slow me down. I can see the end zone when I hear the familiar whoosh of air. I turn around, not once stopping. The spiral lands perfectly in my hands, the ball burning my skin with the force it landed in my open arms. Just when I reach the end zone. The fucking end, baby.
Chapter 48. Callie. People are cheering all the way out of the stadium. Not that I can blame them. Even I caught football fever. It was exciting to see Hayden and the rest of the guys in action. The game was far from an easy win, but they totally deserved it. "Are you going to wait for him?" Chloe shouts so I can hear her over the deafening hoots of the crowd surrounding us. I could already imagine the parties that would take place all over the campus tonight to celebrate this win. I stop mid-step, surprised by Chloe's question. Am I supposed to wait for him? But most importantly, does he want me to? We've never discussed it, and I haven't attended any games until now, so it could go either way. I mean, he asked me to come today. He even seemed a little put off that I didn't volunteer to come before, but big crowds just aren't my thing. Still, he seemed happy when I agreed to come today. "Yeah," I say slowly. "I think I will." Her eyes twinkle with excitement. "Come on, follow me." Chloe locks our arms together, pulling me close. "Let's get your man." "Why are there so many people out here?" I ask, looking around with wide eyes. I mean, it's a home game, and an important one, too. Our team won, but still. Don't these people have anything better to do than freeze their asses off? Back in high school, it was usually family, friends, and girlfriends. Oh, and groupies. Can't forget about them. Even then, they were the easiest to spot in their short skirts, high heels, and too much makeup. Just thinking of it has me shivering in my big, puffy coat. Snuggling into my scarf further, I look toward the door that leads to the locker rooms. For real, how long does it take a shower and change? If he doesn't show up soon, I'm going to turn into a popsicle. Just when I think it, the door swings open. People start to cheer when players get out, but stop when they realize it's not Ravens. It's their opponents, Eastwood Saints. We watch them as they get out, duffels thrown over their wide shoulders, and go toward the bus that's parked close by. Chloe is chatting about something, but I don't listen, too nervous to finally see Hayden. I scan the crowd hoping to find his face, but I don't. Instead, I see him. I'm surprised, although I don't know why I should be. I saw the announcement when they were introducing the players. I knew he's playing for Eastwood, yet I didn't expect to see him standing in front of me. Benjamin Jones stops in his tracks, making one of his teammates stumble into him, but even that doesn't make him budge. He's even more surprised than I am. Then again, he didn't know I was here. Nobody knows I came to Blairwood. I feel Chloe tugging at my elbow, but I can't move my gaze from my ex-boyfriend. The time has passed, but he looks almost the same. With expertly disheveled hair like he wore it since I've known him, and crystal blue eyes, he still looks like an all-American boy next door. He's got another few inches on him, his muscles are prominent, his face more defined, with cutting cheekbones and strong jaw. Those full lips that were my first kiss tip in a smile. Callie Stewart. He draws my name slowly, almost lazily, making fine hair at the nape of my neck rise. It's been a while. Pushing back the shock at seeing him, I tip my head in greeting. Benjamin, I say, knowing how much he hates when I use his full name. That's how you greet your old friends? He laughs, coming closer, but I take a step back, not wanting him anywhere near me. That's how I greet cheating assholes, I shoot back coolly. Callie, he tisks, shaking his head. You should leave the past in the past. I would if it weren't staring me right in the face. What do you want, Ben? Don't you have a bus to catch? Go and leave me alone already, I plead silently. I don't want him anywhere near here when Hayden comes. I just stopped by to chat with an old friend. See how you're doing. His eyes take me in from head to toe, stopping on the scar on my face. I'll never forget the way he looked at me the first time he saw it. Disgust was written all over his features, as clear as day. The need to hide is so strong, but I refuse to let him win. I hid that day, but not this time. I'm not the same girl who would do everything for her boyfriend's approval. Some things stay the same, I guess. Blinking away the memories, I look at him, not in the least offended by his jab. No, I take him in. I guess they don't. You should be... Babe, you're here. Whatever Ben wanted to say is lost when Hayden rushes toward me. His arms wrap around me, pulling me in for a hug so strong he actually lifts me off the ground. My heart races with excitement, and all the worries I had before disappear. A giggle escapes me, and I burrow my head in the crook of his neck, inhaling his fresh scent. I hope that's okay, I say quietly, so only he can hear me. I wasn't sure, but I don't get to finish because his lips land on mine, claiming them in a hard kiss that leaves me breathless. There are a few hoots and catcalls coming around us that make me blush, but Hayden is all wide smiles as he breaks the kiss and pulls away. It's perfect, he assures me, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. You're perfect. Did you see? Well, 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 if it isn't Hayden Watson. We both turn around as one to look at Ben. His blue eyes dart between the two of us with clear interest as he puts 2 and 2 together. Talk about a class reunion. I didn't realize you two are together, he says, a smug smile on his face. A smile that for some reason sends icy, uncomfortable shivers running down my spine. I guess it's only fitting. Fallen beauty settles for the white trash loser. Hayden tenses next to me. His hand pulls me behind him, shielding me with his big body. Don't pull Callie into something she doesn't have anything to do with, Hayden grits, anger radiating off of him. This is between you and me, and if I remember correctly, it was you who lost on that field not that long ago. Don't be a sore loser, Jones. The jab hits dead center. Ben's jaw tightens, his face flushing in embarrassment, but he schools his features quickly. Refusing to keep hiding, I step next to Hayden, his hand wrapping around my waist and pulling me closer. Ben's eyes narrow at us, a thoughtful expression on his face making the unease I was feeling before Hayden arrived return in full force. Although I'd never think you two would end up together, he says slowly, as if he's contemplating something. After everything that has happened. Everything that has happened? Is he talking about cheating? But he doesn't know. Nobody knows. It can't be. Hair at the nape of my neck raises. I'm not even sure why, but for some reason I don't like the way he looks at us. Like he knows something we don't, and whatever he will say won't be pretty. I don't see how that's any of your business, I say, my fingers gripping tighter at Hayden's shirt. What happened was ages ago. We were in high school, and I was a stupid kid who didn't know better. The implication is clear. I didn't know better than to be a boy-obsessed girl who only cared about popularity and good looks. But now I want more. I want something real. Somebody who makes me feel safe and cherished. But most importantly, somebody who makes me whole. Hayden and I worked things out. Not that it's any of your business. And now we're together. I interlock my fingers with his, looking for solace and comfort in his strong touch. Ben looks confused for a moment, his gaze darting between the two of us like he's trying to figure something out. Something that he's missing. Place the pieces of a puzzle that should match, but still don't quite all fall in place. Hayden's grip on my hand tightens. Ben's gaze fixes on his, and they're in a stare-off for a few moments. Time seems to slow down. Then a smile spreads over his lips that has my blood turning to ice. What the hell is going on here? You don't know. Ben shakes his head like he can't believe it. You actually don't know. Don't. Hayden grits angrily, taking a step forward. I look at him, surprise and confusion fighting for dominance. "What is going on, Hayden?" I ask quietly, trying to figure out what I'm missing. Something is going on that I'm not privy to, and I don't like it, not one bit. Ben's almost maniacal laughter makes my muscles tense, rage and fear mixing inside of me. She actually doesn't know. Don't know what? I look at him and then turn to stoic Hayden. Will somebody tell me what the hell you're talking about? Will you tell her, or should I? Ben asks. He looks so smug I want to punch him in the face. Turning my back to him, I look at Hayden. Tell me what? I ask through gritted teeth, barely holding on to panic that's spreading through me like a wildfire. Only Hayden keeps quiet, refusing to meet my gaze. Why is he quiet? I wasn't surprised you're together because of what happened back in high school, Ben says from behind me. Jones? Whatever warning Hayden is issuing, Ben doesn't care about. I was surprised you'd be willing to forgive the son of the man who killed your family. Chapter 49. Callie. I was surprised you'd be willing to forgive the son of the man who killed your family. Forgive the son of the man who killed your family. Killed. The words roll on repeat in my mind, over and over again. All the air is sucked from my lungs like I've been sucker punched in the gut. I can't breathe, can't see, can't think. Killed. You're lying. My voice is shaky as I say the words. There is no way. I shake my head, refusing to even think it. It can't be. He has to be lying. It's some sick joke of his and... Ask him. I shake my head, my hair falling all around me in a tangled mess, like a shield between me and the words Ben keeps throwing at me. I cover my ears, but it doesn't help to dull the voices around me. It can't be possible. It can't. If it's true, he would have told me. If he knew, he wouldn't have hidden it from me. Ask him, Ben repeats firmly. Why isn't he saying anything? Why isn't he making him stop? I need him to stop. My heart is pounding wildly in my chest, fingers shaky as I lift my gaze to look at Hayden. I have to blink a few times before I can see him clearly. The tears have pooled in my eyes, making my vision blurry. But when I do, I wish I hadn't. Hayden's face is ashen, his jaw tight. There is not one trace of the boy who only moments before swept me off my feet, still riding high on the wind. Instead, he looks defeated and scared. Hayden? My voice breaks at that one word. Tears that have filled my eyes the moment Ben dropped all of this on me finally fall down. No, this can't be happening. Callie, he rasps, taking a step toward me. When did I move back? My whole body feels heavy, but when Hayden tries to reach for me again, I take another step back, and another. No. More shaking. I don't want to believe it, but the way he looks at me. God, the way he looks at me. It can be summed up in one word. Guilt. So much guilt. He knew. He knew and he didn't tell me. More tears fall. I can feel their saltiness when they reach my mouth. Oh my God. Stupid. I'm so stupid. How didn't I see it sooner? I should have known it's too good to be true. Please, Angel, Hayden begs, his hand reaching forward. Don't touch me! I pull back, my arms wrapping around my shaking body. Don't you dare touch me! I sound manic, even to my own ears, but I don't care one bit. He knew, and he lied to me. How long has this been going on? How long did he hide the fact that it was his father, the one who crashed into our car? His father. Hayden must sense that I've reached the point of breaking, because he doesn't try to touch me again. Callie, please, let me explain. Explain what? I yell, not caring one bit who can hear. Let them hear, let them look. That you've been lying to me all this time? I didn't know, Hayden protests. Then why do you look so damn guilty? I throw at him. Hayden sways on the balls on his feet. My words a harder punch than my hand could ever deliver. I can see the truth written all over his face. There is no way he can hide it, not anymore at least. How didn't I see it before? How could I have been so foolish, so blind? There was no way Hayden would have ever been into me. Not after all that has happened. He probably just wanted his revenge, to get back at me for all the shitty things I did and said. Well, he got it. We're done here.
Chapter 50. Hayden. Callie, wait! I call after her, but she doesn't listen. Instead, she storms away like the devil's at her feet. Chloe glares at me, shaking her head in disappointment before she too runs after Callie. Damn it. I run my fingers through my hair, pulling it in all directions. I should go after her, stop her before she's too far out of my reach to convince her into anything. But I also know she won't listen to me. Not now. It should have been me. I should have told her, not let that fucker ruin everything. If I did, maybe... Well, that escalated quickly. I turn around and stalk toward Benjamin fucking Jones. It's all this idiot's fault. If he hadn't come here, if he hadn't opened his big fat mouth, nothing like this would have happened. Callie and I would have been okay, and I would have found the right moment to tell her everything. Growling, I grip his shirt and pull him off the ground. We're more or less the same height, but I'm so pissed off I could probably drill a hole in the wall. Motherfucker, it's all your damn fault! Well, technically, Ben starts, but a loud growl that comes out of my lungs is warning enough. I'm so close to snapping, and this guy is the first in my line of sight. And it would feel so good to rearrange his smug mug. You don't want to do this, Nix whispers in my ear, his hand wrapping around my bicep and giving it a firm squeeze. Oh, yes, I do. He doesn't even realize how much. I thought wiping the grass with Ben Jones and his team would be payment enough, but now that I have him in my grip, it's so easy to remember all the shitty things Ben and his posse did to me back in high school. And Callie. The look of hurt and betrayal on her face when she found out. My eyes closed tightly. Fuck, Callie. Nixon must know the direction in which my mind has gone because he gives me another squeeze, this time harder. Go to your girl. She needs you, Hades. I nod once, knowing that he's right. She needs me, and I can't let her just leave. I can't. Not without explaining. Unclenching my hands, I let the fucktard fall out of my grip. He stumbles, falling on his ass. What the fuck? Stay away from her. I point my finger at him. I'm not shitting around. If I even see you look in her direction, I'll break your fucking arm. Not staying around to hear his answer, I run after Callie. My heart is beating loudly, unease creeping into my veins. Rationally, I know she couldn't have gone far, not with her leg the way it is. But I also know that she's stubborn as a mule, and if she decided to run, she'd do it no matter what her body tells her it's capable of doing. I run through the people. Some call my name, but I ignore them, unapologetically shoving away everybody who gets in my way. The parking lot is half empty, so it isn't hard to see two small figures in the distance. One light, other dark. Callie! I call out, going into a full-on run. She tries to speed up, but I can see that she's hurting. Her left leg is dragging a little compared to her right one. Callie, wait! Please!
You'll hurt yourself. Don't pretend like you care.
She throws over her shoulder but doesn't stop or turn around to look at me. My whole body aches from the game, and there is already a nasty bruise forming on my rib cage from when I was tackled earlier today. But I don't let it slow me down. My legs eat the distance between the two of us, even breaths turning into hard pants that make my lungs burn from exertion. Just a little bit more.
Of course I care, damn it, Callie.
My hand reaches forward, fingers wrapping around her wrist and tugging her toward me. She sways on her feet, almost losing the balance, but I stabilize her in the last second.
Let me go,
she protests, looking anywhere but me.
Hayden.
Chloe tries to get between us, but I give her a murderous glare that has her lifting her hands in surrender and stepping a few feet away to give us a semblance of privacy. I'm not letting you go, Callie. My fingers are gripping her shoulders, but I can't force myself to let go. If I do, she'll run away.
I can't. Of course you can.
She struggles against my hold.
You're a fucking liar.
And I'd do it again, I shout back at her, the truth tumbling out of my mouth. I'd lie and I'd cheat, anything to keep you happy, anything to keep you safe.
Fuck it, Callie,
She shakes her head, tears gathering in her eyes.
Don't you say it. Don't you dare say it.
It's the truth. There is no sense in pretending or trying to hide it. I'm in love with her. I'm in love with Callie Stewart. I've always been in love with her, and it's finally time for her to know it. Those violet eyes full of tears look at me, the accusation written all over her face.
How long did you know?
She asks, and I know she's not referring to my feelings. Callie, baby, please. I reach for her hand, but she pulls it out of my reach before our fingers connect. If she'd just let me explain.
Don't you baby me, Hayden.
The tears are streaming down her cheeks as she yells, almost fanatically. But there is no fire in her violet irises, only broken sadness, which somehow seems even worse.
How long did you know, Hayden? I wanted to. How long?
Every word is punctuated, the betrayal as clear as day. And it's all my fault. I did it. I'm the one who put that look in her eyes. I'm the one who broke her heart, just like my dad's the one who broke her family in that car crash. Not that long, I say softly, offering her the truth. It's the least I can do. I was
not that long?
She runs her fingers through her hair, pulling it away from her face.
What does that even mean? What is not that long for you? Days? Weeks? Months? Did you know when you were holding me? Whispering softly that it's not my fault? That I'm not the one who killed my parents? Did you say it because you knew it was your father who was responsible for the accident?
My mouth falls open, but no words come out.
Tell me!
Callie yells, wrapping her hands around herself. Protecting herself or holding herself together. Both, probably. Just a few days. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I force myself to crook the words out. My hands itch to reach out, to wrap around her and pull her into my arms and never let go. But I know she doesn't want it. Not now. Maybe not ever again. I swear to you, Callie, it's been just a few days. After you woke up from the nightmare and told me there was another car involved in the accident, that's the day I started suspecting. I didn't know before that. I swear it. I didn't know. She starts to shake her head even before all the words are out.
How am I supposed to believe you?
I'm telling you the truth, damn it. Up until that night, I didn't even know there was another car involved. You yourself said it's your fault. I thought you crashed into a tree or something. I had no idea. You have to believe me. After I left California, when all shit went downhill for my dad and mom left, I didn't want anything to do with him. I heard stories, whispers about what had happened, about his guilt. I didn't want to do anything with him. That's what I told Grams. So when he died, she didn't tell me specifics, and I didn't ask. I was still so angry at him for screwing everything up.
Still, you lied to me. When you found out, you should have told me.
And what? Be the one responsible for bringing back all the memories of that day? The one responsible for breaking your heart? I shake my head. I wanted to confirm it with Grams first, and then I just wanted... God, I don't know what I wanted. I wanted for it to have never happened so we could be fucking happy for once in our lives. One tear slips down her cheeks and then another.
So what? You pretend it never happened and move on? I would have told you,
I protest. Why doesn't she believe me? I was just waiting for the right moment.
Well, I guess the right moment presented itself in the form of Benjamin Jones.
Forcefully, she wipes the tears streaming down her face. Callie, please. I reach for her once again, but she moves another step back, her arms crossed over her chest.
I think you should go. But go, Hayden.
My hands clenched into fists. I want to pound something and pound it hard. I've been holding it in for days, but I can't anymore, so I do just that. Turning on the balls of my feet, I let my leg connect to the first thing that gets in my way. That thing turned out to be a garbage can. A frustrated roar rips out of my lungs. Callie sniffles behind me. That one small sound breaking my fucking heart.
Go,
she pleads.
I can't do this right now.
Facing her, I let myself take her in one last time. I see exhaustion and resignation written all over her. And as much as I don't want to let her go, I know I can't force her to stay. I can't force her to believe me if she doesn't want to. At least let me walk you home. I sigh in defeat. It's late and it's dark. I think she'll resist it, like she's resisted everything else. But she surprises me when she just nods. Then, without another word, she starts to walk. Chloe, who's still waiting on the periphery watching us with wide eyes, pulls Callie in her side. We don't say a word as I walk behind them to the dorm. At some point, the snow starts to fall again. Callie either doesn't notice or she simply doesn't care. Maybe a bit of both because she doesn't pull the hood over her head. Instead, the snowflakes cling to her hair. Is this how it's going to end? My heart aches at the mere thought. I'm not sure I'd be able to survive without her. Not again. Not now when I know what it's like to have her, to hold her, to kiss her. It can't be. I won't let it. Callie's dorm comes into view sooner than I'd like. She tries to get inside quickly, but I catch her hand before she slips away. This isn't over yet, I say softly, my thumb caressing the tender skin on the inside of her wrist. We're not over. She blinks, a tear sliding down her cheek.
That's where you're wrong. This was never supposed to have happened at all.
Chapter 51. Callie. There is no stopping me until I'm inside the dorm, a door firmly closed behind me. Even then, I rush up the stairs, my lungs fighting for breath as I push my legs to take 2 steps at a time to the 3rd floor. This can't be happening. How could he have done this? Kept something so big from me? I'm lost to the memories of the day of the accident and everything that has happened today. They're so vivid, I can barely see where I'm going. My vision is blurry, but somehow I manage to open the door to my room and close it shut. The sound echoes through the room like a blast, making me flinch. Closing my eyes, I press my back against the hardwood, giving my best to calm my breathing. Only I can't. All I can do is see. Ben's smug face when he told me about the accident, blinding headlights, disappointment when my parents asked about cheating, glass flying all around me, Hayden's guilt when he couldn't keep lying to me. Metal screeching, and then the darkness. Blissful, numbing darkness. A sob rips out of my lungs as my knees give up underneath me. I slide down to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. What I would give for darkness to claim me right now. Maybe then it wouldn't hurt so much. My heart that has just started to heal feels like it's been ripped apart all over again. But this time, it hurts 10 times more. Callie? Completely startled, I pry my eyes open, only to find Yasmin sitting next to me, a worried expression on her face. What's wrong? Almost hysterical laughter comes out of me, but is soon replaced by another sob. What's wrong? At this point, the better questions would be, what's right? At least the answer would be much shorter. Nothing. Nothing is right. How could it be? Hayden knew what happened, and he hadn't told me. The guy that was slowly becoming my whole world, the guy who I was falling in love with, kept such a big secret from me. I cover my mouth to prevent another sob from coming out. God, how did this happen? Everything was going so well, and now? Now it's over. We're over, and this time there is no coming back. Callie, you're scaring me. He lied to me. I huff a breath of air. Well, he hid the truth, which is basically the same. Who did? She asks, still confused, a line between her brows deepening. Who do you think? Hayden? Her eyes grow wide for a moment, and she seems genuinely surprised. Welcome to the club, girl. How? What? Tugging the sleeves of my shirt over my palms, I wipe at my tear-stained cheeks. He found out who drove the other car the day of the accident, and he didn't tell me. What? Yasmin all but shrieks. More tears come as the words sink in. He didn't tell me about his father. I shake my head. I can't even finish it. Out of all the people, why did it have to be him? But how did he know? I don't know. Damn it! I inhale one shaky breath, my head falling back and hitting the door. He knew, and the look on his face. God, Yasmin, the look on his face. I let my head bang against the door one more time, embracing the physical pain. Anything just to dull this ache in my chest that only seems to grow by the second. Maybe there was some kind of mistake, she tries to reason. Maybe it isn't a mistake. I can only wish it is. Are you sure? Did you go and check it? How the hell didn't you even know? She shoots question after question at me, trying to make sense of it all. I never wanted to know at the time. I was the only one who survived, and they were gone. I felt guilty because I was driving, and we were fighting. Then what changed? Why does it matter now? Because it was his father, I shout back at her. Yasmin falls on her ass, completely surprised with my outburst. Not like I have it in me to care. It was his father who was in the other car, I repeat, this time more calmly, tears streaming down my cheeks. The words ring in the room, condemning us like a curse. This was never supposed to have happened at all. The words I told Hayden earlier echoed in my mind. I should have known it would be too good to be true, that there was no way I could be forgiven so easily for what I have done. Why did I even think I could get out of it so easily? Just move on with my life and be happy. Yeah, right. I dared to hope, dared to dream, and this is what happens. My life is ripped from under me once again. Only this time, my wounds are so deep, there is no way I'll ever be able to heal them. Dios mío, Callie. Yasmin sighs, her face softening. I'm so sorry. She leans forward and hugs me. I try to protest, but Yasmin doesn't let me. Instead, her arms wrap tighter around me, and I feel my walls crumble completely. Why did it have to be him? I ask, the need to scream and punch something growing so strong it's almost asphyxiating. Out of all the people, why him? Suddenly feeling completely drained, I bury my face in her neck, letting her hold me, and then I let it all out. I cry and scream and curse, not holding anything back. All the time, Yasmin runs her hand up and down my back in a soothing manner. But it hurts. It hurts so much. Because the last time somebody held me like that was Hayden. He held me when I was falling apart, and through all this pain and hurt and betrayal, I still wish it was him holding me now, too. I wish I could tell you, but I don't know. It's not fair. We were happy, Life is rarely fair. There is a wistfulness in her tone that's so unlike Yasmin. He should have told me. Is that what's bothering you? Or is it the fact that his father is the one who was driving the other car? It's both. He should have told me. Why would he? I pull back, completely stunned by her response. Why would he? You never bothered to find out for yourself. Why would he want to tell you? So he can hurt you all over again? For all he knew, you never would have tried to find out what exactly happened that night, since you've been blaming yourself this whole time. Yasmin reasons calmly. But what if I did? But what if you died without ever trying to figure it out? She challenges right back. Taking one deep breath, Yasmin continues. There is no sense in playing the what-if game. There is no winner. He told you he was looking for the right moment to tell you. Don't you believe him? I close my eyes for a moment, willing the pain to go away. I want to believe him, but how can I? How can I? How can I know if what he's saying is truth or lie? So much has happened in the last few months, I don't even know what to believe in. It's not what you should believe in, but who should you believe? Her hands grip mine, giving me a little shake. Do you believe in Hayden? Do I? I want to. I want to believe him so badly it hurts. But does it change anything? It was still his father who was driving the other car. Why does it matter? At the end of the day, one thing stays the same. That day we both lost our parents. Knowing that, how can there ever be something between us? I can see on her face that she wants to say something, but decides against it. Instead, she pulls me back into a hug, and I let her. I let her hold me as I cry, mourning all that could have been if life wasn't as cruel as it is all the time, wishing things could be different.
Chapter 52. Hayden. What the hell happened out there? Nixon corners me as soon as I get through the door. I hoped they'd all leave for a party somewhere, leaving me alone. That was apparently too much to ask. Not now, Nix, I say, rubbing at the back of my neck. I'm not in the mood. The fuck with your mood? He grabs my shoulder, pulling me to a stop. You can't do shit like that and expect me not to ask questions. I shove him off, growing more irritated by the second. The fuck with you, man? What happened out there is none of your goddamn business. You almost beat the shit out of the quarterback of a rival team right outside our stadium in front of at least 100 people. It is my goddamn business, Watson. Don't make me repeat myself. What was that shit? And how the fuck do you know Jones? Shoving him out of my way, I go straight to the kitchen and open the cupboard over the sink where we keep all the good booze. Grabbing the bottle of Johnny Walker, I unclasp it and drink straight from the bottle, embracing the burn in my throat. We played together in high school, I say, looking at the liquid swirling inside the bottle. He was Callie's boyfriend back then. Fuck. You know I like Callie, but don't tell me this was all because of some old rivalry. I can only wish. I rub at my throbbing temples. It was only a matter of time before it all blew up in my face, but I never expected it to happen so soon. I should have known better. The fuck with it. Might as well tell him now. He told Callie about the accident. What about the accident? Fuck. Might as well tell him now. As it is, the word about what happened will spread soon enough, if it didn't already. She always blamed herself, so I figured she lost control and crashed into a tree or some shit, you know? Turns out she didn't. There was another car involved. I take another long pull of the whiskey. My dad died in a car accident. What the fuck does that have to... Nix trails off. I stay quiet, watching as the wheels turn in his head until it finally clicks. No. Oh yeah. I look down at the bottle, contemplating how much damage drinking the rest of the bottle would do. There was only half of it to begin with. Would it be enough to knock me out for a while? Would it be able to erase this tightness in my chest that only kept growing after I let Callie go? But how did you not know? Isn't that the question of the day? I chuckle humorlessly at myself. Would it make any difference? If either of us knew, bothered to find out? Then probably none of this would have happened. There wouldn't have been us to begin with. I'm not sure I like that outcome any more than this. My relationship with my father was practically non-existent at that point, so I never bothered to find out the details. I shrug. Callie, though, she always blamed herself. Nixon takes the bottle from my hands and, following suit, drinks straight out of it. Irritated, I wrestle the bottle out of his hand and bring it to my mouth. There's no way I'm sharing it with this monkey. Nixon shakes his head but doesn't try to take it away. That's some fucked up shit. How did Callie take it? What do you think? She thinks I've been lying to her. Have you? Fuck no. I only recently realized it myself. The other day when I went to see Grams, Nix nods absent-mindedly. I went to get the answer straight from her. I needed to know for certain before saying anything to Callie. And then the fucktard Jones goes and tells her just to get a rise out of me. Shit. Now I wish I hadn't stopped you from kicking his ass. He had it a long time coming, that's for sure. Not that I cared one bit about Ben. Punching him would have been satisfying, but it wouldn't take away the guilt and pain. It wouldn't erase his words from Callie's mind and make it all okay. And that's the only thing I wanted. For Callie to be okay. How is she? Nixon breaks the silence that settled over us. Surprised? Angry? Sad? Take your pick. She doesn't want to see me, that's for sure. Nixon huffs. Like that's ever stopped you. This time it's different. How is it different? My dad was the one responsible for the accident. I looked at the articles online. He was drunk and lost control over the car and crossed into their lane, taking them out straight on. Everybody was surprised Callie got out of it alive. I close my eyes as the images I saw of the wreck come back to haunt me. I'll never be able to unsee the crumpled mass of metal her car had become. How anybody got out of it alive is a miracle. Your dad, not you. Basically the same. Only if you want to cower behind the fact. You don't get it. Callie is in love with you just as much as you're in love with her. Even a blind person can see it. Is this all fucked up? Sure. But that's not an excuse for you to give up on her. So I ask you again, what the hell are you going to do?
Chapter 53. Callie.
Get your ass out of the bed.
The cover is pulled forcefully off me. I try to hold on to it, but it slips right through my fingers. Hey, give that back.
Not happening.
Chloe crosses her arms over her chest and gives me a look.
Up.
I told you I'm not going. Turning my back to her, I fluff my pillow and lay back down, closing my eyes for a good measure. You don't have the luxury not to go. Finals are in just a few days. You have to attend. Says who? Every sane person? Great. Then I'm not sane. I'll take it. Now, can you give me back the blanket? It's chilly here. Chloe huffs in frustration, but ask me if I care. I've been avoiding Hayden since Saturday, and apart from getting a glimpse of him during our Spanish class earlier this week, I've been successful, which means it's been almost a week. 1 full week. 1 full week without seeing him, touching him, hearing his voice. 1 week without feeling those stubborn, full lips press against mine. Why does it seem longer than that? I feel empty, completely void of any emotions, but it still hurts. I told you she won't listen. She's stubborn as a mule. I look over my shoulder, surprised to hear Yasmin. Usually she's already long gone by now, but apparently not today. What are you still doing here? I glare at my noisy roommate. Staging an intervention. That's what we're doing, Chloe answers before Yasmin can even open her mouth. She's still pissed that I closed the door in her face the day of the fight, hoping I'd be alone. Sitting in my bed, I cross my arms over my chest. I don't need an intervention. What you need is to get out of the bed and go shower. You stink. If I go shower, will you leave me alone? Sure thing, Yasmin says, at the same time Chloe screeches, No! They have a stare-off for a moment, but it's ultimately Yasmin who gives in. The little traitor. You shooed me off the other day, which I won't forget anytime soon, just saying, but I'm not backing down on this. You're getting out of that bed today, and you're going to class. I don't want to see him, I protest weakly. Last time, I barely managed to avoid him, and only because I left the class a few minutes early. I know, I simply know I won't be as lucky this time around. Besides, seeing him hurts even more than being away from him. Being so close, you know it would take one look, just one simple look, to destroy all my resolve. And then what? Then close your eyes. Chloe grabs my hand and pulls me in the sitting position. For a small thing, not that I'm any bigger, but still, she has a strong grip, and when she puts her mind on something, there is no stopping her. Up, shower, coffee, class, now. I look at Yasmin, silently asking her to help me, but the only thing I find is a smirk. That bitch. She'll hear from me later. A shiver runs down my spine as soon as we enter the already full auditorium. I can feel his heated gaze on me almost instantly. It's as if he's been waiting for me to come, but I refuse to turn in his direction. I can't look at him. I simply can't. After coming from the shower, Yaz and Chloe cornered me in the hallway. They didn't even give me a chance to leave my stuff. Instead, they tossed my caddy and towel aside and shoved my jacket, boots, and already packed backpack in my hands. One of these days, I'm going to find a way to get back at them for doing this to me. Unfortunately, that day won't be today. With my eyes trained on the floor, I avoid looking at anybody as I climb to my seat. Thankfully, there's barely any time to spare since our professor comes soon after, ushering us to grab our seats. Not even a second after I sit down does somebody plop down to the chair next to mine. I don't even have to turn around to know who it is. Nixon. He became a constant in my life, just like Hayden. His presence so big, it's hard not to recognize it, and even harder to ignore it. Nix doesn't say anything, and neither do I. My eyes are glued to the front of the classroom, watching the professor talk. although his words don't register in my mind. Almost on autopilot, I jot down the notes from the whiteboard, but that's it. "He's missing you, you know," Nixon says, finally breaking the silence. My eyes fall shut. His words are like a punch to my gut. "Don't," I say softly, refusing to turn to him. There is so much going through my mind as it is. I can't deal with how Hayden is feeling. But he doesn't listen. Why would he? Hayden is his friend, has been long before I got here. "Don't what, Callie?" Nixon leans closer, his voice low. "Don't tell you how you're breaking his heart? How you're messing with his head and game because he misses you so fucking badly?" "Nix, please." His voice is hard and unforgiving, each word cutting me like a knife. This is the side of Nixon I hadn't seen. Not a trace of the carefree boy that has befriended me from day one. In his place stands a determined man who's used to getting his way. How he drives around only to end up in front of your dorm and stare at it in hopes he'll see you pass by? Well, fat chance of that happening. I close my eyes as the pain rips through me, as his words form images in my mind. A lump forms in my throat, making it hard to breathe. "Please stop." I barely manage to rasp the words out. Prying my eyes open, I scan the room. Everybody seems immersed in their work, not a soul paying attention to us. Except Hayden, I mouth, not daring to say his name out loud. The connection between us sizzles to life as those piercing green eyes are locked on mine. So much hurt and pain stare at me, it's like I'm looking in the mirror of my soul. His hair is disheveled, dark scruff covering his jaw. He looks tired, with dark circles underneath his eyes. Hayden's gaze pulls me in so deep, I almost miss Nixon's words. "I'll tell you exactly as it is, because that's my best friend we're talking about, don't you get it? He is in love with you, Callie, and you're going to condemn him for something his father has done?" "You wouldn't understand it." "Oh, I understand it quite enough. But if you do that, you're exactly the person Hayden thought you were all those years before." If he wanted to hurt me, he chose the perfect words, the ones that cut the deepest and play on my biggest fear, returning to the person I was before. Standing abruptly, my vision clouded with new tears, I grab my things and dash toward the door. I can hear somebody calling after me, but I don't turn around to see who it is. I just keep on running. But there is no running away from the condemning voice that's going on and on in my mind. "You're exactly the person Hayden thought you were all those years before." Maybe they're right, all of them. Maybe I was only fooling myself that I've changed. "All that face your past and you'll be set free is a load of crap," I say to Dr. Miller as soon as I enter her office. Completely unfazed by my harsh entrance and words, she leans in her chair and looks at me, already in her shrink mode. "How so?" "Because it comes back to bite you in the ass." It's not really her fault, but I had to unload part of all these messed up feelings onto somebody, and she's the first to cross my path, so it might as well be her. It was she, after all, who mentioned digging into what had happened, although I didn't get the chance to do it myself before it came back to haunt me, destroying what little of normality I've built in recent weeks. I grip the back of the chair, too restless to sit down. Dr. Miller must sense it too, because she doesn't even suggest it. "Care to elaborate?" So I do. I tell her everything that has happened since I last saw her. Everything. Hayden, game, seeing Ben for the first time since high school, his revelation, Hayden and me breaking up. Every single thing. I unload it all, so there is nothing left to say. And once all the words are out, I feel empty and drained. Collapsing in the chair, I look at her pensive face. What now? What now, indeed? I narrow my eyes at her. I'm so done with this answer the question with a question crap. I ask the question first. What I would like to know is, why do you suddenly care about the other driver? Didn't you say it was you who was responsible for the accident? Yes, but no buts. Either it's you or it's him. Which one is it, Callie? Who's the one to blame, really? And is there even a point in blaming anybody? I press my lips in a tight line, not knowing how to answer. The way I see it, you can do two things. You can embrace what happened, learn how to forgive yourself and Hayden's father, so you can finally move on with your life. Or you can dwell on the past, and in the process, lose the person you obviously care about. Care about. That's sure one way of putting it. My feelings for Hayden are much more complex than caring, and that's the main problem. Dr. Miller looks down at her wrist. Our time's up. Are you kidding me? I ask, looking between her and the watch. Unfortunately, no, but I think you have enough to think about as it is. Groaning, I tilt my head back. I seriously don't know why I even bother, since you don't give me any answers. A teasing smile spreads on her lips. She's enjoying torturing me. Yet you keep coming back. My only answer is to glare, because she's right. I do keep coming back. She must see something, because she doesn't wait for me to give her an answer before continuing. Since the exams are next week, followed by the holidays, I'll see you once you get back. Once you get back. What a joke. That would imply that I have somewhere to go to begin with, which I don't. I haven't talked to my aunt since leaving for college, but I don't say that. I unloaded a lot of crap as it is. I don't need to add to it. Grabbing my stuff, suddenly eager to leave, I get up. Sure, I'll see you after the holidays. I head for the door when Dr. Miller's voice calls back. And Callie? Yes? There is no shame in wanting to be happy, in wanting a future for yourself. Your parents would want that for you. She's right, they would. But I'm still not sure I deserve it. And even if I do, how can I have a future with Hayden? After everything that has happened, how could we ever truly be happy? Chapter 54. Callie. One good thing about insomnia? It leaves you with enough time to study when exams roll around, which is exactly what I need, since I've been like a zombie these past few days, staying in bed and staring at nothing. Although my first instinct was to run, pack my things and go, doesn't even matter where. Once I calmed down, I knew I couldn't do it. Going to Blairwood was what my parents wanted for me. I disappointed them enough as it is. I wasn't about to do it again by quitting school. So I threw myself into studying every waking moment. It occupied me enough that I didn't think about Hayden and all that happened. Much. I've just finished with my English Lit exam, and I'm walking back to my dorm where I've been hiding all this time, when I hear a voice call my name. My back stiffens instantly, and it takes me a moment to register who the voice belongs to. Forcing myself to relax, I turn around and stop, waiting for him to join me. Dean Wilson. A few people give us curious glances, but most of them are too stuck in their own world to even notice. Callie, how have you been doing? I think I'm dying inside. Good, thank you. He smiles at me warmly, lines on his face softening. So happy to hear that. I hope the exams are going well. As well as I can hope for. At least that was true. The only exam I was worried about was statistics. That's great to hear. I knew you'd fit in well here. Only a few more days and then you'll finally get some time to relax. And while we're at that, I wanted to remind you of the Christmas ball. My eyes fall shut, pain squeezing my chest. There will be a Christmas ball. I want you to go with me. With everything happening, I totally forgot about it. I wanted to confirm with you about giving the awards. I know we talked about it, and as you know, it would mean a great deal. Dean, I'm so sorry to say this, but I think I won't be able to come. I was looking into flights home and had to book one that's on the day of the ball, so... I blurt in a hurry, feeling a pang of guilt for lying. But there is no way I can attend the ball. It was supposed to be Hayden and I. Knowing he'll be there, it just feels wrong. Are you sure? He seems genuinely disappointed by the prospect, and now I feel even worse. The last time we talked about it, you seemed really excited about doing it. I did, but so much has happened, and I shrug, not knowing what else to say. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that. I know it would mean a lot to your parents. They were really dedicated to this cause, and with you sponsoring another scholarship, I thought it would be the perfect opportunity to announce it. But if you can't postpone your return, I understand. His hand falls on my shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. I'll see you later, Callie. Good luck with the rest of your exams. If I was feeling guilty before, it's nothing compared to how I feel now. Complete and utter disappointment. That's what I am. Complete and utter disappointment. Wait, I call out. Dean looks over his shoulder, raising his bushy brows in silent question. I'll stay and do it. Are you sure? Won't you have a problem with your plane ticket? Maybe if there was one, there would be, but since there isn't... It'll be fine. I'll figure it out. Splendid! He clasps his hands happily. I'll see you on Friday, then. See you Friday, I say weakly, as I watch him get lost between the students. Sighing loudly, the enormity of what I've done finally settles in. I'm going to the Christmas ball, where I'll be expected to deliver a prize in front of a room full of people. The same ball I was supposed to attend with Hayden. He'll be there. My heart skips a beat at the idea, the yearning I've been trying to fight off growing stronger underneath the surface. God, I miss him. I shouldn't. I should forget everything about him. But I can't. What the heck have I gotten myself into? Chapter 55. Callie. You look so beautiful, Yasmin gushes around me. You think? I ask, letting my hand slide down the soft material, smoothing non-existent wrinkles. It's not too much? I knew from before that the event is a black tie, so I was expected to dress up. But since I haven't done it in so long, it just all seemed weird. On top of it all, I had to squeeze in a last-minute shopping trip because my closet consists of leggings, shirts, and occasional sweater. It's perfect. I'll have to take you for your word. I should have probably gone for a knee-length dress, but since I was feeling self-conscious about my scars, I opted for a floor-length dress instead. It'll probably draw more attention, but better they focus on the dress than what I'm hiding underneath. The dress is actually pretty simple. A pale yellow silk dress with a sweetheart neckline. It hugs my waist and falls down, touching the floor. Tiny straps cover my shoulders, and there is a slightly thicker strap that falls over my upper arm. I like what you've done with my hair, I comment, looking at the reflection in the mirror. While my makeup is pretty minimalistic, Yasmin went all out while doing my hair. Seriously, is there something this girl can't do? She pulled my hair to the left side, braided the upper half all the way to my chin, and then curled the bottom half, leaving a loose strand of hair to give the whole look a messy vibe. She gives it another look, fussing about a strand here and there before stepping back. It did turn out pretty amazing, didn't it? Maybe I'll turn you into my personal hairdresser, I tease, nudging her with my hip. Yeah, right. You sure you don't want to join me? I ask once again, although in reality I want to beg her to come with me. Taking a small clutch from the bed, I check to make sure I have everything I might need inside. How the hell aren't you invited anyway? If somebody should be there, it's you. I don't think I met a more hardworking person in my life. No idea, she shrugs. Besides, it's not my thing. I work hard because that's how I've been raised, and I volunteer because I love to do it. Working with those kids is the highlight of my week. I'm planning to look more into education as a potential major during the break. That's amazing, Yaz. I think you'd be really good at it. I guess we'll see. You ready? My grip tightens around the clutch, knuckles turning white. Forcing myself to release the hold, I inhale deeply. Was I ready? I'm not sure I'll ever be. But I didn't have much of a choice, did I? Not in the least, I say truthfully. He'll be there. I don't have to clarify who he is. Yasmin already knows. What are you going to do? Give my best to avoid him? She lifts her brow. How did that turn out so far? I know, I sigh. What other choice do I have? Her hands land on my shoulders, forcing me to look at her determined face. For days she's been doing her best to be a good friend, but I can see that she doesn't agree with the way I'm handling things. You'd think she'd pick my side no matter what, since she doesn't like athletes all that much. But no, I guess it was too much to hope she'll keep her thoughts to herself much longer. You can choose to be happy. Yasmin, I try, but she doesn't want to listen. You can't deny you've been miserable. You've been sulking around the room for 2 weeks. It's time to put on big girl panties and conquer those demons of yours, Callie. She takes my hands in hers and gives them a tight squeeze. A lump forms in my throat, making it hard to swallow. Choose to be happy. Is that really what it comes down to? Choosing to be happy?
Hayden. As discreetly as possible, I tug at the collar of my shirt. The damn tie is suffocating me. Stop acting like a pussy. Nixon hisses as Coach gives us a disapproving glare from the other side of the room where he's talking to some of his old players. Whose idea was it to dress us like monkeys? I grumble, but let my arms fall down by my sides. You know how Coach gets about these things. Nix takes a glass of champagne from the passing waiter. He looks down at the bubbly liquid, shrugs, and takes a long sip, making a face as he swallows. Why isn't there some normal stuff instead of this bubbly shit is a better question. I look around the room, trying to seem as inconspicuous as possible. The room is full of people, although Christmas ball was the last activity before campus shuts down before the upcoming holidays. She ain't here, man, Nick says, doing a sweep of his own. How the hell would you know? I have eyes. She was supposed to be here. Would she find a way to get out of it just to avoid me? Possibly. And now I wish I had a drink of my own. But with Coach's hawk-like gaze following our every movement, I don't think getting wasted on the open bar is the smartest idea. I'm on his shit list as it is. My game has been a disaster. At this point, I'll be lucky if he doesn't bench me for the rest of the season. We would have seen her by now. I feel a pang of disappointment. This was my last chance to get to talk to her before we all leave for the holidays. Is she even going? Or will she stay in some hotel around here and be all alone until classes start again? Knowing Callie, probably the latter. She hates imposing on people, family or not. Good evening, everyone, Dean Wilson says, taking the podium. The chatter quiets down as everybody turns to listen to his speech, a few of the Ravens joining us. It is my honor to welcome you to our annual Christmas ball, which has been a part of Blairwood's history for many years so far. I tuned him off after that since I heard more or less the same speech last year. I liked the idea behind the Christmas ball. It not only recognizes people's accomplishments in academic, sports, and arts, but also people who impacted the community both on and off campus. Some people like me know how to catch a ball. Other people have kind hearts. It only seems fair to acknowledge both. But today, I only care about one person, and that person isn't here. Now what? Maybe I should go by her dorm, see if somebody will let me slip inside and then pound on her door until she finally gives in. Everybody, Callie included, has a breaking point. I don't want to do it, but she isn't leaving me much of a choice. I don't want to leave the campus without talking to her and making sure she's all right. I watch as people come and go from the stage, only stopping for a few moments to make a short speech as I contemplate my next move. I'm so lost to my thoughts that I almost miss it. We have a lot of accomplished athletes on this campus, but no one more deserving than our very own Blairwood Raven. With 1,605 yards run and counting, please welcome to the stage Hayden Watson. Hoots and hollers spread through the room, snapping me out of my mind. Nixon lets out an ear-piercing whistle, while Emmett slaps me on the back as I pass next to him on my way to the stage. And when I do, I almost lose my cool. She's here. My heart kicks up when I see her, all wide-eyed, standing next to the dean. I'm breathless, and it has nothing with exertion and everything to do with her. Callie. She looks even more beautiful than ever in a long dress that hugs her slender frame. Beautiful and ready to bolt. Not a chance in hell of that happening. Those delicate fingers are wrapped around the little statue clasped in her hands, knuckles white. She obviously didn't know she'll have to give the award to me. I cross the distance between us with renewed determination, stopping only when the tips of my toes touch hers. My hands clasp around hers, fingers brushing her soft skin as I lean in, the familiar sweet scent that's all Callie surrounding me.
Congrats,
she squeaks, trying to fight off the shock. Her body is stiff, but I don't let it deter me. Brushing one of the runaway strands of her hair behind her ear, I whisper, "Thanks." And Callie, we're so close, my lips brush against her earlobe and I can feel her body shiver at the touch. Unable to resist it, I place my hand on her shoulder and let my hand slide down her arm to her clasped hands. "You're not leaving here tonight until we talk." I take a step back before she can protest, but don't let go of her hand. Dean Wilson quirks his brow at me as if to ask what the hell is taking so long. I'm not sure how long I've been all in Callie's personal space. It couldn't be that much, but I guess long enough to draw some attention. Disentangling the little statue from her hands, I shift it to my free one and lace my finger with hers, pulling her with me as I move toward the microphone. She's not getting away that easily this time. Not if I have a say in it. Clearing my throat, I look at the audience. I've never been one for public speaking. Playing football before thousands of fans? No problem at all. Speaking in front of a small group of people? Yeah, I'll pass. But with time, I had to get used to it, so it didn't stress me as much as it used to. With so many accomplished athletes attending Blairwood, it completely blows my mind that I get to be the one to stand on this stage tonight. Football is a team sport, and I'm the lucky one to get to be on the team with so many amazing players and staff. Thank you so much for your continued support. This is not just a reflection of my accomplishment, but our accomplishment as a team. Now, I turn to the side, my eyes zeroing in on Callie. If you'll excuse me, I have a different prize to claim. Light chuckles spread through the room. Thank you all, once again. With that, I leave the podium with Callie in tow. "Hayden," Callie hisses softly. She's trying to tug her hand out of my grasp, but I'm not letting go. Pulling her to my side, I wrap my arm around her, lips pressed against her ear. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. It's up to you, Callie. But make no mistake, one way or the other, you're leaving this stage with me.
Hayden,
Her throat bobs as she gulps down.
you have...
Which one will it be, Angel? I stop her from finishing her sentence. Callie looks around and probably notices the audience we have because she gives in fairly easily.
Fine,
She mutters unhappily. I flash her a grin. I knew you'd see it my way.
Careful.
She warns through gritted teeth, a fake smile plastered on her face.
I'm not opposed to kneeing you in the balls.
I chuckle for the first time in what feels like forever. I think I'll take my chances. Together we climb down the stairs as the dean continues with his announcements. People are giving us curious looks as we pass by, trying to figure out what's going on. My guys are still cheering, albeit silently. That is, until Coach joins the group, slapping Nixon and Emmett over the heads in warning. Shaking my head at them, I continue until we're out in the hallway, away from anybody who can overhear us.
You can let me go now.
Chapter 56. Callie. You can let me go now, I protest as soon as we're outside. I don't expect him to listen, especially not on the first try, so I'm surprised when he actually stops in his tracks and quickly turns to face me. I stumble into him, my fingers spreading on his chest, searching for balance. Damn it! His hands fall on my shoulders to steady me. The skin-to-skin contact burns my flesh and makes me shiver at the same time. I suck in a breath, but it does nothing to slow down my pounding heart. Lifting my gaze, I look into Hayden's green eyes. It feels like forever since I've last seen his face. Determination is etched into every inch of him, but there is a softness in his eyes that makes me melt from the inside out. My fingers itch to reach out to him and touch his cheek, to feel a connection with him that I didn't even realize how much I've been missing until this very moment. How I missed him. Hayden. Callie. His voice is a rough caress, and all I can do is close my eyes, soaking it all in. Him, me, us, this moment, everything. It's all too much, but not enough at the same time. And it hurts, damn it. My body craves his like nothing else in this world. I can't do this, I whisper softly. Weak. So freaking weak. Hayden cups my cheeks, his forehead pressing against mine. Even though I refuse to look at him, I can feel him. Desperation and determination are oozing off him in waves and pouring into me, cracking my walls one by one. Well, I can't keep going on like this, Callie. Hayden, I try again, but he stops me with a simple shake of his head. I'm not letting you go until we talk. I can't. You mean too much. Don't, I plead, not sure I can hear it. No, I'm sure I cannot hear it. Not now, not ever. Because if I do, what little resolve I have will vanish. And then what? Conquer your demons. Yasmin's voice rings in my head loud and clear. Choose to be happy. She made it sound so easy when it's anything but. How can they not see it? Don't what, Callie? Hayden asks desperately, his fingers digging into my hair, forcing me to open my eyes and look at him. Don't be honest? Don't say the truth? Well, fuck it, Angel, because I'm not hiding it any longer. I love you. I love you. Hayden, I breathe, unable to form words. My heart squeezes painfully, longing. That's what it is. This feeling that's overwhelming me and making it hard to breathe, hard to think. I love you, Callie, he repeats with more determination than before, his fingers brushing over my cheekbone. There might be a lot of uncertainties in my life, but not you, never you. If I was sure of anything in my life, It was the way you make me feel. I can't change who I am, Angel. I can't change who my father is or what he's done, as much as I can't change the way I feel about you. I shake my head, trying to deny his words, but I can't. Not when I can see them written all over his face. I grip my fingers, the soft material of his button-down crumpling. His heartbeat is strong and steady underneath my palm, making my own beat match his. Tell me you don't feel the same. Tell me it's all in my head, one-sided, and I'll let you go right this second. Tell me you don't want me the way I want you. Tell me, Callie. Tell me. There is an edge to him that hasn't been there before. Desperation I know all too well. Tell me it's all me, and I'll back the fuck off. It'll hurt like hell, but I'll do it. I want to. God, how I want to. I open my mouth, the denial on the tip of my tongue. But no matter how many times I try to form them, the words don't want to come out. At least, not the words he wants me to say. Licking my dry lips, I try again. We can't. The words come out so weak, I don't even believe myself. Why the hell not? Give me one reason, one, why this is a bad idea. How do you expect this to work? It can't. We were never supposed to happen. Not back then, and definitely not now. Even trying was foolish. We were doomed from the very start. We're not doomed, Hayden says forcefully, his grip tightening to the point of pain. We can create our own life, our own destiny, but I need you to be with me. I need you to fight. Fight for you, for me, for us. Can you do that? Or better yet, do you want to? Do you want to fight for us, Callie? Because I need you to choose me. Hayden's so close, our lips brush together as we speak. My mouth trembles, aching with need to feel him against me. My mind and heart are fighting for the right answer, if there even is one. The indecision my worst enemy. I want to believe in Hayden, in us, the same way he does, but choose to be happy. I want to. Oh, how I want to. I want to do that so bad it hurts. I want to be happy and carefree. I want to be with the man I love without constantly feeling guilty about it. But I'm not sure I'm strong enough, I confess, one lone tear slipping down my cheek. You're stronger than you realize, Callie. But even if you weren't, you're not alone in this. We'll do this together. His lips kiss the tear away, thumb swiping over my cheek. Even when I'm denying him, he takes care of me. Even when I push him away, he doesn't give up, chasing after me instead. Callie, he calls softly, his voice breaking me. Okay. My voice is so low I can barely hear my own words. Licking my lips, I face him and repeat louder. Okay. Together.
Hayden. My heart feels like it'll rip out of my chest by the time she finally, lifts those dark blues to me and says, "Together." This time there is no mistaking her words, her agreement, but I ask anyway, needing to be sure. Together? Together. She starts, but my mouth lands on hers, swallowing whatever she wanted to say with a hard kiss. Her fingers tighten on the material of my shirt, holding on for dear life. Nails digging into my skin will surely leave half-moon marks. My hands slide down to her waist and pull her closer. Our bodies flush against one another as my tongue swipes into her mouth. She moans softly as our tongues touch with desperate need. I've missed this. Missed her. So fucking much. and now I can't get enough of her. We kiss over and over. It's desperate, needy, and downright sloppy. Our tongues swiping and swirling, teeth scraping in need for dominance just like that first time. But it doesn't matter because it's Callie. She's in my arms, mine, and there is no way I'm letting go. Only when I think I'll faint from lack of oxygen do I reluctantly break away with one last swipe of my tongue over her lower lip. Prying my eyes open, I look at her. All hazy eyes, flushed cheeks, and plump, raw lips. Fuck. I swipe my tongue over her lower lip. I missed this sweet mouth.
I missed you,
she whispers, looking away like she's ashamed of her admission. Fuck that. I tip her chin back to me, unwilling to let her hide again. The last couple of weeks have been torture I wasn't planning on repeating anytime soon. I want her. All of her. Not just bits and pieces. I missed you too. I don't want to go through this again. I meant every word I said, Callie. I've been in love with you forever. And this time I'm not letting go.
I choose you, Hayden.
She covers my hand with hers, lacing our fingers.
I don't want to let you go. It's scary. The way you make me feel.
It's okay if you don't feel the same as I do, but she presses her fingers against my mouth, stopping me from finishing my sentence.
That's the thing. I tried to resist it. Tried to tell myself it was all just in my mind, but somewhere on the way, I've fallen for you too.
I can't help the grin that spreads over my face. Angel, I want to say something, anything, but no words come to my mind. So instead I show her. Tilting her head back, I kiss her, slow and deep, the kind of soul-crushing kiss that etches into your marrow. I love you, I breathe between kisses. Don't walk away like that. Not ever again. Kiss.
I won't.
Kiss. Promise me, I demand. I'm not settling for anything less. Kiss.
I promise.
Her fingers tangle in my hair.
No more past getting between us. I love my parents, and I'll always hate how things turned out that day.
It was never your fault, I interrupt her, needing her to understand. A sad smile curls those luscious lips.
A part of me knows that, but the other part can't let go of the guilt. I'm working on it, though. I'm working on me and learning how to deal with my grief. The point is, they're gone, and there isn't getting them back. But you're here. You make me feel alive, happy, whole. That day, it robbed me of a lot of things. I won't let it rob me of you, too.
Callie. She moves closer, her forehead pressing against my chin.
I'm in love with you, too, Hayden Watson. Maybe it'll take some time for you to realize it, but I'm ready to do all it takes to make you believe I'm serious.
All? Pulling back, she grazes her lips with her teeth, making it even rosier than before.
All.
You can start by kissing me. Callie rolls her eyes but does as asked. Lifting on her toes, she presses her lips against mine. It starts slow and tender, but soon becomes more. A kiss that conquers my soul.
Epilogue. Callie. I knock on the door before turning the doorknob. It's open, per usual, but I still try to give a warning that I'll be coming in. You can never be sure in what state these guys will be in, and I wasn't risking seeing something I shouldn't have just because I was too lazy to lift my hand. Yep, not happening. "Hey, it's me," I shout to nobody in particular as I enter inside, towing off my shoes in the foyer and shrugging off my coat. Hayden's car is parked in front of the house, and their duffel bags are tossed by the stairs, so they must have come home from practice. Footsteps rush down the stairs, and all 6'3" of my delicious boyfriend stomp down. His hair is still wet, and he's wearing sweats that hang low on his hips and make my mouth water. "Hey, Angel." Hayden smiles as he sees me and goes straight for my mouth, kissing me like he hasn't seen me for a month. "Didn't expect you here just yet." I pull away, slightly breathless. It takes me a second to register his words and give him a reply. It's always like that after he kisses me. "Yasmin gave me a ride back to campus. She had somewhere to be." "How was the class?" "Good, actually. The kids seemed pretty excited." As soon as we returned back from the Christmas holidays, I stopped by Brighthaven to apply for a volunteer position. I talked a little bit with the manager of the community center, and we decided I'll be helping with the art class 2 times a week. Art was my saving grace after the accident, and I showed a part of that to the kids who needed it the most. And while I have yet to declare my major, I decided to take more art classes this semester. I'll never become a professional dancer, but I planned to find comfort in other forms of art. "I'm really proud of you for doing this." Hayden throws his arm around my shoulder, pulling me into his side as we go to the living room. "It's nothing special." "I'm not sure those kids would agree." I duck my head, heat warming my cheeks. He must see my embarrassment because he drops the subject. "You hungry?" I purse my lips to think. "I could eat." "Great." Hayden pecks my lips. "How about I pop Grams's lasagna into the oven?" "Mm-hmm." My mouth waters at the mere thought. Hayden's grandma is the best cook ever. I swear I gained at least 10 pounds during the winter break. Yes, Hayden insisted that once again I tag along with him and Zane instead of staying in a hotel room. But since everything was so tasty, I couldn't say no. It would be impolite, right? "You know I can't say no to Grams's cooking." Hayden chuckles. "What?" I glare at him. "Nothing." "It doesn't sound like nothing." He leans in and whispers conspiratorially. "You look like you're about to come." My mouth falls open in surprise, cheeks burning. "I do not," I protest, smacking his shoulder. "You so do." He chuckles some more, trying to avoid my next smack. "Maybe if you're a good girl, I'll give you more than food." He winks at me. My body heats, and this time it has nothing to do with good food. Still, I try to play it cool. Hayden has too big of an ego as it is. There is no need to add more to it. "Nothing beats Grams's lasagna." "Oh, we'll see about that." The mischievous glint in his green irises makes me shudder in anticipation. It hasn't been a day, but I want him so badly. "I'll make you come so hard, the whole neighborhood will know my name." "Promises, promises," I sing-song playfully, shove him away, and plop my ass down on the couch, because if I don't put some distance between us, I'll climb him, and the dinner will be just a memory. "You can start with feeding me some real food, though." He shakes his head. "Sometimes I think the only reason you date me is for Grams's cooking." "It's definitely a plus. Now shoot if you don't want me to pass into the hangry category." "Yes, ma'am." He salutes me teasingly, walking around the couch. I follow him with my gaze, and before he leaves, he tips my head back and kisses me upside down. His lips firmly pressed against mine as his tongue dives into my mouth, showing me what exactly he wants to do to the other parts of my body. "We seriously need to establish some ground rules," Nixon complains loudly. Hayden breaks our kiss, but doesn't look away. His voice is all husky when he asks, "Like what?" "Like no sexing in the common rooms?" "Sexing?" I ask, confused by where he's going with this. With Nix, you can never be sure. "Yes, sexing. You know, kissing that will most definitely lead toward you guys ripping each other's clothes off. I don't need to see that shit." "Then don't look." Hayden shrugs, straightening to his full height. Anyway, I'll pop Grams's lasagna in the oven if you want to eat with us. Nixon's loud groan makes me giggle as I turn on the TV. That's not even a question. Sounds good, man. Getting comfy on the couch, I surf through channels and finally settle on Game of Thrones. The guys couldn't believe I hadn't watched it, so they sat me down one evening and we binged through half of Season 1 by the time I fell asleep. Shit! Nix's loud curse has me looking over the couch at his bent form. Are you okay? I call out, just as Hayden gets out of the kitchen. I won't be. I totally forgot to give this back to Coach. Nix lifts a CD in the air. Dude, he'll kill you. I know, I totally spaced out. I made a copy for myself and then I forgot to give it back. He rubs the back of his neck in frustration. What's that? I ask, confused about what all the fuss is about. It's just a CD. I'm sure he can live without it for a day, right? Hayden sits next to me and presses his lips against my forehead, a little shiver running through my body at the touch. Footage of our next opponent. Coach likes to come in early to review the tapes so he can prepare for the practice, see what plays we need to work on, make strategy and stuff. Ravens are 1 game away from the national championship, and all the guys are working extra hard lately. These days I barely see them. If they aren't on the field running drills and working on the plays, they are either in the gym or reviewing the tapes to get ready for the game. Most of the nights I'd study or sketch, while Hayden was still glued to the screen reviewing different tapes. I guess I'll just run by his house and give it back. The dinner won't be for another half an hour, so you should be good. He grabs the keys from the little table next to the door. I'm out. You don't dare start the show before I get back. I laugh looking at him. And before you ask, Nix points his fingers at his eyes and then at us. I see everything. I know everything. With that, he's gone. Hayden's hands fall over the back of the couch, his fingers tracing the patch of skin where the sweater slipped off a little. Nibbling at my lower lip, I tilt my head back to look at him. His cheeks are scruffy, giving him a rugged look, but he said it's a tradition not to shave if the teams enter the playoffs. Not that I'm complaining. The beard has other uses I'm fond of. How are we going to pass the time? Hayden wiggles his brows playfully. Cupping his cheeks, I bring his head to mine. I might have an idea or two, I whisper, pulling him down for a kiss.
Nixon. Killing the engine, I grabbed the CD from the passenger seat before heading to the door. I've been to Coach's place once, last year for the end-of-the-season party. Even though it's not our usual hangout place, he always makes a point to let us know his door is open to players whenever we need it. Taking 2 steps at a time, I climbed to the front door of his massive 2-story colonial house. Why a single dude like him needs so much space, I'll never understand, but whatever. I'm about to press the doorbell when I hear hurried footsteps on the other side. Soon after, the door swings open and I come face to face with... Yasmin? I ask, utterly confused. Those caramel eyes widen when she sees me, mouth hanging open as the color drains from her face.
What are you doing here?
This concludes Kiss to Conquer by Anna B. Doe. Narrated by Troy Duran and Raquel Beatty. Copyright 2020 by Anna B. Doe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Anna B. Doe and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.